Chapter 1. A Heart Set on Death. In this moment, Su-ju stood amidst the rustling autumn winds. The atmosphere of Zhongzhou, particularly refreshing that a grove of maple trees shed their withered yellow leaves, creating a scene of exquisite beauty. Su-ju, do you have anything left to say? A stunning figure, clad in flowing white palace attire, stood poised with a sword. Her autumn-like eyes gazed intently at the half-kneeling youth before her, brimming with profound disappointment and fury. I have nothing to say. Su-ju swayed unsteadily, dabbing at the blood at the corner of his mouth with a cold smile. He lifted his gaze to the enchanting woman before him, a flicker of reluctance and regret crossing his features, only to be swiftly replaced by an icy demeanor. The exquisite woman inhaled deeply and declared, "You have been my disciple for 10 years. I permit you one final word." "There are no final words." Su-ju tilted his head towards the heavens, a semblance of relief and exhilaration washing over his pale visage. It was finally coming to an end. More than a decade ago, while engrossed in a fantastical novel, he was suddenly struck by lightning. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in the very world of that novel, inhabiting the body of a villain destined to meet a tragic end. Bound to a script system, his initial task was to embody his role as the antagonist. Once he fulfilled his narrative, he would be rewarded richly and reborn, ultimately becoming the paragon of strength. Only through this would he earn his rightful place as the protagonist. The journey was protracted, spanning a full decade. Today, he had finally endured to seize his own protagonist script. The woman before him was his master, by Rushua. This chapter told of how Su-ju's brilliance was overshadowed by his fellow disciple. His vengeful nature and debauched demeanor rendered him an inadequate stepping stone against the protagonist. Gradually, his master lost faith in him and began nurturing his disciple instead. Anger and resentment consumed his rationality, leading him to be easily manipulated by the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder promised that if he poisoned his master, rendering her powerless, he would become a candidate for the leader of the Sword Sect. In pursuit of the sect leader position, he resolved to harm his master. Yet as a villain, success was not destined for him. Just as his master was about to ingest the poison, his scheme was unveiled by his disciple, resulting in his demise at the hands of his master's sword. "I do not understand. After 10 years as my disciple, why would you inflict such harm upon me?" Rushua shook her head, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Su-ju's handsome face. If Su-ju had been coerced, she would have had reason to spare him. After a decade of mentorship, she found it difficult to carry out the act, even though this disciple once harbored intentions to kill her. Reflecting on the years they shared, her relentless guidance made it hard to condemn him. Years prior, Su-ju had not been the wayward scion he had become. At that time, he was intelligent, gifted, and diligent. She had once believed he would surpass her and become the foremost of the Sword Sect. Yet, inexplicably, since the arrival of his disciple, Su-ju had transformed into a wholly different person. This shift in character puzzled Rushua greatly. This is also a point of great disappointment for her. Su-ju was about to speak, but alas, his injuries were too severe, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His handsome face was pale, yet his clear and bright eyes held a piercing clarity as he gazed at his master, enunciating each word. "Master, you are overly verbose. Hasten to end my life. Please act swiftly, Master. I am grateful for your guidance over the past decade, but I am ultimately the villain, unable to achieve a successful conclusion with you." "Very well. Your desire for death renders you beyond salvation." Rush's gaze was indifferent as she regarded the young man before her, devoid of any mercy. As she raised her longsword, poised to grant Su-ju a dignified death, he suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, what more is there to say?" Rushua held the sword poised before Su-ju's forehead. After a moment's contemplation, Su-ju decided to bid farewell. He was not devoid of feelings. He was acutely aware of his master's kindness throughout the years. From the day he entered the sect, she had treated him with utmost care and devotion. Had he not acquired the script of a villain, he could not have escaped the inexorable laws of this world. He truly wished to remain in Rush's world. Yet fate was fickle, compelling him to attend to his own affairs. "Thank you for all these years." Su-ju strained against his pain, managing to rise to his feet, his bright eyes shimmering as he offered a faint smile. "You." Rush's jade-like eyes suddenly flickered with emotion. The disciple harbors no unspeakable secrets, rather, he feels a sense of injustice. Why should all the goodness that rightfully belongs to me be bestowed upon a junior sister who has scarcely been here for a few months? The disciple is unwilling, the disciple does not understand, and the disciple is bewildered. Foolishly, I have committed such errors. Death is my inevitable fate. These words are not meant to plead for your mercy, but are the genuine sentiments of the disciple, I am grateful for your teachings over these years. Being with you has brought me joy. Should you decide to end my life, let it be my final act of accountability to you. Su Ju spread his arms wide. In the end, he could not restrain himself in the original chapter. He had remained unrepentant, devoid of such words. It was the memories of his master's kindness that stirred his heart, compelling him to speak from his conscience. Bai Ruxue stared blankly at the youth before her, a decade's worth of moments flashing through her mind. The boy's eyes were clear and composed. She recalled the first time she met Su Ju, captivated by those pure, untainted eyes. Only those of exceptional kindness possess such eyes. Su Ju closed his eyes, prepared to embrace death. Leave. After a long pause, Bai Ruxue turned away and spoke softly. Su Ju was taken aback, opening his eyes to see Bai Ruxue devoid of murderous intent. Panic surged within him. Please, master, you must end my life. Su Ju urged hastily. I command you to leave. Bai Ruxue fixed her gaze upon Su Ju, her beautiful eyes tinged with a complex array of emotions. No, I will not go. Su Ju shook his head defiantly. Are you mad? If you do not depart, I shall kill you. Bai Ruxue retorted coldly. Su Ju nodded anxiously and stepped forward. Master, please end my life. Bai Ruxue frowned slightly, perplexed by Su Ju's desperate plea for death. Could it be that he harbored some unspeakable secret? Was he being coerced? Were his parents threatened? Had his siblings been abducted? In an instant, various scenarios flooded Bai Ruxue's mind. Do you have? She was about to inquire, eager to assist her disciple. But before she could finish her sentence, the handsome youth before her suddenly lunged forward. The long sword pierced through his chest, warm blood gushing forth in an instant. You! Bai Ruxue's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld the youth, so close to her, impaled by the sword. I am liberated. Su Ju felt the life ebbing away. A captivating smile graced his lips. Bai Ruxue could hardly believe her ears. Liberated? Is being my disciple a torment for you? Not at all. It is just that I can only be a disciple to someone I admire, not a partner. Isn't that a torment? Su Ju whispered softly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his complexion pale as death. Rebellious disciple. How can you harbor such thoughts toward me? Bai Ruxue exclaimed, enraged. Su Ju shook his head with a smile, his gaze fixed upon Bai Ruxue's ethereal beauty. A strange sensation washed over him. After a decade of companionship, claiming there were no feelings would be a lie. His master was so exquisite, and she had guided him with care. Had the narrative been different, he would never allow her to leave his side. Having spent so long abiding by the rules, it was time to leave his indelible mark before departing. With this thought, he bore the pain and leaned forward. They were already close, and with Bai Ruxue caught off guard, her mind still lingering on his words, I admire you, Su Ju faced no hindrance as he gently pressed his lips against Bai Ruxue's crimson ones. His handsome visage reflected in her astonished eyes, and as she felt the warmth of his lips, Bai Ruxue was momentarily frozen. Love arises from nowhere, yet runs deep. As he felt his life rapidly waning, Su Ju closed his eyes with a sense of fulfillment. The script was set in motion. Just as his consciousness began to fade, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Side quest accidentally activated. Mission completed perfectly. Completion rate. SSS. The system will upgrade to assist the host in adapting to this realm. Ding! The strongest villain system successfully bound. S. A new journey begins without hesitation. 4 words. Absolutely no abandonment. Note, this book features a harem. Chapter 2. An explanation for the strong kiss. Bai Ruxue regained her senses, prepared to reprimand Su Ju, only to find him lifeless in her embrace. This rebellious disciple. She had been forcefully kissed. Bai Ruxue's teeth ground in frustration throughout the vast land, who did not know of her disdain for male cultivators. With no interest in them, she had devoted herself entirely to the sword path. Since ascending as the Sword Immortal Empress, her renown had only grown, and none dared to approach within 3 feet of her. Not speak of being forcefully kissed. Even the absence of physical contact reveals that Bai Ruxue is a formidable woman, untouched by the world. Is there any truth to his words? Do you fancy me? Love arises unexpectedly, deep and profound. How eloquent. Given my frosty demeanor and lack of reason, could you truly harbor feelings for me? Bai Ruxue's expression shifted to one of intricate complexity. Su Ju had been by her side for a decade, not the type to deceive himself. The likelihood that his words held truth was exceedingly high. With this thought, Bai Ruxue felt an inexplicable shyness wash over her. Think you could simply perish after kissing me? You are sorely mistaken. With a flick of her delicate wrist, a crystalline green sapling materialized in her palm. In an instant, the withered trees surrounding her began to pulsate with vibrant life. From the center of Rushua, the parched ground sprouted verdant grass and resplendent flowers. What was once the twilight of autumn now brimmed with the vitality of spring, as if the season had returned. The spirit tree. It is said to be a celestial-grade herb. As long as one is not deceased for more than a quarter of an hour, it can revive them from the brink of death, regardless of the severity of their wounds. Such a precious herb would undoubtedly be fervently sought after by the prominent sects and families throughout Zhongzhou. With a graceful wave, Rushua transformed the spirit tree's essence into a surge of energy that directly entered Su Ju's brow. In the next moment, the wounds upon his chest began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. After merely a few seconds, aside from the holes and bloodstains on his clothing, there were no traces left of the sword that had pierced his body. Time passed unnoticed. Su Ju gradually awakened, feeling the overwhelming vitality within him, a stark contrast to the state he was in moments before. The script meant for me has finally arrived. With renewed vigor, Su Ju sprang to his feet, his heart brimming with excitement. After a decade of honing his skills, he had finally achieved his desired outcome. Though he felt a twinge of reluctance towards his master, one must always look forward. The past cannot be reclaimed. He would cherish the present and forge his own path to greatness. What does okay mean? A voice filled with curiosity echoed. Where did that sound come from? Su Ju recognized the voice, turning to find an enchanting woman gazing at him, a playful smile on her lips. I know, I miss my master, but is it necessary to conjure illusions? Su Ju clicked his tongue, utterly disbelieving that he had not been reborn. Otherwise, how could he, having already faced death, possibly return to life? How much do you miss me? Rushua inquired. Wait, is this real? Su Ju was momentarily stunned upon hearing Rushua's continued questioning. He was no fool, and such clarity could not be mere illusion. You possess quite the audacity, Su Ju, to kiss me forcefully. Rushua crossed her arms and shot him a glare. I am alive. Su Ju's eyelids twitched as he incredulously gazed at his chest, discovering that the wound had vanished without a trace. The only evidence of his injury lay in the bloodstains and holes in his clothing. Please explain why you forcefully kissed me. Did you not profess your affection for me? If you do not explain yourself, you shall truly perish. Rushua said calmly. Ding! A choice has been triggered. 1. Acknowledge your feelings, pursue your master, and receive an unknown reward upon success. 2. Fabricate a reason. Continue as master and disciple, and receive the celestial sword technique, the Kanglan sword, upon success. 3. Depart from your master, wander as a solitary cultivator, and receive the Sword King's legacy. Note, choices are optional and not obligatory. The system? Su Ju was no fool and possessed quick adaptability. After briefly reviewing the 3 options, he pondered for merely a second before arriving at a decision. The disciple has nothing to conceal. I indeed harbor feelings for my master. Taking a deep breath, what was originally a desperate gasp before death unexpectedly became his leap back from the brink of demise. This time, Su Ju could not ascertain whether he could be reborn after death since he was alive. He would live well. It is better to cling to life, especially since the system had transformed and was no longer as it once was. Rebellious disciple, do you not know that your affection for me is an act of great defiance? Rushua's beautiful eyes trembled as she exclaimed. Su Ju raised his gaze. And what of it? Rushua was momentarily taken aback. The youth's bright, clear eyes were a perfect match for their first encounter. Su Ju replied candidly, I am one who acts with honesty. Affection is affection, and I do not conceal it. Others remember only your strength and status. They fear you for such reasons and dare not approach or respect you. But I recall the tenderness in your gaze towards me, your kindness, and all the good you have shown me. Though my prowess is weak, I vow to cultivate diligently, and with time, stand by your side, to protect you and become your support. His words flowed gently, imbued with a serene demeanor. With elegance and charm, he stood handsomely. Though his sudden confession and passionate kiss were born of desperation, Su Ju could not deny that his master was an extraordinarily remarkable woman. Without a partner, she was a formidable force, a titan of the central continent, the head of the sword sect, and revered as the sword immortal empress. Could such an extraordinary woman not be the ideal choice for a companion? To claim he was unmoved would be a lie, since the system had granted him an opportunity. He must cherish it. After all, having escaped death, he could not simply cease to live. He refused to believe he could not carve out a name for himself in this world. Rushua gazed at the young man before her, momentarily at a loss for words. Do you comprehend what you are saying? To protect me? To become my support? Indeed, Disciple understands that you stand at the pinnacle of the central continent. But I also wish to stand beside you, to listen and share your burdens. Suju smiled slightly, his handsome visage radiant. What punishment do you desire? To breach the sect's rules and harbor ulterior motives towards morally and ethically, you have transgressed. Bairushua looked at Suju coldly. Though I speak from the depths of my heart, I am willing to accept any consequence. Suju replied calmly. Very well. Then go and perish. The sword, as white as snow, was drawn from its sheath, and a flash of brilliance, a dazzling ray of sword light burst forth. Suju neither flinched nor evaded, his gaze devoid of any trepidation. He understood that if his master truly wished to end his life, with a master's formidable skills, he would possess no means of resistance, perhaps even unaware of how he met his demise. The sword light, blindingly bright, raced past Suju, mere millimeters from his cheek. A strand of hair fell from his temple, and he swallowed hard. He had narrowly escaped death. Chapter 3. My devotion to my master is as clear as day and night. Why do you not evade? Bairushua looked at Suju with a frosty countenance. My devotion to you, master, is as evident as the sun and the moon. Love may span mountains and seas, yet they can be traversed, Suju declared with unwavering resolve. Love may span mountains and seas, yet they can be traversed. Bairukshu's gaze faltered. This sentiment was not difficult to comprehend. Suju's intention was clear. His fervent heart remained steadfast. Regardless of the obstacles that lay before him, he would stride forward, embracing his love for her. Indeed, for Suju, loving oneself is akin to traversing chasms as vast as mountains and seas. It is not mere self-aggrandizement. Objectively speaking, she is the celestial sword empress, a titan of the central continent, and the leader of the sword sect. In contrast, Suju is but a disciple, even with prodigious talent. The disparity between them cannot be understated. A decade ago, had it not been for his master, how could he have embarked upon the immortal path of the sword sect? This life is a testament to his master's influence. With a resolute heart, Suju stepped forward and grasped the edge of Bairushua's blade. Her weapon was no ordinary iron. It was a superior celestial artifact, its sharpness beyond compare. Effortlessly, it sliced through Suju's palm, embedding itself within his flesh. His raven hair danced in the breeze as crimson droplets fell from the pristine blade. Suju remained composed, pressing the long sword against his own throat. If master wishes to have it, then take it. You. Bairushua was taken aback. As an empress, she found herself utterly powerless in this moment. Master, all I desire is your genuine love. Suju gazed deeply at Bairushua, his eyes filled with affection. True love? Bairushua bit her crimson lip, pondering how long it had been since she had last encountered the word love. After cultivating for thousands of years, untouched by the affairs of the mortal world, she had devoted herself entirely to the path, enduring a solitude that few could withstand. She had thought that throughout her life, she would remain indifferent to matters of the heart. Yet, unexpectedly, the few words spoken by the youth before her had disturbed her tranquil state of mind. As a prominent figure in Zhengzhou, Bairushua recognized that anyone worthy of becoming her disciple must possess both innate talent and a noble character. Suju possesses an unparalleled sword physique, destined to surpass her in greatness as time unfolds. It is merely a matter of duration before he eclipses her. Furthermore, Suju's strikingly handsome visage, even amidst the countless individuals in the central continent, leaves Bairushua, who has encountered many, unable to recall a man more exquisite than him. His eyes, clear and bright, reflect a kind heart, rendering Bairushua unable to conceive a valid reason to decline his advances. Suju, undaunted by the judgment of the world and the chasm that lay before them, what more could she possibly articulate? Such a devoted disciple. Coupled with a decade's worth of cherished memories, she found it utterly impossible to refuse. If she could not attain the true love of her master, perhaps it would be better to embrace death. Suju smiled faintly. Please set down your longsword first. Bairushua was greatly moved. She glanced at Suju's bloodied palm, feeling a pang of compassion. Promise me first. Suju shook his head gently, his gaze softening. There was no turning back, having chosen this path. He was determined to see it through to the end, just as he had a decade ago when he resolved to play the role of a villain. Once he committed to a direction, he would never look back. Bairushua felt her cheeks flush under Suju's attentive gaze. She turned her head away, lightly pursing her crimson lips. Very well, I shall agree to your request. Really, master has consented to engage in a romantic relationship with her disciple? Suju turned to Bairushua with surprise. Lower your voice, or I shall take my leave. Bairushua's delicate face flushed with embarrassment, her voice barely above a whisper. Though she outwardly appeared as an empress and the leader of the sword sect, in matters of the heart, she was as fragile as a piece of thin paper. She was human, possessing the full spectrum of emotions, which had previously been buried under the weight of her cultivation. However, Suju seemed to have cast a spell upon this dormant seed, prompting it to take root and flourish within by Rushiue's tender heart. How wonderful! I am in love with my master. Overjoyed, Suju, in a fit of excitement, stepped forward and embraced by Rushue tightly. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind, announcing, Task completion rate, SSS. Rewards, Heart of the Sword Embryo, Immortal Medicine to break the Golden Dan, Sword of Heaven's Execution, and Fearless against gods and demons. The exhilarating news further invigorated Suju. Although some of the rewards were unfamiliar to him, they certainly sounded impressive. Enough of this nonsense, rebellious disciple. Let me see your hand, Rushue said, her cheeks flushed, as she gracefully slipped out of Suju's embrace. Having not had any direct contact with a man in a millennium, and still flustered from the earlier kiss, she was undoubtedly unaccustomed to such closeness. It's all right, master. She reassured him. Suju was in high spirits, smiling brightly. These were merely flesh wounds. Upon returning, he could treat them with healing elixirs and soon be right as rain. If enduring such pain could earn him his master's genuine affection, he would gladly endure it 100 times over. Be obedient, quickly show it to me. Rushue shot him a reproachful glare. Very well then. The concern of his master brought Suju joy, and he cheerfully extended his bloodied hand. Does it hurt? Rushue glanced at Suju with a pained expression. This rebellious disciple was far too stubborn, daring to grasp a sword with bare hands. The connection between heart and fingers surely caused him great agony. Thankfully, the joy of his master had overshadowed the pain. Suju chuckled candidly, such a silver-tongued fellow. Rushue shot him an exasperated glance, her delicate hand emanating a gentle green light as she tended to his wounds. The injuries upon his hand gradually began to mend. And as Suju gazed at Rushue's flawless profile, he couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. Could this be considered a blessing in disguise? Having a master as his beloved, what fortune could rival this for a man on the path of cultivation? Not only was he spared from the role of a villain, but he also experienced an upgrade in his system, laying a solid foundation for his future endeavors. What brings you joy? Rushue inquired curiously after healing Suju's hand. I find delight in having such a beautiful partner, he replied. Suju spoke candidly. Rushue's fair cheeks flushed slightly as she inquired. Is it merely my appearance that captivates you? If I were to grow old and no longer possess such youthful beauty, would you still hold affection for me? To this, he pondered. Suju wore a smile that was neither fully a smile nor entirely devoid of it. Speak quickly. The tension she felt was a sensation that had long been absent from Rushue's heart. She greatly cared about Suju's response, if it were not to her liking. It would bring her immense sorrow. Having spent a decade in the company of her master, the disciple held a profound affection for him, admiring both his exterior and his inner qualities. Though he appeared cold and aloof at first glance, the disciple understood that her master was, in truth, a remarkably gentle and endearing individual. Suju blinked and smiled radiantly. Extremely gentle and adorable? Rushue felt an overwhelming sense of shyness, her heart swelling with sweetness akin to that of honey. It was the first time someone had described her with such words. Previously, she had stumbled upon a story that stated, regardless of one's flaws, in the eyes of a beloved, one is utterly flawless. It seemed that Suju truly regarded her as a genuine beloved. Indeed, she would forever stand by her master's side, unwavering in her devotion. Suju chuckled. It will be quite a challenge to find another wife as exceptional as her. Rushue, resembling a little girl, pouted and said, Then you must swear. I swear, he replied. Suju raised 3 fingers. No, it was 4. Rushue pouted her lips. Suju was suddenly taken aback. As the moonlight cascaded upon the exquisite face of Rushue, whose skin resembled the finest jade and was adorned with a delicate blush on her cheeks, rendering her irresistibly enchanting, everything within 100 miles faded into insignificance before her. Rushue was, without a doubt, the most stunning beauty Suju had ever encountered in both of his lifetimes. Why the silence? Rushue teased, playfully waving her slender, jade-like fingers in front of Suju. Suju shook his head and smiled, declaring, I swear, I shall never part from my esteemed master. Chapter 4. Are you feeling jealous of your junior sister? Remember your words. Should you go back on your promise, I shall never pay you heed again. Rushua huffed. Rest assured, my master, I shall not break my vow. In such a splendid moment, why should we not enjoy it together? Suju smiled gently and inquired, what shall we admire together? Rusno glanced around the serene surroundings. Apart from a grove of maple trees, there was naught else. The moon. Suju settled down, patting the empty space beside him. The moon, as white as snow, took a seat next to Suju, their proximity intimate. She gazed upwards at the sky. Tonight marked the full moon, its radiant light cascading upon the earth in exquisite beauty. Master, do you consider this our first date? Suju rested his hands behind him, gazing at the luminous moon above, and smiled. A date? Rushua's delicate face flushed slightly. I suppose so. I shall forever cherish this day. Suju spoke earnestly, and I too shall do the same. Rushua felt that she would never forget this extraordinary day, for it was on this very day that she gained a partner in the Tao, and remarkably, this partner happened to be her disciple. It was a rather absurd twist of fate, one she could never have anticipated, no matter how much she pondered it in the past. In truth, I understand that you did not intend to harm me. You have your own burdens to bear, do you not? Rushua turned to look at Suju beside her. His flawless profile illuminated by the moonlight, revealing an extraordinary handsomeness. For a moment, she found herself lost in thought. What is happening? Is this what they mean by seeing beauty in one's beloved? Why had she never noticed before how striking Ju'er was? Though she had grown accustomed to his appearance, she still felt a sense of awe. Indeed, since the past cannot be revisited, Suju felt no reservations and replied, I have known for quite some time. Rushua smiled knowingly and asked, since when? Suju inquired with a hint of curiosity, believing his acting skills to be rather commendable. Since the day your character underwent such a profound transformation, you were never the frivolous type. You possessed remarkable talent, a calm demeanor, and yet retained the youthful vigor of your age, embodying the essence of genuine kindness. However, I am perplexed by the experiences you have endured that have led you to become so debauched, cold by nature, and vengeful, taking actions without regard for the consequences. I am merely curious as to why you have changed so dramatically. Rushua articulated the doubts that lingered in her heart. Having spent a decade with Suju, she was intimately aware of the kind of person he truly was. Suju possesses a character that is the epitome of maturity and composure. Yet this steadiness is distinct from mere emotional restraint. He simultaneously embodies the vigor and confidence of youth, qualities that are synonymous with his identity, coupled with his extraordinary talent. He truly is a paragon of excellence. Otherwise, Rushua would not have chosen him as a candidate for the next leader of the sword sect. His occasional displays of spirited enthusiasm have made him a highly sought-after figure within the sect, regarded as the prince charming in the hearts of the female disciples and an idol among the male disciples. Master, there is little I can conceal from you. But in this matter, whether I speak or remain silent will bear no consequence. Suju must not reveal the existence of his system. This matter will remain his eternal secret. It is of no consequence. Rushua expressed her understanding, acknowledging that everyone harbors their own secrets. She inquired, is it due to the emergence of your junior sister? Does it have an inseparable connection with her? Suju nodded. According to the unfolding narrative, it was the arrival of his junior sister that incited his jealousy, ultimately leading him down a path of no return. Although his journey diverged from the expected, it still aligned with the progression of the story. I understand now. Rushua's expression softened as she gazed at Suju, her eyes radiating an extraordinary tenderness. Master, what is it that you have come to understand? Suju, filled with confusion, inquired, are you perhaps feeling envious of your junior sister? Rushua responded with a smile that radiated warmth. Ah? Suju wished to deny it, yet it appeared that no better justification could be found. He could only nod in embarrassment, his cheeks flushed. It was indeed somewhat awkward for a grown man to feel jealousy over a woman. I did not anticipate that your feelings for me ran so deep. Rest assured, my relationship with your junior sister is merely a conventional master-disciple bond. My attentive care towards her stems from her status as an orphan. I seek to provide her with the support she deserves. You need not worry that my affections for you might be shared with another. Rushua comforted him. Though his demeanor remained composed, his heart brimmed with happiness. The affection that Suju harbors for her is precisely what she yearns to witness. Although harboring jealousy towards her junior sister may be somewhat unseemly, it undeniably serves as a testament to Suju's feelings for her. This Suju scratched his head, deciding not to elucidate, allowing this beautiful misunderstanding to linger. However, he was genuinely unaware that his junior sister was an orphan. He was only acquainted with his own narrative. Furthermore, if you truly wish to bring harm upon me next time, could you perhaps adopt a different method? Rushua cast a scornful glance at Suju. Suju's lips twitched slightly. There will be no next time, Master. Your disciple cannot bear to part with such moments. Rushua rolled her eyes, elegantly waving her hand. And a delectable dish materialized before them. However, atop this culinary delight lay a conspicuous sprinkle of black powder, drawing particular attention. Do you think I would be foolish enough not to notice without your junior sister's warning? Rushua gazed at Suju. Ahem, is it that obvious? Suju awkwardly touched his nose. Rushua replied with irritation. Even a dog would spit it out before moving on. He had not given it much thought at the time. He merely wished to expedite the plot to become the protagonist of his own story. Thus, not only did he act thoughtlessly when administering the drug, but he also deliberately informed his junior sister to relay the message to their master. Suju smiled awkwardly. I knew you would not harm me. I did not intend to kill you just now. I merely wished to entice the one who offers you counsel to reveal themselves. Who could have anticipated your reckless behavior, charging headlong into danger? Rushua playfully tapped Suju's head, huffing in response. Suju, with a solemn demeanor, expressed, It is with deep remorse that I seek to atone for my transgressions. There are myriad ways to seek forgiveness. Must it culminate in death? I have devoted a decade to your cultivation, and you would so readily forsake life? Rushua, with her enchanting charm, cast a piercing glare at Suju. Thus, I have chosen an alternative path to become my esteemed master's consort, remaining by her side eternally. Suju smiled mischievously, blinking playfully. With a silver tongue and a light-hearted demeanor, he hastened to inquire about the identity of that individual. Rushua's lips curled slightly, clearly in high spirits. Suju's thoughts turned to the old woman, and a glimmer of cold light flickered in her eyes. Master, it is the Grand Elder. Presently, Rushua is not only her mentor but also her beloved. Thus the Grand Elder stands as their shared adversary. Indeed, it is she. Rushua's gaze was frigid, her countenance resembling that of a winter frost. Before Suju could speak, she had already harbored suspicions, pinpointing the Grand Elder as the culprit. As a remnant of the former sect leader, her ambitions for the leadership position were palpable and relentless. Had it not been for her interference back then, the Grand Elder would undoubtedly have been the current leader. Clearly, the Grand Elder has not yet relinquished her aspirations, still coveting the title of Sword Sect Master. However, she has gravely erred in provoking Rushua. I will handle this matter, Rushua declared coldly. Suju nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He had never underestimated Rushua. Her prowess was undeniable, and the cunning required to ascend to the position of the Sword Sect leader was certainly formidable. To her, this matter was merely a trifling task. Chapter 5. A decade of hardship. The long sword finally unsheathed the following day. Rushua gradually awoke, lifting her head slightly to gaze at the tranquil and slumbering youth beside her. A blend of shyness and sweet happiness enveloped her, having reached her level of cultivation. Sleep was no longer a necessity. She could sustain herself indefinitely without it. Yet, to avoid straying into the abyss of madness in her practice, she occasionally indulged in meals and rest. Today marked the most restful slumber she had experienced in many years. Reclining upon the boy's chest, she listened to the steady rhythm of his powerful heartbeat, feeling a warmth bloom within her. Was this the sensation of love? It felt profoundly different. The two had conversed late into the night, ultimately falling asleep together without realizing when it happened. Suddenly, Suju's fingers trembled slightly, sensing his impending awakening. Rushua quickly closed her eyes and remained motionless in his embrace. Soon, Suju opened his eyes, gradually coming to consciousness, noticing the warmth in his arms. He cast a knowing smile at the asleep Rushua. He gently shook his shoulders. Master, it's time to rise. The sun is shining. Rushua, feeling a touch of bashfulness, remained unmoved, her eyelashes fluttering ever so slightly. If someone is pretending to be asleep, I shall have to give them a little spank. Suju chuckled heartily. Rebellious disciple. How dare you? Rushua's face flushed crimson as she swiftly moved aside, distancing herself from Suju. Isn't Master still asleep? Suju inquired with a smile. Rushua huffed disdainfully and retorted, Humph, you shouldn't concern yourself. How audacious of this rebellious disciple, to think that after merely embarking on a romantic relationship, you would resort to such actions. Surely that is preferable to lying atop someone right after confessing one's feelings, Suju replied. Suju wore a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown. Rebellious disciple, you are not permitted to speak. By Rushua, her face flushed with embarrassment, hurriedly covered Suju's mouth. Suju gently kissed the delicate and fair hand of Bairushua. Ah, you rebellious disciple. Bairushua hastily withdrew her hand, playfully scolding him. No, I am not a rebellious disciple. Suju extended his finger and shook it slightly. You still say you are not. Which disciple would dare to openly confess their affection to their master and engage in a romantic relationship? Bairushua shot Suju an annoyed glare. Suju chuckled. My intention is that the term reverse disciple is an inaccurate description of me. What would be accurate? An opposing master. Begone. The sword sect is divided into 4 peaks: Cloud Sword Peak, Jade Sword Peak, Holding Sword Peak, and Main Sword Peak. The Main Sword Peak serves as the abode of the sect leader, Bairushua, and is also where Suju resides. Each of the other 3 peaks possesses its own distinctive characteristics. Cloud Sword Peak and Jade Sword Peak are both inner sects. Cloud Sword Peak exclusively accepts male disciples, overseen by the Grand Elder and the Second Elder, while Jade Sword Peak welcomes only female disciples, managed by the Third Elder and the Fourth Elder. Holding Sword Peak, on the other hand, is designated for outer sect disciples, governed by the Fifth Elder and the Sixth Elder. Typically, Bairushua remains absent from the sword sect, prioritizing her cultivation above all else. With a legacy spanning tens of thousands of years, the sword sect structure has matured and stabilized, with each member fulfilling their respective duties, ensuring its enduring legacy. This is why the sword sect has maintained its stronghold in Zhongzhou for such an extended period. Having returned from the Maple Forest to the Main Sword Peak, Suju had initially intended to accompany Bairushua, but her decisive nature compelled her to act swiftly. Her methods are like thunder, never lingering, eliminating threats at the root. Concerned that the Grand Elder's antics might cause further complications, she felt the urgency to resolve the matter immediately. At Main Sword Peak, a graceful figure danced with a sword beneath the trees, clutching a 3-foot-long sword. She performed an exquisite sword dance, her flowing tresses billowing in the wind, clad in a white robe that fluttered elegantly. Her enchanting figure appeared ethereal, a flawless visage with beauty akin to a blooming flower. Leaves occasionally drifted down from above, enhancing the scene as if a celestial being were dancing among blossoms. A sight of breathtaking beauty that captivated all who beheld it, making them forget the passage of time. As the mesmerizing dance came to a close, the graceful figure gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and looked in a certain direction, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes. If senior brother wishes to observe openly, why must you sneak around? She remarked, her gaze directed toward the cherry blossom tree as if someone were concealed there. The long sword gleamed with silver light under the sun, its slender blade exuding an aura of remarkable sharpness and quality. At that moment, Suju emerged from that very spot, walking with unwavering focus toward his residence. Bairushua had constructed a dwelling for him at Main Sword Peak, which he now called home. Halt. I wish to speak with you. The graceful figure called out. Do you have something to say? Suju turned his gaze towards his fellow junior sister and retorted. Due to the intricacies of the plot, he and this sister had little interaction, and he feared that it might disrupt his plans. Thus, despite being fellow disciples, their relationship had remained lukewarm. His current cold and resolute demeanor towards her likely stemmed from her resentment over his actions against their master. He understood her feelings, yet felt no obligation to offer explanations. Once their master returned, everything would become clear. Why did you poison our master? Lin Qingchen stepped forward and inquired. Matters of adults are not for children to meddle in. Suju, indifferent to her, had just received a plethora of system rewards and hadn't yet had the opportunity to delve into them, leaving him in a state of eager anticipation. You are the child here. I ask you, why would you poison our master when he has been so kind to you? Lin Qingchen, observing Suju's nonchalant demeanor, felt a surge of anger. Which of your eyes has seen me poison our master? Suju inquired. Did you all see that? Lin Qingchen gestured towards her autumn water-like eyes. Suju smacked his lips. Perhaps he has lost his sight. Let us seek the expertise of the Third Elder in medicine. You scoundrel, my master may have spared you, but I shall not. Lin Qingchen cast a loathing glance at Suju, never imagining that this once-admired senior brother could harbor such malevolence. Despite possessing striking beauty and unparalleled talent that left others in the dust, he has chosen to tread this irreversible path. You will not spare me? What do you think you can do to me? Suju gazed at Lin Qingchen with a smile, unimpressed by her perfected physique. Lin Qingchen, a beauty of exceptional caliber, stood on par with her master. Yet her youth rendered her allure less ethereal and captivating. Nevertheless, she possessed her own distinctive charm, vibrant and youthful, reminiscent of a neighborly sister. Let us engage in battle. Senior brother. Lin Qingchen unsheathed her sword, her expression as cold as frost. Battle? Do you truly believe you can contend with me? Suju did not deny that his junior sister possessed extraordinary talent, yet ultimately, she could not compare to him. Although attaining the pinnacle of body refinement at the age of 16 is indeed a mark of genius, her innate abilities did not significantly surpass his own. Due to various circumstances, he commenced his cultivation at the age of 15. The reason for this delay is simply as the original narrative dictates. Suju merely follows the script. By the age of 18, he reached the late stage of foundation establishment, creating a considerable disparity in realms between himself and his junior sister. Being a few years younger, it is only natural that there would be a difference in cultivation levels. Furthermore, times have changed. He is now the protagonist. As the protagonist, he has never feared anyone. However, he must not let his guard down. For protagonists are often endowed with the ability to transcend their limits. Testing this theory will reveal the truth. Today, forgive my junior sister for her impudence. I must ensure you face the consequences. Lin Qingchen, witnessing Suju's calm demeanor, felt a sense of injustice for her master and exclaimed vehemently. Suju had no desire to engage in a struggle with her. His curiosity about the reward was piqued. However, at that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! A choice has been triggered. 1. Agree to fight, assisting the junior sister in unblocking her meridians, aiding her in successfully establishing her foundation. Reward, unknown. 2. Refuse to battle the junior sister and depart. Reward, Earth Tier Sword Technique, Dragon Shadow 3 Swords. Suju smiled. This makes it easy to discuss, doesn't it? While the Earth-level sword technique is indeed enticing, Suju is a man who has already turned down the Celestial-level sword technique. He is, without a doubt, a true gambler. His gaze fell upon Lin Qingchen, and he suddenly felt that his junior sister was particularly endearing at this moment. Having consistently concealed her true abilities and devoted herself to playing the role of an antagonist, it seems the time has come to test the limits of his own prowess. At this moment, he resolved to cast aside all pretense. I shall indulge you. In Suju's hand, a pristine white long sword materialized, its tip directed towards Lin Qingchen. His gaze burned with intensity, the essence of the sword surging forth. The blade was unsheathed, heralding the return of the illustrious prodigy renowned throughout the Central Plains. How liberating it felt to unshackle his senses. Upon witnessing Suju's enigmatic smile, Lin Qingchen felt an unsettling chill, as though he were the prey of a fierce tiger. Chapter 6. Drawing the Sword. Bewildered in heart, behold the sword. The Cloud Shadow Sword Rain. Seizing the initiative, Lin Qingchen struck first without restraint. Sweeping his sword in a fluid motion, the air around him thick with sword chi. In an instant, a graceful silhouette appeared above Suju, her garments fluttering elegantly. And a myriad of sword energies manifested behind her, rushing towards Suju with great speed. Is quantity the remedy for insufficient quality? Suju gazed calmly at the rain of swords that filled his vision. With a decisive sweep of his longsword, a brilliant surge of white sword energy erupted forth, arcing gracefully like a crescent moon toward the downpour of blades. At the moment of contact, the sword rain shattered, transforming into scattered starlight that drifted across the heavens and the earth. This maneuver, though seemingly formidable, proved as fragile as paper. Further practice is required. Suju smiled and said, you underestimate me. Lin Qingchen let out a cold snort, and her graceful figure suddenly appeared behind Suju. Her longsword fiercely thrusting towards him, the sword's aura clashing with a resounding echo, moving with astonishing speed. Is it a feigned attack? Suju nodded in acknowledgement. This technique was indeed effective against adversaries whose prowess on paper surpassed his own. However, he did not perceive the matter as being so straightforward. Suju gently tilted his body, and Lin Qingchen's long sword passed through the right side of his waist. Although Lin Qingchen was taken aback, she was no ordinary individual. To gain the approval of Bai Ruxue, one must possess not only extraordinary talent, but also exceptional character. After a missed strike, she did not hesitate. Transforming her thrust into a sweeping motion, the blade imbued with ethereal sword energy aimed horizontally at Suju's waist with fierce intent. Suju smacked his lips, his toes barely grazing the ground, and in a graceful leap, he effortlessly evaded Lin Qingchen's sudden change in technique. In the blink of an eye, he had already landed behind her. How swift! Lin Qingchen's beautiful eyes narrowed in alarm. She sought to evade, but it was already too late. Suju lifted his foot and delivered a fierce kick to Lin Qingchun's back. Accompanied by a pained grunt, Lin Qingchun was sent flying several meters away. As he regained his footing, Suju, seizing the opportunity, swept his sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy. I am not so feeble. Lin Qingchun, somewhat incensed, countered with a similar wave of sword energy, only to have it disintegrate instantly beneath Suju's might. However, it was sufficient to hinder Suju's onslaught for a fleeting second, and in that brief moment, Lin Qingchun deftly evaded. Not weak, indeed, as the words left his lips. Suju's figure reappeared behind Lin Qingchun, delivering yet another kick. Caught off guard, Lin Qingchun could do nothing but absorb the blow, once more sent sprawling several meters away. As he felt the searing pain radiating from his rear, Lin Qingchun was overwhelmed with a mix of humiliation and indignation. The kick was rather impressive. Suju expressed his admiration, remarking that it was quite impressive for a mere 16-year-old to have developed to such an extent. You scoundrel, Lin Qingchun rebuked, her complexion shifting from crimson to a pale hue. Are you insulting me? Suju's expression darkened as he instantly unleashed 3 waves of sword energy, each one requiring Lin Qingchun to exert her utmost effort to counter. Lin Qingchun had no time for hesitation and swiftly employed her sword technique. Struggling to fend off the 3 attacks, she dodged when possible and braced herself against the blows she could not evade. Just as she thought she could catch her breath, she discovered Suju had reappeared behind her. Don't kick me. Before she could finish her plea, she was propelled several meters away, this time being struck just slightly on her back. How infuriating. Are you mocking me? Lin Qingchun felt the searing pain surging from behind, her anger boiling over. She realized the vast disparity between her and Suju. She had not anticipated it to be so pronounced. Despite being in the late stage of foundation establishment, she was rendered utterly defenseless, akin to a mere infant at the mercy of others. Suju sheathed his long sword into the spatial ring and answered truthfully. Initially, he believed his junior sister possessed some degree of strength, but it now appeared that there was no need for him to wield his weapon. It is not entirely fair to blame Lin Qingchun for her perceived weakness. Rather, it is a testament to Suju's formidable prowess. In truth, a 16-year-old who has achieved the pinnacle of body refinement is already among the elite talents of Zhongzhou. Even in comparison to himself, she is not lacking by much. However, the extent of Suju's talent and the intensity of his dedication are beyond what ordinary individuals can fathom. After all, antagonists, aside from their cunning, are often depicted as exceptionally endowed. The trope of deliberately diminishing the intelligence of villains is a common cliché in fantasy literature. Were it not for Suju's own reckless choices, if he were to diligently cultivate his skills, Lin Qingchun might indeed struggle to surpass him. If you possess true strength, confront me directly. What skill is there in evading and dodging? Lin Qingchun cast a cold glance at Suju, noting his action of sheathing his sword. This was a blatant display of contempt towards her, and she intended to leverage this disdain to ensure that Suju would pay a price. After all, is it not a matter of fighting beyond one's level? This is precisely her forte. Very well, let it be as you wish. Suju smiled briefly, and in the next instant, his form abruptly vanished from sight. Lin Qingchun gazed at the phantoms racing towards her, feigning calmness as she raised her longsword, uncertain of which target to strike. Drawing her sword and surveying her surroundings, her mind was engulfed in confusion. In that fleeting moment, Suju reappeared to her left, tauntingly proclaiming, "I've got you." Lin Qingchun reacted with remarkable swiftness, her longsword slicing through the air without hesitation. Yet, in the very next heartbeat, Suju materialized on her right. As she executed her strike, he unleashed a powerful palm strike. The blow landed squarely on Lin Qingchun's abdomen, sending her reeling several meters backward, overwhelmed by a wave of intense pain. Is this truly insurmountable? Suju smiled faintly, not granting Lin Qingchun a moment to catch her breath, and swiftly appeared to his left. I shall not stumble twice in the same place. Lin Qingchun, suppressing her pain, was determined not to suffer the same misfortune again. Without a moment's hesitation, she swung her sword to the right. Unfortunately, this time Suju had no intention of moving to the right. My apologies, but this time I am truly on the left. Suju broke into a smile, his bright eyes and white teeth gleaming as he controlled his strength and struck the left side of Lin Qingchun's abdomen with his palm. Lin Qingchun winced in pain and staggered backward, the sharp ache in her abdomen and back compelling her to relinquish her longsword. The sword clattered to the ground as she clutched her stomach, gritting her teeth and fixing a steely gaze upon Su Ju, her heart twisted in anguish. Though reluctant to admit it, the brother before her possessed a terrifying strength, capable of easily manipulating her life. She resolved to remember that, regardless of the adversary she faced, she must always grip her sword tightly. Su Ju approached the long sword, casting a faint glance at Lin Qingchen. In a swift motion, he kicked the sword towards Lin Qingchen, challenging, "Do you not desire to fight? Pick it up, and let us continue." Lin Qingchen, wiping the blood that trickled from his lips, forced himself to rise, gripping the long sword tightly, his gaze fervently fixed upon Su Ju. Indeed, he now bore a semblance of my junior sister's spirit. With a hearty laugh, Su Ju's eyes suddenly glinted with a cold ferocity. "However, I shall show no mercy." In the next moment, his figure began to flicker around Lin Qingchen. Unfazed, Lin Qingchen instinctively committed Su Ju's words to memory, gripping her long sword tightly. "To your left. Bang. Too slow. To your right. Bang. Get up. Bang. Never expose your back to the enemy. Bang." With one final strike, Lin Qingchen was sent flying over 10 meters. Just as she was about to crash into a large rock behind her, Su Ju appeared behind her, catching her in his embrace. As he gazed at the frail girl in his arms, he realized that this was the end. With a cough, Lin Qingchen spat out a mouthful of blood. Her clothes were covered in dust, tattered and in disarray, exposing her fair skin, rendering her a pitiful sight. "Are you convinced now?" Su Ju inquired. "Refused to comply." Lin Qingchen spat disdainfully. Not to mention the external injuries, it felt as though her very organs had shifted, a searing pain pervading her entire being. "Do not be obstinate. Such stubbornness will only lead to your detriment. I shall ask you once more, will you submit?" Su Ju gazed coldly at Lin Qingchen, who defiantly met his stare, proclaiming, "I will not yield." Junior sister, Lin Qingchen Chapter 7, The White Heart. Suddenly, Lin Qingchen sensed something and immediately focused her mind, attuning to her own condition. In an instant, Lin Qingchen abruptly lifted her head, her expression one of incredulity as she looked at Su Ju. Upon witnessing Lin Qingchen's reaction, Su Ju realized that this foolish girl had finally come to her senses. It was unreasonable for him to assist her and then remind her of his aid. To deliver a beating under the pretense of helping her felt fundamentally incongruous. "What? Do you think your eyes are larger than mine?" Su Ju responded calmly. Observing Lin Qingchen's wide-eyed expression, "Did you just help me?" Lin Qingchen gazed at Su Ju with a complex expression. She was not foolish. She could distinctly sense the smooth flow of her meridians. There was no sensation of blockage as her spiritual energy coursed through her. A clear indication of a breakthrough in foundation establishment. Reflecting on the areas Su Ju had struck, they were precisely where her meridians had been obstructed. Now, they were unblocked through his strikes. Lin Qingchen could hardly believe it was mere coincidence, for each of Su Ju's blows had landed exactly on the points of her obstruction. Usually, if she were to be beaten so, she would have been unable to lift her arms. Yet, despite the pain, the more she was struck, the more invigorated she felt, and her internal spiritual energy flowed with increasing ease. It was evident that Su Ju had indeed helped her to clear her meridians. The act of sheathing his sword was not a sign of disdain towards her. Rather, it was a recognition that weapons could not facilitate such unblocking. "Consider it an apology from him." Su Ju replied. Regardless of the circumstances, he had observed the little girl's concern for their master. Such a devoted junior sister was not taught in vain, and by Rushue, being his beloved, could be seen as a reward for the little girl. "Thank you, brother," Lin Qingchen said, lightly biting her cherry blossom lips, her gaze filled with emotion. "Break through. I shall protect you." As Su Ju concluded his words, he turned away to prevent Lin Qingchen from being distracted during her breakthrough. With his hands clasped behind his back, he faced away from her. Lin Qingchen, understanding the gravity of the moment, wasted no time in settling herself upon the ground. Instantly, the surrounding spiritual energy was drawn to her, flowing incessantly into her spiritual platform. As she diligently practiced her techniques, her entire being became suffused with a radiant white energy, savoring the smoothness of her meridians. She felt her dantian gradually filling with this vital essence. Amidst her excitement, a profound sense of gratitude towards Su Ju blossomed within her. Just as she was on the cusp of a breakthrough, an alarming sensation struck her. Furrowing her brows, Lin Qingchen suddenly felt a wave of discomfort emanating from her body, accompanied by sharp pains that made her bite her lip. The earlier battle with Su Ju had indeed pushed her physical limits. Now, on the verge of establishing her foundation, Her frail body could easily hinder her progress, jeopardizing her chances of success. In the next moment, Suju appeared behind her, channeling his own spiritual energy. "Focus on your breakthrough. Leave the rest to me," he assured her. Suju placed his hands on Lin Qingshan's back, channeling the spiritual energy from within himself into Lin Qingshan's body. His spiritual energy, unlike the natural essence, was gentle and willingly submissive to control. Suju's method involved channeling his spiritual energy to heal Lin Qingshan, striving to grant her immunity from the agony coursing through her body. The excruciating pain began to fade as the gentle spiritual energy soothed her wounds. Lin Qingshan cast a grateful glance at Suju, centering her thoughts. The spiritual energy, now uncontrollable, enveloped her entirely. At this point, Suju could cease the flow of his energy. A breakthrough was imminent. In the next moment, accompanied by a muffled sound, the spiritual energy converged and gradually dissipated into the cosmos. Lin Qingshan, once enveloped in spiritual energy, emerged into Suju's view. However, this time, she did not appear as a perfected body refinement practitioner, but rather as a nascent foundation cultivator. "I have established my foundation," Lin Qingshan exclaimed excitedly as she looked at Suju. "Congratulations." Suju smiled faintly. "Thank you, senior brother." Lin Qingshan stood up and spoke earnestly. Suju waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for such politeness. Focus on solidifying your foundation. Once you enter the stage of foundation establishment, the path of cultivation will be neither entirely easy nor overwhelmingly difficult. The heavens reward diligence, and the great Tao is fraught with hardships. I hope you will remain true to your original aspirations and persevere with determination." Lin Qingshan respectfully bowed. "Yes, senior brother." However, when Lin Qingshan lifted her head, she discovered that Suju's figure had long since vanished. In the aftermath, apart from her tattered garments and the blood at the corner of her mouth, there were no traces of battle to be found. "Senior brother," she murmured, feeling a faint, lingering pain in her lower back, causing her fair cheeks to flush a delicate crimson. As night fell, at the residence of Suju on Main Sword Peak, the system announced, "System, extracting system rewards." Suju sat cross-legged in the room. "May I ask, Master, do you wish to merge the heart of the sword embryo, the elixir to break the golden Dan, and the fearless divine magic of the law to extract the heavenly sword? There are too many. Let us proceed one at a time, for I fear I may not be able to assimilate them all." Suju understood the principle that one could be overwhelmed by excessive ambition. He resolved to proceed at a measured pace. After all, he was already within the confines of the system space, and no matter how long it took, it would ultimately belong to him. Indeed, the first step was to merge with the essence of the sword embryo. Suju closed his eyes, keenly attuning himself to the transformations occurring within his body. Suddenly, a warm current surged through his meridians, ultimately converging upon his heart. In the next moment, his once beating heart came to an abrupt standstill. Suju's pupils suddenly constricted, an indescribable sense of despair surged from his heart. Pain engulfed his spirit, and before he could react, his heart resumed its rhythmic beating. However, upon introspecting his own body, Suju discovered that his heart was no longer the vibrant red it once was. Instead, it had transformed into a translucent white, appearing crystal clear, akin to a finely crafted artifact. This was the heart of the sword Fetus. With each pulsation of this white, transparent heart, an imperceptible energy surged forth, expanding into his meridians. The meridians infused with this energy gradually grew stronger, allowing the flow of spiritual power to become more seamless and robust. He could distinctly sense that even if he refrained from cultivation, the spiritual power within him would not wane. It would naturally break through upon reaching a certain threshold. It was akin to a cheat code for an idle game. He needed to do nothing but remain idle to gain strength and level up. Yet, this was not the most astonishing aspect. Suju could sense the sword embryo's heart was exceedingly attuned to the sword. He extracted the snow-white sword gifted by his master, and the moment he grasped the hilt, a transformation coursed through his body once more. The sword embryo's heart commanded the entirety of his spiritual energy, continuously channeling it towards the sword bearer. This phenomenon was profoundly terrifying, for regardless of one's strength, it is exceedingly challenging to unconsciously or consciously summon and concentrate all of one's spiritual energy into a single point. Such mastery typically requires the prowess of an emperor. For instance, if Suju could shatter a massive boulder with a single strike, he could now potentially obliterate 3 or more boulders with the same effort. The potency of the sword embryo's heart escalates in accordance with its inherent strength. With a supreme sword body and extraordinary cultivation talent, Suju had developed an emotional immunity to the power of this unique constitution. Yet, he was taken aback by the sheer impact of the sword embryo's heart. He could cultivate even in slumber, and with a mere flick of his wrist, unleash thrice the power he once possessed. Such terror. Chapter 8. A glimpse of wonder. Diffusion of the sword embryo's heart was successful. Returning to the host, should the celestial grade golden core be integrated with your current late-stage foundation building strength? The efficacy of the elixir would be significantly diminished. What could this mean? Suju inquired. The immortal grade golden core elixir, as its name suggests, can only exert its full medicinal efficacy when consumed upon achieving the pinnacle of foundation establishment and during the process of breaking through to the golden core. If the host were to consume the elixir with a later stage prowess, it is highly probable that the breakthrough to the pinnacle of foundation establishment would cease. Are you implying that this elixir can only be taken at the moment of breaking through to the golden core in order to unleash its utmost potential? Suju inquired with curiosity. Indeed, as long as you reach the perfected foundation establishment stage, this celestial-grade golden elixir will facilitate your seamless alchemical transformation. I see. Thank you. System. Rest assured, my young master is not one to act hastily. Patience is a virtue. Suju smiled softly. He could sense that he was not far from achieving the pinnacle of foundation establishment, perhaps within 3 months at most. At that point, he would ascend to the status of an 18-year-old golden core. If his memory served him correctly, this would be an unparalleled feat in history. Should he succeed in forming his core at the age of 18, his name would be immortalized, resonating throughout Zhangzhou. Without further ado, the host. We shall now extract the sword of heavenly extermination for you. Suju rubbed his hands together, filled with anticipation, and inquired, the sword of heavenly execution. Such an imposing name, what kind of extraordinary treasure could it be? A flash of white light illuminated the scene. Suju's initially eager gaze instantly turned to one of bewilderment. This Jutian was merely a wooden sword. The sword appeared utterly unremarkable, devoid of any ornate patterns. The only distinguishing feature was the inscription of the characters Jutian on the hilt. System, could it be that you've made an error? Suju incredulously inquired. Returning to the host, is this truly the authentic sword of heaven's judgment? Are you telling me that this object possesses the power to vanquish the heavens? Suju's lips curled slightly as he waved the seemingly ordinary wooden sword. Returning to the host, indeed, I shall tentatively place my trust in you. For there is no necessity for you to deceive me. Suju remained composed. He did not regard the wooden sword as truly unremarkable. Initially, it had indeed taken him by surprise. It was possible that this wooden sword possessed some unique mechanism that could lead to its awakening, perhaps even a divine blade. Suju initially attempted several methods. Whether infusing it with spiritual energy, scorching it with fire, dousing it with water, or even professing sweet nothings, the wooden sword remained unresponsive. Just an unremarkable piece of wood. Very well, you may be formidable, but I shall not be disheartened. I will inevitably unravel your mysteries. After toiling for quite some time, utterly exhausted, Suju fixed his gaze upon the wooden sword and stored it within his spatial ring. There is still plenty of time ahead. There is no need for haste. I shall proceed at a measured pace. System, extract the Dharma form, fearless against gods and demons. Suju cast his gaze upon the final reward, commanding, proceed. Yes, host. Please prepare yourself, came the system's reply. Prepare for what? Suju inquired with curiosity. The moment the system's voice faded, he felt an overwhelming sensation of vertigo. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar expanse. Rather than a mere expanse, it resembled a hellish realm. Blood-red light surged towards the heavens, with endless crimson mists swirling around. A nauseating stench filled the air, as rivers of scarlet blood coalesced below. Occasionally, molten lava bubbled forth, and gaping chasms threatened to swallow him whole with the slightest misstep. The ground trembled violently, and faint, ominous echoes of demonic howls resonated from deep within the earth. The ground glowed like molten iron, radiating a fierce crimson hue. All around, towering stone pillars and rocky walls shimmered with a terrifying sanguine glow. The sky was devoid of sun or moon, shrouded in utter darkness. Goodness, must it be this exhilarating? Suju stood in stunned silence, gazing incredulously at his surroundings. He inhaled sharply. The atmosphere felt strikingly real, as if he were ensnared in the very depths of hell. A profound sense of stillness enveloped him, an unmistakable sensation of death. Having experienced death once, Su was all too familiar with its essence. However, he remained unperturbed, for he knew the system would not harm him. Moreover, he discerned that his physical form did not inhabit this realm. The magma beneath his feet bore no trace of searing heat. He was merely a consciousness transported to this hellish domain. In the next moment, the earth trembled, and molten lava surged forth. Suddenly, a brilliant light surged from the horizon. Su was nearly blinded by a sudden flash. He shielded his eyes with his hand and gazed ahead. A colossal figure descended from the void. With each step, the ground trembled beneath him. From a distance, the giant appeared to tower 1,000 feet high, a magnificent divine halo swirling behind him, radiating a brilliant celestial light. His entire being shimmered with dazzling patterns. His physique robust, with his upper body bare. His left eye blazed with a fiery intensity, a sun spinning within, while his right eye gleamed with purity, a moon revolving inside. To the left of the giant's body, a blood-red hue exuded an aura reminiscent of hell itself, akin to the earth beneath Suju's feet. Conversely, the right side emanated a pristine, sacred light, reminiscent of the resplendent moon, suffused with divine holiness. What manner of creature is this? Is there a sun and moon within his gaze? Suju felt a sudden halt in his breath, as if his entire worldview had been utterly shattered. To what extent must one be powerful to regard the sun and moon with such indifference? One half of the sun embodied a demon, a manifestation of hell, while the other half of the moon represented a sage, an incarnation of divinity. Suddenly, the giant seemed to take notice of Suju. Its dual eyes of sun and moon fixed upon his location. Merely this fleeting glimpse, before he could fully meet its gaze, caused an instant surge of pain in his head, akin to an explosion. Suju, unable to bear the overwhelming pressure, clutched his head as if his very consciousness were on the verge of shattering, poised to perish in that very moment. In the next instant, Suju found himself back in the confines of his residence. Ha! 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 Suju gasped heavily. Beads of sweat the size of mung beans trickling down his forehead, his entire being drenched in perspiration. What could it possibly be? Suju recalled the towering and terrifying figure of the Sun-Moon Giant, struggling to fathom the nature of such a monstrous being. Just a mere glance had separated him from it across countless epochs, countless days and nights, and innumerable dimensions, nearly costing him his life. The phrase overwhelming strength scarcely does justice to its might. That is your Dharmakaya, esteemed host. My Dharmakaya? Suju took a moment to calm his emotions, his sword-like brows furrowing. His Dharma manifestation? Why was there not a trace of memory or method for its operation in his mind? Indeed, host, you must reach the golden core stage to summon your Dharma manifestation. The burden it imposes is beyond your current capacity to bear. At that time, with but a subtle shift in your thoughts, you shall be able to summon your Dharma manifestation. System, do you mean to say that my Dharma manifestation is that monstrous being? Suju did not find this to be an exhilarating matter. The monster was far too terrifying, and if not properly controlled, it could become a double-edged sword. Rest assured, host, the entity you can summon now is merely a diminished version. By the time you are truly capable of summoning its true form, your strength will have evolved sufficiently to wield it. That is reassuring. Suju let out a soft sigh, relieved that there was no backlash. Merely that one glance had nearly brought about his demise. It was truly terrifying. However, if he could indeed harness it, it would become an unfathomable force of dread. As for mastering it, Suju truly did not comprehend the extent of power he would need to attain. It had already surpassed his understanding entirely. Chapter 9. The Death Ground of the Sword Sect. As time gradually passed, deep into the night, just when Suju had fully absorbed the rewards from the system, a shadow appeared in his courtyard. At such a late hour, who could it be? Suju furrowed his sword-like brows and pushed open the door, only to be met with the sudden appearance of a stunningly beautiful figure before him. Rebel, what are you doing? He exclaimed in astonishment. Suju was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Bairushiwe, retreating several steps in surprise. Was such a reaction truly warranted? Bairushiwe clicked her tongue. Master? Suju's lips twitched, nearly causing him to faint from shock. Bairushiwe huffed, It's me. What's the matter? Is it wrong to seek you out? Suju took a moment to compose himself and replied with irritation. Of course you can summon me. But master, could we perhaps make a more conventional entrance? Do you not realize how frightening it is to scare someone to death? Very well, if you insist on this, then I shall refrain from coming again. Bairushiwe let out a disgruntled huff, turning away in a huff. Her demeanor was far from that of a celestial sword immortal. She resembled nothing more than a young girl enraptured by the throes of love. "Wait, master," she called, "I can adapt. But I humbly request that you consider a more ordinary manner of appearance next time." With a gentle smile, Suju grasped Bai Rushue's hand, expressing his longing after a day apart. "Do consider my feelings." Feeling the warmth radiating from Suju's palm, Bai Rushue felt a faint blush creep upon her delicate cheeks. She was unaware of the cause, yet ever since their separation earlier in the day, the image of Suju confessing his deep affections for her lingered in her mind. This preoccupation made her inattentive to her tasks, as she found herself yearning for the sight of his handsome face. Thus, upon returning to the main sword peak after completing her errands, her foremost intention was to seek out Suju. The sensation of love enveloped Bai Rushue completely. "Master, please have a seat. You must be weary after a long day." Suju hurriedly welcomed her master inside, guiding her to a chair and serving her a cup of steaming tea. "You certainly know how to treat others well," Bai Rushue remarked with a gentle smile, her heart warmed by Suju's thoughtfulness. Suju smiled faintly and inquired with curiosity, "Master, how was the matter regarding the Grand Elder resolved?" "Don't mention it. That old fellow actually ventured into a place of certain doom," Bai Rushue exclaimed, striking the table forcefully. "A place of certain doom?" Suju was taken aback, astonished by her remarkable audacity. The Dead Zone was a place of penance for the Sword Sect. The first leader of the Sword Sect, Jian Jinzi, believed that regardless of one's transgressions, there exists an opportunity for redemption. Thus, should one commit an unforgivable sin, they may enter the Dead Zone to atone. The conditions within the Dead Zone are exceedingly harsh, verging on a life-or-death struggle. Out of 1,000 who enter, perhaps not a single soul may emerge unscathed. However, those who do escape are deemed innocent, with all past grievances laid to rest. Should one fail to return, it is simply their fate sealed. Upon learning of this matter, Bai Rushue, as the sect leader, found herself unable to take action against her. She could only await the outcome in silence. How underestimated she had been. Bai Rushue scoffed. Had the Grand Elder entered a moment later, she would have slain her without hesitation. Suju nodded and remarked, "When one finds oneself at the end of the road, one can only abandon all hope and let fate take its course. However, whether she can emerge from this predicament depends solely on her own fortune." Bai Rushue, with a fierce glare, retorted, "That old wretch had better perish within." Truly, as expected of a master, even in anger, she remained strikingly beautiful. Upon witnessing the irritable yet distinctly charming Bai Rushue, Suju couldn't help but chuckle. Such a silver-tongued rogue. Bai Rushue shot him a sidelong glance, despite her words. The slight upturn of her lips betrayed an undeniable delight she struggled to conceal. Suju chuckled softly, saying, "When encountering a person, one speaks the language of humanity. When encountering a ghost, one speaks the language of the ethereal. Everyone is capable of uttering flattering words, yet I reserve my sincerest sentiments solely for my esteemed master. This rebellious disciple always finds ways to render me bashful." Bai Rushue's delicate visage flushed with warmth, a rosy hue spreading across her porcelain neck as she softly retorted, "If my master disapproves, I shall refrain from speaking, for everything shall be dictated by my master's wishes." Suju spoke earnestly, believing in the truth of his words. "Don't." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Bai Rushue immediately interrupted. She adored Suju's demeanor. It was precisely this that affirmed his affection for her. If he didn't even whisper sweet nothings to her, wouldn't that imply he did not harbor any feelings? Oh dear, how vexing. Upon seeing the playful expression on Suju's face, Bai Rushue finally realized she had fallen into his trap. Her master was truly delightful. Suju gazed at the enchanting beauty before him, his heart brimming with joy at the thought of having such a master in this world, truly the most blissful fortune. Rebellious disciple. Upon hearing these words, Bai Rushue's eye shimmered, her heart swelling with sweetness. As the leader of the Sword Sect, she had endured countless extravagant praises. Yet none brought her the same delight as Suju's simple address. Suddenly, she felt a tinge of embarrassment and said, "You need not always refer to me as master when you speak. It feels rather strange." "What do you mean?" Suju inquired. "It's just that, while we are indeed master and disciple, we are also companions on the path to enlightenment, which feels quite peculiar." Bai Rushue felt a sense of shame. For if this were to spread, both she and Suju would face public censure. This relationship certainly defied moral conventions. Moreover, Suju's repeated use of master served as a constant reminder of her embarrassment. "Is that so? But don't you find it rather exhilarating, master?" Suju suddenly realized. And with a playful smile, retorted, "Don't you think?" I find it quite shameful. Bai Rushua lightly pressed her rosy lips together, her delicate face flushed with warmth. What shall I call you? Baby? Little Snow? Sweetheart? Darling? My dear wife? Suju tentatively inquired. Stop, stop, stop. What on earth is all this chaos? The affectionate titles from a past life rendered by Rushua flushed, the crimson hue creeping to her ears. What on earth are these peculiar terms like baby and little snowflake? He mused. How should I address you, master? Suju smiled wryly. Let us stick with master for now. After much contemplation, Bai Rushua concluded that master was indeed the wisest choice. It sounded much safer and far preferable to those overly sentimental expressions. After all, as someone who had never experienced love, Bai Rushua simply could not bear such endearments, at least not at this moment. All right then, master. Suju smiled with satisfaction. Bai Rushua snorted and said, I truly have no way to handle you. Did you deliberately choose those titles? Not at all, master. Those are merely the titles that I could think of that are quite fitting for both of us. Suju explained with utmost seriousness. Bai Rushua narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. How do you know such peculiar titles? Tell me, apart from me, to whom have you ever referred in such a manner? A woman's intuition is remarkably sharp, especially for Bai Rushua, who could effortlessly transition from an adorable master to a keen observer in the blink of an eye. Suju hastily clarified, Master, you have wronged me. Since arriving in this world, I have yet to experience the tender embrace of love, save for my reverence for you. Those titles I have merely encountered in the tales I have read. This statement holds truth. Indeed, he had not engaged in any romantic pursuits since his arrival. Chapter 10. The Heavenly Pavilion, Fairy Yuechan? I shall reluctantly take your word for it, Bai Rushua scoffed. Ding. A choice has been activated. 1. Attend the Imminent Genius Conference, seek out the reincarnation of the Empress, and take her as my junior disciple. Reward unknown. 2. Ignore all distractions and devote myself to cultivating a singular focus on the path. Reward. Earth-level sword technique. Shadow of the Wandering Dragon. The Genius Conference? Suju paused momentarily. But soon an idea blossomed in his mind. He inquired, By the way, master, is the Talented Individuals Conference about to commence? Indeed. What of it? Bai Rushua countered. The Talented Individuals Conference, an annual event, serves as a platform for the younger generation to showcase their innate abilities, thereby attracting the attention of various sects for selection. Naturally, the sword sect must attend to observe and identify suitable disciples. Regardless of the might of any sect, the infusion of fresh talent is indispensable. It is preferable to have an abundance rather than a scarcity. However, in previous years, Suju had not paid much heed to such affairs. It seems he had heard that the senior sister responsible for organizing this year's event would be unable to attend due to other commitments. Suju had acquired knowledge regarding the matters of the sword sect, noting that in previous years, the team had been led by the direct disciple of the second elder. However, it appeared that recently, the disciple was in seclusion, striving to break through to the nascent soul stage, rendering them unable to attend to this matter. Indeed. Bai Rushua nodded and inquired, What? Are you particularly interested? Absolutely. If possible, I wish to accompany my master this year, Suju replied. Bai Rushua, intrigued, remarked. While there is no issue with your attendance, you have shown little interest in such affairs in the past. What has caused this change this year? Suju smiled and said, The venue for the Talents Conference is in my hometown, Chaoga City. Prompted by the system, Suju realized that he had not returned home for a considerable time, having been away for several years and now with this mission at hand. It was time to pay a visit to his roots. You wish to return home? Bai Rushua turned to look at Suju. Indeed, having been away for so long, it is time for me to go back and see. Suju responded. The Su family in Chaoga City is undoubtedly one of the most distinguished clans, with Suju's father serving as the head of the family. As the leader of the Su family, both Suju's father and mother possess formidable abilities that should not be underestimated, resulting in their longevity, far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. Several years may seem like an eternity to common folk, yet for those who embark on the path of cultivation, it is but a fleeting moment. Very well, I consent. Although Bai Rushua feels reluctant to see Suju depart, she cannot impede such an important matter. Thank you, master. Rest assured, I will undoubtedly select the most gifted disciple for you. Suju spoke earnestly, disciples or not, let that be set aside. Our sword sect does not lack for young talents, yet you must return as soon as possible. Bai Rushua replied softly. This journey back to Chaoga City alone will take several days. Coupled with the Tianjiao conference and family visits, A return within 10 days or half a month is unlikely. For a powerhouse like Bairushiwa, 10 days or half a month is but a mere blink. However, ever since Suju entered her life, even a single day apart filled her with longing. How curious. Is Master reluctant to part with me? Suju chuckled. Stop flattering yourself. I merely wish for you to focus on your cultivation. The saintess of the Buttian Pavilion has already achieved the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Upon having her inner thoughts laid bare by Suju, Bairushiwa's delicate face flushed slightly as she casually remarked, the saintess of the Buttian Pavilion? Is she the renowned first celestial who has recently made waves across the vast lands? Suju inquired. Indeed, do you possess some knowledge about her? Bairushiwa cast a skeptical glance at Suju. As a prominent figure, she had certainly heard some rumors, but her understanding was superficial at best. One could only say she had a general awareness. Suju shook his head and spoke truthfully. Bairushiwa remarked, indeed. She is now a paragon of the younger generation and is quite likely to encounter you at the Tianjiao conference. What is her name? Suju inquired with curiosity. Bairushiwa pondered for a moment and replied, I believe she is called Yu Qinglian. Is she of the same age as me? Suju rested his chin on his hand, contemplating the situation. It was essential to remain vigilant, lest unforeseen complications arise. If they were of the same age, an 18-year-old who had perfected the foundational stage would possess talents comparable to, if not slightly superior to, his own in the past. It seems that you are quite taken with this fairy, am I mistaken? Bairushiwa narrowed her beautiful eyes, deliberately emphasizing the term fairy with a hint of teasing in her tone. Ahem, is that so? Suddenly, Suju felt a chill run down his spine. Bairushiwa, with her arms crossed, inquired lightly, is there nothing? Asking this and that. To know oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in 100 battles. This celestial maiden, of the same age as I, and having achieved the pinnacle of foundation establishment, piqued my curiosity particularly upon hearing from my master that she had recently made a breakthrough. Suju hastily clarified, is that so? Bairushiwa snorted in response. Of course. Master, my interest lies solely with you. Suju blinked and then smiled mysteriously. Rest assured, Master, it is merely the completion of my foundation establishment. Bairushiwa's beautiful eyes sparkled with interest as she observed the surging spiritual energy within Suju, his meridians flowing freely. The spiritual essence in his dantian continuously swirled, seemingly on the verge of overflowing. His vitality surged like a dragon, radiating brilliance. Clearly, Suju was also on the brink of a breakthrough. Indeed, it would be soon. With a confident smile, Suju reflected on how his cultivation speed had exponentially increased after merging with the sword embryo's essence just yesterday. Within a mere month, he was certain he would achieve the pinnacle of foundation establishment. At that time, by consuming the celestial grade breaking gold pill, he would attain the coveted Dan stage in one fell swoop. By the time you return to the sword sect, you will have reached the zenith of foundation establishment. Bairushiwa, with her exceptional insight, had effortlessly discerned the timing of Suju's impending breakthrough. Yet, reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment would not suffice to satiate my ambitions. Suju resolved to keep his intentions a secret from his master, intending to surprise her upon his return. One must not be overly ambitious in their cultivation. It is through steadfastness and grounded efforts that true progress is made. The path to immortality is long and filled with opportunities. There is no need for haste. Do not allow the presence of these so-called celestial maidens to disrupt your cultivation rhythm. Each individual possesses their own unique pace and cadence. Bairushiwa earnestly advised. Concerned that the saintess of the might incite his competitive spirit, fearing that Suju might neglect rest in his relentless pursuit, forsaking the balance of work and leisure, which could lead to detrimental consequences. Rest assured, Master, I shall not disappoint you. Suju blinked, fully aware of such fundamental truths. However, witnessing Bairushiwa's earnest demeanor warmed his heart. That's good, he replied. The Talented Youth Conference will commence in less than 3 days, so prepare yourself. We shall set off tomorrow. Bairushiwa exhaled in relief and spoke. Suju nodded, feeling no need for preparation, alone and unencumbered. Master, am I to venture forth solo this time? You will also be accompanied by the direct disciple of the fourth elder, Bairushiwa replied, shaking her head. Understood, Master. Suju had no particular impression of this fourth elder's direct disciple, but he assumed that their strength was formidable, providing a sense of security along the journey. Chapter 11. This truly tests his discernment. After concluding her discussions regarding the Tianjiao conference, By Rushua lingered affectionately with Suju for a while before departing from his residence. A day later, having contemplated the rewards from the system, the time for Suju to embark on his journey had arrived. Suju bade farewell to his master and learned that he was to gather with the fourth elder's direct disciples at the square of the sword sect. As he made his way toward the square, Suju could distinctly sense the trepidation emanating from those around him. None dared to approach him. This was quite normal, and Suju had grown accustomed to it. In order to embody his role as the antagonist effectively during the past few days leading up to his junior sister's appearance, he had not hesitated to tease cats and dogs, bullying his junior brothers and sisters. Even some senior brothers and sisters regarded Suju with a mixture of fear and caution, turning a blind eye to his arrogance and capriciousness. Upon arriving at the designated location, Suju found no one waiting for him. Just as he began to doubt whether he had misremembered the place or time, a sweet voice called out from behind him, "Excuse me, are you Suju, junior brother?" As Suju turned around, a remarkably beautiful young maiden caught his eye. Her ebony hair shone like lacquer, and her skin resembled the finest jade, fair and radiant, akin to a pearl surrounded by mist. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with luminous brilliance, and she stood timidly behind him, gazing curiously. This maiden was a vision of beauty, rivaling that of both his esteemed master and his younger sister. While Suju assessed Nku was equally scrutinizing him. Prior to their meeting, she had heard whispers of Suju's arrogant disposition and his debauched nature, labeling him a wayward scion. However, upon this first encounter, clad in flowing white garments with his ink-black hair elegantly tied up, he appeared strikingly handsome, exuding an extraordinary and transcendent aura. His strikingly clear and serene black and white eyes radiated tranquility and warmth, presenting him as a refined and graceful young gentleman. "Sister Nku?" Suju tentatively inquired. Prior to his arrival, his master had informed him that the fourth elder's personal disciple was named Nku, and that he could address her as senior sister Nku. "It is I," Nku responded upon seeing Suju's handsome visage, her inner trepidation easing somewhat. This junior brother appeared to be not as dreadful as the rumors had suggested. "Greetings, senior sister. You may simply call me Suju." Suju extended his hand with politeness, saying, "Hello, my name is Nku." After a brief moment of hesitation, Nku accepted the gesture. Her small hand was cool and delicate, possessing an exquisite touch. However, Suju was not one to be abrupt. After a gentle smile, he merely brushed against her hand before withdrawing. The prowess of this senior sister should not be underestimated. Suju assessed Nku's strength and found that this seemingly soft and innocent girl was beyond his comprehension. Clearly, her prowess surpassed the golden core stage. Yet he could not discern her exact rank. It was only natural, for the talent conference serves as a vital avenue for sects to infuse new blood. Thus, it would be improbable to send someone of little merit. This seemingly simple-minded girl was surely no ordinary opponent. "Let us set forth, junior brother Suju." Upon observing Suju's calm demeanor, Nku breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was not one of those impetuous individuals who might approach her with disrespectful words or actions. Even if Suju were a disciple of the sect leader, she would unequivocally refuse to accompany him. "Very well." Suju, recognizing the urgency of the situation, extended his hand towards the heavens. A resonant cry of a crane echoed through the firmament. A magnificent crane, its plumage pure as snow and glistening with ethereal sheen, burst forth from the clouds and gracefully descended before the two individuals. The celestial bird gently nuzzled Suju's palm, exuding an air of elegance and docility. Observing Suju's tender gesture, Nku's gaze flickered with a hint of intrigue. After gently caressing the forehead of the cloud crane, Suju leaped onto its back. This noble steed, bestowed upon him by his revered master several years ago, shared a profound bond with him. Swiftly, Suju turned his gaze towards Nku, who stood on the ground. "Sister Nku, shall we embark together?" "Ah, thank you, junior brother Suju, but I think I shall pass. I can ride my sword." Nku felt a tinge of embarrassment and was also concerned about Suju possibly taking advantage of her during the journey. The cloud crane was still in its juvenile stage, not yet possessing a robust physique. While it could accommodate one person sitting cross-legged comfortably, two would indeed be rather cramped. After all, Suju's reputation within the sword sect was far from favorable, being branded with various derogatory labels such as lecherous and arrogant. With countless unsavory tales to his name, Suju did not ponder further. Seeing Nku's refusal, he chose to say no more and merely nodded. Nku's strength is beyond question. Although the journey is lengthy, it is likely that traversing it on a flying sword would pose no significant challenge. In light of this, I shall take my leave first, dear junior brother. Suju gently patted Yun Zhonghe, who then let out a resounding cry towards the heavens. With a powerful flap of its enormous wings, it soared into the sky, vanishing in an instant. And Ku gazed at Suju, who had disappeared into the clouds. And she couldn't shake the feeling that this junior brother was not as ill-natured as the rumors suggested. Perhaps there was a misunderstanding? The gaze directed at her held no hint of frivolity or provocation. It was composed and untainted by any impurities. Suju found himself surrounded by an exquisite beauty of unparalleled grace, yet he had developed a certain immunity to her allure. Although Enku was indeed breathtakingly beautiful, her charm was not sufficient to unnerve Suju. Shaking his head, he chose to dismiss any further thoughts. Enku lightly tapped her toes, stepping onto the blade of the sword, following closely behind him. After all, the two of them would be traveling together for the next few days, providing ample opportunity to discern whether this junior brother was as disagreeable as he appeared. Upon the clouds, Suju sat atop the cloud crane, squinting as he settled into his seat. Even though the sky belonged to the cloud crane and its speed was remarkable, it would still take 2 days to reach Chaoga City. Reflecting on his last visit to Chaoga City 3 years ago, he realized it had been far too long since he had returned home to see his family. He wondered how his parents were faring now. Although Suju was a traveler from another realm, the bonds formed during those years spent at home were genuine. He cherished the kindness his parents had shown him. This time, his journey for the Talented Ones Conference was not solely for a familial reunion. There was also a paramount task at hand, to find a disciple who was the reincarnation of the Empress, destined to be his junior. The notion of the Empress's reincarnation left Suju feeling somewhat perplexed, yet he anticipated that she would undoubtedly shine at the conference. He would merely need to subtly probe with his words to discern who the reincarnated Empress might be. Of course, this was merely a conjecture. It would be advantageous if he were the only one aware of the Empress's identity. Should it become common knowledge, a frenzy of competition might ensue, stripping him of any advantage. Therefore, it was imperative to act discreetly and observe from the shadows. This would truly test his discernment. System, do you have any hints or guidance to offer? Suju inquired. Reply to the host, no. Suju collapsed onto Yun Zhonghe's back, gazing up at the azure sky. With no hints to guide him, he decided to let things unfold naturally. If he were to miss out, it would merely mean the absence of rewards. A trip home would not render his journey to Chaoga City in vain. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he noticed Enku soaring gracefully on her sword, her garments fluttering like the wings of a celestial being. Was she not weary? Suju shook his head. While flying on a sword is indeed a sight to behold, every moment spent doing so consumes spiritual energy. He then closed his eyes, preparing to take a brief nap. The back of the cloud crane was embedded with a formation he had set, shielded from the raging winds and clouds, providing an exceptionally comfortable respite. At the very least, it was far superior to flying on a sword. Enku also noticed Suju, and upon seeing him peacefully reclining on the back of the cloud crane, she could not help but twitch her mouth. Was this junior brother here on business, or was he on vacation? Chapter 12, Senior Sister, next time. Please refrain from smiling. So easily 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Outside the magnificent city of Chaoga, 2 striking figures descended at the city gate. The once bustling environment became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The young man, stepping upon his celestial crane, possessed a grace akin to jade, his beauty ethereal as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm. The other, a youthful maiden, glided through the air on her sword, exuding elegance reminiscent of a fairy from the heavens. As soon as they landed at the city gate, they captured the attention of countless onlookers. The opulent and noble garments they wore suggested an extraordinary lineage, undoubtedly the offspring of distinguished families. Among the crowd, some individuals with ulterior motives began to stir. However, upon noticing the heavy military presence at the city entrance, they shrank back, deciding it was not worth courting death. The 2 individuals were none other than Suju and Enku, who had journeyed from the sword sect 1,000 miles away. Upon reaching their destination, Suju gently patted Yun Zhonghe before leaping down. With a resounding cry, Yun Zhonghe soared into the clouds. Enku then dismounted from her flying sword, landing gracefully beside Suju. May I inquire about your esteemed identity? Asked the perceptive captain of the guards, bowing respectfully. In this realm of cultivation, age and appearance hold little significance. Rather, it is one's prowess and lineage that command respect. The striking entrance of the 2 individuals, coupled with their noble demeanor and resplendent attire, suggested they were no ordinary figures. Furthermore, with the forthcoming Celestial Talents Conference in the city, the captain surmised that they must be esteemed disciples from a prominent sect. Suju consciously fell a step behind Enku, as he was not well acquainted with the Tianjiao Conference, thus choosing to follow Enku's lead. Hailing from the sword sect, Enku responded succinctly, "Please enter." The captain of the guards, taken aback, quickly stepped aside. The sword sect was renowned throughout the central continent, a pinnacle power, with its leader being an emperor-level powerhouse. Nodding to the captain, Enku proceeded into the city of Chaoga with Suju. Just as the two entered Chaoga, a sinister gaze from a distance fixated upon them. Once again, Suju, it cackled ominously. Upon entering Chaoga, Suju and Enku were awestruck by the city's grandeur. The facilities were pristine, their surfaces gleaming. The streets bustled with the flow of vehicles and throngs of people, the citizens' faces radiating happiness. Countless shops lined the sides, catering to every need with opulent restaurants and venues, where melodies of song and dance filled the air and the fragrance of fine wine wafted about. The river shimmered under the sunlight, its waters crystal clear, with numerous pleasure boats dotting its surface, and scholars were seen everywhere. Chaoga, the capital of the Jingguan dynasty, was governed by the Li clan, with a true emperor seated at its helm, representing a genuine top-tier force. Emperor-level beings were scarce throughout the central continent, countable on one's fingers. The sword sect and the Jingguan dynasty were both among these elite powers. "Where shall we go next?" inquired Suju. Enku calculated the time, noting they were already en route. "There's no rush. Someone will come to receive us." After a long wait, "You two must be the distinguished guests from the sword sect." A middle-aged man appeared before them moments after Enku spoke. He exuded formidable strength, his presence as imposing as a mountain. "Indeed," Enku replied. "This man was responsible for their reception in Chaoga, having awaited their arrival. Please follow me. The princess has been expecting you." The middle-aged man, named Wei Bing, was the commander of Chaoga, tasked with hosting the guests of the Tianjiao Conference. "Lead the way." Enku nodded, exchanging a glance with Suju before they followed Wei Bing. "We will soon meet the crown princess of the Chaoga dynasty, Li Changel, who presides over the Tianjiao Conference each year," Enku explained to Suju. "Understood," Suju acknowledged. Suju nodded. "Junior brother Suju, you need not say anything later, leave it to me." Noticing that Suju had been rather quiet throughout the journey, Enku mistakenly assumed he was somewhat socially anxious and kindly remarked, "Then I will trouble you, senior sister Enku." Suju, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head, realizing he couldn't offer much assistance. "It's all right," Enku responded with a radiant smile, captivating beyond compare. This esteemed princess was undoubtedly remarkable, possessing the prowess to host the Grand Tianjiao Conference, a testament to her capabilities. The Tianjiao Conference is the most significant gathering of the younger generation across the entire central continent, where exceptionally gifted youths eagerly await the chance to showcase their talents and soar to greatness. Accompanied by Wei Bing, they arrived at a resplendent and bustling tavern, where Princess Li Changel had prepared a sumptuous feast to welcome the distinguished talents from distant realms. Upon reaching the tavern's entrance, Wei Bing bid farewell to the two, and Suju and Enku proceeded inside. As they surveyed the interior, it was evident that the tavern was filled with the elite from various sects, all sharing the same purpose as Suju and Enku, to partake in the Tianjiao Conference. Upon their arrival, the previously boisterous atmosphere within the tavern hushed slightly. "Let us move to a private room," Enku suggested, glancing at the crowded and noisy hall. "Is there a private room?" Suju cast a glance at the bustling hall, somewhat taken aback. What could they possibly be gathering here for, despite the presence of private rooms? To select a mate, perhaps? Indeed, and could discern the confusion in Suju's eyes and inquired with a smile, "Suju, is this your first time undertaking a mission outside the sect?" "How did you know, senior sister Enku?" Suju looked at Enku with confusion. Enku smiled gently and said, "I can see that our sword sect holds considerable weight in Zhangzhou. In the past, during my missions, I was always treated with the utmost respect." "I see now." Suju chuckled softly, for in this world where martial prowess was esteemed above all, possessing strength and status indeed placed one on a higher pedestal. "Come, junior brother Suju," she urged, as she sensed the searing gazes around them. Enku was not particularly accustomed to such attention, and she tugged at Suju's garment, eager to ascend to the second floor. With beauty that could rival the most exquisite blossoms, Enku was precisely the kind of prize that those men longed to possess. As they approached the second floor, Suju offered a subtle smile and raised his middle finger in a defiant gesture towards the more aggressive youths among them. before following closely behind Enku. The provocation ignited their ire, yet as they beheld the duo's ascent, they could only swallow their indignation, daring not to voice their frustrations. Access to the second floor was a privilege reserved for the elite sects presided over by emperors, and they were not in a position to provoke such power. Sects were categorized into various ranks, and while there were no restrictions on those attending the talent assembly, lesser or mid-tier sects lacked the standing to warrant a personal welcome from the city of Chaoga. Space was limited, and they certainly had no private chambers awaiting them. Observing Suju's actions, Enku burst into a radiant smile, her beauty enchanting enough to leave the inexperienced youths momentarily entranced. "Sister, do refrain from smiling so readily next time," Suju said languidly. Enku tilted her little head and inquired, Why? If looks could kill, my junior brother would have perished 100 times over." Suju cast a glance at the envious and resentful gazes below and spoke earnestly. "Oh." Enku initially did not comprehend, but as she beheld Suju's seemingly amused expression, she quickly realized he was complimenting her. A faint blush crept onto her fair, jade-like visage, rendering her exceptionally beautiful. A sense of joy blossomed within her. This junior brother was rather intriguing. Chapter 13 Suju, I prefer the original factory model. The second floor was notably more spacious, adorned with numerous exquisite and elegant private rooms, the ambience evidently superior to that of the first floor. Suju quickly noticed that at the entrance of one of the elegant private rooms, there hung a token inscribed with the characters of the sword sect. It was evident that this was intended for the sword sect. As the two entered the private room, they were greeted by a refreshing and delightful fragrance that invigorated the senses. Suju discovered that there was a soundproof array in place, effectively muffling the cacophony from outside the moment he entered. The furnishings were crafted from the finest red spirit wood, exuding an air of refinement and opulence. On the table lay an array of fresh fruits, exquisite wines, and local delicacies from Chaoga City. As he sat in his seat, looking down upon the grand hall, he felt an exhilarating sense of superiority, as if perched atop a lofty throne. "Greetings, esteemed lords. I am your maid, Shaoqing. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me," announced a strikingly beautiful maid, her figure elegantly curvaceous, as she entered the room with a respectful demeanor. The moment she stepped in, her gaze was drawn to Suju. Noticing his exceptional handsomeness and recognizing him as a prodigy from the sword sect, her heart fluttered, and she intentionally inclined towards him. The clear view, coupled with her somewhat revealing qipao, allowed Suju to discern a glimpse of her alabaster skin. Nevertheless, his demeanor remained tranquil as a still pond. "Please withdraw. I shall call for you if needed," he replied softly. "My lord, Shaoqing is required to remain in the private chamber," the maid replied. Her lips pursed slightly in discontent as she cast a sorrowful glance at Suju, a sight that was quite pitiful. "Leave," he commanded. Suju spoke in a detached tone, repeating, "Yes, my lord." The maid, witnessing the indifference etched on Suju's face, felt her cheeks stiffen and could only acquiesce and withdraw. "Why did you not keep her, junior brother Suju?" Enku inquired with curiosity, for it was said that Suju was a libertine, and were not libertines most fond of such company? Suju smiled slightly and remarked, "I have no interest in her." This was not pretense. Having been surrounded by beauties of his master's caliber, he had long since developed an immunity to allure. Moreover, seated beside him was a captivating woman, further diminishing his interest in the flirtatious little Qing. Why, Enku wondered, do men not typically favor such types? Suju smiled gently and said, "I have a preference for original factory products." Huh? Enku scratched her head, her little mind utterly perplexed by Suju's meaning. The statement had completely bewildered her. "Don't understand? Could you please explain?" "No." "All right then." Enku pouted in resignation. Suju let out a soft, bemused laugh. "I'm not teasing you anymore." Did senior sister Enku fail to notice the calluses on her hands? This little Qing is far from ordinary. When he had bent down moments ago, Suju's gaze was not drawn to the pristine whiteness, but rather to the jade hands of little Qing, marked by calluses. As a mere ornamental maid, it is utterly unacceptable for her to possess such roughness. There is but one explanation: she is concealing her true abilities. Possessing strength while feigning a delicate and alluring demeanor to lower their guard and subsequently monitor them. Calluses? That maid does not appear to be one who would have them. Enku scratched her head. Thus, she is not an ordinary maid. She is likely an envoy from the princess tasked with surveillance over us. Moreover, her strength is formidable, at least above the golden core realm, and she possesses a treasure to conceal her aura. Suju cast a glance outside the curtain, realizing that his words were directed towards Enku. Who could tell if there were ears hidden beyond the wall? Was such a possibility plausible? Enku's sparkling, exquisite eyes widened in surprise, as she had never considered this aspect. The enchanting appearance of Xiaoqing was truly beguiling, making it difficult to associate her with a formidable expert. Besides the calluses, the second phalanges of all her fingers on the right hand were noticeably thicker than those of her left thumb, a testament to the muscle development acquired from sword training. If you don't believe me, senior sister, take a look at your own hands. Suju had been engaged in the art of swordsmanship for a decade, possessing a profound understanding of the profound effects that prolonged practice could have on an individual. It was not only Enku who noticed this. Even he himself observed that the fingers of his sword hand were slightly thicker at the joints. Indeed, it was quite remarkable. Enku compared his own delicate, fair hands. And indeed, his right hand was just a tad more robust than his left. If one did not scrutinize closely, such a detail would easily go unnoticed. Moreover, this difference was readily apparent upon measurement. Suju smiled mysteriously and called out, "Little Qing." As Suju's words faded, the young woman Xiaoqing, who had been leaning against the wall outside, promptly stepped inside. Upon seeing Suju's smiling countenance, she assumed he was enchanted by her allure. With a confident smile, Xiaoqing thought to herself, "This insufferable man, is he not merely captivated by my appearance? He insists on putting on an act." She then inquired playfully, batting her eyelashes, "What brings you here, my lord? Would you be so kind as to brew a cup of tea for me?" Suju smiled and replied, "Naturally." Xiaoqing responded, "Young master, our tavern does not serve tea, only wine. May I pour you a glass of wine instead?" Suju glanced at the deep purple wine bottle and gestured toward the fruit on the table. "Never mind. Please peel a banana for me." "All right." Xiaoqing's expression subtly shifted. She faintly sensed that her disguise was on the verge of unraveling. However, this time she found herself devoid of any excuses to refuse. As she moved to retrieve the banana, her slender fingers curled slightly until they nearly touched the fruit, at which point she grasped it firmly. In the act of peeling, she employed only her thumb and index finger, while the remaining 3 fingers rested against her palm. The fluidity of her movements was almost flawless, masking her intentions perfectly. Yet, Enku, who had long been prepared for such a revelation, observed the scene with keen insight. Even the briefest flicker of Xiaoqing's expression, lasting mere fractions of a second, did not escape Enku's notice. The young girl, though somewhat delicate and reserved, possessed a sharp intellect, aligning closely with Suju's earlier assertions. "Thank you. You may leave now." Suju understood that this was sufficient. As he took the banana, he intentionally brushed his hand against Xiaoqing's palm. Xiaoqing noticed his movement and instinctively attempted to withdraw her hand, but alas, she was too slow. Suju's actions were swifter, and he managed to touch her. "Young master, one sells art, not oneself. How can one take advantage of another?" In a bid to mask her fluster, Xiaoqing cast a shy glance at Suju. "It is your beauty that is to blame," Suju replied with a smile. "If you need anything, just call for me." With a flirtatious smile, Xiaoqing swayed her slender waist as she exited. However, the moment she stepped outside, her expression turned icy. "Damn it, it seems I've been discovered. These men from the sword sect are exceedingly perceptive. No, this matter must be reported to the princess." With this thought, Xiaoqing sought a secluded path in the private room and made her way deeper into the tavern. "Did you see clearly this time?" Suju glanced at Enku beside him and noticed her gaze filled with admiration. "Wow, Suju, your insight is remarkable. Had it not been for your reminder, I would have certainly overlooked it. It was concealed so expertly." Suju suddenly realized that his senior sister was so innocent and adorable, as if she were missing a strand of intellect. Chapter 14. Since you are unwilling to yield, shall we settle this with a duel? Senior sister Enku. You may simply call me Suju, or even just junior brother. Referring to me as Suju feels excessively formal. Suju chuckled. He did not place much importance on superficial matters, and being addressed repeatedly as junior brother Suju felt rather peculiar to him. "Very well. I shall refer to you as junior brother. You may call me senior sister, or simply by my name. I am not significantly older than you." And Ku Yin smiled gently, not one to be overly concerned with formalities. Her initial reserve stemmed from having heard numerous unfavorable accounts and evaluations of Suju prior to their meeting. However, after spending several days together, she discovered that Suju was far from the rumors that had circulated. He was meticulous and prudent, his speech coherent and well-structured, treating her with a sense of propriety, akin to a robust and self-assured 18-year-old. although she had entertained the notion that Su-ju might be putting on an act. Each time he gazed at her with his sincere eyes, she felt the likelihood of pretense diminish. If it were an act, it would indeed be quite frightening. Very well. Senior sister. Su-ju glanced at the time and curiously inquired, Senior sister, how much longer until the banquet commences? Approximately half an hour. And Ku replied after contemplating the schedule of the Last Talents Conference, recalling that the banquet had indeed begun around that time. It seems there are still many guests yet to arrive. As Su-ju ascended to the second floor, he observed several vacant private rooms adorned with nameplates. Inka tilted her small head and remarked, they might be en route. Nevertheless, regardless of whether everyone has arrived, the banquet will commence punctually. It dawned on him that his senior sister had indeed attended this gathering during the Last Talents Conference. Su-ju observed that Inka seemed quite familiar with the process. So he inquired, Indeed, the last time I came with senior sister Gu, this time I am with you. And Ku replied, her lips forming a delicate smile. Su-ju nodded, realizing that Sister Gu was likely the direct disciple of the second elder. However, she was preoccupied with her own breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, which is why Su-ju had taken her place. The mention of Sister Gu brought a sense of pressure, despite being merely 3 years older than Su-ju. She was already on the verge of transcending to the nascent soul stage, while Su-ju was still in the midst of the golden core stage. And Ku cradled her slightly chubby chin in her hands, shaking her head in a fit of dejection. The golden core stage? Su-ju's lips twitched slightly. His senior sister appeared to be merely 23 or 24 in terms of bone age, yet she had already reached the mid-stage of the golden core realm. This was undeniably quite extraordinary. Furthermore, there was that Gu senior sister, who was approaching her 30s and was already at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, a talent that would surely rank among the elite in the central continent. With Inka's mention, not only did she feel the pressure, but Su-ju also found himself weighed down by it. In the past, he had been indifferent to such matters due to his inevitable departure. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that prodigies were as numerous as grains of sand, scattered all around. Indeed, junior brother, at just 18, you have already reached the late foundation establishment stage. How impressive. At that age, I was only at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. And Ku generously offered her praise, as Su-ju was the most gifted male cultivator she had encountered thus far. The only one who could possibly overshadow him was that prodigy from the Butian Pavilion, the Moonchan Fairy, who achieved a perfect foundation establishment at the tender age of 18. Thank you for your kind words, senior sister. It is merely luck on my part. Su-ju replied modestly. Su-ju smiled. How delightful would it be to see his senior sister's expression upon learning that he was about to turn 18 and break through to the golden core stage, thereby etching his name in history? It must be quite endearing. The path of immortality is long and arduous. There is no room for luck. Only the unseen diligence of ordinary people. And Ku pouted and remarked, that is indeed true. Su-ju nodded in agreement, adding that talent is equally important. Some individuals may spend their entire lives unable to break through to the foundation establishment stage, while others are poised to achieve the golden core stage by the age of 18. Senior sister, what are the details of the banquet? Su-ju inquired. Could it possibly be as simple as having a meal and enjoying some drinks? It seems unlikely to be so straightforward. And Ku reminisced, recalling that last time. It was merely a casual dinner, followed by entertainment such as poetry and painting. Poetry and painting? Su-ju was somewhat astonished. In this world where martial prowess reigned supreme, it was surprising that the Grand Princess possessed such refined interests. Indeed, the Grand Princess would invite several prodigies to compose poetry, and should they excel in their craft, they would be granted the opportunity to dine with her. And Ku elaborated. Does the Grand Princess have an affinity for scholars and poets? Su-ju remarked oddly that members of the royal family are often cold-hearted and domineering. As the eldest princess, her fondness for scholars and poets seems somewhat inconsistent with her character. And Ku pursed her lips and replied, I am not certain, but to this day, no one has gained her approval to share a dinner with her. Su-ju stroked his chin, sensing an air of pretentiousness. Oh. Are you so curious about the eldest princess that you wish to put on a display? And Ku inquired with a cheerful smile. Not quite. It's just that it seems rare for members of the royal family to take an interest in such matters. Su-ju chuckled softly and shook his head. Speaking the truth. And nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the Grand Princess did not seem like someone who would take an interest in such matters. With half an hour still to spare, the senior and junior disciples decided to step outside for a stroll, eager to learn more about the city of Chaoga. Su-ju felt a tinge of boredom. Rising to his feet, He smiled and inquired, "Do you need my company?" As soon as Enku uttered these words, her fair complexion flushed slightly. Being in Suju's presence had unconsciously eased her mind, and she spoke without a moment's thought. "No need, senior sister. I wish to take a stroll by myself." Suju smiled as he graciously declined his senior sister's kind offer, sensing her hesitation to speak further. To alleviate her discomfort, he provided an easy way out. "Very well, but do ensure you return punctually." Enku chuckled softly, feeling a sense of relief. Had Suju accepted, it would have meant spending time alone with him. Taking a stroll together would bear an uncanny resemblance to a date between young lovers. However, for reasons unknown, a fleeting pang of disappointment washed over her upon hearing Suju's refusal. "No problem, senior sister." Suju turned and exited the elegant chamber. As he descended the spiral staircase and arrived on the first floor, he noticed several gazes fixed upon him, clearly belonging to those he had defiantly gestured at. This group certainly held grudges. Feeling a surge of restlessness, he thought, since you refuse to yield, why not engage in a little contest? Suju, with a playful smile, surveyed the gazes directed at him, unabashedly proclaiming his thoughts. As his audacious words echoed in the air, the talented individuals present turned their attention toward him. They soon realized that Suju wore a serene smile, his eyes radiating confidence. Completely devoid of the hesitation and discomfort one might expect from someone standing at the pinnacle of scrutiny. How unremarkable! Observing the flickering glances of a few individuals, Suju shook his head in disappointment, having expected far greater figures. He gracefully traversed the crowd and exited the tavern. As dusk approached, the sun cast its golden rays upon the street, elongating the shadows of passers-by and bestowing a touch of beauty upon the bustling thoroughfare. Just as Suju stepped out of the tavern, a fleeting shadow darted behind him. "Let me guess, who has arrived?" Suju smiled faintly, casting a glance at a dim alley not far away before making his way over. After integrating the heart of the sword embryo, his awareness of the surroundings had become exceedingly acute, enhancing his five senses and mental acuity. Otherwise, in the past, he would have certainly overlooked the calluses on Shaoqing's hands. Although the shadow behind him was swift, the fluctuations of spiritual energy allowed him to perceive its presence instantly. Chapter 15. So this is what it feels like to be kissed forcefully. Even the most prosperous city harbors its dark corners. Suju ventured deep into the alley, and as expected, the shadow trailed behind him, though it remained unseen. To follow me should not be the cowardly group. Could it possibly be Shaoqing? Suju turned around, gazing at the desolate emptiness behind him, murmuring to himself, "Still not coming out? I knew the moment I left the tavern. Otherwise, what purpose would my presence here serve? To relieve myself?" Suju continued to speak to himself. "Elder brother, come forth, for I truly see you." As Suju observed the stillness, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. With these words, a figure finally emerged from the darkness, illuminated by the faint moonlight. One could discern that the shadowy figure was clad in dark attire, wearing a hood that obscured their features. However, from the silhouette, it was evident that, aside from a somewhat flattened peak, the figure possessed a slender leg and a curvaceous posterior, presenting a tantalizingly alluring physique. Upon hearing Suju's conjecture, the shadow evidently experienced a flicker of emotional disturbance. Suju spread his hands with a smile. "Surely, it can't be that serious, Shaoqing. It was merely a fleeting touch of the hand. Is it truly necessary to pursue me all the way here?" "I am not Shaoqing," the shadow replied, though the voice was somewhat hoarse. "Do not feign ignorance." Suju smiled faintly and said, "I am aware that you deliberately lowered your chest and altered your tone. Yet your breath betrays your identity. I cannot be mistaken. How do you know who I am?" The shadow inquired once more. However, this time, the voice was no longer hoarse, closely resembling that of Shaoqing. It was indeed her. With Suju having discerned her, she decided to drop the pretense. "It truly is you. I had no prior knowledge, merely testing the waters." Suju was somewhat taken aback. He was aware that someone was following him, yet he remained oblivious to their identity. Merely speaking off the cuff, he inadvertently hit the mark. The shadow remained silent, and had one been able to discern their expression, it would undoubtedly have been captivating. It appears that my conjecture was indeed correct. As Suju discerned the shadow's identity as Shaoqing, a subtle smile graced his lips. His realization was not mere conjecture. He possessed a degree of certainty in his understanding. After directly inquiring about the banquet's proceedings from Enku, Suju surmised that the Grand Princess's intentions were far from frivolous pursuits of feasting and amusement, or the creation of poetry and art. Based on the insights gleaned from the revealed Shaoqing, it was evident that she was engaged in surveillance, meticulously assessing their capabilities. After all, this was the imperial capital, a realm of the mundane, predominantly inhabited by commoners. Should a conflict arise among the numerous cultivators present, the repercussions would be dire. Consequently, the Grand Princess had appointed many attendants akin to Shaoqing, both to monitor and to subtly thwart any potential insurrections. It appeared that the Grand Princess was inherently suspicious, with a mind that was both astute and meticulous. However, Suju remained uncertain. Only upon confirming that the shadow was indeed Shaoqing could he affirm his suspicions. Perhaps there were ulterior motives at play, and his initial deductions were not entirely erroneous. What speculations lingered? The shadow removed her hood, revealing a striking visage. Indeed, it was Shaoqing, though her expression bore a hint of exasperation. It seemed that the Grand Princess had strategically positioned spies in the vicinity of all those who had access to the second floor. Suju smiled. Shaoqing's gaze towards him shifted. She was perplexed by the man's remarkable intelligence. This was not her first time assisting the Grand Princess. Yet it was the first time she had repeatedly faced setbacks and been uncovered. Concealment and surveillance were her specialized skills. But she never anticipated that Suju would unveil her plans time and again. Before my arrival, the Grand Princess suspected I would be discovered by you, which is why she hesitated to let me come. I assured her with unwavering confidence that it would not happen, yet I still ended up being exposed. Shaoqing's expression was complex. Do not be so disheartened. I did not truly uncover your identity. It was merely a probe that led to your revelation, Suju reassured. Noticing the beauty's despondency. Thank you. You are truly a kind-hearted person, Shaoqing replied, casting a glance at Suju. The corners of Suju's mouth twitched. Had he really just been issued a good person card? In truth, he understood that Shaoqing harbored little malice. Her following him was merely a precaution against any chaos he might incite in the city. Nevertheless, Suju detested the sensation of being surveilled. If unnoticed, it was tolerable. But once discovered, it became quite awkward. Can you keep a secret? Shaoqing inquired, her lips pursed delicately. That depends on the reward you offer me, he replied. You are aware that if this matter comes to light, I cannot guarantee the consequences. The reputation of the Jingguan dynasty and the Princess Chang would undoubtedly suffer. Suju smiled gently and remarked, if one does not seize the opportunity, one is a fool. I have little to offer you, should the young master not mind. Shaoqing was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Her expression wavered momentarily. However, upon gazing at Suju's flawless and handsome visage, her resolve solidified. Approaching him, she delicately lowered the collar of her gown. Her cheeks flushed, conveying a meaning that required no words. The young maiden's attire was extraordinarily precious, and it was imperative to remove it in the presence of the man she cherished. Suju immediately grasped Shaoqing's hand and shook his head, saying, What? Shaoqing was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Suju to utter such words to her. What I mean is that you should compensate me, provide me with a reward, rather than the other way around, allowing you to take advantage of me. Suju released her hand, his lips twitching. Goodness, what is wrong with women nowadays? So lacking in modesty? If you are not modest, then this young master shall remain so. My body is reserved for those pure maidens. Do you partake in fried cakes? Shaoqing's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Initially, she felt a flicker of emotion, touched that Suju could utter such words, causing her heart to tremble slightly. However, as soon as he finished his sentence, she immediately perceived that the man before her was somewhat unhinged. Thank you, but I am not hungry. I shall pass. Suju declined with a smile, leaving Shaoqing utterly speechless. She found herself perplexed by the enigmatic man before her. I am all alone, possessing nothing but myself. I have no rewards to offer you, she said helplessly, never having encountered a man so impervious to persuasion. Indeed, Suju was quite the eccentric. Very well. I shall spread the word. There should be quite a spectacle to behold. Suju smacked his lips and was about to brush past Shaoqing. Wait, Shaoqing exclaimed, hastily grasping his arm as he prepared to stride away. Suju wiped his hands and remarked, That's right. After all, one is serving the eldest princess. It would be rather shameful to venture out without possessing some fine treasures. Shaoqing bit her red lip and whispered, Come a bit closer. I have a secret to share. What secret? Suju inquired with curiosity. It pertains to the legacy of a fallen celestial being, Shaoqing said, enveloped in mystery. Suju was taken aback. The inheritance of immortals? Let me make it clear, I detest deceit. He did not believe that Shaoqing could divulge such a matter to him. If it is not true, you are welcome to return and spread rumors about the princess. Shaoqing replied with utmost seriousness. Su Ju chuckled softly. I can't believe a word you say, you old rascal. Once the storm passes, if I were to return and cause a ruckus, I would merely be a jester, wouldn't I? Oh, why do you not trust me? In a rush, Shaoqing produced a scroll, crafted from sheepskin, its surface marred by the passage of time, giving it an ancient and worn appearance. Is it truly authentic? Su Ju pondered, sensing the weight of history emanating from the scroll, which assured him of its genuineness. Now do you believe? Shaoqing huffed. Indeed, Su Ju nodded in agreement. Here, Shaoqing said without hesitation, tossing the scroll directly to Su Ju. Su Ju was taken aback, and with great curiosity, he inquired, Are you not afraid that your opportunity will be seized by giving me such a straightforward answer? Not at all, she replied. Your strength is relatively weak and poses no threat to me. After all, Shaoqing is a cultivator above the Golden Core stage, while you are merely at the late Foundation establishment stage. You present no real danger. Su Ju's expression darkened, clearly displeased. Then why not eliminate the threat now? He retorted. Am I foolish? You hail from the Sword Sect, a formidable power. Who's to say you do not possess a life-preserving treasure or the mark of an imperial-level expert? If I fail to kill you, I would be signing my own death warrant. You are far too perilous. I prefer to cultivate goodwill rather than enmity. Shaoqing shot Su Ju a glance of disdain and responded matter-of-factly, You make a valid point. Su Ju found himself at a loss for words. She was indeed a very astute woman. Can this compensation silence you? Shaoqing inquired with a hint of annoyance. Su Ju smiled and said, Certainly, most certainly. I assure you I shall remain silent. A man of honor keeps his word, as difficult to retract as a galloping steed. Remember what you have said. Shaoqing's lips curled into a sly smile, a glimmer of cunning flickering in her eyes. Then are you not afraid? Su Ju wished to inquire further, wondering what would transpire should he choose to bring others along. Such incessant chatter. Shaoqing cast him an exasperated glance, unwilling to endure his incessant prattle. A rather fine young man, yet he possessed a rather loquacious disposition. Without further ado, she seized Su Ju by the collar of his garment, pulling him close to her. Goodness gracious! Su Ju's pupils dilated as he gazed at the young woman before him, feeling the soft sensation upon his lips. So this is what it feels like to be kissed passionately. Chapter 16. Perhaps I am the most handsome man here? Remember the promise you made to me. Shaoqing's charming face flushed with a rosy hue. After casting a lingering glance at Su Ju, she swiftly departed. Goodness! As Su Ju finally grasped the situation, Shaoqing had already vanished from his sight. A miscalculation, indeed. This was a genuine blunder. As a dignified man of stature, I have always been the one to impose my will upon others, yet here I am, having been compelled by someone else, with a heart heavy and disoriented. Su Ju stepped out of the alley, gazing at the bustling street teeming with life, feeling utterly out of place amidst the vibrant chaos. After leading Su Ju away, Shaoqing reappeared at the alley's entrance, her gaze fixed on his receding figure. With a gentle bite of her crimson lips, her previously radiant countenance underwent a remarkable transformation, revealing an exquisite and stunning visage as the moonlight cascaded down upon her. Su Ju departed from the alley, meandering aimlessly. The passage of half an hour seemed swift, and sensing that the banquet was about to commence, he returned to the opulent tavern. Upon entering the grand hall, he noticed that the previously bustling atmosphere had quieted, as everyone had taken their seats. Clearly, the banquet was on the verge of beginning, with the princess poised to make her entrance. With a keen sense of observation, Su Ju grew curious about this princess who could command the attention of such self-important prodigies. With his questions in mind, he ascended to the second floor, where the elegant chamber belonging to the Sword Sect awaited him. The once empty chambers now housed disciples from various sections. Among them, the chamber of the Buttian Pavilion caught Su Ju's attention. Within, he could vaguely discern two female cultivators, their features obscured by the beaded curtains. He held a particular interest in the fair Yuelon. I thought you had lost track of time, my junior brother, remarked Nku, visibly relieved as Su Ju entered the chamber punctually. With less than a minute remaining before the banquet's commencement, she had feared he would be late. Never, my senior sister. I am a master of time management, he replied. Su Ju sat beside her, offering a gentle smile. Soon, the banquet commenced. On the circular stage of the second floor, a woman made her entrance. Clad in a pale red gown that cascaded to the ground, she draped a snow-white silk scarf over her shoulders. Her figure was as delicate as a willow, her waist slender, and her skin as smooth as fine jade, exuding an aura akin to the fragrance of orchids. With a graceful bend of her waist and a delicate step, she revealed her fair wrists beneath the sheer fabric. Her eyes sparkled like spring water, full of life and longing, while her hair was styled in a traditional chignon, adorned with a filigree gold hairpin embellished with tiny purple gems, its tassels cascading over her dark tresses. Her phoenix-like eyes shimmered, capable of captivating souls and stirring hearts, while her lips resembled delicate cherry blossoms, inviting boundless imagination. Her beauty surpassed that of blooming flowers, her complexion radiant and tender, fingers resembling finely sliced scallions, and her mouth as inviting as vermilion. Each smile and frown was enchanting, captivating the spirit. It was none other than the Princess Chonglu, Li Chonglu. "Good evening, everyone." Her voice flowed like a gentle spring, soothing and delightful. Upon her words, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. "Good evening, Princess. Princess Chonglu, you have grown even more beautiful. Chonglu, you are as lovely as a celestial being." The disciples were visibly excited, their gazes filled with fervor. Li Changlu was renowned as a beauty of the Jingguan era, and some disciples had come not merely for the grand assembly, but to behold her true visage. Others, driven by ambition, envisioned the opportunity to compose poetry and paint following the banquet. To dine with the princess and become the consort of the Jingguan dynasty would render their lives truly meaningful. Princess Chonglu remained as resplendent as ever. Even Enku, equally stunning, marveled at her beauty. Having witnessed Li Chonglu once, she was captivated by her exquisite appearance. With her graceful demeanor and radiant presence, her noble royal lineage made countless men yearn to fall beneath her pomegranate skirt. Su Ju maintained his composure, his attention fixated on the petite Qing behind the princess. As he cast his gaze towards her, Qing met his eyes in return. Through the delicate gaps of the beaded curtain, in that fleeting moment of their exchange, Qing's fair countenance flushed a deep crimson as she averted her gaze. "TSK, how endearingly bashful she has become." Su Ju smacked his lips, harboring a deep disdain within. Although he was the one benefiting, being coerced left him feeling quite displeased. Enku, casting a fleeting glance at the nearby Su Ju, noted his stark contrast to the fervent disciples below. His clear, serene eyes remained composed, and his handsome face bore an expression of tranquil indifference, as if the long princess held no allure for him whatsoever. Setting aside other considerations, Enku mused that her junior brother was certainly no lecher. The long princess could enchant any woman, let alone men. Yet, Su Ju displayed no reaction, his demeanor as unchanging as ever. Little did anyone know, it was not that Su Ju was indifferent to the long princess. Rather, upon seeing Shao Qing and recalling his own coercion, he felt embarrassed and lacked the inclination to appreciate her beauty. "Esteemed guests who have journeyed from various sects, I sincerely thank you for gracing this grand banquet set by Chang Lu," she expressed warmly, a gentle smile gracing her lips, exuding elegance and poise. "It is no trouble at all, Princess Chonglu. It is my honor to be in your presence." The disciples fervently responded in unison. What a group of infatuated fans. Su Ju's lips twitched, as this group of disciples reminded him of those starry-eyed fans from his past life. If their sect leader were to witness the expressions of these disciples upon encountering a woman to the point of being rendered immobile, it would surely be a sight to behold. "Sister, that is Su Ju." At that moment, the young girl Qing, standing behind Li Changel, subtly gestured towards the elegant chamber where Su Ju resided. "Indeed, I have noticed," Li Changel replied, having already observed Su Ju within the chamber. After all, as the first man to see through her scheme, he piqued her interest. She boldly turned her gaze towards Su Ju, taking in his snow-white attire, strikingly handsome features, and clear, bright eyes, which involuntarily stirred a flicker of affection within her. Su Ju noticed Li Changel gazing at him. He raised his head and offered a slight smile, one imbued with confidence and serenity. In response, Li Changel smiled charmingly, exuding an array of captivating allure, as if to reciprocate his gesture. Meanwhile, she secretly mused to herself, "This Su Ju is indeed remarkable." Su Ju felt no curiosity regarding why Li Changel had taken notice of him. It was evident, even without deep contemplation, that it was Shao Qing who had divulged the matter to Li Changel. "Junior brother, do you know the princess?" Enk, sharing the same elegant chamber, inquired with a hint of confusion upon observing the two exchange a smile. "I do not know her," Su Ju replied truthfully. "Then why did the princess smile at you?" Enku tilted her little head, inquiring like a curious child. Su Ju shook his head and, with utmost seriousness, remarked, I am perhaps the most handsome man here. Enku couldn't help but twitch his lips. His junior brother was indeed insufferably vain. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. Soon, after exchanging a few pleasantries with Lichangle, the banquet commenced. Numerous enchanting maidens swayed their graceful waists, serving exquisite wine to fill the cups of all the disciples present. Please indulge in the unique wines of our Chauga city, and once you have finished, we shall proceed to the second part of the banquet. Lichangle said with a charming smile. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. Many disciples had come here solely in anticipation of this moment. They had prepared what they believed to be exceptional poetry, hoping to earn the chance to dine with Lichangle. Chapter 17. You must take responsibility. Suju gazed at the exquisite goblet of wine before him and, without hesitation, consumed it in one swift motion. The bitter liquid slid down his throat, its spiciness stinging his senses. He had long been aware that the viticulture of this realm was not particularly advanced, having sampled some within the sword sect in the past. Perhaps due to the nature of cultivation, the wines here possessed an exceptional sharpness, far beyond what an ordinary person could endure, lacking the smooth, rich aroma of the fine wines from his previous life. Your capacity for alcohol is impressive, Enku remarked, immediately giving him a thumbs up upon witnessing Suju's boldness. She recalled her own experience with this wine, which had left her gasping for breath after just one cup. Fortunately, aside from its harshness on the throat, this wine bore no other adverse effects. Why isn't my senior sister partaking? Suju shook his head, noting that while the taste was exhilarating, it lacked substance. It seems that in the future, he should endeavor to craft some fine wine. However, I suppose I shall refrain. Enku demonstrated a certain reluctance towards this so-called exquisite liquor. Well, if a girl ought not to indulge, then it is best she abstains. Suju expressed his understanding, remarking that the sensation was so exhilarating that even a man like him found it thrilling, let alone the delicate senior sister. Who says I cannot drink? However, as soon as Suju's words fell, Enku, slightly embarrassed, immediately pouted her lips. Didn't the senior sister just say that herself? Suju innocently shrugged his shoulders. I was merely being modest. My tolerance for alcohol is quite commendable. Enku patted the towering peaks, snorting softly. Is that so? Suju cast a knowing glance at the untouched wine cup, the implication unmistakable. Naturally, Enku felt a twinge of disdain from her junior, and as an elder sister. How could she allow herself to lose face in front of him? Although she was truly averse to the wine, for the sake of her dignity as a senior, she was willing to prove herself this once. Suju shook his head with a chuckle. Observing Enku's fervent desire for victory, he kindly advised. Perhaps it would be best not to drink, senior sister. But I shall drink, Enku declared, gazing at the wine in her hand. After a moment's hesitation, she emulated Suju's demeanor and promptly downed the entire glass. Senior sister? Suju's lips twitched involuntarily. Was it truly that intense? As the fiery liquor coursed down her throat, Enku's expression froze, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. In the next moment, she gasped, feeling a searing warmth spread through her throat, prompting her to part her lips and fan herself frantically with her small hands. Quick, eat some fruit. Suju hastily peeled a banana for Enku. Enku quickly stuffed the banana into her mouth, her cheeks puffed up adorably. Sister, are you feeling any better? Suju let out a helpless smile and inquired. I'm a bit hungry. Enku stuck out her small, delicate tongue and consumed a banana, which revitalized her significantly. However, her speech now carried a slightly slurred quality, as if her tongue had been numbed by spiciness, rendering her unable to articulate clearly. Suju shook his head and chuckled. Senior sister, let us refrain from drinking next time. A single cup of wine proves nothing. Goen then interjected with a hint of mischief. But if I do not partake, would you not look down upon me? Suju spoke earnestly. How could that be? Senior sister is already quite remarkable in junior brother's heart. Really, junior brother? Enku gently pursed her crimson lips, her eyes shimmering, as a delicate blush began to grace her porcelain-like complexion. This only served to enhance Enku's already breathtaking beauty, adding a touch of allure. It was evident that the effects of alcohol had taken hold. She had indeed indulged too much. Suju discerned Enku's condition at a glance, feeling a twinge of regret for allowing her to indulge in drink. He silently hoped she would not succumb to drunken antics, as he felt utterly helpless in the presence of a woman in such a state. Why was his junior brother so silent? Enku's enchanting eyes were clouded, her expression dreamy. A sense of dizziness enveloped her, as a primal impulse threatened to take control of her mind. She remained oblivious to the fact that she had already overindulged. Suju replied earnestly, Senior sister, Achieving the mid-stage of the golden core at your current age is truly remarkable. You stand among the finest talents in the entire central continent. A paragon that I aspire to emulate. Hee, am I truly that impressive? Enku chuckled sweetly, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. Senior sister, you seem to have had a bit too much to drink. Suju sighed in helplessness. Enku pouted her lips and huffed. I haven't drunk too much. What does this little bit of wine even count as? Suju rubbed his temples and pondered whether to find a hotel to take her back, as the banquet seemed rather dull. Sister, shall we leave? Suju suggested. Where shall we go? Enku tilted her little head, her cheeks adorned with dimples that shimmered like the morning glow. Let us find a hotel to rest. There is little of interest here, Suju remarked. Enku, with a charming pout, shook her head. No, I wish to see the painting. Sister, are you still interested in painting? Suju inquired with curiosity. After a few drinks, one tends to speak their truths. There must be a story behind this. Indeed, during my childhood, I harbored a profound passion for painting. However, my family discovered my exceptional talent for cultivation and forbade me from squandering time on art. Thus I have kept this affection buried deep within my heart. Ank's rosy cheeks displayed a hint of melancholy, her eyes misty, as if she were on the verge of tears. Suju quickly reassured, it's all right. We are already out now, and you can do some things you wish to do. You will accompany me, won't you? Enku leaned closer to Suju, her bright, expressive eyes blinking playfully. What reason could I possibly have to refuse? Suju gazed upon Enku's enchanting visage and offered a slight smile. He feared that after his departure, some ill-intentioned individuals might take advantage of the moment to harm his senior sister. Ah, how delightful! Enku beamed with joy, completely devoid of any trace of sorrow. Suju suddenly felt deceived. Have I truly overindulged, senior sister? Indeed, it seems that, regardless of the time, women possess an unparalleled talent for deceit and theatrics, particularly the beautiful ones. Junior brother, I find you rather peculiar. Enku propped her chin on her hand, her enchanting eyes shimmering with curiosity. Alcohol often emboldens the timid, the usually reserved and bashful, Enku found herself speaking more freely. Peculiar? In what manner do you consider me strange? Suju encountered such descriptors for the first time. Although your reputation within the sword sect may be somewhat mixed, in our interactions, you truly emanate a gentle and attentive demeanor. Enku suddenly realized that her words had been rather blunt and hastily added, Junior brother, please do not take it to heart. It is not as bad as it seems. In fact, it is far from being undesirable. Suju's lips twitched slightly. But reflecting on the foolish antics he had engaged in over the past few days to align himself with the narrative, he could hardly blame his tarnished reputation. Now, he no longer felt the need to conform to the storyline. In this world, he was the protagonist, and thus everything returned to its rightful order. Junior brother, why have you fallen silent? I apologize, it was not my intention, Enku murmured, lowering her head and nervously fiddling with the hem of her garment, filled with remorse. I am not angry, senior sister. There is no need for your apology. I was merely reflecting on the mistakes I have made. Suju gazed at the adorable Enku, unable to resist the urge to gently pinch her delicate little face, which was soft and smooth to the touch. Ah, Enku's already rosy cheeks flushed even deeper as she stared blankly at Suju's hand. I apologize, senior sister. I simply could not help myself upon seeing how charming you are. Suju was momentarily taken aback, as he had not anticipated himself performing such an action. Indeed, it was rather abrupt, leaving him feeling apologetic. Once Enku regained her composure, her shyness intensified, and she appeared noticeably more spirited. Her delicate finger, pointing at Suju, trembled slightly, and a blush spread across her fair neck. Why you must take responsibility. Chapter 18. How could such a handsome junior brother deceive you? Responsibility? Such a delightful prospect? Suju's bright eyes sparkled. Enku suddenly felt that the junior brother before her might not be a good person after all. Senior sister, it would be best if you refrained from making jokes. The painting is about to commence. Suju chuckled softly. To let you off so easily, how unfortunate. Enku huffed slightly, feeling a strange mix of emotions. She had never been touched by a man before, yet here she was, suddenly having her face pinched by Suju. Though she felt no aversion, it was undeniably a bit disconcerting. What does that senior sister intend to do? Suju smiled and inquired. Let me ponder for a moment. I shall inform you later. Enku, gently pinching her chin, contemplated for a while before responding, very well. But let it be known that I am a person of integrity. Suju spoke earnestly. Are you implying that I am not upright? Ku's delicate face darkened. Suju let out a dry cough and remarked, "Not at all. I merely fear that my senior sister might compel me to engage in undesirable actions. After all, a man must safeguard himself in the world." What a delightful thought. Ku chuckled in amusement, for her suitors were as numerous as fish crossing the river, endlessly flooding in. It was the first time a man had claimed she could force him into anything untoward. Ha ha. Suju couldn't help but chuckle softly. Being in the company of this senior sister was indeed quite delightful. As the saying goes, endearingly innocent, yet lacking in complexity. She was as unblemished as a blank canvas. Her emotions vividly reflected on her face, requiring neither defenses nor burdens. This was the type of person Suju cherished the most. "I won't talk to you anymore. You wicked person," Ku huffed, crossing her arms and turning her head defiantly. Receiving both a good person card and a bad person card in a single day was rather amusing. Suju smiled brightly. "A good person card? What does that mean?" Ku turned her head, asking curiously. "I will tell you, but only if you promise not to be angry." Suju chuckled and winked. Ku giggled. "I wasn't actually angry. A prime minister can certainly tolerate a great deal. It's nothing. I wasn't planning to tell you anyway." Suju shrugged. "Love, say it or don't." Ku gazed intently at Suju, each word meticulously squeezed out from between her teeth. Suju hummed a cheerful tune, his spirits notably elevated. Before long, the session dedicated to writing and painting commenced. Li Changel occupied the central spot on the second floor, affording her an excellent view and rendering her the most conspicuous presence in the entire venue. She was visible to all, whether on the second or the first floor. "Dear friends, I hope you will not withhold your creations, for it would delight Changel to broaden her horizons," Li Changel remarked, observing the eager disciples below with a smile. "Princess Changel, look at mine. Look at mine. I was the first to arrive. You should stand back a bit. Mine is splendid, truly splendid. Look at mine. Theirs are rather ordinary. Who the devil is tugging at my trousers?" A commotion erupted from below. Had the occasion permitted, Suju would have burst into laughter. Indeed, he found amusement in these antics, watching the disciples as one might a troop of jesters. "Take your time, everyone. One at a time, there is ample opportunity," he encouraged. "If any of your paintings should catch Changel's fancy, she shall exchange it for a royal treasure." Upon witnessing the somewhat chaotic scene, Li Changel promptly interjected. "It seems the Princess Changel is genuinely invested in these artistic endeavors." Suju mused to himself upon hearing the generous offer from Li Changel. To maintain one's integrity in such a royal environment and possess such leisure is indeed a fascinating quality. As her words echoed, the atmosphere in the hall grew considerably quieter, and the eyes of the disciples sparkled with fervor. These aspiring artists hailed from modest sects, and the prospect of acquiring a royal treasure, undoubtedly precious, ignited their aspirations. "Are you, dear junior brother, also intrigued? Will you take up painting?" An eager glance was cast towards Suju. "Alas, I truly cannot," he replied. Suju smiled and shook his head, pondering the frivolity of studying such matters. In this world, literature finds it exceedingly difficult to gain recognition. How unfortunate. Ku had initially hoped to witness Suju's artistic prowess, but it was evident that such an opportunity was unattainable. "Nevertheless, I possess the ability to compose poetry." A mysterious smile graced Suju's lips. "Compose a poem?" Ku regarded him with skepticism, for such an endeavor was far more challenging than painting. While diligence could cultivate one's artistic skills, poetry demanded inspiration. Some individuals traverse their entire lives without ever encountering that fleeting moment of creativity, while others are blessed with a lifetime of such epiphanies. Indeed, Suju nodded with an air of calm assurance. Witnessing his earnest demeanor, Ku found herself believing him. Despite his somewhat whimsical nature, his words held a certain credibility. "However, I shall not compose." Suju recalled the Tang poems from the collection of 300 Tang poems. Although he did not remember many, some famous verses came to his lips effortlessly. Why? Because if he composed a fine poem, he could dine with the princess. Ku gazed at Suju in bewilderment, realizing that this man truly defied conventions. While others eagerly vied for the opportunity, almost willing to pay handsomely for a poem, Suju seemed rather indifferent. Rather than dining with the princess, his junior preferred to stroll in the cool evening breeze with his senior sister after their engagements in the imperial city. Suju smiled gently, casting a glance at Ku, whose cheeks were gradually adorning a rosy hue. "What nonsense are you spouting, junior brother? The princess of Changlu is exceedingly beautiful. I cannot possibly compare." Ku, feeling somewhat bashful, fidgeted with the hem of her garment, unable to meet Suju's gaze. Who said such a thing? Suju firmly denied, stating that today's Li Changel, in terms of attire, accessories, and the blush adorning her cheeks, was meticulously prepared for this day. The stunning effect she exudes is inevitable. After all, she is the princess, the visage of the Jingguan dynasty. If my senior sister were to adorn herself similarly, I am confident that with her exquisite beauty, she would not pale in comparison to Li Changel. I dare say, when it comes to rating beauties, Suju is unequivocal. Enku and Li Changel are of the same caliber. Yet Enku's inherently reserved and shy nature prevents her from boldly embellishing herself. However, it is precisely this trait that endears her to Suju. Everyone possesses their unique charm, and there is no need to imitate others. Enku's adorably naive approach to life radiates her own allure at every moment. Upon seeing the earnestness in Suju's eyes, Enku was momentarily taken aback. Really? Suju smiled cheerfully and said, "Of course, senior sister, you must have confidence. How could someone as handsome as junior brother possibly deceive you?" Enku twitched her lips, realizing that a few words could reveal one's true nature. Nevertheless, she truly took Suju's words to heart, feeling a warmth within. Is this the sensation of being recognized and appreciated? How wonderful it is. That evening, the person agreed to take a stroll with her. Enku's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and after a moment of hesitation, she spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. Suju coughed lightly and remarked, "Sister, I was merely jesting. The journey has been rather exhausting these past few days. It is best to rest well and prepare for tomorrow's tournament of elites. Get lost." Chapter 19. A cascade plunges 3,000 feet. It seems as if the Milky Way has descended from the heavens. Enku, in her agitation, couldn't help but exclaim a few profanities, thoroughly exasperated by Suju's antics. "I don't care. Soon you shall accompany me for a stroll," she declared, leaving no room for argument. "Very well." Suju spoke succinctly and nodded immediately. "You agreed so swiftly. Did you not just mention your fatigue?" The mere mention of this made her irate. For it was she who had been flying with her sword these past few days, depleting both her spiritual energy and mental fortitude. In recent days, Suju has been entirely immersed in slumber. If one were to speak of fatigue, it is undoubtedly the result of his own exertions and those of Yunjiangqi, rather than his own. It is but a jest. To stroll alongside his senior sister is indeed an honor for a junior disciple. Suju smiled faintly, still finding joy in observing Enku's demeanor, which added a touch of amusement to the monotony of life. "I shall not engage with your words. They are rather unpredictable." Enku, having grown wiser, decided not to grant Suju this opportunity, snorting softly in response. "Haha, I am not jesting any longer, senior sister. Look below." A painting has already emerged. Suju pointed to a painting presented by a disciple below. This artwork ostensibly depicted a carp leaping over the dragon gate. The differentiation between the flowing water and the carp was hardly discernible, and the lines were inadequately defined. The colors employed were excessively vibrant, at first glance. They exuded a sense of brilliance, yet upon closer inspection, the flaws became glaringly apparent, devoid of depth. Li Changel, under the expectant gaze of the disciples, shook his head. Indeed, the painting was quite mediocre. Even Suju, who possessed little knowledge of art, could discern its shortcomings. The disciple left in disappointment. The next piece featured a mountain stream. In stark contrast to the previous painting's flamboyant colors, this one adopted a far more subdued palette. However, capturing the essence of a mountain stream demands a strong sense of layering, as it must convey the serene beauty of the landscape while rendering the water with a sense of dynamism. The difficulty level was, if anything, higher than that of the former piece. Yet, as the intricacy of the painting increased, so too did the demands on the artist's skill. Unfortunately, this mountain stream lacked distinct layers, and the representation of the landscape was limited to a few sparse trees, appearing rather insubstantial. The water failed to evoke a sense of clarity. In 2 words, utterly disappointing. Li Changel shook his head once more. Following the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th pieces, he perused over 10 paintings in total, none of which piqued Li Changel's interest. This cohort of art examination candidates was rather uninspired. Suju shook his head and candidly assessed the situation. What is an art examination candidate? Does the junior brother even comprehend the art of painting? Enku inquired with curiosity. "It's nothing much. I possess a rudimentary understanding of painting, I suppose." Suju was about to express his confusion, but upon witnessing the artistic standards of this world, he mustered the courage to utter a remark. He surmised that even a failed art student would surpass the abilities of these individuals and could easily emerge victorious in this arena. Suju turned to Enku and inquired, "Senior sister, aren't you capable of this? Why not give it a try? The royal treasures are indeed quite alluring." At that moment, Enku had nearly sobered up, for as a cultivator, her body could expel alcohol with remarkable speed. She quickly shook her head, saying, "Let us not. Junior brother, I'm not suited for it. Senior sister, you can draw, can't you?" "I can, but I feel rather shy about it." "Then that settles it. What is there to be shy about? Could it be that you suffer from social anxiety, senior sister?" Suju chuckled softly. "What does social anxiety mean?" Enku is not quite familiar with this advanced terminology from the 21st century. Suju briefly remarked that it was social anxiety disorder, a fear of presenting oneself in front of others. That seemed to capture the essence. After some contemplation, Enku realized that she was likely a reflection of Suju's social anxiety. Thus, she decided to show her junior brother, who was also curious about her artistic prowess. Suju smiled warmly at Enku. "I do possess some of my past artworks, though they were created several years ago." Enku hesitated for a moment and then said, "If possible, senior sister, please show them to us. Junior brother is not an outsider." Suju harbors a considerable anticipation regarding the caliber of this senior sister's childhood dreams. "Let it be known in advance, should you find this uncomfortable. It is of no concern to me." After offering a few words of caution, Enku retrieved the painting from her storage ring. Upon receiving the painting, Suju conducted a meticulous inspection. Majestic mountains and flowing waters unfurled before him, with a magnificent waterfall cascading downwards. Wisps of mist rose, enveloping the peaks in a surreal haze. The finesse of the lines and the application of colors surpassed those of many others by a significant margin. Suju was struck by the quality of the craftsmanship. He could assert with certainty that it eclipsed that of numerous artists. "Quite impressive indeed, senior sister. You should certainly consider presenting it, as the opportunity is substantial." Suju's eyes sparkled with genuine admiration. Enku hurriedly waved her hands, exclaiming, No. It would be quite embarrassing if the painting turns out poorly." Suju blinked, saying, "The paintings below are even more unsightly. Do not be anxious. If anyone dares to speak ill of you, I shall sew their lips shut." However, she felt a pang of insecurity, and lightly pressed her crimson lips together, her heart in turmoil. Though she felt a flicker of desire, she feared the potential disapproval of the princess, which would surely lead to embarrassment. "Rest assured, my senior sister, I will ensure you receive the treasures promised by Lichangle." After a moment of contemplation, Suju confidently declared, "Really?" Enku hesitated somewhat. She had indeed assessed the quality of those paintings and found them rather mediocre. Nevertheless, given her personality, she remained ambivalent. "Absolutely, senior sister, just you wait and see." Suju smiled and took out a brush from his storage ring, beginning to write on the back of the painting. "Very well, junior brother. If Princess Chonglu truly admires this piece, then the treasure shall belong to you." Observing Suju's actions, although Enkursen was filled with doubt, she trusted that Suju would not deceive her, and thus she nodded in agreement, following his lead. Suju raised an eyebrow, saying, "As for treasures, let's discuss that later. Just watch closely, senior sister." Sitting upright on the high platform, Lichangle felt a tinge of disappointment. After perusing more than 10 paintings, not a single one met her approval, none even caught her eye. With a profound appreciation for literature and art, she had delved deeply into the subject, and the skill of the artists was so lacking that it paled in comparison to her own standards. If there were no further paintings for her to admire, she would then proceed to the next endeavor, composing poetry. After waiting for a moment with no response from below, a flicker of disappointment crossed her phoenix-like eyes as she smiled and remarked, "It seems this year has been yet another fruitless endeavor." At that moment, Suju emerged from the elegant chamber, holding a painting. "Oh." Lichangle, noticing Suju's unexpected action, cast another glance at the artwork in his hand, instantly intrigued. "Young Master Su, you also possess the talent for painting?" Suju remarked, "That is not the case. This painting was gifted to me by a friend, who hopes that Princess Chonglu might take a moment to appreciate it." "Certainly, since Mr. Su possesses such refined taste, I, Chonglu, would be delighted to admire it alongside you," replied Lichangle, her smile radiant and captivating. Standing behind Lichangle, Shaoqing observed Suju's demeanor, pursing her lips slightly and letting out a soft hum of discontent. Internally, she scorned, "What a foolish man. How could I have harbored affection for him? He seems no different from those other men." Suju presented the painting, and Lichangle received it, her beautiful eyes sparkling at the first sight. Although the artwork was not extraordinarily exquisite, it far surpassed the flowery paintings below, making the effort worthwhile. Young Master Su, Li Changel said candidly, this is a commendable piece, demonstrating a solid foundation in artistry. However, if you wish to obtain the treasures I promised, it still falls slightly short. After admiring the painting, she spoke truthfully. For treasures are not easily acquired. It was a gift she had pleaded for from the queen for a long time. Unless she encountered a painter whose skills surpassed her own and left her utterly astonished, she would not readily offer her promise. Hearing this, Nkafong's heart tightened. The aesthetic merit of the painting seemed inconsequential compared to the embarrassment it brought her junior disciple, filling her with guilt. Do not fret, Your Highness. I have heard that you enjoy composing poetry. Might I invite you to take a look at what lies behind? Su Ju remained calm, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Li Changel, intrigued, turned over the painting paper, wondering if there was some hidden significance. Upon seeing the few short lines of poetry, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, her lips parting slightly as she cast an incredulous glance at Su Ju. Did you compose this poem? Even the curious Xiao Qing, standing behind her, leaned in, and upon reading the poem, she too was rendered speechless. Is it true that this could earn the favor of Princess Changel? Su Ju smiled faintly. Behind the painting, several rows of exuberant calligraphy stood tall. The sun shines upon the incense burner, producing purple smoke. From a distance, one can see the waterfall hanging before the river. The water cascades down 3,000 feet. It seems as if the Milky Way has fallen from the heavens. Chapter 20. Grateful for the kind intentions of the princess, Su Ju already had prior engagements. Su Ju chose this poem because it resonates harmoniously with the painting. Although this poem may fall slightly short, by a mere half a grade compared to the timeless masterpieces, the latter two lines possess the power to astonish Li Changel. Furthermore, the cultural level of this world is indeed rather low, with most circulating poetry being of mediocre quality, thus granting him considerable confidence. Judging by Li Changel's expression, it seems he has secured a favorable outcome. Who would have thought that young Master Su possessed such remarkable talent? Li Changel gazed at Su Ju in awe. The audacious metaphor of likening a waterfall to the Milky Way showcases an extraordinary imagination and creativity that she genuinely admires. Upon hearing Li Changel's commendation, the curiosity of all present was piqued. What kind of words could elicit such high praise from Li Changel? Could this poem, along with the painting, be presented to the princess in exchange for royal treasures? Su Ju chuckled. Is this truly for me? This poem, bestowed upon me? Are you, young Master Su, genuinely not jesting? Li Changel gazed at Su Ju in astonishment. As a royal princess and the eldest daughter of the Jingguan dynasty, she had encountered numerous grand spectacles and treasures. Yet, it was merely this poem from Su Ju that elicited such a reaction. This was a composition worthy of eternal renown, freely gifted to her, leaving Li Changel, who was already vulnerable to the allure of literary artistry, profoundly moved. A gentleman's word is as unyielding as a team of 4 horses. Su Ju nodded, acknowledging that it was merely a poem. His mind held countless others, and he was indifferent. No problem. Of course, no problem. Li Changel promptly stowed the painting away, treating it as a treasured possession, carefully placing it into her storage ring as if fearing it might be snatched away by others. Sister, Xiaoqing, please fetch that scroll, Li Changel commanded, nearly stumbling over her words in her haste, fearful that Su Ju might change his mind. Yes, Xiaoqing cast a lingering glance at Su Ju, astonished that such a seemingly irksome individual possessed such literary talent. Even she, who typically held little interest in literature, found herself captivated. Below, the onlookers, intrigued by Li Changel's expression and commentary, were eager to discover what lay inscribed on the reverse of the painting. Young Master Su, what is the title of this painting? Let us call it Gazing at the Waterfall of Mount Lu. Su Ju pondered for a moment and remarked. Li Changel etched it deeply into her heart. Excellent. It seems that the mountains depicted here must be Lushan. If given the chance, Changel will certainly make the journey, to witness it with her own eyes. As if the Milky Way had descended from the heavens, Su Ju coughed lightly without uttering a word, pondering the existence of such a place as Mount Lu in this world. Nevertheless, there must be places reminiscent of it, for the expanse of Zhongzhou is many times that of Blue Star. Li Changel inquired once more, does Master Su mind if this painting is shown to others? Not at all, replied Su, for this painting belongs to the princess, and thus it is hers to decide. Su Ju remained indifferent, offering a faint smile. While this painting was indeed a gift from young Master Su, Changlu would still publicly announce it as your creation. Li Changlu shook his head, his expression earnest as he spoke. Very well, let the Princess Changlu take the lead on this painting. Su Ju smiled nonchalantly, yet inwardly. He held a measure of admiration for Li Changlu. Indeed, as a princess, her perspective was truly grand. Bring forth the reading of this painting. Li Changlu beamed, her gaze towards Su Ju brimming with profound appreciation. A nearby maid stepped forward, her curiosity piqued regarding the poem concealed behind the artwork. What enchantment could possibly evoke such an emotional response from the typically composed princess? However, she lacked the boldness of Shaoqing. Upon discovering the poem, the maid's beautiful eyes suddenly gleamed with astonishment as she regarded Su Ju, incredulous that such an impeccable man could exist. Handsome, gifted, and possessing remarkable literary talent. No wonder the princess was so enraptured. Even the empress would feel the same. As everyone present heard these words, they perked up their ears, eager to witness the poetry that could incite such excitement in her highness. The sun illuminates the fragrant incense burner, producing purple smoke. From afar, one beholds the waterfall cascading before the river. The torrent plunges straight down 3,000 feet, as if the Milky Way were descending from the heavens. Swiftly, the poem was recited aloud by the maid. Upon hearing the verses, vivid images of the magnificent waterfall materialized in the minds of all present. As the poem was inscribed on the reverse of the painting, everyone gazed upon the artwork with clarity. They were not foolish. It was evident that this timeless poem was inspired by the very painting before them. Soon, as the final lines of the poem fell, the tavern erupted in applause akin to thunder. Ultimately, it stemmed from the prodigies of their sect, who, despite their inclination towards martial pursuits over literary endeavors, possessed a modicum of artistic refinement. Su Ju possessed an extraordinary countenance, strikingly handsome and exuding an ethereal charm, akin to a celestial being. Within this tavern, few men could rival his allure, not only in the entire Central Plains, but in all of the realm. Additionally, his literary prowess was remarkable, causing some female cultivators to gaze at him with starry eyes, yearning to confess their affections. This poem, had it been freshly penned by Su Ju? Enku was momentarily taken aback. The painting was one she had created back in her hometown, depicting the renowned Mount Lu. It seemed that Su Ju understood her well, for he could not have known of Mount Lu otherwise. Moreover, Su Ju's literary talent was astonishing. Within mere minutes of viewing the painting, he had composed such an exquisite piece. She had initially thought Su Ju's claim of being able to write poetry was a jest, yet it appeared her assumptions were misguided. It was unexpected that her junior brother Su Ju would be so attentive to her. Inka's cheeks flushed crimson. She had never disclosed the matter of Mount Lu to him, leaving only the possibility that Su Ju had conducted some investigation into her. The reason for such inquiry could only be affection. Otherwise, he would not have gone to such lengths to write a poem unconditionally for her. Nor would he have sought to acquire treasures on her behalf. No wonder he had invited her for a stroll, praised her beauty above that of the princess, and even suggested they share a seat on the cloud crane. This was indeed affection. In Su Ju's eyes, she was more beautiful than Li Changlu. Contemplating this, Enku felt her cheeks burning, as if they could drip with water. His exceptional talent, striking appearance, and the literary brilliance just displayed, along with his evident concern for her, caused her heart to flutter instantaneously. Though Su Ju's words could sometimes be irksome, leaving her with a slight irritation, she found herself rather fond of their light-hearted and pleasant interactions. No, he is my junior brother. How could I entertain such thoughts? Enku quickly shook her head. Yet regardless of her internal deliberations, her gaze toward the youthful figure on the stage, imbued with an otherworldly grace, carried an unmistakable sentiment. Clearly, a seed had been quietly sown within the budding affections of her heart. Li Changlu sincerely remarked, "Young Master Su possesses such literary talent. I am in awe. However, I do have one matter I wish to inquire of you." What matter? Su Ju had already begun to surmise. Li Changlu's eyes sparkled as she fixed her gaze upon Su Ju's exceptionally handsome visage. "I humbly request that young Master Su grace me with his company for dinner, so we may discuss poetry together. I hope you might impart some wisdom to me." As she spoke, a faint blush crept to her ears. This was her first time inviting a man to dine with her. Although she had long harbored this intention, the absence of the right person had caused her to bury her reservations deep within her heart. Now that Su Ju had appeared, amidst a gathering of people, it was her first time doing so, naturally making her feel rather bashful. Upon uttering these words, Suju seemed to hear the collective sound of countless hearts breaking among the men and women present. Everyone held their breath, eagerly anticipating Suju's response, clearly believing he would acquiesce. After all, she was the princess, the epitome of beauty in the Jingguan dynasty, of pure royal lineage, who would not be captivated. Even the atmosphere in the parlor grew tense. If Suju were to agree, would their evening stroll be rendered impossible? Grateful for the kind intentions of the princess, Suju politely declined, stating that he already had prior engagements. Suju cast a glance at the other enchanting beauty behind the beaded curtain and offered a subtle smile. Aang's heart seemed to be struck by this smile, her inner emotions surging with excitement and joy. What? Everyone present stared at Suju in disbelief. How could he refuse an opportunity that others could only dream of? Well, Li Changel sighed with a hint of regret. She genuinely wished to share a dinner with Suju. However, seeing him decline, she felt it inappropriate to say much more, her beautiful eyes betraying a trace of discernible disappointment. At that moment, Shao Qing emerged, holding the scroll, and after Suju took it from her, he winked playfully. Under the shy gaze of Shao Qing, he returned to the elegant room. Senior sister. Suju entered the elegant chamber, poised to utter a few words. Junior brother, why do you treat me with such kindness? Enku gazed at Suju, her crimson lips pressed together, her expression one of deep emotion. What? Suju was taken aback. How did it suddenly become so emotional? He initially thought that Enku, who had always prioritized cultivation in this lifetime, would remain indifferent. However, Enku resolutely declared, Junior brother, rest assured, I will undoubtedly provide you with an opportunity. What on earth was going on? Princess Chong. Li Changel Chapter 21. The beginning of the Grand Assembly. Suju stepped forward and gently touched Enku's forehead, then his own. Indeed, his temperature was normal. He was not running a fever. I am not ill, junior brother. Enku's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed at Suju. Junior brother, I have come to understand your feelings. What feelings? Suju inquired with curiosity. Stop pretending. Junior brother, I am already aware of everything. Enku, a bit bashful, blinked her eyes shyly. Suju appeared somewhat bewildered. Huh, senior sister, I truly do not understand. All right, I see that you are shy and feel embarrassed. I comprehend your sentiments. Enku wore an expression that signified her understanding, as if to say, I am aware, I grasp your meaning. Suju felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss. Senior sister, are you certain we are discussing the same matter? He inquired with a hint of confusion. Enku, with clarity in her heart, asked, Is this poem you wrote meant for me? Indeed, Suju replied, if it weren't for Enku, I would not wish to attract such attention. Observing his senior sister's adorable and innocent demeanor, which had recently irked him, he felt compelled to make amends. Well, it has come to this. I understand your intentions, junior brother, Enku said, both touched and elated, as she gently patted Suju's shoulder. He had taken the time to understand his own past, encouraged himself, acknowledged his worth, and lavished compliments upon himself, all for his own sake. How could she not be moved by such a quietly devoted junior brother? Suju felt an inherent disconnection in the conversation. Sensing that they were not discussing the same matter, yet unable to pinpoint where the misunderstanding lay, Enku's delicate face was suffused with a rosy glow as she remarked. However, let us take our time, for I tend to warm up slowly. Hopefully, we are indeed on the same page. Suju's lips twitched slightly. What was this inexplicable shyness all about? Rest assured, junior brother. Enku entirely believed that Suju was bashful due to his thin skin. Since that was the case, she chose not to mention it further. Now that the painting was complete, let us depart, senior sister. Suju noticed that the attention of those around him was somewhat directed towards him, and he did not wish to be regarded as a spectacle. Fortunately, the painting segment had concluded, and he found himself utterly disinterested in the subsequent poetry portion. Enku nodded with a smile as radiant as a flower, surmising that her junior brother must be eager to take a stroll with her, for such urgency could not be otherwise explained. It seems that all her conjectures were indeed correct. If Suju were aware of Enku's inner musings, he would surely exclaim in protest, Sister, are you a dramatist? Suju could hardly have anticipated that Enku was painting Lushan. What a remarkable coincidence it was. And he might not believe it if he were to hear it. Li Changel astutely noticed the discreet departure of Suju and Enku. No wonder she had declined her invitation. The woman by her side possessed extraordinary beauty, equally enchanting and perilous. Shao Qing also took note of Suju, silently reflecting that it was indeed a rare occurrence for a man to show indifference towards the princess. Suju, I shall remember you. Li Changel softly murmured his name. her gaze momentarily flickering. "Where shall we go, junior brother?" Enku inquired, tilting her head as they stepped out of the tavern. Suju stretched lazily, feeling the weariness of a day filled with toil, and decided it was time to seek a place for repose. After a brief pause, he turned to the stunning beauty beside him and smiled, saying, "Let's also disperse our steps." The following day, the talented youth conference commenced. In the vast and boundless square of the Jingguan dynasty, disciples from various sects gathered, taking their seats. Before each disciple, there lay a designated token, intricately engraved with the insignia of their respective sections. This arrangement not only facilitated their seating without confusion, but also provided the young men and women attending the conference with options to choose from. Suju and Enku were also present among the assembly, yet their seats were evidently higher and more spacious, affording them a panoramic view of the entire event. Numerous youthful aspirants, brimming with eagerness, were poised to seize this opportunity, the closest they had ever been to the path of immortality. The audience also comprised onlookers and wandering cultivators, drawn to the spectacle. As the disciples cast their gaze toward the representatives of various sects in the stands, many found their attention lingering on the sword sect. The sword sect's renown was indeed widespread, given its very name. The sword, revered as the king of all weapons, embodies grace and elegance, making it the favored instrument of youthful enthusiasts. Furthermore, with the formidable presence of an emperor safeguarding the sect, countless disciples yearned to join its ranks. Conveniently, not far from the sword sect stood the Butian Pavilion, a sect of equal stature, also under the protection of an emperor. Suju cast a curious glance and beheld a woman adorned in a palace gown, one draped in a veil and the other without. The unveiled beauty, though captivating, paled in comparison to the likes of Enku and Lin Chichen, falling several tiers short. Nevertheless, amidst the crowd, she remained a striking presence. Suju's attention was not captivated by the unveiled woman. Rather, it was drawn to the veiled figure beside him, clad in pristine garments untouched by dust. She emanated an air of cool, haughty elegance. The veil obscured her features, rendering her visage a mystery, yet her eyes, visible beneath the fabric, resembled tranquil autumn waters, devoid of any turbulence. She was extraordinary, ethereal, akin to a celestial being. Though she sat close by, she felt as distant as the luminous moon. One could surmise that she was the Moonchan fairy, Yu Qinglian. Suju felt an unmistakable sense of awe. At merely 18, she had achieved perfect foundational cultivation, a truly formidable feat. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Suju observed the remaining few powers that held equal status with the sword sect, each presided over by an emperor. The disciples they sent were all exceptional individuals, distinguished among their peers with extraordinary talents. "Suju, what are you gazing at?" Enku inquired curiously. "Just yesterday." After enjoying the evening breeze together and taking a leisurely stroll, their bond had deepened, and Enku no longer addressed him as junior brother. "It's nothing," he replied. Suju shook his head and withdrew his gaze. Though several prodigies might currently exert considerable pressure on him, with the passage of time, such pressure would inevitably diminish. The Emperor is merely the beginning. He is destined to become a divine being. The Prodigy tournament is about to commence. My master informed me that our task this time is to recruit 30 individuals with commendable talents. We aim to acquire 50 with superior talents, while striving to enlist all those with extraordinary and sacred talents into the sword sect, should any sacred talents arise. And explain the objectives of this Prodigy tournament. I understand. Suju nodded. The talents are classified into 6 distinct levels. Apart from the 5 ranks previously mentioned by Enku, there exists a low-tier talent beneath the quality of good. The sword sect holds this talent in contempt, and even for the good quality talents, they only accept 30, which is merely sufficient for survival in the outer sect. Suju himself possessed a saintly talent. After all, as a villain, he was equipped with exceptional intellect aside from his other attributes. Saintly talents have not manifested for a considerable time, typically appearing only once every few centuries. However, in this era brimming with prodigies, occurrences of saintly talents have become increasingly frequent. Enku, on the other hand, possessed an extraordinary talent, so close to being classified as saintly, yet alas, that slight margin eluded him. Suju's attention was entirely focused on the high platform. While he diligently remembered the sect's task, he did not neglect the system's mission. Atop this elevated dais stood a colossal stone pillar, inscribed with ancient Sanskrit, intended for the assessment of innate talent. Whether one is a dragon or a worm, a bull or a horse, this singular pillar would reveal the truth. Chapter 22. My Accursed Charisma, Nowhere to Rest. This stone pillar, which determined the fates of countless disciples, is known as the spirit-testing pillar. Suju cast a glance at Enku, who sat quietly beside him, and could not help but smile gently. Recalling their stroll the previous evenings, he remembered how he had forcefully gifted her a precious treasure acquired from Lichangle, only to have Enku refuse it. She insisted on obtaining treasures through her own efforts, claiming that possessing something given by another left her feeling uneasy. After much hesitation, she ultimately declined the offering. Upon returning home, Suju had diligently examined the scroll and discovered its hidden wonders, intending to bring it back to the sword sect for thorough study. It could only be said that Lichangle's generosity was indeed remarkable. Suju believed the treasure to be at least half as valuable as an immortal-grade artifact. "What are you looking at, Suju?" Enku noticed the warm and elegant smile on his face, and her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue. As her heart, which had never known tumult, gradually opened to Suju, she found herself increasingly powerless against him. Especially the way his handsome face lit up with a smile as he gazed at her was utterly disarming. "It's nothing." Suju smiled lightly. Since his senior sister did not wish for it, he would graciously accept it himself. Soon, the time for the Outstanding Talents Conference arrived. On the central stage, Lichangle, clad in a flowing red gown, gracefully stepped forward with an air of elegance. As she stood upon the platform, she became the focal point of the entire event. Her skin, fair as snow, and her lips, of vivid crimson, formed a visage akin to that of a celestial being, serenely confronting the throngs of thousands surrounding her. Her phoenix-like eyes shimmered with ripples of charm, perpetually revealing her unparalleled grace. After she meticulously elucidated the rules and regulations of the conference, Lichangle softly proclaimed, "I hereby declare the Outstanding Talents Conference officially commenced." With these words, she descended gracefully, taking her place at the side of the stage, overlooking the grand platform. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the soldiers from Chowga City, the disciples began to ascend the stage gradually. Their expressions were a tapestry of emotions. Some were elated, others anxious. Some apprehensive, and others hesitant. Their lives were poised for a transformative upheaval after this day. The spirit-testing pillar above would be irrevocably intertwined with their destinies. Before long, the first disciple approached the spirit-testing pillar, his heart a whirlpool of trepidation. He gently placed his palm upon it, and under the gaze of several onlookers, a line of text materialized above the stone column. "Yunche, medium-grade talent." With a sigh of relief, the youth's heart settled, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. In the barren land from whence he came, medium-grade talent was already deemed extraordinary. His arduous journey to Chowga City was not in vain. After leaving his contact stone, he withdrew, awaiting news. It was anticipated that, upon conclusion, sects would extend olive branches to him. Should he receive multiple invitations, the choice would rest in his hands. Following him was a young woman. She approached the stage, her delicate hand resting upon the spirit-testing pillar. A fleeting glimmer of brilliance flashed across the pillar, catching the eyes of all present, disciples from various sects, who were instantly captivated. Su Xin, possessing a talent of moderate caliber. This level of aptitude is already sufficient to secure a position as a core disciple in some lesser sections. The young girl descended from the stage, approaching one disciple after another as they took their turns to showcase their abilities. Among them, one disciple, upon discovering his low-grade talent, wept bitterly on the spot. Hailing from a small, impoverished region, his family had staked all their resources on his potential. They sought nothing more than for him to be accepted by a mid-tier sect, believing he would soar to great heights. Yet, with a low-grade talent, he could only aspire to be a menial worker in insignificant sects, rendering him incapable of repaying his family's sacrifices. Such is the nature of this world. It does not bestow mercy simply for one's misfortune. The rope of fate is inclined to fray at its most delicate points. Suju exhaled a sigh, never before having felt such a profound sense of ennui. Were it not for the task assigned by the system, he would likely have succumbed to slumber by now. In stark contrast, Enku was exceedingly busy, fully engrossed in the events unfolding before them. She meticulously noted the names of the exceptionally gifted disciples on the field, fearful of overlooking a potential prodigy. It was not that Suju was indifferent, rather, his offer to assist had been declined by Enku, who remarked that boys were often careless and should simply remain in the background. Suju was deeply moved and resolved that upon returning to the sect, he would certainly speak a few kind words about his senior sister in front of their master. "Senior sister, do not overexert yourself. The sect does not lack disciples." Suju gently tousled Enku's hair. Enku's charming face flushed instantly, her mind momentarily blank, as she stood there, frozen, being inherently shy and reserved. Enku found it challenging to endure such an intimate gesture in a public setting. Yet, surprisingly, she felt no discomfort. Instead, a sweet sensation enveloped her. And she relished the intimacy and the warmth of Suju's concern. "Did you hear that, senior sister?" Suju inquired softly, noticing Enku's pin suspended in midair. "Oh, I understand now," Enku replied, snapping back to reality, obediently responding. Her delicate legs began to sway unconsciously on the chair. Suddenly, Suju sensed a gaze fixed upon him. Following the direction of the stare, he beheld the stunning Princess Chonglu, seated regally in the main seat. Casting a glance his way, although he was unsure why she consistently noticed him, he returned her gaze with a courteous smile. Upon witnessing Suju's signature smile, Princess Chonglu stifled a laugh, finding him unexpectedly intriguing. She herself could not fathom why she had turned her attention to him. Yet an irresistible urge compelled her to look. Ultimately, it was the profound impact of the poem he had penned for her the previous day that lingered in her mind. Through her inquiries yesterday, she had come to understand that Suju was the esteemed disciple of the sword sect's leader, wielding considerable influence in Central State. After all, the Jingguan dynasty was situated not in Central State, but in its northern regions. Such a gifted individual, brimming with knowledge and possessing a visage as radiant as jade, would undoubtedly attract the admiration of countless young women. Indeed, at this moment, she was accompanied by a fellow disciple whose beauty rivaled her own. "What are you smiling about?" Suju was perplexed. Perhaps it was his strikingly handsome smile that was so infectious. Nevertheless, it must be said that Li Changle's smile was equally captivating, sweet like that of her senior beside her. Upon seeing Suju, the fleeting moment of confusion in her expression quickly transformed into a broader smile. "Indeed, she was enchanted by my brother's charm. This insufferable allure of mine has no place to reside." Suju sighed, pondering the predicament he found himself in. If being handsome were to be considered a crime, he would undoubtedly be serving a life sentence. His gaze then fell upon the serpentine line of individuals before him. A source of vexation. With so many people and no hint to guide him, how could he possibly locate the right one? It felt akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean. He could only hope that this reincarnated empress possessed some distinctive trait that would capture his attention. Oh, autumn. It seemed that this frail body was still too weak, for even in the midst of fall, the chill had compelled him to sneeze. Among the throng stood a young maiden, who suddenly let out a sneeze, tightening her delicate fists and feeling somewhat powerless. Chapter 23. The Demon Emperor? The Innocent Sweetheart? The maiden stood tall, her silhouette graceful, with features exquisitely refined and skin as smooth as jade. She was undoubtedly a beauty, destined to become a stunning figure in the years to come. Yet, despite her youthful countenance, there was an incongruous depth and aloofness in her gaze, far beyond her years. However, that mattered little. All she needed was time. In just a few millennia, she would reclaim her throne. When that day arrived, those who had betrayed her would meet their demise. The cold glimmer in her eyes was strikingly out of place on her tender visage. She had once been the fearsome demon emperor, who ascended to power through sheer talent and ruthlessness, climbing from the depths of the demon abyss to the pinnacle of authority. As the sole empress in that realm, the tribulations she faced were known only to her. In the abyss, every emperor was revered, and she commanded a healthy respect from all. Upon reaching the apex of her power and establishing her own dominion, she was betrayed and plotted against by those closest to her, resulting in the shattering of her cultivation. Simultaneously, she found herself besieged by rival emperors, meeting a bitter end in a tragic demise. Yet, fate smiled upon her, granting her the gift of rebirth. In this new life, she carried with her the wisdom of her past experiences. She believed that it would not be long before she reclaimed her imperial throne, at which point she would unleash her vengeance upon the abyss. Moreover, she had been reborn in the Middle Continent, a realm her enemies would never suspect. This provided her ample time to develop her strength, yet she had no intention of wandering as a rogue cultivator. She recognized the perils faced by female cultivators who tread such paths, especially in a territory that was unfamiliar to her. Even with her experience, inadequacy in strength could easily lead to her downfall. In this life, burdened with a sea of grievances, she would not take reckless risks. Seeking refuge and safely navigating her early days, when she was still powerless, was the wisest course of action. If the surrounding youths were to discover that they stood beside a merciless demon emperor, it would surely terrify them. Next, Han Yun. Coming. Upon hearing the soldiers' shouts from the stands, The previously composed Han Yun immediately brightened her delicate face with a sweet smile. If that soldier were to know that this charming girl had just internally vowed to cleanse the abyss of demons with blood, he would surely tremble in fear. It is not that Han Yun's character has faltered. Rather, she has meticulously crafted her persona in this world. Having endured so much in her past life, she discovered that the most secure demeanor was that of an innocent and sweet girl. By adopting a foolishly naive appearance, occasionally sprinkled with sweetness, she could evoke a sense of protectiveness among men. Simultaneously, this facade would prevent her from being seen as a thorn in the side by her peers. Should she display excessive maturity or excellence, it would only incite jealousy from the malicious, resulting in an abundance of unnecessary troubles. It's your turn, do not be anxious. The soldier, noticing the girl's politeness, couldn't help but smile. A girl like her was indeed pleasing to the eye. Just moments ago, that foolish lad had brazenly offered him money and promised benefits in exchange for adjusting the spirit-testing pillar, not to mention whether he possessed the capability to do so. Did that naive fool truly believe the others present were blind? The soldier had promptly kicked him aside. This was Chang'e City, a realm of fairness. Thank you, brother, Han Yun sweetly exclaimed, nearly suppressing a retch. No need for thanks. Would you like my assistance? The soldier, with a rather lewd expression, rubbed his hands together. That's quite all right, brother. I can manage on my own. Han Yun felt a wave of disgust. Her sensitivity to emotions allowed her to keenly perceive the filth lurking in the soldier's gaze. Had anyone dared entertain such thoughts toward her in her previous life, they would have met an immediate demise. One could say this soldier was fortunate to have escaped with his life. In the next moment, Han Yun extended her delicate hand, gently placing it upon the stone pillar. Instantly, the pillar erupted with an extraordinarily brilliant radiance, illuminating the heavens and the earth. All present were left in awe at this remarkable display from Han Yun. What unparalleled talent was this? In stark contrast to the mediocre talents that merely flickered and vanished. This glow, akin to daylight, must be of extraordinary or even divine caliber. It is worth noting that it had been ages since a divine talent had emerged, and the disciples of the sect were visibly stirred with excitement. They fixated their gazes upon the center of the arena, where Han Yun and the spirit-testing pillar stood, eagerly awaiting the manifestation of her gift. Even Su Ju, who had been devoid of energy, was invigorated by this spectacle. Could it be that something extraordinary was about to transpire? Su Ju's bright eyes sparkled as she sat up straight. Not only Su Ju, but even the enchanting Moon Chan of the Butian Pavilion and the disciples from various prestigious sects surrounding them straightened their postures. I knew it. Even in reincarnation, she would still be a remarkable woman. Han Yun thought to herself, her small hand proudly crossing behind her. At 13 years of age, Han Yun was deemed talentless. Yet the next moment, the words that appeared on the spirit-testing pillar struck her like a thunderbolt. How could this be? Han Yun was stunned. Not only her, but everyone present was equally bewildered. Such a commotion, yet no talent was detected. Brother, could there be an error? Han Yun looked helplessly at the soldier beside her. I am truly sorry. The soldier held Han Yun in high regard, yet he was certain that the spirit-testing pillar was not faulty. Might there be a chance for a retest? Han Yun pouted, her sparkling eyes blinking with hope. Such a sight was indeed heart-wrenching. However, the soldier was not foolish. With so many witnesses, it was not a decision he could make alone. He turned to the distant princess. Li Chang'e also bore a perplexed expression, wondering how such a loud commotion could yield no talent. Meeting the soldier's inquiring gaze, Li Chang'e nodded slightly, consenting to a re-examination. Very well. But this will be your final opportunity, the soldier informed Han Yun. Excellent. Han Yun believed that the spirit-testing pillar must have malfunctioned, and she placed her jade hand upon it once more. This time, it was indeed different from the last. Instead of the initial glow, a line of words appeared directly. Han Yun, 13 years old, talentless. Han Yun forced a bitter smile. As an emperor, how could she be unaware of her own condition? Her meridians were blocked, her dantian narrow, lacking any martial talent. She was but an ordinary person, yet she chose to hold on to the hope for a miracle. But what of it? She was the Nine-Nether Demon Emperor. Even if her innate abilities were lacking, she still possessed experience and would carve her own unique path. With this thought, Han Yun's small face regained its determination and confidence. Why are you still here? Go down. Do not delay others. The soldier shook his head and returned her contact stone. Take this. Perhaps it can fetch you some money for your journey home. Without talent, she would inevitably be overlooked by any sect, not even worthy of being a menial worker in the most humble of sections. The soldier felt a sense of regret for such a beautiful girl. as Han Yun grasped the contact stone and was about to descend the stage. A gentle voice from above stopped her. If I were to offer you an opportunity, would you disappoint me? Chapter 24. You truly are a perfect match. Suju. Do not act impulsively. Aang noticed that Suju had already left the stage, and there was no way to stop him. Was this merely a figment of my imagination? Han Yun's beautiful eyes sparkled as she turned her head. There, on the stage, stood a strikingly handsome youth, his features as exquisite as jade, gracefully descending and approaching her. Who are you? The soldier furrowed his brows at the sight of an intruder, questioning the audacity of this young man, who was not only full of bravado but also remarkably handsome. Sword Sect. Suju did not engage in further conversation with the passerby, but instead approached Han Yun, scrutinizing her intently. The resemblance was uncanny. Indeed, it was striking. Possessing a profound understanding of online literature tropes, Suju recognized that this was undoubtedly a reincarnation of a female emperor. First, a grand spectacle must be orchestrated, eliciting shock and anticipation from all, while simultaneously delivering a staggering blow to their expectations. At this juncture, not only would the public be deeply impressed by her presence, but they would also indulge in scornful jests. It is precisely at this moment that the protagonist would spring into action. Whether through serendipitous fortune or the intervention of a venerable elder, or perhaps even some haphazard inheritance, the ascent to greatness would commence, culminating in a demonstration of prowess, all while maintaining an air of superiority. Answer me, will it be so, or will it not? Suju gazed intently into the maiden's bright eyes, and he discerned that apart from the expected surprise, there was no trace of tension or shyness within her. Indeed, this calm demeanor was precisely what he sought. Only those accustomed to high positions remain unruffled and composed when presented with advantages, for they perceive such circumstances as entirely warranted. However, Han Yun was at a loss as to why Suju had chosen her. Yet, feeling cornered, she resolutely replied. As the Nine-Nether Demon Empress, her greatest strength lay in her ability to grow stronger. If this youth, disregarding her seemingly inferior talents, had selected her today, she would undoubtedly repay him in the future. Suju smiled. From this day forth, you shall be a disciple of my sword sect. Is it truly so? Han Yun felt an overwhelming sense of joy, as if happiness had arrived too suddenly, rendering it somewhat surreal. In one moment, she was plunged into an abyss of despair, and in the next, she was soaring among the clouds. Prior to the commencement of the Tianjio Conference, she had familiarized herself with the formidable powers within the vast expanse of the realm. The sword sect was among them, and it was the very sect she had aspired to join, with her weapon being a sword. It was serendipitous that the sword sect was presided over by an emperor, making it the perfect fit. Ding! The host has completed the task. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the celestial level sword technique. Kanglin. It has been detected that the host's current strength is insufficient to cultivate the celestial level sword technique. The system has modified the technique, which will evolve in tandem with the host's growth and power. Upon hearing the series of notifications from the system, Suju smiled, confident that his gamble had indeed paid off. Suju gazed at Han Yun, finding her increasingly agreeable with each passing moment. Indeed, a gentleman's word is his bond. Very well. Han Yun vowed she would not disappoint her senior brother. Come, let us proceed to the viewing platform. Do not linger here and cause inconvenience, she exclaimed with excitement. Suju grasped Han Yun's delicate hand and, with a graceful leap, brought her along. In her eyes, an uncontrollable flicker of chill momentarily surfaced, but it was swiftly suppressed by the clarity and sincerity reflected in Suju's bright gaze. Perhaps it was for the best. Her senior brother meant well. It was merely her anxiety manifesting as an instinctive reaction when her father abandoned them. Han Yun had witnessed the harrowing sight of her mother and herself being brutally killed by a ferocious beast in a desperate act of protection. Thus, the infamous disdain the Nine-Nether Demon Emperor held for men was well known in the demon abyss. She had cultivated for millennia without a single whisper of romance with any male cultivator. Truly, the Empress was wise, her mind agile and adaptable. She could effortlessly respond to a Foundation Establishment senior brother-esque call. Yet, he was not naive. The reincarnation of the Empress was no ordinary individual, and it was impossible for her to harbor no ulterior motives. Her outward demeanor might well be a faade, even if it were a pretense. Suju found it commendable. Donning a mask was indeed the safest course of action. With the interlude behind them, the Talents Conference resumed. Although the soldiers harbored resentment towards Suju's actions, they recognized his origins from the sword sect and deemed him beyond reproach. Moreover, since the princess had remained silent, It was best for them to continue diligently attending to their responsibilities. Humph. As Suju took his seat, he felt a small hand resting on his waist. Before he could comprehend the situation, that tiny hand twisted around his waist. Senior sister, that hurts. Suju glanced painlessly at the unparalleled beauty beside him, nearly allowing jealousy to manifest upon his countenance. Clearly, and believed that Suju had developed an interest in the enchanting Han Yun, intending to indulge in a nurturing pursuit. Well then, jealousy had indeed taken root. Suju was not foolish. He quickly replied, "Senior sister, it's not as you imagine. And what is it like?" Inka huffed, feeling displeased upon seeing Suju holding hands with another girl, even if she was just a child. "Senior sister, trust me, she is definitely not a waste." With the recent reward confirmation from the system, Suju firmly believed this. "You are being rather impulsive," Inka pouted, a hint of jealousy in her voice regarding Suju's bold actions. Even so, he could have done it privately without so many witnesses. "Trust me, senior sister. My instincts are never wrong. She is a gem." Suju did not vocalize these words. He intended for Han Yun to comprehend that he had chosen her, that he placed his trust in her. In doing so, he sought to earn Han Yun's confidence and affection. It would indeed be absurd for an emperor to be hindered in his cultivation by the limitations of his physical form upon being reborn. Suju harbored faith in her. Given time, Han Yun would once again attain enlightenment, and by his side, an imperial-level ally would emerge. One could only hope. Inka wished to articulate further. Yet upon witnessing Suju's expression brimming with confidence, she remained silent. If her junior brother was so assured, then it was likely that Han Yun indeed possessed remarkable qualities. After all, with the vastness of the sword sect, even if she were unable to cultivate, her sustenance would not be compromised. Was her senior sister feeling a twinge of jealousy? Suju smiled gently as she squeezed Inka's little hand. "Humph, I did not." Inka withdrew her small hand and turned her head away. "All right, senior sister, once the conference concludes, I shall take you to a delightful place." Suju blinked his eyes. "What a wonderful place." Inka could not contain his curiosity and turned back to inquire. "You will know in due time." With a mysterious smile, Suju teased, and seeing that Suju was playing coy, Inka cleverly refrained from asking further, remarking, "Say what you will. I am hardly interested." Yet, it appeared her jealousy had considerably subsided. After all, there was no reason for her to feel envious of a mere 13-year-old. Meanwhile, Han Yun observed the interactions between the two with great interest, as she relished the act of watching. Deep down, she remained quite curious about why Suju had chosen her, but upon hearing his unwavering faith in her, those inquiries became trivial. Since Suju had such trust in her, and she had promised him, she would not let him down. Han Yun found herself harboring a newfound fondness for Suju. It was a rarity for her to feel at ease around a man, as she typically found them bothersome. It seemed the time had come to expedite her transformation plan. Once she adjusted her physique, she would undoubtedly astonish everyone. At that moment, she would ensure that the handsome youth she had chosen today received the respect he deserved in front of all. Upon learning that Nku was Suju's senior, Han Yun scrutinized Nku anew. Noticing Nku's striking beauty, which even Han Yun, the demon emperor, seldom encountered, she realized they were remarkably well-matched. And with Suju, whose countenance was as exquisite as jade, they resembled celestial lovers, perfectly suited for one another. This thought brightened Han Yun's beautiful eyes. She understood that flattery was a favored pastime of people. Although these two disciples lacked substantial strength, their youth and promising talents clearly marked them as core disciples of the sword sect. By cultivating a favorable relationship, her path within the sect would surely become smoother. "Senior brother, is this your Tao companion? You truly make a splendid pair," she remarked. Chapter 25, The Ridiculous Fairy Achieves Perfect Foundation Establishment. No. You misunderstand. Little sister. He and I are not Tao companions, Inka stammered, her cheeks aflame. The impact of her words was indeed rather overwhelming for Nku. "I apologize." "Senior sister," Han Yun replied with a hint of regret. "It's quite all right." Nku managed, her shyness palpable as she caught a glimpse of Suju, who had not refuted her. Her heart could not help but flutter with joy. Humph, he was pretending before. Now he has revealed his true nature. Little Suju. Take note. Suju remained silent, a smile gracing his lips as he cast a meaningful glance at Han Yun. The flattery from the Empress seemed to resonate more pleasantly than that of others. "What are you looking at, senior brother?" Noticing Suju's gaze, Han Yun responded with a faint smile, pondering inwardly whether this senior brother perhaps did not relish the art of sycophancy. The smile on Suju's face was not one of joy in response to compliments, but rather an intriguing smile that conveyed genuine interest, particularly the final glance, which seemed to penetrate her very essence. Hanyun increasingly sensed that Suju was far from ordinary. It was nothing. Suju cast a glance at Enku beside him. Enku, curious, intently observed Suju's reaction, and upon noticing his gaze about to meet hers, she quickly turned her head aside. At that moment, her delicate face was already suffused with a rosy blush. From this angle, Suju could perfectly see the flush of her ears and the gentle quiver of her eyelashes. Enku, already a breathtaking beauty, possessed skin as fair as snow and as smooth as jade, making it easy to discern the youthful bloom of her cheeks. Suju shook his head with a smile, realizing that the demeanor of this young lady was not as tranquil as it appeared. However, if Enku were to learn that it was an empress who deemed the two of them well matched, would she still maintain her composure? My name is Suju. You may refer to me as Brother Su. Suju realized he had yet to introduce himself to Hanyun, so he spoke up. If possible, Suju wished for his master to take Enku as a disciple, for having an emperor as a student would indeed be quite prestigious. He could not bear the thought of another elder seizing this opportunity. He was unwilling to let such a lucrative chance slip away to others. Brother Su. I am Hanyun. You may simply call me Hanyun, she said, committing Suju's name to memory. He was the first person to truly believe in her and recognize her worth. Setting aside her identity as a female emperor, she felt a sense of gratitude towards him for this acknowledgement. Although in her past life, Hanyun was a ruthless nether demon emperor, she held principles dear. Those who treated her well received her favor. Otherwise, if she were truly heartless and untrusting, she would not have endured betrayals from those around her. I am Enku. You may address me as Sisterin, she replied, her impression of the young girl quite favorable. The lingering blush on her cheeks made her utterly adorable. Yes, Sisterin. Hanyun responded with a confident smile. Though Suju was not easily swayed, this sister beside him certainly was. Having witnessed countless situations, could Hanyun not navigate the heart of a young girl? To forge a closer bond with Brother Su, she must first win over Sisterin. As time passed, after completing his own tasks, Suju noticed that Enku no longer required his assistance and had settled into a chair, drifting into slumber. He slept soundly for the entire afternoon. When Enku finally roused him, he found himself momentarily bewildered, wondering if it was all over. Is it over? Suju stretched lazily and inquired. None, but a disciple with extraordinary, perfected talents has emerged. Enku, somewhat exhilarated, pointed towards the arena. Her excitement was not merely for the disciple with exceptional talents, but rather for the prospect that there would finally be a disciple of such caliber. The quality this year was undeniably disappointing. In previous years' talents conferences, there would typically be several with extraordinary gifts. However, glancing at the dwindling queue, it appeared that this singular disciple was the only one of remarkable talent. Fortunately, this disciple possessed perfected extraordinary talents, equal to Enku's own. Should this disciple be recruited by the sword sect, they would undoubtedly become a distinguished direct disciple. Suju raised his gaze and beheld a young girl adorned with a sword at her side. A swordsman? Suju smiled, realizing that this disciple was undoubtedly entwined with the sword sect. This individual shall belong to my Buitian pavilion. Before Enku or Suju could take any action, an unveiled female cultivator from Buitian pavilion rose, surveying the room with a hint of pride. As expected, upon her utterance, the prestigious sex fell silent, unable to muster a retort. Meanwhile, the mid-tier and lesser sects dared not even entertain the notion of contention. They were mere spectators in this unfolding drama. My holy sect of Hahuan also expresses interest in this individual. A languid voice echoed, imbued with an alluring charm that sent shivers down the spine. Such formidable allure. Suju's gaze fell upon the speaker. The woman, adorned in a delicate pink dress, exuded an indescribable allure. Her long hair cascaded down her back, held in place by a simple pink ribbon, and the hue accentuated her complexion with a subtle rosy glow, rendering her extraordinarily beautiful. Her enchanting phoenix eyes shimmered, capable of ensnaring the soul, while her crimson lips were strikingly vibrant, captivating the heart. She resembled a peony poised to bloom, beautiful yet not seductive, radiant yet not gaudy. A vision of grace and exquisite charm. Suju's attention was not on the visage of the individual before her. She discerned that this person spoke without a trace of spiritual energy, exuding an allure that was innate, akin to a natural-born vixen. Even in casual conversation, she possessed the ability to beguile hearts, embodying the essence of a true enchantress. No one could usurp the individuals chosen by the Buitian pavilion. The unveiled female cultivator displayed a remarkably assertive demeanor, responding with unreserved retort. How laughable it is, she mused. Who do you think you are? To allow your master behind you to converse with me? The enchantress, with her captivating gaze and bewitching smile, showed no reverence for the name Bution Pavilion. The Hahuan sacred sect similarly boasted an emperor's presence, standing as an equal force to Bution Pavilion, leaving no room for deference. You vile enchantress! With your beguiling words and enticing demeanor, how dare you act so brazenly? Scoffed the female cultivator from Bution Pavilion. Is the tongue of your Taoist sect so foul? It is not your fault to be born unattractive, but to flaunt yourself is indeed a transgression. The enchantress stifled a giggle, her laughter, laced with a tantalizing sweetness, combined with her stunning beauty, proved to be utterly overwhelming. Silence, enchantress! You have no place to speak here. The female cultivator from Bution Pavilion seethed with indignation. You Qinglian, if you do not silence your dog, I shall not hesitate to ensure she remains in this beautiful city of Chaoga forever. As the enchantress cast a glance at the female cultivator, a hint of murderous intent subtly blossomed in her alluring gaze. You. The female cultivator from Bution Pavilion attempted to respond, but was interrupted by an ethereal voice. Step back. Yu Qinglian's calm eyes met those of the enchantress as she remarked, Yun Qianling, your tongue remains as venomous as ever. Yun Qianling gradually retracted her smile. Her once charming visage now transformed into a frigid countenance. I, Yun Qianling, can greet anyone with a smile. However, the sight of you, Yu Qinglian, fills me with revulsion. I do not understand what facade you are attempting to put on. Do you consider yourself a fairy? How absurd to claim that a fairy has achieved the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Such a notion is laughable. Chapter 26. The first glimpse of brilliance after all these years. Do you still harbor such hatred towards me? Hatred blinds your vision, Yun Qianling. It is time to let go. We have long since taken divergent paths. Why must we remain in such a rigid standoff? Yu Qinglian sighed lightly, her ethereal voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. Enough of your nonsense, Yu Qinglian. I do not wish to speak harshly, nor do I desire to embarrass myself here. Regardless of the circumstances, I have set my sights on this individual. Yun Qianling's demeanor was as cold as frost, her stance unwavering. Cough, cough. Ladies, let us not jeopardize our harmony. We encounter each other frequently. Is it worth sullying our reputation over a disciple? Why not do this? Let the Kaishan sect concede a little, and for the sake of your quarrel, I shall claim this individual. Silence, Kaishan. You may be merely in your 20s, yet you appear to be in your 40s. Yun Qianling scoffed with disdain. You from the Kaishan sect are merely a group of burly men. How many female cultivators do you have? Are you truly suggesting that this young girl should endure such hardships? What of having numerous male cultivators? Our male practitioners possess abundant yang energy. And given that the Kaishan sect focuses on physical cultivation, they are all robust, making it convenient for the young lady to seek a husband. Kaidian laughed heartily, his dazzling white teeth contrasting with his notably fair complexion, presenting an image of a rather cheerful individual. Come now, which young lady would fancy a typical rough man? I believe it would be better for her to join my Yulan sect, where our male cultivators are not only handsome and elegant, but also possess a gentle heart. Surely we are superior to your Kaishan sect. A slender man, exuding the aura of a scholarly gentleman, spoke with a smile. Shanyun. Who does not know that your Yulan sect is cunning and engages in underhanded deeds? The very type I despise the most. Kaidian retorted with a sneer. Are you suggesting that the young girl should come over and perform in your palace intrigue? How could a mere brute comprehend the affairs of my sect? Do not spread falsehoods. Shanyun's expression darkened as he rebuked. Who are these individuals? Su Ju observed as these individuals fought fiercely over a single disciple, prompting him to inquire. Yun Qianling, the saintess of the Hahuan sacred sect, is the direct disciple of the sect leader. Kai Tian, the holy son of the Kaishan sect, is the leader's own son. Shan Yun, the holy son of the Yulan sect, is also a direct disciple of the sect leader. Yu Qinglian, the saintess of the Butian Pavilion, is likewise a direct disciple of the sect leader. And Ku elaborated, having previously interacted with them, thus becoming somewhat acquainted with the individuals involved. I see now. Suju nodded. With the inclusion of the sword sect, the 5 great sects of Zhongzhou had indeed gathered here. If all proceeded as anticipated, these individuals would likely become the leaders of their respective sects in the future. Suju was not particularly fond of engaging with the outside world. Hence, he held little impression of these individuals. Unlike them who were well acquainted and aware of each other's backgrounds. Esteemed guests, I implore you to grant a favor to my Bution Pavilion. I wish to claim this individual. Yu Qinglian spoke calmly after waiting for the others to finish their banter. Dream on. Is there anything my Hehuan sacred sect cannot achieve that your Butian pavilion can? Yun Qianling immediately retorted, her disdain for Yu Qinglian evident. Showing no regard for courtesy. Then it appears there is no alternative. Let her decide for herself. Yu Qinglian, unwilling to engage in further pointless conversation with Yun Qianling, closed her eyes to meditate. How pretentious. Yun Qianling clenched her delicate fist, wishing she could confront Yu Qinglian outright if not for the regulations among the major sects that forbade their direct heirs from acting against one another. Although her holy grade middle-tier aptitude fell short of Yu Qinglian's high-tier talent, she was a year older and had already entered the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. At present, Yu Qinglian was certainly no match for her. It was precisely because the prominent heirs could not easily clash with each other that they felt free to engage in verbal sparring. Dear girl, the choice is yours. Whichever sect you wish to join, it ultimately rests upon your decision. However, I assure you, if you choose to join the Kaishan sect, you will undoubtedly be regarded as a direct disciple and receive exceptional core training. Kai Tian, uninterested in further trivialities, turned his gaze toward the young woman on the stage and smiled. He endeavored to present what he believed to be a benevolent smile. Yet the scar on his face and his rough demeanor rendered it anything but kind. What my Yunlan sect promises, so too can my Kaishan sect, Shan Yun asserted. Our Hehuan sacred sect is equally committed. And so is the Butian pavilion, the others acknowledged. Recognizing that continuing their quarrel would only provide entertainment for onlookers, and ultimately, their fates lay in her hands. As Suju observed in Ku preparing to speak, she was acutely aware of her senior sister's reserved nature, which might render her somewhat ill-equipped for such an occasion. He placed his palm before Nku, signaling that he would handle the matter. Since they were both direct disciples of the sect leader, it stood to reason that he, as the sect leader's consort, would possess the authority to engage in conversation. Suju spoke calmly, Gentlemen, there is no need for contention. It is futile to argue further. This individual belongs to our sword sect, and there is no escaping that. Upon hearing Suju's words, and felt a wave of relief wash over her. Had it been her speaking, she would have truly struggled to contend with this group. Nevertheless, this exceptionally gifted disciple, possessing unparalleled talent, must be embraced by the sword sect. As Suju spoke, several pairs of eyes immediately turned in his direction. Kai Tian, noticing the unfamiliar countenance of a male cultivator, expressed his bewilderment. How curious. Why has the sword sect sent someone new this time? So audacious. I recall the last time, it was two young ladies who came. You are indeed simple-minded and brawny. And yet you refuse to believe it. Do you even know who he is? Shan Yun mocked. Who? Kai Tian scratched his head, genuinely unaware. The sword sect, Suju. Shan Yun scorned. Is he really Suju? I thought Suju never shows himself. It is said that he is an unattractive man who fears appearing in public. Kai Tian realized, enlightenment dawning upon him. In the past, whenever matters arose that required the sect master's direct involvement, Suju had always remained absent. Over time, he had nearly been forgotten. It was not that Suju chose to avoid appearances. Rather, he believed that since he would eventually depart, there was no need to stir unnecessary trouble. Upon hearing these words, Suju's countenance darkened. Beside him, Inka stifled a laugh, her beauty striking. Though she yearned to defend her treasured junior, it was undeniable that what Kai Tian stated was true. The rumors circulating outside were indeed as such. Suju felt an overwhelming urge to seize Kai Tian by the collar and demand, Am I truly so unappealing? Open your eyes wide and take another look before you speak again. If it weren't for the fact that Kai Tian was a few years his senior and already at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, he would have gladly shown him a thing or two. After all, if he were indeed ugly, one could only imagine how unbearable it would be for others to gaze upon him. Perhaps it would drive them to despair. Shan Yun cast a glance at Suju's exquisite countenance, and as a man, he couldn't help but admit that the lad was undeniably handsome. Their Yulan sect had yet to produce anyone of such caliber. Fortunately, he was not a fool like Kai Tian, or else it would have been truly embarrassing. Kai Tian's lips twitched in response. Ahem, why must you speak so harshly? After all, I am renowned for my good looks across 10 miles and 8 villages. Upon this proclamation, not only was Shan Yun rendered speechless, but everyone present found themselves at a loss for words. They glanced at Kai Tian's rather unfortunate visage, struggling to suppress their laughter, yet dared not express it. Chapter 27. Spirited and eager to shine. You must admit, you possess quite the audacity, Kai Tian remarked, turning to Suju with a smile. Suju replied with a smile, Allow me to deepen your impression of me. Do not dare to call me an ugly man next time. Ha ha. I have taken a liking to you, lad. Kai Tian burst into hearty laughter. a sound so boisterous that it left the ears of the disciples from Kai Shan's sect ringing in discomfort. Join my sword sect, and I assure you I can offer you what they cannot. Su Ju was too disinterested to engage in a debate with the burly man. Instead, he cast his gaze toward the young girl on the stage and remarked nonchalantly, "What a bold spirit. I quite admire this lad." The moment these words escaped his lips, an air of audacity enveloped the gathering. Yet, as they beheld Su Ju's composed demeanor, they found themselves agreeing with his assertion. The other sects lacked such confidence. It is a well-known fact that the 5 major sects maintain a delicate equilibrium, one that no single sect has the power to disrupt. Should this balance be shattered, the notion of the 5 great sects would cease to exist. Is that truly the case? The girl pondered, feeling somewhat bewildered. She recognized her own considerable talent, yet she had not anticipated being so fervently pursued by the 5 great sections. Although taken aback by the attention, Su Ju's gentle and refined demeanor, coupled with his strikingly handsome face, put her at ease. Perhaps it was due to their shared path as sword cultivators that the girl felt an innate affinity for Su Ju, in contrast to the other 4 men. Ultimately, it was undeniable that Su Ju's extraordinary looks held undeniable sway. Indeed, beauty possesses its own power. Su Ju's gaze was clear and unblemished, exuding an air of sincerity. Indeed, Su Ju, your handsome features are undeniably an advantage. However, to claim that the sect cannot provide for you seems somewhat disingenuous, does it not? Kai Tian crossed his arms, displaying a look of displeasure. As Su Ju made his grand entrance, he immediately commanded attention with his striking appearance. While he possessed a certain charm that was quite appealing, it is only natural for a man to harbor a hint of rivalry towards someone more handsome than himself. Our Yunlan sect does not favor conflict. Yet in this matter concerning disciples, we can certainly hold our own against the sword sect. Shanyan echoed this sentiment. Yun Qianling, however, fell silent, her demeanor unusually tranquil. Her enchanting, shimmering eyes remained fixated on Su Ju, sparkling with intrigue, the corners of her lips curling into a beguiling smile that could captivate anyone. Su Ju certainly boasted a certain allure. One could only hope he was not merely a fade with empty words. Yu Qinglian frowned slightly as she regarded Su Ju, recognizing that his words could indeed offend. Yet, observing his calm demeanor left her with an unsettling feeling, prompting her to refrain from voicing her thoughts. What I, Su Ju, declare is absolute. My sword sect can offer what no other sect can, regardless of the number of individuals present. Su Ju turned his gaze towards the maiden and continued speaking. Beside him, Unku looked at Su Ju, her eyes gradually becoming entranced. Although she felt that her junior brother was boasting, there was an undeniable charm about him at that moment. She had always possessed little resistance to Su Ju. At this juncture, dressed in flowing white, he appeared ethereal, his starry eyes shimmering like distant constellations, exuding an air of cool detachment. His ink-black hair cascaded like flowing clouds, draping gracefully to his waist, embodying a sense of effortless elegance, warm as jade, and pure as a celestial being descended from the heavens. This young man possesses an intriguing uniqueness, Han Yun mused to herself, sensing the profound confidence emanating from Su Ju. This confidence was not mere fade. He genuinely had the ability to offer the maiden what other sects could not. Young Master Su, although our Butian pavilion usually remains hidden from the world, we have never fallen short in our contributions to the various sects. In fact, we have often excelled. What could we possibly lack? Yu Qinglian interjected, her tone laced with unmistakable pride. Her assertion of superiority clearly referred to her own extraordinary talent, which, in the present realm, was indeed unparalleled. At 18, having achieved the pinnacle of foundation establishment, she was a prodigy unseen for millennia. Are you implying that your superiority pertains solely to yourself? Su Ju gazed at Yu Qinglian, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, the fact that Yu Qinglian had achieved the peak of foundation establishment at the tender age of 18 was his greatest source of confidence. Su Ju remained silent, merely offering a faint smile, his gaze no longer resting upon her. What say you? Would you consider joining my sword sect? Su Ju gazed at the young maiden, a smile gracing his lips, as if basking in the gentle caress of spring's breeze. With a hint of audacity, she dared to inquire, what did the immortal speak of? Unable to contain her curiosity, she voiced the thoughts that resided in her heart, thoughts that echoed in the minds of all present. Su Ju's eyes remained tranquil, his lips parting slightly, as his serene voice resonated in the ears of everyone gathered. I promise you, within a millennium, our sword sect shall witness the emergence of its second emperor. Furthermore, Our sword sect will ascend to become the foremost sect across the vast expanse of the realm. As Su Ju's voice fell, the atmosphere in the room seemed to come to a standstill, the expressions of all present frozen in astonishment. Their gazes fixated upon Su Ju's composed and handsome visage. His tone was as natural as if he were merely stating a matter of fact. Yet, the words two emperors resounded in their ears like a thunderclap. The significance of two emperors from a single sect was abundantly clear to countless hearts. The transformation brought about by even one emperor is terrifying, capable of propelling a sect to the pinnacle of the vast land. The implications of those two emperors need not be elaborated upon. They would undoubtedly reshape the entire landscape of the vast land, eliminating the existence of the 5 major sects and establishing an imperial sect that reigns supreme over all. The young girl's pupils widened, as if a tempest had erupted within her soul, and she tremulously inquired, "Is it you?" "Indeed." Su Ju nodded calmly as he uttered those 2 words. The young girl's breathing quickened. She could not fathom why she felt an inexplicable trust in Su Ju. She sensed that what he said would come to fruition. No, it absolutely would. Particularly in those clear, bright eyes, there was no hint of arrogance or impulsiveness. Only confidence and the natural assertion of a fact. It was infuriating how he managed to pull this off. Han Yun couldn't help but give Su Ju a thumbs up. After living for so many years across 2 lifetimes, she had never encountered such an audacious youth. Moreover, this audacious youth, while uttering such brazen words, displayed neither the expected arrogance nor excitement. The most striking aspect was his calm demeanor, which led others to subconsciously believe he spoke the truth. Han Yun cast a glance at Enku beside her and noticed the young girl gazing at Su Ju with starry eyes filled with admiration. How skilled he was at putting on an act. Kai Tian exclaimed, though he was no fool, not easily swayed. "Young man, you certainly possess a talent. But among us present, our innate abilities are largely comparable. Even if yours were slightly superior, it would not be by a significant margin. What makes you think we could not ascend to the throne, or that you are definitively stronger than us?" Despite his typically simple-minded nature, he was astute when it mattered. After all, he was the son of the sect leader of the Kaishan sect. How could he be foolish? Kai Tian's words stirred considerable commotion among those present. Indeed, Su Ju's talents were on par with theirs. It appeared that Su Ju was merely engaging in bravado. "Young Master Su, at 18. I have reached the peak of foundational cultivation, while you are still at the late stage. Do you truly believe you surpassed me?" Yu Qinglian's eyes flashed with disdain. She had expected a formidable rival, only to find a brash young dandy instead. Li Changle's gaze remained fixed on Su Ju. She found herself increasingly captivated by him. "You have bestowed upon me a multitude of surprises, Su Ju." She initially believed that Su Ju was merely a person disinclined towards competition, yet to her astonishment, Su Ju exudes such brilliance and unparalleled confidence. Possessing vast knowledge, exuding warmth and elegance, engaging in conversation with poise, skillfully strategizing, and remaining enigmatic. Su Ju exhibits traits that should not coalesce within a single individual. How astonishing it is that all these characteristics manifest simultaneously. Am I truly inferior to you? An 18-year-old in the late stage of foundation establishment? Who informed you of this? Su Ju smiled, and with that, he unsealed his body. The aura within him began to rise steadily as he donned his flowing white robes, exuding a celestial grace as his spiritual power surged in all directions. Reminiscent of an ethereal being, the expressions of Shan Yun and the others shifted dramatically as they sensed a hint of a familiar presence. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted. A golden elixir, having appeared above Su Ju's head unbeknownst to anyone, began to whirl around him. The golden radiance illuminated the heavens and the earth, far more dazzling than the light brought forth by Han Yun. Moreover, the golden elixir was plump and robust, measuring as large as a round table, surrounded by exquisite spiritual energy. "Do you resemble me?" Su Ju cast his gaze upon Yu Qinglian. At that moment, a golden elixir crowned his head, and with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes shimmered like a swirling galaxy, radiant and resplendent, reminiscent of a celestial being. In the past, he had chosen to avoid conflicts, seldom engaging with matters beyond his sect. Yet, he was no longer the person he once was. Since he would inevitably interact with the world, he demanded a modicum of respect. At the very least, he desired to be remembered. Everyone stood transfixed, gazing at Su Ju's spirited demeanor, their minds echoing a singular thought. Enk, Li Changle, Yu Qinglian, Yin Qianling, Kai Tian, Shan Yun, and that young maiden, even the Empress Han Yun. All remained rooted in place, wide-eyed and speechless, utterly astonished. Su Ju, at the tender age of 18, has attained the golden core. Moreover, this golden core is exceptionally grand. Chapter 28, in full bloom. What does it signify to achieve a golden core at the age of 18? Yu Qinglian, also at 18, reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. A rare feat not seen for a millennium, and she is celebrated as one of the most extraordinary women in history, surpassing all contemporaries. The rise of the Butian Pavilion seems to have become an inevitable trend. Yet now, with Suju's golden core at 18, history is being rewritten, ensuring his name will echo through the ages, regardless of how much time may pass, or whether Suju may ultimately face demise amidst the myriad perils of the immortal path. His extraordinary achievement will forever be inscribed in the annals of history, for he has created a true marvel. One can feel the astonished, shocked, and incredulous gazes of those surrounding him. Suju basked in the resplendent glow of the golden elixir, savoring the exquisite sensations of the moment. Previously, he too had been a renowned prodigy in the central state. Yet he had chosen to conceal his talents, stepping back from the stage of the younger generation for the sake of the narrative and in deference to the celestial order. He willingly descended into obscurity, serving as a stepping stone for others. Now, with his master granting him a second chance, coupled with a system upgrade, everything has fallen into place seamlessly. If he cannot be the protagonist who follows the heavenly mandate, then he shall embrace the role of an antagonist who defies it. He remains uncertain whether the laws of this world will mend the butterfly effect his actions may invoke, but such concerns are trivial from this day forth. Beginning with the Prodigy Conference and his unabashed display of prowess, he, Suju, shall ascend with unwavering resolve, instilling awe across the vast lands. As he proclaims, the sword sect shall rise above all, and he will shatter the shackles that bind him, stepping into the realm of greatness. Marvel at my return. I, Suju, am back. Suju felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. After 10 years of forbearance, he had never been content with mediocrity, and a fervent fire had long been kindled within him. Now, it had finally been unleashed in its entirety. When had his junior brother made such a breakthrough? And Ku, after a prolonged moment of astonishment, turned his gaze towards the center of the arena where a figure shone brilliantly, akin to an immortal descending to the mortal realm, radiating an enchanting brilliance. Suju's talent resembles a radiant sun, destined to ascend with an unstoppable momentum from the moment he attained the golden core at the tender age of 18. Everyone is aware that he will rise above all, yet they feel utterly helpless. Upon returning to the hotel yesterday, Suju realized he had gravely underestimated the enhancement bestowed upon him by the sword embryo's heart. Coupled with his innate, unparalleled sword body, a perfect heavenly talent, the synergy of the two has accelerated his cultivation at an astonishing rate. After meditating for less than an hour, he sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough. With the upcoming Genius Conference in mind and thoughts of returning home, Suju made a spontaneous decision to advance to the Golden Core stage. He ingested a celestial-grade Golden Core breaking pill, the benefits of which are beyond imagination. This massive Golden Core, resembling a disc, is a testament to the efficacy of the celestial-grade pill. His future is limitless. Han Yun, the Nine Nether Empress, couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. Having witnessed countless prodigies and talents, she had never encountered anyone like Suju, who creates history with his remarkable feat of achieving the Golden Core at 18. It seems that if the abyss of demons were to clash with the vast earth, they would need to reconsider their position. As long as Suju remains alive, the vast earth will undoubtedly gain another emperor, perhaps even step into the legendary realm. Yu Qinglian clenched her delicate fists, her beautiful eyes reflecting Suju's godlike figure, while her calm heart began to stir. The question, "Are you like me?" struck her like a resounding slap before the gathered crowd. Previously, she had confidently asserted that her perfect foundation had surpassed all prodigies of the vast earth. Little did she anticipate that Suju would swiftly deliver a blow that revealed the truth of there are always greater beings beyond. Her heart began to ripple with doubt, akin to a stone dropped in the center of a lake, creating ever-expanding waves. "Shall we still compete, Brother Shan?" Kai Tian inquired, glancing at the still-dazed Shan Yun, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. Moments ago, not only had Yu Qinglian questioned Suju, but he too harbored doubts, and now he felt the heat rising to his face from the sudden embarrassment. The slap of reality came too swiftly. "Did you not just say that Suju is ugly?" Shan Yun retorted earnestly. Kai Tian shook his head and replied, "That was merely hearsay. I spoke without thought, not reflecting my true feelings. Keep your distance. I fear that young Master Su may misunderstand," Shan Yun declared with utmost seriousness. Such a person must never be regarded as an enemy. Instead, One should turn foes into friends. If one cannot defeat them, one must join them. The corners of Kai Tion's mouth twitched uncontrollably. No wonder Shan Yun had refrained from chiming in earlier, evidently holding back. In contrast, it was indeed Kai Tion who had been somewhat simplistic in his thinking. Next time he encountered such a situation, it would be wise to remain silent. It was not that Shan Yun had chosen not to speak, but rather that he had been too busy laughing to find the opportunity to do so, and he felt relieved for his discretion. After a brief moment, the atmosphere erupted into a frenzy. Could it be true? An 18-year-old golden core? Suju was not exaggerating. With such talent, ascending to the throne was surely inevitable. I sense a transformation in the landscape of How Tuesday. Is it merely a feeling? As long as Suju remains unscathed, the Sword Sect will undoubtedly welcome another emperor. How astonishing. This child is truly remarkable. To coexist in the same era as Suju is a tragic fate for others. Hence, there is a reason I am not regarded as a prodigy. Everyone was acutely aware that today, Suju would irrevocably establish his reputation across How To. Sweeping through all corners. Do not lament the path ahead for lack of kindred spirits, who in the world does not recognize you. Following this event, it would not only be Central State that spoke of Suju's extraordinary talents, but the entire How To would be engulfed in a tempest. Moreover, Suju would replace Yu Qinglian, becoming an insurmountable mountain looming over all the prodigies of this era. In stark contrast to the shock and astonishment of the crowd, Yun Qinling displayed an entirely different demeanor. She laughed exuberantly, captivating and enchanting. Her delicate fingers pointed at Yu Qinglian as she mockingly jeered. Yu Qinglian, this is the first time I've seen you suffer a setback. With a slight tremor of her enchanting form, she was utterly mesmerizing. As her sultry gaze fell upon Suju, it brimmed with immense curiosity. The youth standing upon the spirit testing platform was strikingly handsome, exuding an unmatched grace. His handsome countenance betraying no emotion. Standing there amidst the throngs, he reveled in the attention of all. Suju, how intriguing, how utterly fascinating. The more Yun Qinling observed him, the more appealing she found him, having known Yu Qinglian for so long. It was immensely gratifying to witness her misfortune for the first time. Suju. Li Changle's phoenix eyes shimmered, her lips pursed delicately. Once again, Suju did not disappoint her. Akin to the previous poem, he delivered yet another wave of astonishment. She was curious about what further wonders he could unveil. It seemed that each encounter with Suju left her in awe. He was anything but a placid individual, unbeknownst to her. This esteemed princess of high rank had begun to harbor an unexpected curiosity toward a man. I choose to join the Sword Sect. The young lady gazed eagerly at the dazzling Suju, unable to contain her excitement. Let us go. Suju nodded, stowing away the golden elixir, and soared back to the viewing platform with the young girl. Thus, the competition for the extraordinary pinnacle of talent concluded with Suju's astonishing golden elixir at the age of 18, leaving the world in awe. When did you achieve this breakthrough? Enku inquired with barely contained excitement upon Suju's return. The sight of her junior brother's advancement filled her with immense joy, as if she herself had attained the same milestone. Just last night, Suju replied truthfully. I can't believe I was unaware of such a significant breakthrough. Why didn't you inform me? Enku huffed, particularly displeased with Suju for concealing this matter. Was it not simply a matter of not having the opportunity? Suju gazed at his senior sister with a warm smile, fully aware of the joy radiating from her youthful demeanor. Next time, you mustn't keep anything from me. Enku pouted. Suju stood upright and replied earnestly, Understood, senior sister. I assure you I will complete the task. Oh, please sit down. It's rather embarrassing. Enku chuckled softly, her smile blooming like a flower. Her heart felt sweetly content. Thankfully, her junior brother remained the same, unaffected by his recent breakthrough to the Golden Core stage. Yet, there is indeed a sense of modesty to uphold, as his newfound fame represents the Sword Sect and necessitates a careful consideration of his image. Suju spoke with utmost seriousness. Enku, with a playful smile adorning her lovely face, gently tapped Suju and remarked, While your words hold truth, they somehow sound so off when they come from your lips. In the central plains, at the Sword Sect on the main sword peak, Bairushue rested her chin on her hand, gazing at the clear blue sky. In a moment of reverie, she fancied she saw a handsome visage, adorned with a mischievous grin, looking back at her. This rebellious disciple, having been away for merely a few days, had already filled her with such longing. Counting the days, she realized that Suju had departed for no more than a single day, yet she found herself utterly incapable of engaging in any activity, day and night. The absence of Suju weighed heavily on her mind, making her feel as if she were on the brink of madness. What if some wicked woman were to seduce Ju? After all, he had rarely ventured beyond the confines of their realm and could easily be ensnared by a temptress. Did he ever think of her? She pondered, if I am so consumed with thoughts of him, and he does not reciprocate, then I shall ignore him. How long should she maintain this silence? 5 days. No, that was too long. Perhaps 3 days would suffice, or maybe just 1 day. She dismissed such musings, reassured that he must undoubtedly miss her too. Love knows no boundaries. Mountains and seas can be traversed, she chuckled to herself, feeling quite cultured. How could this rebellious disciple, who loved her so fiercely, not think of her? The thought of Suju's genuine affection filled Bai Ruxue with a delightful joy, making her momentarily forget her responsibilities as a sect leader. Master, urgent news. At that moment, an anxious voice echoed from behind the door. Enter, Bai Ruxue commanded, suppressing her yearning and turning to the female steward. What brings such urgency? Master, it concerns Suju. Suju? What has happened? Has he stirred up trouble? Is he in danger? Has he been harmed? Upon hearing his name, Bai Ruxue seemed to flip a switch, bombarding the steward with questions, leaving her utterly bewildered. Speak quickly. What has happened to Suju? Seeing the steward's silence, Bai Ruxue assumed her fears were confirmed and grew more anxious. In that moment, she displayed none of her former authoritative demeanor, appearing instead like a wife fretting over her husband. Master, it is good news, the steward stammered, sensing that if she did not speak soon, Bai Ruxue might resort to soul-searching. What news? Bai Ruxue finally exhaled, her tone softening. The steward, taken aback by Bai Ruxue's swift emotional shift, felt her lips twitch. Although Suju was the sect leader's cherished disciple, such fervor seemed unwarranted. Suju has broken through to the golden core. Of course, it is only natural for Ju's innate talent to lead him to such a breakthrough. Wait, golden core. Bai Ruxue froze momentarily, the implications of those words striking her like lightning. Golden core. At merely 18 years of age, Suju has already transcended to the golden core stage? The female steward, who has been by her side for quite some time and is her trusted confidant, has never failed in the tasks entrusted to her. Thus, it is inconceivable that she would convey false information. Indeed, this news has already spread throughout the vast land. The female steward is also exceedingly exhilarated. In comparison to the sword sect, her allegiance leans more towards Bai Ruxue. Recently, Suju's reputation within the sword sect has been rather dismal, as the disciples below harbor significant grievances against him, resulting in a steadily diminishing influence. However, this predicament presents an opportunity to swiftly mitigate losses and considerably enhance his prestige. For Bai Ruxue, this is undoubtedly fortuitous. Truly, he is deserving of being my disciple. A smile unconsciously graced the corners of Bai Ruxue's lips. Though her heart was anything but tranquil, she was filled with immense excitement. In her eyes, a golden core was merely an ant that could be crushed effortlessly. Yet Suju's breakthrough to the golden core realm signifies an entirely different matter. Especially considering that after Yu Qinglian achieved perfection in the foundation establishment stage at the age of 18. Suju now follows suit by breaking through to the golden core at the same age. This accomplishment not only eclipses Yu Qinglian, but also surpasses all the prodigies of various sections. It is indeed a misfortune for these talented individuals to share an era with Suju. Moreover, there is another matter, sect master. Suju has also secured the only disciple with extraordinary perfect talent for our sect, the female steward remarked. Such extraordinary perfect talent is rare within the sword sect and warrants cultivation as a direct disciple. Bai Ruxue nodded in acknowledgement. This is commendable. Managing to seize a talent from those sects demonstrates that this rebellious disciple possesses some skill. Furthermore, Suju boldly proclaimed at the Prodigy Conference that our sword sect shall welcome its second emperor within a millennium. This declaration is a pivotal factor in the extraordinary talent's decision to join our sect. The female steward mused inwardly. Such audacious words are not typically uttered by just anyone. Even the illustrious Xianzi Yuchan from the Supplementing Heaven Pavilion would not dare to boast to such an extent. To speak such words openly in front of everyone is one thing. Even to entertain such thoughts privately would likely be beyond her. The female steward held no doubts whatsoever. Suju has already made history. Attaining the golden core at the tender age of 18, it is inevitable that he will ascend to emperorship in the future. Achieving the status of a great emperor within a millennium is not beyond the realm of possibility. From this day forth, the sword sect will undoubtedly feel the repercussions, as those sects that have long coveted its power will certainly retract their fangs. At the tender age of 18, The transformation brought about by Suju's golden core is nothing short of monumental. One can only declare that Suju is akin to a drifting dragon. From this day forth, he shall emerge from the depths like a hidden dragon, destined to soar to great heights. My personal disciple cannot be an ordinary individual. After a millennium of striving for ascendance, I have unwavering faith in him. My belief is not merely empty words. Bairushue's gaze was profound as she peered through the glass of her palace towards the north. It was as if she beheld a youth, radiant and full of vigor. Her heart marveled, is this the true talent of Jewar? Once free from his constraints, he shall undoubtedly glide through the heavens, transforming into a true dragon that will alter the course of history for millennia. Reflecting on the day Suju bared his heart to her, she felt immense satisfaction and joy. Her disciple yearns to stand beside his master, to listen to her share her wisdom, and to shoulder her burdens together. Suju's aspirations are not mere words. He is diligently striving towards this goal, continually proving it to her. Chapter 30. Seeking Escape? A day has passed, and the Genius Conference has come to a close. Suju and a few others departed, traversing the path toward Chaoga City. Shouldn't the two of you return to your respective families to report your whereabouts? Suju cast a glance at Han Yun and the young girl with extraordinary innate talent and inquired, to be honest with you, my senior brother. Han Yun is an orphan, devoid of parents and kin, drifting aimlessly across the vast land, unburdened by any attachments. Han Yun's eyes dimmed as she sighed. Suju comforted her. I apologize for bringing up your sorrowful memories. Unfortunately, as the protagonist, one must inevitably endure some losses. A life of peace and happiness does not befit a true protagonist. The loss of parents and being talentless aligns more closely with her identity. Much like myself, while I possess handsomeness, I have simultaneously lost my former ugliness, a lamentable trade-off. It's all right. Han Yun forced a smile, her brave demeanor evoking a sense of sympathy. It's all right, junior sister Han. The sword sect is your home, and could consoled with compassion. Thank you, senior sister. Han Yun expressed her gratitude, recognizing her need for sanctuary. Indeed, there seemed to be no place safer than the sword sect. At the very least, both Suju and Enku treated her kindly, their personalities instilling in her a long-lost warmth. And you? Suju glanced at the young maiden beside him. They were of similar age. Both exquisite beauties destined to be enchanting figures in the future. Senior, my home is quite distant from Chaoga. Returning would be a considerable waste of time. The journey would take several days. Therefore, I shall not return. I have already communicated with my family and friends regarding this matter, so there is no need for me to go back. Unlike the straightforward and familiar Han Yun, who directly addressed him as senior brother, the young lady appeared somewhat reserved and spoke nervously. After all, standing before her was a paragon of excellence, remarkably handsome. How could she not feel the pressure? Suju nodded, acknowledging that there was indeed nothing to be concerned about. Suju, will you truly not return with me? Enku gazed at Suju, her tearful eyes filled with reluctance. It had been quite some time since she had last visited home, and since her residence was in Chaoga, she decided not to accompany her senior sister back. Suju smiled and shook his head. Indeed, walking alongside his senior sister brought him joy, yet the tender vulnerability of a man will always lie with his parents. It had been ages since he last returned to his quaint courtyard, and a nostalgic warmth flickered in his clear eyes. Very well then. I truly wish to stay in Chaoga with you, to visit uncle and aunt, Enku murmured, her crimson lips pursed as she sighed. She had just received a letter from her master, urging her to return immediately due to pressing matters. She had originally hoped to spend a few more days in Chaoga with Suju. Suju smiled warmly and said, if the opportunity arises, I shall certainly introduce you to my parents. The lifespan of a cultivator is vast. Indeed, months and even years pass by in the blink of an eye. Thus, for cultivators, time stretches infinitely, allowing for countless endeavors. Is that truly the case? Enku replied, a hint of shyness coloring her fair cheeks with a delicate blush. Suju replied solemnly, of course, an unattractive daughter-in-law must meet her in-laws. You are the ugly one. Enku pouted indignantly. Wait, what nonsense is this? Who is your daughter-in-law? Enku suddenly realized, her face flushing a deep crimson, the blush spreading to her snow-white neck, a sight to behold. Well then, regardless. My mother has told me to find a daughter-in-law quickly. Since my senior sister is unwilling, I shall seek. I am willing. Enku's expression changed in a flurry, and she immediately exclaimed. At this moment, Suju was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of his glory, possessing terrifying talent, a handsome visage, and a flair for eloquence. One could only imagine how many women would flock to him. If he desired, he could easily have a harem of 3,000. Oh, I won't talk to you anymore, you bad Suju. You're just teasing me. As her words fell, she caught sight of Suju's mischievous smile. And Enku quickly covered her flushed face. Ha ha, senior sister, you are simply adorable. Suju let out a silent laugh, feeling a tinge of reluctance at the thought of his senior sister's departure. Her presence had brought him immense joy. To put it plainly, it is an undeniable truth that no man is immune to the allure of beauty, and with her charming and obedient demeanor, how could Suju bear to relinquish her? The mere thought of seeing her nestled in another man's embrace would surely torment him, an utterly foolish notion. Only children make choices, adults desire it all. Enku, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, glanced at Suju and murmured, "Do you truly find me adorable?" "Indeed, in my heart. There is no one more delightful than my senior sister." Suju smiled softly, his voice warm as he inquired, "Can you always hold a place for me in your heart?" Enku stammered, and upon uttering those words, wished fervently for a crevice to hide in. For the utterance was exceedingly embarrassing. She could scarcely comprehend how she had managed to voice it. Yet, in the presence of Suju, she found herself utterly defenseless, yearning to express those sentiments and to receive his response. "Forgive me, dear Junior, for my inadequacy. After much contemplation, I could not conjure a single reason to refuse." Suju sincerely remarked that his senior sister was like a pristine sheet of paper, and how could he bear to mar its purity with stains? "So, does that mean he has agreed?" Enku gazed intently at Suju's handsome face, her beautiful eyes sparkling with brilliance, akin to the dazzling stars in the heavens. "Indeed." Suju smiled faintly, his bright eyes and radiant teeth exuding an extraordinary charm. The street bustled with an endless stream of passers-by, creating a lively atmosphere. Yet the two seemed to be enveloped in a cocoon, oblivious to the surrounding clamor. Gazing into each other's pupils, they found themselves immersed in the warmth and allure of one another. "I will wait for you at the Sword Sect. Do return soon." Enku bit her crimson lips, seemingly resolute in her decision. She gently rose onto her toes and planted a kiss on Suju's cheek. "Moi, I must take my leave." Just as Enku, feeling an overwhelming sense of shyness, attempted to flee, Suju grasped her wrist tightly. "Are you attempting to escape?" Suju's lips curled into a smile. How could he let such a soft and charming senior sister slip away? Moreover, if he were to be forcefully kissed, what would become of his dignity? Enku wanted to say something, but Suju swiftly embraced her, his large hand resting upon her delicate waist as he leaned down. Enku wished to struggle, yet found herself utterly devoid of strength. Her slender arm instinctively wrapped around Suju's neck, and on the vibrant, bustling streets adorned with lights, they resembled a beautiful sculpture. The senior sister's lips were so soft. The young girl was caught off guard by such an unexpected display of affection. She glanced over at Han-Yun, only to find him turned away, hands behind his back. "You scoundrel, this is my first kiss." After a long moment, Enku's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully reproached him in a soft voice. Leaning against Suju's sturdy chest, listening to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, she felt like the happiest person in the world. This was indeed the first kiss shared between her and her senior sister. Suju chuckled. "Really?" And was somewhat incredulous, with such charisma. She found it hard to believe that Suju had never had a partner. After all, if one were to be entranced by beauty, how could they possibly attain the golden core at the tender age of 18? Suju candidly expressed that in order to remain unencumbered by attachments in this world, he had turned down the affections of numerous young women. "How are you so adept at this?" Enku inquired, puzzled. Indeed, this life marked the first kiss. Yet the previous life was an entirely different tale. Suju cleared his throat, perhaps due to his extraordinary talent. Chapter 31. Returning home, the actions of the two were undoubtedly conspicuous on the bustling streets. In the era of the Jingguan dynasty, the populace was known for their openness and exuberance. Thus, passionate kisses in public were hardly a spectacle. Yet, Suju and Enku were so strikingly attractive that their mere presence drew attention. Eventually, unable to withstand the gaze of passers-by, Enku escaped from Suju's embrace. After bidding farewell to Enku, Suju strolled home with his two newly accepted female disciples. How delightful. Along the way, Suju, still savoring the moment, smacked his lips, recalling the soft and sweet taste reminiscent of delectable pastries that lingered in his memory. It seemed he must hasten his return to indulge further. Initially, Suju had intended for Enku to escort the two young women back to the Sword Sect. However, Enku was anxious to return, and since she had not brought a mount, she was unable to transport them. Thus, he decided to temporarily bring them back to the Su household. "By the way, what is your name?" Suju turned to the unnamed girl, inquiring with a smile. In response to your question, Senior, my name is Lee Xin, she replied hastily. Suju rolled his eyes slightly and said, do refrain from calling me Senior. I am but 18, just like Han Yun. You may address me as brother. Very well. Brother Su. Lee Xin replied with a playful bow, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Brother Su speaks so kindly. With his handsome visage, remarkable talent, and gentle humor, he possessed a refined demeanor, making it a true joy to have such a brother. She felt increasingly certain that coming to the sword sect was a fortuitous decision. What expression is that? Han Yun inquired softly from the side. Lee Xin, puzzled, responded, what expression? Your expression just now seemed a bit dubious. Upon arriving at the Su residence, the guards at the entrance were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Suju. Once they regained their composure, they excitedly rushed back into the courtyard, exclaiming, Master, Master, young Master Su has returned. Witnessing the guards' fervent excitement, Suju felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Having traversed 2 lifetimes, he possessed an exceptionally mature mindset for his young age. His extraordinary disposition and intellect were evident, complemented by his impeccable social skills and high emotional intelligence. Everyone in the Su household held great affection for him, and his return would invariably fill the estate with joy. Soon, Su Changqing strode out with purpose. The moment their eyes met, neither spoke, but rather stood in silent astonishment, gazing at one another. After a brief moment, Suju stepped forward, and Su Changqing broke into a wide smile, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Not bad for an old fellow. You still seem quite robust. Suju patted Su Changqing's shoulder, feeling the vitality of his father, as robust as a dragon. Middle age represents the peak of a man's vigor. You little rascal. You've grown quite tall, but why do you seem to have lost some weight? Su Changqing laughed heartily, unfazed by Suju's address. Instead, he was stirred with excitement by the familiar title. The tall figure appeared. Suju smiled. Where is my son? Let your mother see him quickly. A fragrant breeze enveloped him, infused with deep longing. Before Suju could fully comprehend the situation, he was embraced by a beautiful woman. Mother, are you trying to suffocate your son? Suju smiled wryly. His mother remained as enthusiastic as ever. He was eager to let her see how he had transformed over the years. Zhao Rong scrutinized Suju, her eyes glistening with tears as the emotions from 3 years of longing surged forth uncontrollably, nearly overwhelming her with the urge to weep. How do I look? Suju revealed a smile that he considered exceedingly charming. However, it appeared somewhat less appealing. He hesitated, contemplating a second glance. Suju's expression darkened. Mother, can we not enjoy ourselves any longer? His mother jested. With a son like you, who resembles his mother, how could he possibly not be handsome? Zhao Rong stifled a laugh, her heart fluttering with excitement and joy at the sight of Suju once more. 3 years had passed, neither too long nor too short. Yet, regardless of the changes time may bring, in Zhao Rong's heart, Suju would eternally remain her most beloved son. Indeed, it was evident that his father had also been a striking figure in his youth, charming and dashing. Su Changqing coughed lightly and said, You might as well give up. Old man, it is a privilege for the Su family that my mother has taken a liking to you. Suju laughed heartily. You little rascal. Su Changqing's lips twitched, and he pretended to strike Suju. Su Changqing, my son has just returned for a mere few minutes, and you already wish to hit him? Have you grown so bold? If you scare my son away, I shall never return. Zhao Rong raised her brows in indignation. Suju stood behind Zhao Rong, exuding an air of self-satisfaction, as if to say, See, I have support. Observing the unity between mother and son, Su Changqing felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Yet his expression remained one of defiance. I shall not compete with the two of you. Son, where did these 2 lovely young ladies come from? They are quite enchanting. Why don't you introduce them to your mother? Zhao Rong inquired, noticing Han Yun and Lee Xin behind Suju. Please, introduce yourselves. Suju suddenly recalled that he had brought along 2 burdens. Auntie, I am Han Yun, and Suju is my senior brother. Auntie, I am Lee Xin. Just like Han Yun, the 2 introduced themselves succinctly. Do not be anxious. Since you are Suju's junior sisters, feel free to regard this place as your home. Zhao Rong said, cheerfully pulling one of the lovely young ladies closer. Are these the 2 disciples you personally accepted at the conference? Su Changqing proudly gazed at Suju. He was naturally aware of his son's remarkable achievements, which brought immense pride to his father. Indeed, Suju smiled, realizing that his father was already aware of his circumstances. This was to be expected, for in Chaoga City, news traveled swiftly. It was likely that even his master, far away in the Central Plains, had heard of his achievements. It is commendable that you have attained such success, my boy, he admonished. But remember to remain grounded and not to aspire for heights beyond your reach. Stay diligent in your cultivation. Su Cha-ching spoke earnestly, emphasizing that regardless of how exceptional his son may be, he will always remain his father's greatest concern, with his safety being of paramount importance. Rest assured, father, I understand. Su Ju solemnly remarked. You have always possessed an extraordinary disposition since childhood, calm, composed, and rarely one to seek the limelight. Now that you are on the verge of a significant breakthrough, be mindful, for it may attract a multitude of troubles. Having chosen this path, you must steadfastly pursue it, bringing honor to our ancestors. My son, Su Cha-ching, is destined not merely to astonish the world, but to shine resplendently throughout the ages. Su Cha-ching gazed at his son with satisfaction. From a young age, Su Ju had assisted him with numerous matters, both large and small, in the imperial city. Possessing an astute temperament and extraordinary talent, he had always known that this day would eventually arrive. Therefore, upon hearing that his son had broken through to the golden core stage at the age of 18, he was not particularly astonished. Rather, he felt an innate certainty that Su Ju would achieve this. Father believes in you, my son. You shall undoubtedly bring great honor before our ancestors. Su Ju felt a warmth in his heart. Although he was already aware of the wisdom his father imparted, he was more than willing to listen. This is the joy that parents bring, and he cherished it deeply. Su Cha-ching shook his head with a smile, expressing his initial concern that you might be overly composed and mature, potentially losing the youthful vigor and charm. However, upon closer inspection, it appears my worries were unfounded. Enough of this. My son has yet to enter the house and has been listening at the door. He must be weary from the journey. Let him rest well before we continue our chatter. Zhao Rong playfully chided. Come, son, would you care for a drink? A drink is certainly agreeable. As long as you don't run away, father. You rascal, your old man's drinking capacity has recently increased. Today, I shall surely best you. I eagerly await the challenge, father. Current stage, Xin chapter 32. After all, you have no wife, and if you drink too much, no one will care for you. The night was bright at the Su residence, illuminated with lights. After 3 rounds of drinks, Su Ju's face flushed crimson, the effects of alcohol beginning to take hold. Father, your strength has indeed grown, but I assure you, I surpass you. You are formidable. Let us engage in battle another day. Su Cha-ching's situation is even more dire than Su Ju's. At this moment, he is in a daze, expressing his frustration to the empty air beside him. Zhao Rong, rendered speechless, quickly turned Su Cha-ching's head to face Su Ju, saying, Your son is right here. Huh? Why do I have 2 sons? Su Cha-ching chuckled foolishly, and in his eyes, the shadow of Su Ju had already begun to materialize. Su Ju rubbed his temples and said, Father, you have had too much to drink. It's time for you to rest. I have not overindulged. As soon as Su Cha-ching's words fell, he abruptly collapsed onto the table with a thud. Hee, father, you have lost again. Su Ju leaned back contentedly in his chair, and despite being on the verge of exhaustion, he succumbed to a deep slumber. You two certainly know how to enjoy yourselves, Zhao Rong remarked, casting a glance at the 2 soundly sleeping figures. Yun, Xin, you both shall stay in the guest room tonight. Should you require anything, feel free to inform me. Zhao Rong turned her gaze towards the 2 little girls, offering a warm smile. All right, Auntie. Although the term Yun made her feel somewhat uneasy, Han Yun still responded sweetly, much like Xin. She could sense that Su Ju's mother was genuinely kind-hearted. Without any pretense, after directing the servants to clear the table, Zhao Rong proceeded to carry the heavy Su Cha-ching back. Fortunately, being a cultivator with considerable prowess, she found it manageable to lift him. Once Su Cha-ching was settled, Zhao Rong intended to return and escort her son to his room, only to discover that he had already awakened. Not going to sleep a bit longer? Zhao Rong asked as she handed Su Ju a warm, damp towel. Wipe your mouth. Thank you, Mom. Su Ju accepted it with both hands, smiling. You rascal, still being polite with your mother, and you've sobered up already? Zhao Rong inquired, shaking her head. Su Ju felt somewhat unsteady. No, but I cannot sleep here. Zhao Rong clicked her tongue. That is true. After all, you have no wife, and no one to look after you when you drink too much. Su Ju's lips twitched slightly. Mother, if you speak in such a manner, I shall indeed return to the sword sect. Oh, now you dare to threaten your own mother. What is it? Is your mother not speaking the truth? Zhao Rong crossed her arms and huffed. Cough, cough. Suju initially intended to reveal that he had a partner. Yet the stark reality presented by his master was utterly daunting. He feared that should he disclose this information, his mother would relentlessly inquire for details, making it difficult for him to explain, while the rest could be easily addressed. He was particularly concerned about his mother's inability to accept this revelation in a short span of time. What more is there to say? Look at the son of the Wang family next door. He is of your age, and his child is already a year old, Zhao Rong lamented, exasperated by her son's lack of conventional aspirations. Mother, my ambitions lie on the path of immortality, he asserted. Suju shook his head, deciding that the matter of children would not occupy his thoughts until after he became Emperor Qing. You aspire to the immortal path, and your mother is well aware of your extraordinary talents that set you apart from the ordinary. Yet, your mother is but a mortal. Her lifespan pales in comparison to yours, and she cannot bear the thought of witnessing the day when you have children. Her heart aches at such a notion. Zhao Rong sighed. Mother, why do you speak so? Suju shook his head, for this world is replete with opportunities. Possessing a system, he has numerous avenues to extend the lifespans of his parents. Moreover, his parents are not weak. Both have reached the transformation stage, which bestows upon them a lifespan of a millennium. With their age barely surpassing a century, they have many splendid days ahead. Regardless, I shall remain indifferent. While I can understand the choice of not having children, you must assuredly bring a wife back for me, Zhao Rong interjected. Suju is indeed remarkable. Yet she fears that her son may become so engrossed in his cultivation that he ends up without a partner by his side. While Suju herself may be unaffected, the presence of a woman, or the lack thereof, makes a significant difference. Zhao Rong, having experienced this herself, understands that having a family can provide immense support and transformation for an individual. This is not an issue in itself. Rather, it is the concern of whether you, dear elder, will be able to accept it when the time comes. Suju chuckled, and an image involuntarily surfaced in his mind. If he were to bring his master back to the Su family and reveal his true identity to his mother, the scene would undoubtedly be amusing. Zhao Rong nonchalantly remarked. What is there to accept? Could it be that he is several thousand years older than you? Suju was taken aback. His mother had indeed made an accurate guess. Could it be that he was truly several thousand years old? Zhao Rong's almond-shaped eyes widened in astonishment. If he were genuinely that ancient, how should she address him? As her son-in-law? At such an age, he could very well be her ancestor. Suju felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. How could this be possible? It seemed that his mother was still unable to accept this matter in the short term. He would need to take it slowly. That's fine. Zhao Rong sighed with relief. Noticing that it was getting late, she said, enough of this idle chatter. You should hurry back and get some rest. After such a long journey, make sure to take advantage of these few days to recuperate. All right, mother. Suju also wished to depart, as his mother was both outspoken and remarkably astute. No matter how clever his schemes might be, they would easily be unraveled before her keen perception. Thus, it would be prudent to follow the age-old strategy of retreat, sparing him the embarrassment of being discovered. Wait, how long will you be home this time? Zhao Rong inquired. 3 days. I shall be leaving after that, he replied. I originally came out with a mission, and my master instructed me to return promptly upon its completion. After pondering for a moment, Suju remarked that 3 days was likely the utmost limit of tolerance from his master. Upon hearing this, Zhao Rong, filled with reluctance, felt her eyes moisten. You little rascal, after being away for 3 years, you returned only to stay for 3 days. She understood that her son possessed extraordinary talent, being the direct disciple of the Sword Sect's leader, and bore significant responsibilities. Nevertheless, he remained her son. All she wished for was her child's safety. This was her greatest aspiration as a mother. Do not worry, dear mother. The new year is approaching, and when the time comes, I shall return to accompany you for several months, until you find my presence tiresome. Suju felt a pang in his heart. A son can hardly bear to witness his mother in distress or shedding tears. He chuckled softly. Just go away. I don't wish to see you. Zhao Rong, fearing that she might burst into tears, hurriedly waved her hand. Seeing this, Suju could only say, Mom, you should rest early too. He then returned to his own room. Suju had expected to find a layer of dust, yet to his astonishment, everything appeared impeccably new, with the bedding entirely pristine. At such a late hour, it was improbable that there had been time to procure new linens, nor could it be mere coincidence. It was evident that his mother had prepared everything in advance, anticipating his sudden return. Just as Suju surmised, Zhao Rong would frequently come to his room, meticulously cleaning both inside and out, refusing to allow the servants to assist, as she dedicated herself wholeheartedly to the task. Reclining in his familiar spot, Suju closed his eyes and fell into a remarkably tranquil slumber. Chapter 33. A visit from Li Changel the following day. Before Suju had awakened, his door was rapped upon. "Uncle Li, what brings you here so early?" Suju gradually awakened and opened the door, his curiosity piqued. "Uncle Li, is that you?" he inquired. Li, the steward of the Su residence, was affectionately referred to as Steward Li by the servants. "Young master, you have truly returned," exclaimed Steward Li in delight upon seeing Suju. Approaching 60 years of age, Li maintained a robust physique, being a practitioner of martial arts with remarkable skills. He had been in the Su household since Suju's childhood, serving faithfully beside Su Chaqing for decades, earning his unwavering trust. With exceptional capabilities, he meticulously managed the myriad affairs of the Su residence. Suju had arrived at the estate just the previous night. Suju smiled, recognizing that the early visit from Butler Li must surely bear significance. "Let us proceed with the matter at hand, Uncle Li. It is as follows. Princess Chang Lu has arrived at the Su residence bearing gifts, wishing to meet with you." Butler Li gazed at the handsome youth before him and could not help but marvel at the prospects that awaited the Su family. Although the Su family was a formidable presence in Chaoga City, they had always leaned towards commerce rather than political power, rendering them inconsequential in the eyes of the court. Yet now, the princess herself had deigned a visit, bringing offerings and respectfully inquiring after the well-being of Suju's parents. This gesture was undoubtedly a means of elevating the Su family's standing. Butler Li, being a man of great acumen, immediately discerned that this was a boon derived from Suju's influence. "What brings her here, and with such gifts?" Suju was perplexed. However, since he had already arrived, it was only natural to meet. He said, "Uncle Li, I understand. I will tidy up a bit and then come over." "Yes, young master," replied Butler Li, before taking his leave. In the grand hall of the Su residence, the esteemed Princess Changel graces us with her presence. Su Chaqing humbly acknowledges the oversight in not extending a warmer welcome. Su Chaqing gazed at the reverently Changel before him, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyelids. When had the Su residence been graced by such a distinguished presence? "Uncle Su, you flatter me," Li Changel replied with a smile. "There is no need for such formality, as I share a bond with young Master Su." Her purpose for visiting was straightforward. Upon learning that Suju had not returned to the sword sect, she promptly made her way to the Su residence with the intention of paying him a visit. Suju is undeniably captivating to her. Setting aside Suju's remarkable talent, it is the mere composition of a single poem that prompted Li Changel to pay a personal visit. The other day at the tavern, she had no opportunity for extended conversation with Suju and could only watch helplessly as he departed. Initially, she believed that their next encounter would be uncertain. Yet to her surprise, Suju had not left. Without hesitation, Li Changel immediately made her way to him, and she did not arrive empty-handed, for she brought with her exquisite gifts of the finest quality. Suju possesses a character that is truly exceptional, unlike that of an ordinary man. Li Changel is deeply apprehensive that Suju may decline to engage in conversation with her. At this moment, that rebellious son is peacefully slumbering. I have already dispatched someone to summon him, so I kindly ask the princess to wait a moment. Where has Su Chaqing ever entertained a woman of such illustrious stature? He now yearns to soar to Suju's abode, to personally drag him out, so he may make his escape. No matter. Uncle Su need not disturb young Master Su's repose. Changla shall wait here, should Uncle Su have matters to attend to. He may go about his business without concern for Changla. Li Changlu exudes a tranquil grace, poised and elegant, resembling a peerless empress seated here. Nothing amiss? Nothing amiss. Su Changqing must not leave, for she is the esteemed princess. To show her any disrespect would be a grave offense deserving of death. The Su family still seeks to make a living under the court's aegis. Upon hearing this, Li Changel offered a subtle smile, choosing not to elaborate further as she sat quietly in her chair. However, her enchanting phoenix eyes curiously surveyed her surroundings, pondering the kind of environment that could nurture a talent like Suju. "Uncle Su, are you aware that Suju can compose poetry?" With this thought in mind, Li Changel inquired. "Indeed, this lad possesses a flair for literary artistry that mirrors a hymn quite resembles my own." Upon mentioning this, Su Changqing's eyes glimmered with an unmistakable pride. "Might I have the pleasure of appreciating it?" Li Changel's phoenix-like eyes sparkled with excitement. If one were to speak of what captivated her most about Suju, it would undoubtedly be his talent in poetry and verse. "Certainly," Su Changqing had long commissioned renowned calligraphers to transcribe Su Ju's exquisite poetry into elegant scrolls, which he treasured. Bring forth the young master's poetry scroll. Su Changqing issued a command. Soon, a servant presented a thick scroll of poetry, saying, "Your Highness, these are the verses composed by that young man." Su Changqing handed the scroll to Li Changel. So thick, Li Changel received the poem with both hands, a look of undisguised delight illuminating her expression. Su Changqing observed quietly, his mind a whirlpool of contemplation. The rumors spoke of Princess Changel's fondness for literature, and now she had personally graced the hall for the sake of poetry. Could it be that the illustrious princess had taken a liking to Su Ju? As this thought crossed his mind, Su Changqing's eyelids fluttered. Uncertain whether it was a stroke of fortune or misfortune, marrying a princess would undoubtedly be a blessing, yet the court's intricate web of politics loomed large, rendering such matters far from simple. The court was rife with deception and intrigue, where a single misstep could lead to a precipice of ruin. He was reluctant to place his son in such a perilous environment. Such exquisite poetry! Such exquisite poetry! Li Changel exclaimed repeatedly, her delicate visage adorned with admiration. Before her unfolded verses worthy of eternal renown, in the realm of rivers and lakes, the world's heroes emerge from our ranks as one enters the milieu. The years hasten by. The imperial ambitions are discussed in jest, yet life is but a fleeting intoxication. With sword drawn and steed mounted, I wield the tempest. Bones lie like mountains, startling the birds into flight. Affairs of the world ebb and flow, while humanity drifts like water. One can only sigh. How few return from the rivers and lakes. Raise the wine. Do you not see the waters of the yellow river descend from the heavens, rushing to the sea? Never to return? Do you not see the bright mirrors and lofty halls lament white hair, morning's dark tresses turning to snow by dusk? And life has triumphs. One must revel fully, lest the golden goblet face the moon in vain. I am born with purpose. Fortune's lost will return. Let us feast on lamb and beef for joy, for we must drink 300 cups at once. Marching to war, the long clouds of Qinghai darken the snowy mountains. From the lonely city, one gazes towards the Jade Gate. In the yellow sands, 100 battles wear golden armor. Until the lowland is conquered, I shall not return. The verses of Raise the Wine, Rivers and Lakes, The Heroic Journey, and Marching to War, and many more, each worthy of a profound mark in history, continuously unfolded before her. Li Changel became increasingly entranced, her eyes riveted to the lengthy scroll of poetry, reading every word without missing a beat. In the end, she penned a brief line. When the sea reaches its end, the heavens form a shore. When one climbs to the peak of a mountain, I stand as the summit. She lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with wonder, her heart stirred by tumultuous waves of emotion. It was beyond her capacity to articulate the exhilaration surging within her. Through the poetry, it felt as though she glimpsed the profound depths of Su Ju, and she murmured to herself, "Su Ju, what manner of person are you? Could it be that you are truly my destined one?" Su Changqing observed Li Changel, who appeared to be utterly absorbed in the literary brilliance of Su Ju. And he felt a mix of emotions, unsure whether it was for better or worse. A twinge of regret washed over him for having entrusted this scroll of poetry to her. He could fully comprehend the mindset that enveloped Li Changel at this moment. Even he, who lacked a deep understanding of poetry, found himself profoundly moved after reading each piece by Su Ju, lingering in a state of tranquility for quite some time. How much more so for Li Changel, who possessed a profound passion for literature and ink. "Uncle Su, may I request a copy of this scroll for Changel?" Li Changel's breath quickened as she turned her gaze towards Su Changqing. Although she held the esteemed title of princess, she could hardly conceal her excitement at this moment. "This." Su Changqing displayed a look of difficulty. Li Changel declared resolutely, "Rest assured, Uncle Su, I shall not copy without recompense. I will certainly offer an appropriate reward." The Princess Changel misunderstood. "That is not what I meant." Su Changqing shook his head. "Rest assured, Uncle Su. These poems are penned by Su Ju and will forever bear his name." Chang Lu expressed her desire to transcribe them in order to savor their essence upon her return. Li Changlu added, "That is not the case, Your Highness." Su Changqing let out a helpless smile and candidly replied, "These belong to that young man. So it is necessary for Her Highness to inquire with him." "Very well, I shall ask Su Gongzi when he arrives shortly," replied Li Changel, nodding in understanding. At that moment, a gentle voice emanated from behind Li Changel. "Princess Changel, greetings." Li Changel's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight as she turned to see the handsome youth gazing at her with a warm smile, causing her heart to flutter. "Su Ju has finally arrived. You rascal have finally made it." Su Changqing, who had been anxiously fidgeting, quickly rose to his feet and urged Suju to take a seat. Do stay with the princess. I have matters to attend to. With that, he turned to Li Changel and added, Your Highness, I take my leave. Suju gazed at the swiftly departing figure of his father, now vanished from sight. A twitch of his lips betraying his surprise. What could possibly warrant such urgency? Chapter 34. In comparison to my striking handsomeness, my talents may be deemed rather mediocre. As Suju glanced at Li Changel once more, she found herself inexplicably anxious. It struck her as absurd. It had been ages since she had felt such a sensation. She couldn't even recall the last time anxiety had graced her. Upon seeing the scroll of poetry in Li Changel's hands, Suju squinted. This scroll appears quite familiar. Ah. Indeed, it is yours. Li Changel nodded and handed the scroll over. I see, it has been ages since then. I never imagined my father would still keep it. Suju took the scroll of poetry, nodding in a daze, realizing why it seemed so familiar. He never expected that young Master Su possessed such remarkable literary talent. One wonders why young Master Su does not share these exquisite verses with the world. Surely, he must be more aware than Changlu that each of these poems is worthy of eternal acclaim. Li Changlu expressed the confusion that lingered in her heart. Could it be that there truly exists a man who does not seek fame? Perhaps he simply prefers to remain understated. Suju pondered for a moment. During those times at home, he found himself utterly bored and sought out activities, which led him to compose an abundance of poetry. To his surprise, his father remembered it and even had the renowned calligrapher of Zhaoga City transcribe it, preserving it for posterity. Well, it seems Master Su is indeed an extraordinary individual. Li Changel expressed his admiration, remarking on the remarkable reputation it garnered, while Suju nonchalantly dismissed it. Do you fancy it? Suju smiled and inquired. He had heard from Enku that Li Changel had a penchant for poetry, and it was evident that she was quite fascinated by it. Indeed, Li Changel's claim of indifference was a mere facade. Each poem here could occupy her scholarly pursuits for months. She was, after all, a person who held a profound affection for poetry. Suju remarked. Then I shall gift it to you. Huh? Li Changel was taken aback. I meant to present it to the princess. Suju smiled and remarked, however, this particular copy will not suffice. Your Highness should seek someone to transcribe another version. This document was prepared by his father, and he certainly could not part with it so easily. Moreover, his mother took great pleasure in his poetry and often admired it in her leisure time. Is that truly so? Li Changel exclaimed, her grip tightening around Suju's hand, her phoenix-like eyes shimmering with excitement. She was uncertain how to broach the subject with him, fearing that she might come across as too forward. The sudden arrival of such happiness had evidently left her in a state of blissful astonishment. Indeed it is, Suju replied, for how could he ever deceive a princess? Suju glanced at the two exquisite jade-like hands he held, contemplating that it seemed Li Changel's fondness for poetry was indeed genuine. How splendid! You must not renege. Li Changel's eyes sparkled with a crescent smile, her radiance eclipsing everything surrounding the Su residence in an instant. She was genuinely delighted. Her visit to the Su household was intended for a conversation with Suju, and unexpectedly, she had also acquired a transcription of his poetry. Words could scarcely encapsulate the fervor within her heart. Even Suju, accustomed to the sight of countless beauties, found himself momentarily taken aback. Young Master Su, why have you fallen silent? You have already given your promise, and you cannot go back on it. Li Changel, noticing his silence, hastened to reassure him, fearing he might have second thoughts. Suju was taken aback and chuckled softly, not expecting the seemingly dignified and refined Li Changel to possess such a personality. What are you laughing about, young Master Su? Li Changel inquired with a hint of confusion. Release my hand first, and I shall tell you. Your delicate grip has left my tender skin quite sore, he replied. Suju cast a radiant smile as he glanced at his hands. Oh. Li Changel's fair visage flushed crimson in an instant, prompting her to hastily withdraw her delicate hands. Stammering, th this. Observing the redness on his palms, Suju could ascertain that the princess was indeed quite exhilarated. Does it hurt, young Master Su? Li Changel inquired with a bashful expression, her eyes tinged with regret upon noticing the flush on his hands. It's bearable. Next time, your Highness. Simply give me a heads up, he replied. Suju blinked, contemplating the nature of pain. He had faced death without fear. There would be no next time. Li Changel let out a huff. In that moment, she seemed to have forgotten her status as a princess. She resembled more a little girl who had just received her cherished doll. Do not rejoice too soon, your Highness. I have conditions, Suju remarked. What conditions? Speak, and I shall fulfill them. Li Changel declared boldly, for the entire imperial city belonged to her family, and there was truly little that could pose a challenge to her. She was determined to secure this transcription of the examination paper. The princess was aware that Suju was at the sword sect, which lay quite far from Chaoga. My greatest concern remains the Su family. An astute mind perceives swiftly. Before Suju could finish, Li Changel interjected, "Fear not. The Su family will soon become the most esteemed merchants in Chaoga City. Thank you for your kindness, your highness, but that is not my intention. My parents are not driven by greed for wealth or power. I simply wish for them to live healthily and happily in Chaoga City." Suju shook his head and spoke earnestly. As he advanced in his cultivation, his visits home would undoubtedly diminish. And he harbored concerns for his parents who resided far away in Chaoga. "Rest assured, young Master Su, I, Li Changel, shall ensure the safety of the Su family," Li Changel promised. As the Grand Princess, such matters were a mere trifling task for her. Suju nodded. With Li Changel's words, the Su family would face no adversaries or difficulties throughout the entire Chaoga. His heart could finally be at ease. "Princess, once you have completed the transcription, do remember to return it to the Su family." Suju handed the scroll of poetry to Li Changel with a smile. "Excellent." Li Changel accepted the scroll. Hesitating for a moment before inquiring, "Suju, do you truly not enjoy being ostentatious?" Suju shook his head and remarked, "I was young at that time. But what of now? Presently, I find myself with no choices. My path has already been predetermined." Li Changel gazed into Suju's bright eyes, clear and pure, sparkling like the stars in the night sky, drawing one irresistibly into their depths. She could not help but recall a line from the end of a poem. When the sea reaches its end, the sky forms the shore. When one ascends to the peak of a mountain, I become the summit. Li Changel, astute as she was, understood the path Suju referred to. Having chosen to boldly proclaim his unparalleled talents, he was destined to forge ahead with vigor, overcoming obstacles, and embark on the illustrious journey towards becoming an emperor. One that would capture the attention of all. It seems that young Master Su does not mind my dissemination of his poetic verses. Li Changel smiled gently. Suju smiled gently. "The princess is free to act as she pleases. The radiance that envelopes me does not hinge upon a singular instance. Indeed, when juxtaposed with your innate talent, your vast knowledge pales in comparison," Li Changel lamented. "This is a world where martial prowess reigns supreme, and thus, the literary arts ultimately yield to the might of arms. Consequently, even the most astonishing verses cannot rival the awe inspired by one who ascends to the pinnacle of emperorship. However, this is not the entirety of the truth." Suju suddenly spoke. What does young Master Su mean?" Li Changel looked at Suju with confusion. "In comparison to my handsome visage, my talent can only be deemed mediocre, I suppose." Suju gazed intently into Li Changel's earnest phoenix eyes, speaking with utmost seriousness. Li Changel. Chapter 35. Breaking the shackles of the past. Today I realize I am myself. The Holy Sun Su truly possesses a sense of humor. Li Changel thought, her lips twitching slightly. She realized that she could not comprehend Suju at all. Her impressions of him were far too varied. There was the day at the tavern when he effortlessly recited a poem and then elegantly declined her invitation, a most intriguing man. Then there was his dazzling presence at yesterday's heroic gathering, where he shone like the brightest star, a paragon of talent. Today he appeared indifferent to fame, overflowing with knowledge, eloquently articulating thoughts as if he were a reincarnation of the literary star. And just moments ago, he had spoken with a playful wit, posing questions that were both amusing and perplexing. No matter the angle from which she approached him, Li Changel found herself unable to fathom Suju. He seemed impeccable, impervious to the control of others. Thus, attempting to manipulate Suju was utterly futile. One could only align with him to gain his favor. In that instant, Li Changel felt an overwhelming curiosity towards Suju, yearning to unravel the enigma of the man he truly was. Suju inquired. "The princess has yet to express her purpose for visiting the Su residence. What brings you here?" "Oh, it's nothing of great importance." Li Changel initially intended to say that she wished to engage in conversation with him, but she hesitated, appearing somewhat bashful. Could it be that she simply desires to partake in a casual chat? Suju cast a dubious glance at Li Changel, sensing a strong possibility. Li Changel was neither a relative nor a close acquaintance, and the Su family held little significance in the eyes of the court. How could there be a necessity for his assistance? Indeed, Li Changel replied calmly, yet the delicate blush on her alabaster ears betrayed her composure. She had not anticipated that the princess would visit the Su residence solely for this matter. Suju speculated that the purpose was to engage in a discussion about poetry. However, he had little to contribute, as those verses were crafted by the great masters of a bygone era. Indeed, I never anticipated arriving at the Su residence, especially for the sake of a man. Li Changel, with her exquisite gaze, fixed her eyes on Suju, fervently desiring to unravel the true nature of this individual. Yet, upon meeting his clear and candid eyes, she found herself at a loss. There was nothing to disguise. Suju appeared to be a remarkably simple person. Yet, this very simplicity rendered him all the more elusive to Li Changel. To be precise, I am merely 18 this year. The princess may refer to me as a youth. Suju coughed lightly, contemplating whether it was necessary to express such sentiments with such charm. After all, he had come here for a man. If this information were to spread, it would undoubtedly cause a stir, especially considering she was the current royal princess. So, it was indeed for the sake of a young lad that he had arrived here. Li Changel suddenly found Suju quite intriguing and gazed at him with a playful smile. "Why do you look at me, Your Highness?" Suju met Li Changel's gaze with composure and inquired with a smile, "Are you perhaps the celestial embodiment of the Winchu star?" Li Changel responded with candor. Suju languidly remarked, "The princess may be disappointed. I am not the star of literature." Hearing this, Li Changel tilted her head in inquiry. "Then, what star are you?" "I cannot do without you," Suju replied, winking playfully. Buffed Li Changel was momentarily taken aback, but upon realizing the implication, she broke into a delightful laugh. Her beauty radiating like the rosy clouds at dusk, captivating all who beheld her. Suju solemnly remarked, "The princess ought to smile more often." "Why?" Li Changel's eyes sparkled with delight, her beauty unparalleled. She realized that being with Suju was exceedingly comfortable, devoid of the cunning and deceit prevalent in the royal court. She felt free from the need to don a fade. Moreover, Suju always managed to bring laughter to her, evoking a genuine sense of joy within her. Women are intricate beings, desiring all that the world has to offer, yet at their core, they are quite simple. They merely seek happiness. However, this pursuit of happiness encompasses countless challenges. Thus, it becomes rather effortless for the princess to find a suitable consort. Suju spoke candidly. Li Changel's smile was exceedingly enchanting. Her dignified and graceful demeanor rendered her irresistibly alluring. It must be said that Li Changel was undeniably a beauty, rivaling even in her esteemed manner. However, perhaps it would be wise to refrain from smiling. At once, Li Changel's delicate face clouded with distress, for Suju's words abruptly reminded her of her mother, who had been fervently orchestrating marriage arrangements for her of late. What? Was she to be subjected to an arranged union? Suju discerned the issue at a glance and inquired with a smile. Li Changel, perplexed, asked, "How do you seem to know everything?" "I suppose it's just intelligence," he replied. Suju pointed to his own head. Li Changel curled his lip and sighed. "I am fortunate to have the right to refuse. Yet my mother has been persistently urging me on this matter. It is only natural at this age. One should be preparing for marriage rather than spending all day immersed in literary pursuits. It is indeed a cause for concern." Suju couldn't help but chuckle, taken aback to discover that even the eldest princess of the Jingguan dynasty harbored her own troubles. "I have no intention of marrying," she declared. Li Changel cast a glance at Suju, her eyes shimmering with unspoken thoughts. No one could fathom what was coursing through her mind. Could it be? Suju mused, resting her chin in her hand as she appraised Li Changel from head to toe. Could it be what? Li Changel's fair face momentarily flushed. A fleeting blush that sparked curiosity had he discerned her thoughts? Yet, she had done nothing but entertain a notion in her heart that if she were to marry, it would be someone like Suju, a man of impeccable perfection. Those less appealing suitors were hardly worthy of her consideration. Suju speculated. "Are you planning to become a nun?" Li Changel's face darkened. "It is you who should become a nun. You would fare better as a monk. So, why do you not wish to marry?" Suju found it rather implausible. How could a royal daughter endure the hardships of a nun, unless she were a fool? Clearly, there was no one she cherished. Li Changel huffed lightly, then propped her chin on her hand, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "I, Li Changel, will only wed the reincarnation of the god of literature." As she spoke, whether intentionally or not, her gaze flickered towards Suju. Suju smacked her lips. It is truly perplexing that a person of such quality would choose not to marry a decent individual, but instead seek a star. How vexatious. You know precisely what I mean. Li Changel's chest rose and fell with a tumultuous rhythm. She realized that throughout the years, her emotions had never surged as profoundly as they did in the presence of Suju. Li Changel. Suju wore a smile at the corners of his lips, his handsome visage unmarred, as his clear, bright eyes gazed upon Li Changel. Why suddenly call me by my full name?" Li Changel was taken aback. She had always addressed him as Your Highness, and his sudden use of her given name left her feeling somewhat disconcerted. Suju shook his head and smiled, saying, I did not call upon you. Rather, it is the present version of you that embodies Li Changel. Li Changel gazed intently at Suju's handsome face, momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, she replied with a smile, Are you suggesting that I am not Li Changel in my everyday life? No, he clarified, during that era. You were the Princess Changel of the Jinguan dynasty, not Li Changel. Suju smiled faintly. Li Changel felt an uncanny sensation that Suju's bright eyes had seen right through her. After a prolonged silence, she sighed and said with a bittersweet smile, In my daily life, I am Princess Changel, but today, I have briefly become Li Changel. Having worn the mask for so long, she had forgotten to remove it. Yet today, in the unguarded conversation with Suju, she shed her disguise and returned to being the true Li Changel. You are Princess Changel, the esteemed daughter of the Jinguan dynasty, well-versed and virtuous. However, you are also Li Changel, a young woman in the bloom of her youth, yearning to pursue what she genuinely loves. When I suggested that you smile more, I meant for you, Li Changel, to express genuine joy, not the hollow laughter of Princess Changel. Do not confine yourself within the four shackles of being Princess Changel. Li Changel is Princess Changel. But it is not the other way around. Throughout one's life, one must always live for oneself, rather than existing within the confines of others' worlds or perceptions. When one wears a mask for too long, they risk losing their true self. Suju's lips curled into a signature gentle smile, severing the shackles of the past. Only today do I truly know myself. Chapter 36. If you truly wish, I shall not demand a single penny as a bride price. Wearing a mask for too long leads one to lose their true self. Severing the shackles of the past, only today do I truly know myself. This phrase resonated in Li Changel's ears like a thunderclap, lingering long after its utterance. All along, she had been the Princess of Changel, adored and respected both within the court and beyond. But was she truly happy? No, not at all. That was not the genuine her. She did not wish to wear a facade of insincerity, nor did she want to engage in tasks against her will. At times, Li Changel envied ordinary individuals, for they possessed what she could not attain: companionship, joy, and the ability to pursue their true passions. Just as Suju stated, Li Changel is the Princess of Changel. Rather than the Princess of Changel being defined solely by her identity, she should not be constrained by the shackles of those four words. Suju, how is it that you understand so much? Li Changel's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gazed at Suju, speaking softly. Perhaps it is due to the experiences I have endured? Suju casually remarked, Surely, I cannot divulge the matters of my 2 lifetimes to her. Li Changel shook her head, her beautiful eyes misty with emotion. Pressing her crimson lips together, she inquired, That is not what I am asking. What I wish to know is, why do you understand me so profoundly? Suju perceived the atmosphere to be excessively grave at that moment, and thus he jested. Perhaps I am the reincarnation of the Wenchang star? Surely, you cannot exist without my rebirth? Li Changel's delicate face flushed, and she stifled a laugh. Yet, within her heart, she secretly mused, If you truly wish to embody that reincarnation of the Wenchang star, then I would gladly marry you. She remained composed, not succumbing to impulsiveness or losing her reason. Suddenly, she felt that no one could possibly be more suitable for her than Suju. He saw through her, understood her, comforted her, possessed profound knowledge, exceptional talent, and striking handsomeness. Could there be anyone more fitting? The answer was unequivocally no. Do not concern yourself with the minutiae. Suju coughed lightly. These words will be etched in my heart forever, he declared earnestly. Li Changel replied with a serious expression, I believe the princess will remember. Suju smiled and nodded, severing the shackles of the past, realizing today that I am truly myself. Li Changel savored these words more and more, her smile radiant as she gazed at Suju. Suju, how can you still claim you are not the reincarnation of the star of literature? To be so would mean you would be a prince consort, would it not? Suju quickly shook his head. What is this insinuation? Do you feel aggrieved by being my consort? Upon witnessing Suju's reaction, Li Changel felt a tinge of grievance. Not exactly, but if one were to marry a princess, the betrothal gifts would surely be exorbitantly precious, something Suju cannot afford. Suju wore a pained expression, speaking as if it were the absolute truth. If you are truly willing, I shall decide on behalf of the Empress Mother to forego any bride price, Li Changel stated directly. However, as soon as the words left her lips, her delicate face flushed crimson, and she immediately felt that such a declaration was somewhat inappropriate. Was she not, in essence, suggesting that she wished to bestow herself upon Suju? Did this not imply her desire to marry him? Suju raised his thumb and chuckled. The princess is truly magnanimous. In that case, I have nothing more to say. Tomorrow, the Su family shall formally propose. Humph. As if I would marry you just because of a proposal, Li Changel retorted, her cheeks flushed as she shot a glance at Su Ju. Wasn't this merely a jest? Su Ju chuckled heartily. He certainly did not possess the audacity to believe that a mere utterance from him could persuade a girl, especially the esteemed princess of the Jingguan era, to wed him. His jest stemmed merely from a delightful conversation with Li Changel, whom he perceived to be free-spirited and not overly fastidious. Humph, Li Changel muttered under her breath, audible only to herself. A thief's ambition without the courage, you say? What did the princess just utter? Yet, the astute Su Ju, with his heightened senses sharpened by the integration of his sword embryo, caught her words. However, the details escaped him, as he could only discern fragments, words such as heart and courage. I said nothing at all, Li Changel retorted, unexpectedly aware that Su Ju had overheard her. Blushing, she inquired, Su Ju, are you endowed with keen hearing? I merely have a somewhat sharper ear, he replied. Su Ju chuckled softly. If she was unwilling to speak, then so be it. Li Changel shot him a glare, vowing never to murmur again, nearly allowing her thoughts to slip past her lips. If Su Ju had caught wind of her musings, where would she hide her face? Having known him for only a few days and seen him but a handful of times, it was rather unseemly to entertain thoughts of marrying him. It would undoubtedly paint her as a woman of loose morals in his eyes. Your Highness, it is time to depart. At that moment, a woman entered. Adorned in a fitted white attire, her brow imbued with an air of valiance and her beauty striking, she resembled a delicate branch of jade, planted amidst the stark contrast of black mountains and white waters, exuding a luminescence akin to that of glazed porcelain. With an aura that suggested the battlefield, Su Ju discerned immediately that she was a formidable female general, not to be overshadowed by her male counterparts. Ah, Sister Wanner, Li Changel sighed softly upon seeing Shangguan Wanner. Time had flown by so swiftly, it was indeed time to leave. Her journey here was sanctioned by her mother, with permission granted only after much deliberation. An entire hour had slipped away, as cherished moments often do. This must be Master Su, Shangguan Wanner remarked, her gaze sweeping over him. Truly a paragon of elegance. You are most deserving of the title first among the proud, she observed Su Ju, noting his remarkable physique, abundant spiritual energy, and the calmness reflected in his steady gaze, indicative of a composed disposition. The remarkable feats of Su Ju have spread throughout the entire Chaoga and even across the vast lands, sweeping through with incredible speed. He is lauded as the pride of the first day, such is my appellation. Su Ju was momentarily perplexed, wondering who could be so trifling as to bestow such a title upon himself. Li Changel winked at Su Ju, saying, Indeed, Su Ju, you have now been bestowed with the title of the first day's pride. I fear that should anyone recognize you, they shall no longer call you Su Ju, but rather the first day's pride. Shangguan Wanner was taken aback. When had she ever witnessed Li Changel act in such a girlish manner? It sounded rather pleasant, albeit somewhat rustic. Su Ju chuckled, finding it rather customary. However, couldn't he a more illustrious title be bestowed? The appellation of First Arrogant is quite commendable. Which title do you deem appropriate? I shall have someone propagated upon my return. This matter is rather straightforward for Li Changel. Either First Handsome or First Beauty would suffice. Su Ju retorted with a hint of arrogance. Li Changel's lips twitched in response, choosing to disregard Su Ju's remark entirely. She regretted her inquiry. Rising to her feet, she gazed at Su Ju, her phoenix-like eyes shimmering with emotion. I must take my leave now, Master Su. When shall you return to the Sword Sect? In 2 days, he replied. Su Ju also rose to his feet, for she was a princess and must be escorted out. When shall we meet again? Li Changel inquired, her lips pursed. Upon her return, her mother would undoubtedly restrict her from venturing out freely again, making it unlikely for her to see Su Ju once more. One could only wonder when this parting would end and when they might reunite. Is it unclear, princess? Do you find yourself thinking of me? Su Ju chuckled and inquired. Shangguan Wanner momentarily froze. Was this something one could say to Her Highness the Princess? Although Su Ju was regarded as the foremost prodigy, the treasured gem of the Sword Sect, she felt it was permissible to speak freely. Just as she was about to respond, Li Changel's next words struck her like a thunderbolt. Indeed, I will miss you. Li Changel was acutely aware that once she stepped beyond the gates of the Su residence today, her mother would not permit her to leave the palace for several days. Thus, she became emboldened. Ahem. Shangguan Wanner quickly cleared her throat, saying, This is quite inappropriate, Your Highness. However, Li Changel paid her no mind and turned her gaze towards Su Ju, eager to hear his reply. During the new year, I shall return. and I will seek out the princess to reminisce. Suju, upon witnessing the hopeful gaze of Li Changel, could not bear to disappoint such a remarkable beauty. With a gentle smile, he replied, "Is that truly the case?" Li Changel's enchanting eyes sparkled with delight. At that moment, as autumn deepened, the new year loomed just a few months away, making their next meeting seem tantalizingly close. Suju chuckled, "Of course, I would never dare to deceive your highness." "That's good to hear. If you were to deceive me, then I would. I would simply ignore you." After contemplating for quite some time, Li Changel arrived at what she deemed the gravest punishment, huffing indignantly. Meanwhile, Shangguan Wana felt her worldview shatter. Was not the princess and her memories utterly indifferent to men? Yet, what was this demeanor of a lovesick girl? This punishment was far too severe. "I assure you, I shall not deceive the princess." Suju smiled faintly. Li Changel's eyes sparkled with joy. "Then could you call me Li Changel?" "Why?" Suju asked with curiosity. Li Changel's phoenix-like eyes gleamed. "Because I wish to hear you speak of the true me." Suju paused momentarily, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "We shall undoubtedly meet again, Li Changel. I assure you, our next encounter will be swift. When that time comes, I shall pay you a visit. And I can only hope that those in the court will not cast me aside." "How dare they?" Li Changel's eyebrows arched in defiance. "Should anyone attempt to bar your entrance, I will ensure they face the consequences." With the princess's words, I felt a sense of reassurance. Suju chuckled lightly. "Once I have completed transcribing the poetry scroll, I shall have someone return it." Li Changel's phoenix eyes glimmered with profound reluctance. "I am leaving, Suju. I shall await you in the imperial palace." "Wait a moment." Suju called out to Li Changel. "What is it?" Li Changel paused. "Please wait for me for a minute." As Suju's words fell, he returned directly to the main hall. "What does young Master Su intend to do?" Shangguan Wana inquired with curiosity. Li Changel glanced at Wana and replied, "I am uncertain, but I hope Sister Wana will refrain from mentioning today's events to Mother." "I will," Wana said with a wry smile. With both of them being her masters, she felt she could not offend either, so she chose to turn a blind eye. "I knew Sister Wana would be the best." Li Changel beamed, her beauty radiant as a blossom. Suddenly, Shangguan Wana felt a moment of disorientation. If it were in the past, Li Changel would never have smiled at her in such a manner or uttered those words. Why had everything changed since their visit to the Su residence? It is often said that love can transform a person. Recalling the strikingly handsome youth in white, could it be that they were romantically involved? With that thought, Shangguan Wana shook her head. It was best to remain oblivious, as all of this had nothing to do with her. Suju leaped gracefully to Li Changel's side, presenting her with a rolled parchment inscribed with elegant characters. "Is this your poetry?" Li Changel's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. "It is penned for you. Take it home and read it," Suju replied, a smile gracing his handsome visage. "Wonderful." Li Changel beamed, bidding farewell to Suju. The verses softened the sorrow of parting, and she departed from the Su residence with a light heart. As she left, she carefully tucked the parchment into her bosom, clutching it tightly, fearful that it might be snatched away by others. Chapter 37. A young man's aspirations for the world. As Suju turned back into the courtyard, he found his mother standing there with her arms crossed, a look of inquiry etched upon her face, waiting for him. "Well, speak," Zhao Rong huffed. "Speak of what?" Suju questioned. "Do not feign ignorance. What is your relationship with the Princess Chang? It is quite remarkable that she came personally to the Su residence to await your arrival. I observed the intimacy in your recent interactions and the ease of your conversation. It appears you share a rather close bond." Zhao Rong's eyes narrowed slightly, as someone with experience, if she could not discern the underlying issues, then her years would have been in vain. Suju shrugged. "Fortunately, she is merely interested in poetry." "Poetry? Is that not precisely what you desire?" Although Zhao Rong understood that she should not excessively praise her son when it came to literary talent, she could hardly conceive of anyone in the vast expanse of the world who could rival her son's brilliance. She would frequently peruse the poems on the scroll, feeling as though she had given birth to a reincarnation of the literary star. "Don't be ridiculous, mother. She is a princess, a treasure gem of the court. How could she possibly harbor any interest in your son?" Suju chuckled and shook his head. "What is there to worry about with the treasure gem of the court? My son Haodu is the pride of the first day, a direct disciple of the sword sect's master, and has inherited the striking features of his mother. Is it not more than sufficient for him to be paired with a long princess?" Zhao Rong scoffed. "A mother's status is elevated by her son's brilliance, and Suju's excellence brings honor to her as well." This morning, many esteemed families from the imperial city, who had previously maintained little contact, visited, bringing gifts and fine wines. It is evident to all discerning eyes that the Su family's rise is entirely due to the prominence of her son. Mother, we should tread carefully with our words. We are, after all, beneath the emperor's feet. Su Ju quickly covered Zhao Rong's mouth. Not particularly concerned for himself, but wary of anyone with ill intentions who might hear and bring harm to the Su family. I am aware, rest assured. I shall remain silent in the presence of others. Zhao Rong raised an eyebrow, having lived for half a lifetime. It was quite absurd to have her son reminding her of such matters. I suppose I have come to understand just whose company my tongue favors. Su Ju could not help but raise a thumb in approval. Enough of the nonsense. Speak quickly. Does the princess have any feelings for you? Zhao Rong teased with a smile. Having met only a couple of times, how could she possibly have any interest in me? We are merely friends. Su Ju did not believe that the Long princess, who had occupied a high position for many years, could develop an affection for him after merely 2 encounters. Such a notion seemed implausible. It is love at first sight that holds true significance, while the idea of love blossoming over time is mere folly. Some individuals can discern compatibility at first glance, while others may spend years in close companionship without achieving a fruitful outcome. Zhao Rong remarked with a sense of assurance. Indeed. My mother understands. If that is the case, then it must have been quite simple for my father to win your heart back in the day, right? Su Ju chuckled softly. That is not the case. Back in the day, your father was a mere pauper, and your grandmother disapproved of my marrying him. However, I was resolute in my belief that your father would undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. Eventually, your grandparents recognized his potential and consented to our union. Within a decade, your father established the Su family. Zhao Rong smiled, reminiscing about those years, which were indeed the most arduous of times. Had it not been for her parents' support to Su Chongqing, the Su family would not have risen so swiftly. Now, everything has been endured and overcome. The Su family flourishes, basking in prosperity and vitality. As her son rises like a dragon emerging from the depths, soaring to great heights, she, as a mother, feels an unparalleled sense of happiness. Su Ju smiled. He was well aware of his father's capabilities, which were indeed commendable. However, it was evident that he could not single-handedly establish the entire Su family. The assistance of his mother and grandparents was indispensable. Thus, the key to a man's success lies in the presence of a wise and supportive partner. A woman who loves him and is willing to sacrifice everything for him. Wait, I almost let you slip away. I still have something to say. Noticing Su Ju's intention to leave, Zhao Rong hurriedly grasped his arm. In this world, only you can keep me in check. Upon realizing that his scheme had been uncovered, Su Ju sighed, lamenting, you ought to consider your lineage. Zhao Rong, in a fit of triumph, interjected with a playful hum, remarking, while you two were conversing earlier. My mother stood at a distance, though I couldn't discern your words. The gaze of the Grand Princess towards you is rather peculiar. Zhao Rong perceived the subtle glimmer in Li Changle's phoenix eyes, their depth shimmering with emotion. When her gaze fell upon Su Ju, her lips involuntarily curled into a smile, reminiscent of a young girl enamored with her beloved. Having lived half a lifetime, Zhao Rong was no stranger to such sentiments. The usually composed and erudite Grand Princess had never before displayed such a girlish demeanor. Furthermore, the very look she had bestowed upon Su Chongqing once left Zhao Rong with a clear understanding that the Grand Princess harbored feelings for her son. It was not beyond the realm of possibility that her affections for poetry aligned with those of her son. Perhaps you were mistaken, mother. Su Ju replied with a resigned smile. Those embroiled in the situation often lack clarity, while observers possess insight. You may not comprehend it all, but if you truly have feelings, do not hesitate. The Grand Princess, being knowledgeable and virtuous, would undoubtedly make an excellent companion. With her by his side, wouldn't the Jingguan dynasty become your second home? I have heard that numerous royal families are seeking alliances with Jingguan. Be wary lest the Grand Princess be whisked away, leaving you in tears. Zhao Rong always prioritized her son's interests. Should he carry any regrets, they would linger long after. Moreover, was there anyone more suitable than the Grand Princess within the entire Jingguan? With both the Jingguan dynasty and the sword sect backing her son, her fears for his safety would be alleviated. Ultimately, she had devoted her heart and soul for the sake of her son. Rest assured, mother. I am well aware of my own feelings regarding the Grand Princess. I shall make my own decisions. Su Ju chuckled softly, finding it amusing that his mother spoke so earnestly about matters that had yet to take shape. However, to prevent her from continuing her incessant chatter, he decided to maintain a semblance of calm for the time being. As long as he was aware of the situation, he would take care of things. And his mother could rest assured. Zhao Rong gently patted Su Ju's chest. With a smile, Su Ju nodded. If the princess truly harbored feelings for him, and if they were to find mutual affection, it was only natural that Su Ju, with his character, would not passively await the union. However, such matters could be discussed at a later time. As time flowed by, 3 days slipped away in the blink of an eye. The moment of departure had arrived. The most delightful moments always seem to vanish the quickest. Nowhere is as comforting as the embrace of one's home. During these 3 days, Su Ju completely let go of his worries, remaining entirely unguarded, leading to a remarkable improvement in the quality of his sleep. My son, take good care of yourself and the sword sect. At the entrance of the Su residence, Zhao Rong's eyes brimmed with tears as she reluctantly spoke. Su Chaqing smiled gently. Well, our son has grown up. He will return, so why weep? What is wrong with crying? He is a piece of my heart. How can I not worry? Zhao Rong retorted, for a mother's concern knows no bounds. No matter how formidable Su Ju becomes, he will forever remain a child in Zhao Rong's eyes. I shall take my leave, mother. Do not fret. I shall return within half a year. Su Ju smiled faintly, despite the myriad of reluctance within his heart. How could a man with ambitions for the world cling to a moment of tranquility? He had yet to savor the splendid allure of the Central Plains. For a millennium, he had aspired to be an emperor, not merely in jest, but with earnest intent. Farewell, and until we meet again, dear aunt. Han Yun and Li Xian exchanged sweet smiles. Their time at the Su residence had been joyful, and they truly felt the warmth of family. If there are no matters to attend to during the new year, to return with Su Ju, the Su family would not mind an extra pair of chopsticks. Zhao Rong, observing the 2 clever girls, felt a surge of happiness and forced a smile. Understood, aunt. Han Yun and Li Xian chimed in unison, their voices filled with excitement. It's time for me to go, mother. After sharing a brief embrace with Zhao Rong, Su Ju cast a glance at his father as he prepared to depart. Su Chaqing offered him a slight nod accompanied by a gentle smile. Su Ju smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Between men, a mere glance suffices for understanding. On the street, the slender shadow of the youth elongated, gradually vanishing from sight. Chapter 38. In an unjust world, can one truly manage it all? At a certain inn, a robust man clad in tattered garments plopped down on a stool. Waiter, bring me some wine. Apologies, but this seat is taken, murmured a young man in white beside him. I see no one here, the man retorted, scanning the surroundings before fixing his gaze on the youth. Is it you? Indeed. The boy replied calmly. Take your 2 female companions and leave, or I shall end your life. This seat has always been mine. Are you not aware of that? His coarse voice echoed unabashedly, drawing the attention of the surrounding patrons. Upon seeing the man's face, they cast pitying glances at the seemingly frail youth. The last occupant of this seat had perished right where the boy now sat. Sir, perhaps we should consider changing our seats? The waiter interjected hastily, offering a nervous smile. If the brute decided to act violently, all would be driven away. Who would remain to dine in such an establishment? Do you not know that I relish this seat? The man bellowed. If you insist I leave, believe me, I will raise your establishment to the ground. His unreasonable bravado stemmed from his imposing stature and formidable skills, elevating his arrogance. Shall we perhaps move, esteemed guest? This man is not to be trifled with, the waiter implored, glancing nervously at the unarmed youth. Has he always been this overbearing? The youth inquired, exuding an air of refined elegance, remaining unfazed by the confrontation. Indeed, the previous occupant of this seat met his demise right on that stool, the waiter stated. Not merely to incite fear, but out of genuine concern for the delicate-looking Su Ju. Oh, is there no law here? The youth inquired, raising an eyebrow. Law? Here. I am the law, the man proclaimed, his voice booming with self-importance. Indeed, in this desolate place, far from any village or inn, it was conceivable that the authorities remained blissfully unaware of the inn's existence. Continue to bring the wine, waiter, the youth instructed nonchalantly, but the waiter was troubled. If violence erupted, who would patronize his establishment thereafter? My senior brother has commanded you to comply. Han Yun's eyes gleamed coldly. The disturbance to the empress's meal was intolerable, especially from a man whose odor and disheveled appearance suggested he had not bathed in years. Understood. The young attendant, feeling the piercing gaze of Han Yun, hastily took his leave. That gaze seemed to penetrate his very soul, instilling a profound sense of dread within him. Did you not hear me tell you to leave? Do you wish for death? The burly man, cracking his knuckles, prepared to seize the youth by his collar. Unexpectedly, the boy's eyes flashed, and a torrent of blood erupted forth. The man felt a chilling sensation in his arm as a severed appendage flew past him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was his own arm. "Ah, my arm!" he screamed, writhing in agony upon the ground. In that moment, even the dimmest of minds grasped that this youth was no ordinary individual. Bystanders, witnessing the scene unfold, gazed at the boy in astonishment, rather than fear. Their expressions were filled with gratitude. Serves him right for provoking the wrong person. The man, notorious for his misdeeds in the area, had garnered the ire of many, and they relished in his pitiful state. On my way here, I heard tales of an escaped convict. A man who lived to drink and had slaughtered an entire family for a place to rest. Is that you? The boy inquired with an air of indifference. Spare me. Noble sir, spare me. I was ignorant of my wrongs. I beg for my life. The man pleaded, kneeling before the youth, his eyes wide with terror. He never anticipated that this seemingly frail boy could be so ruthless. I ask you again, is it you? The youth's gaze bore into the man's eyes. It is I, the man confessed, intending to lie, but finding himself ensnared by the boy's luminous, penetrating gaze that seemed to seize his very soul. As soon as the words escaped his lips, he clamped a hand over his mouth, bewildered by his own lack of control. Just as he began to explain, the boy shook his head and raised a finger slightly. Blood sprayed forth as the man's head rolled to the ground, his expression of terror forever frozen in time. His imposing body collapsing with a thud. Coincidentally, the young attendant, who had been bringing in a jug of wine, bore witness to this grisly spectacle. His drink splattered with blood. This is a celestial being. The thought struck him, yet he stood frozen, unsure of how to proceed. Only the youth and his two female companions remained untouched by the sanguine spray, exuding an ethereal quality, untainted by the mortal realm. Let us forego this drink. We shall take our leave, the boy remarked, casting a glance at the two delicate maidens beside him. Yes, brother, they replied in unison, following the boy as they departed, leaving behind a stunned attendant and a group of onlookers in a state of shock. These three were none other than Suju, Hanyun, and Li Xian, who had intended to rest but were now drawn into the unfolding drama surrounding the fugitive. Suju made a spontaneous decision to seek refuge in an inn for some rest. Although Li Xian may not have noticed, Hanyun certainly did. Suju's heart was kind. In pursuit of apprehending this fugitive, he deliberately chose to stay at an inn, and fortuitously, this man indeed presented himself at the door. Brother, the world is rife with injustice. Can we truly manage it all? Hanyun could not restrain herself from inquiring. We can only do what is within our capacity and give our utmost effort. Suju spoke softly, acknowledging the multitude of injustices in the world that he could neither manage nor wish to confront. Yet, when faced with an opportunity to assist, which required but a modest effort, how could he refrain from extending a helping hand? His senior brother exhibited great righteousness. Hanyun remained silent, offering a slight bow in respect. Suju gently raised his head, gazing at the heavens. His actions were not motivated by lofty ideals, but rather by the spirits of that family of three. Are you weary from our journey together? Suju paused, unexpectedly uttering such a phrase. Hanyun and Li Xian were momentarily taken aback, instantly on high alert. Ha ha ha. I never imagined you would uncover my identity, Suju. A man adorned with rose thorns upon his palm emerged from behind a tree not far away, a sinister smile gracing his face. You must be one of the remnants of the gang I eradicated 3 years ago, aren't you? Suju gazed at the man, recognizing him by the distinctive thorny flower. I am the leader of a bandit faction, he bellowed in fury, and at that time, I was preoccupied and not present on the mountain. Yet you, this little brat, dared to invade my territory. How dare you show your face with such mere mid-foundation strength? Suju shook his head. Even if he had been present at that moment, he would have undoubtedly extinguished that band of brigands. Those you have slain were my beloved brothers and dear friends, my companions in life and death. With their demise, what meaning remains for my existence? Over the years, I have sought vengeance, yet have been afforded not a single opportunity. Suddenly, the Tianjiao assembly. As the man spoke, his fervor intensified, his voice rising in fervent passion. Enough of this idle chatter. If you wish to fight, then let us engage. Suju dug into his ears, reflecting on his past as a villain. Yet, he never spoke so excessively. Is verbosity a trait destined for villains? Well, it matters little, for you shall soon meet your demise. The man's face turned ashen, and he erupted into a maniacal laughter as he produced a pill, swiftly swallowing it. Oh, an amplification pill? Suju recognized the pill, which, when consumed, could significantly enhance one's strength. However, the side effects were dire. The excessive strain could inflict indelible harm on the body. There was a substantial risk of the dantian shattering. rendering one incapable of stepping onto the path of immortality for a lifetime. Today, I shall avenge my brothers. The man appeared deranged, his eyes glowing crimson, and his black hair danced wildly like a frenzied serpent. His spiritual energy surged dramatically, reaching an extraordinary peak before stabilizing at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Prepare to meet your demise. The first day's pride, ha ha ha. Just as the man was about to strike, a flash of white light appeared before him. A sharp longsword pierced through his abdomen with a soft thud. In an instant, his gaze became vacant. Disbelief etched across his face as he beheld the young swordsman before him. How noisy. Chapter 39. As white as snow, the main sword peak is deserted. Anything goes. I possess the strength to slay you before you even consume the elixir. After leaving this remark, Suju flicked his sword upward. He offered the man no opportunity for struggle. Consumed by boundless regret and malice, his body was swiftly cleaved in two. He perished on the spot. His internal organs scattered across the ground. Blood gushed forth, yet the young man in white remained untainted. Ugh! Witnessing such a bloody scene for the first time, Li Xian looked on in horror and promptly retched. However, the Empress, accustomed to such sights, regarded Suju with a tumult of emotions. As an Empress, she had encountered countless prodigies, and although Suju was exceptionally gifted, he had never posed a challenge to her. At that moment, a thought surged within the proud Empress. The dynamics of the abyss of demons and the vast earth will undoubtedly be upended by the emergence of this young man. At the early stage of the Golden Core realm, he effortlessly dispatched an opponent at the mid-stage. While there may be considerable embellishment in that mid-stage, the realm itself was undeniably tangible. Furthermore, his assertion, I possess the strength to slay you before you even consume the elixir, exuded the youth's confidence and might. This era is truly crafted for his ascendance. Han Yun sincerely marveled. Suju gently patted Li Xian's back. Li Xian nodded, reassuringly stating, It's all right, senior brother. I am fine. She understood that this is the path of immortality, where the road is littered with corpses and death is a commonplace occurrence. She must learn to adapt. This was the first lesson imparted to her by Suju. Suju nodded, then cast a glance at the indifferent Han Yun, whose reaction was reminiscent of an empress. How repulsive. Suddenly, Han Yun retched. Suju did not believe her reflexes were slow. He gazed at Han Yun with a bemused smile, saying nothing. Ahem. Why doesn't he, my senior brother, show any concern for me? Han Yun asked, her complexion somewhat pale. Internally, she lamented, Oh no. I was so caught up in my thoughts that I forgot I am also just a 13-year-old girl. Can you guess? Suju smiled radiantly. I surmise that my senior brother perceives me as strong. After all, you are aware that I departed from my parents at a tender age. Han Yun gazed at Suju with a pitiful expression, her small hand tugging gently at the hem of Suju's garment, evoking a sense of sympathy. Suju chuckled softly, not out of amusement, but rather due to the realization that this was the reincarnation of a female emperor, who now presented herself in such a manner. What is it that makes you laugh, senior brother? Han Yun inquired, her lips curling slightly. Was her acting truly so unconvincing? She harbored no fears of Suju discerning her identity as the reincarnation of the Empress. She was confident that, despite his exceptional talents, he lacked the capacity to uncover her secret. It is nothing. Let us proceed. Suju smiled gently, leading the two little girls as they embarked on their return journey. A few days later, they arrived at the gates of the Sword Sect. Is this truly the Sword Sect? Li Xian, clearly experiencing the sight of a celestial gate for the first time, stood at the entrance, her small face a canvas of wonder and longing. Melodious voices filled the air as immortal cranes soared gracefully. The mist swirled around, creating an ethereal and hazy atmosphere, akin to a realm of the divine. Let us proceed and explore within. Suju smiled gently and led the two individuals into the Sword Sect. As soon as his front foot touched the ground and before his back foot could follow, he was greeted by the sight of a stunning beauty, as ethereal as a celestial being. Master? Suju's eyes sparkled with delight at the prospect of personally welcoming him, a gesture that spoke volumes of his esteemed status. After a prolonged separation from his master, his heart brimmed with longing. The mention of the great emperor caused Han Yun's pupils to constrict. She recognized that familiar sensation unmistakably. To her astonishment, Suju's master turned out to be a great emperor, which elucidated the extraordinary talents possessed by Suju. During these days, resembling a love-stricken maiden, Rushiwei instantly sensed Suju's return to the Sword Sect. Without a moment's hesitation, she hastened from the main sword peak to the mountain gate, eager to reunite. Upon catching sight of Suju, joy radiated from her beautiful eyes, and her heart's yearning surged forth as she took a step forward. Rebellious disciple, You have returned, she exclaimed, playfully chastising him for addressing her so familiarly upon their reunion. Suju cleared his throat. What is the matter? After being away for so long, can't I even greet you as my master-s disciple anymore? Rushue approached Suju, her gaze lingering on the handsome youth, her heart fluttering. She could not get enough of him. The troubles of recent days dissipated, leaving only happiness enveloping her heart. It was not merely the presence of someone beside her. The fragrance wafted around. Seeing her master so close, Suju thought that if it weren't for the bustling crowd at the mountain gate, he would certainly embrace her. So, these are the two disciples you have taken under your wing? Rushue glanced at Li Xian and Han Yun. One possessed exceptional talent, a prodigy in cultivation, while the other appeared rather ordinary, yet her meridians were remarkably robust. When their eyes met, there was none of Li Xian's timidity or tension, but rather a mutual understanding between peers. This little girl is intriguing. Indeed, master. Suju was about to offer an explanation when he noticed Rushue's faint smile. Both of these disciples are quite impressive. Han Yun's eyebrows twitched, and she instinctively took a step back. Had she been discovered? Suju was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Li Xian was remarkable. Yet if one were unaware that Han Yun was the reincarnation of the Empress, she would appear to be an ordinary person. How could the master possess such keen insight? Let us depart and return to the main sword peak. Rushue's cheeks flushed slightly. Had it not been for the presence of others, she would have already leapt into Suju's embrace. After so many days without experiencing the warmth of his hug, she found herself yearning for it intensely. Just moments ago, she had nearly succumbed to the impulse to throw herself at him. If she were to do so in front of the other disciples, how could she possibly maintain her dignity as the sect leader? Thus, to avert any potential embarrassment, it would be prudent to hasten back with Suju. At the main sword peak, they would have the freedom to act as they pleased. What about the two of them? Suju cast a glance at Han Yun and Li Xian. Just in time, the fifth elder was in need of two disciples, so he decided to send them both. Rushue, however, had no leisure to attend to such matters. She yearned to indulge in sweet moments with her little husband. That would suffice. Suju nodded. If the fifth elder's memory served him correctly, she was an elderly woman, exceedingly kind and amiable in her interactions. The two would not encounter any hostility regardless of where they ventured. Indeed, it was a most agreeable arrangement. Feel free to explore on your own for now. I shall return to find you shortly. Suju deeply missed his master, aware that this was not the place for conversation. After leaving a few words, he followed Rushue away. It had been a long time since he embraced his master's delicate waist. Both Suju and Rushue longed for each other, and upon their meeting, they yearned for a tender moment. Li Xian, do you ever feel a certain way? Han Yun inquired, observing the departing couple, her chin resting on her hand. It seems to me that they resemble not a master and disciple, but rather sweet companions. What feeling? Li Xian was completely captivated by the ethereal grandeur of the immortal realm, gazing at the graceful figures soaring through the sky on their swords, her eyes filled with longing. Nothing much. Han Yun suddenly felt she ought not to converse with Li Xian, recognizing her as merely a young girl. Perhaps she was overthinking it. The bond between master and disciple could simply be one of deep affection. Very well. Chapter 40. A special reward upon returning to the main sword peak. The two arrived at Suju's residence. The residence of Suju was devoid of any visitors, and Lin Chichen would often find solace in the chambers of Rushue, never venturing into Suju's abode. Thus, their moments together remained undisturbed. Rebellious disciple, have you thought of me? Rushue murmured. Leaning against the tender haven she longed for day and night. Of course, I have thought of you, master, every moment without exception, came the earnest reply. Suju gently caressed the maiden's flowing hair and spoke earnestly. Having just established their relationship, the days apart had undoubtedly stirred feelings of longing. Very well. If you do not miss me, I shall have to impose a punishment upon you. Rushue exclaimed, raising her delicate fist with a playful huff. In that case, it seems my esteemed master will never be able to punish me in this lifetime, for my love for you runs deep within my very bones. You are the one I instinctively think of the most. Suju smiled, saying, with your charming words, you always manage to make me happy. Rushue replied sweetly. That's the truth. Suju blinked. Is that true? Rushue gazed into Suju's bright eyes, which she adored the most. It was just like how she had noticed Suju 10 years ago. Those eyes were pure and untainted, shimmering with brilliance. To describe them merely as the enchanting stars in the vast sky would be an understatement. It was as if the Milky Way itself flowed within them. drawing one in willingly and completely. They radiated an unparalleled authenticity. Suju spoke earnestly. Then I shall believe you. A faint blush appeared on Bai Rushiue's exquisite face, rendering her extraordinarily beautiful. Master, you are so lovely. Suju found himself utterly captivated, wondering how he had never noticed the charm of his master before. No matter how beautiful, you still belong to me. Bai Rushue gently pursed her crimson lips, covering her mouth as she chuckled softly. Has master thought of his disciple during these days? Suju inquired with a smile. I won't tell you. Bai Rushue, with a smile as radiant as a blooming flower, had no intention of revealing her thoughts to Suju, especially since the mere contemplation of him kept her awake at night. If she were to divulge such sentiments, this rebellious disciple would surely become insufferably proud. The tale suggests that a woman should not be overly proactive, lest a man fail to cherish her. It seems, then, that she is resolved to refrain from such thoughts. Suju's brows knitted together, a trace of disappointment and sorrow gracing his countenance. Rebellious disciple, do not feign. Bai Rushue scoffed. To his astonishment, the master whom his disciple yearned for so deeply seemed utterly indifferent to his feelings, leaving the disciple heartbroken. Suju sighed, his expression devoid of luster, no longer exhibiting the youthful brilliance he once possessed, resembling a heartbroken lover. Bai Rushue's heart tightened. She hastily replied, all right, I miss you. I miss you so much that I cannot sleep. I knew it all along. Suju chuckled softly, a smile illuminating his face as if a cloud had lifted, leaving Bai Rushue momentarily stunned. You rebellious disciple, such talent for theatrics. Is your affection for me merely a performance? Bai Rushue gently leaned against Suju's chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, her voice tinged with anxiety. Indeed, my dear disciple, it is a performance, albeit one that is true to my nature. Suju replied with a smile gracing his lips. How annoying. Next time, speak more swiftly. Upon hearing the first half of his words, Bai Rushue felt as though her heart shattered into pieces, yet the latter part filled her with uncontainable joy. I love you. The name Suju was uttered with remarkable swiftness, and immersed in the embrace of Suju and the bliss it brought. Bai Rushue truly did not catch what was said. What did you just say? Bai Rushue inquired. I love you, Suju replied. Bai Rushue's delicate face flushed with warmth. How annoying. Why did you say it so quickly? Isn't it my master who instructed me to say it swiftly? As a disciple, I always heed my master's words. Suju chuckled. Rebellious disciple, I love you too. Bai Rushue felt herself completely ensnared. She found it impossible to detach from Suju. Even his casual words could stir her emotions profoundly. What more could one desire? Gazing at the enchanting beauty before him, Suju felt a parched throat and gradually leaned closer. Sensing Suju's movement, Bai Rushue's heart raced. Yet, with a hint of shyness, she closed her eyes, her brows trembling gently, awkwardly yet fervently responding to Suju's advance. After a considerable time, under the moonlight, the two cherished souls nestled against each other. Master, by the way, could you help me discern the level of this treasure? Suju took out the scroll that Li Changle had given him and handed it to Bai Rushue. The riverside scene at Qiming Festival? Bai Rushue was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the scroll. The riverside scene at Qiming Festival? What is this? Suju inquired with curiosity. The Qingming River map is rumored to have been crafted by a great emperor, divided into an upper and lower scroll. The upper scroll resides within the hands of the Jingguan dynasty, while the whereabouts of the lower scroll remain a mystery. Should one find the latter, the Qiming River map would become a unique little world that belongs solely to you. Such a precious scroll, who bestowed it upon you? Bai Rushue, after providing an explanation, asked in astonishment. That is indeed a small world, capable of nurturing life or serving as a sanctuary, offering numerous advantages. It is a treasure even for an emperor. Then, Bai Rushue's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she playfully scolded. Where are your hands wandering? Reveal it. Ahem, it was an unexpected gift from the Grand Princess. Suju awkwardly retracted his hand. Initially, he had perceived only a hint of its value, unaware that this scroll was so extraordinary. Should he find the subsequent volume and possess his own little world, would it not signify that he had become a man of worlds? The Grand Princess? What purpose did she have in bestowing the scroll upon him? In the era of the Jingguan dynasty, this scroll undoubtedly belonged to the highest echelon of treasures. Bai Rushue's curiosity intensified. It was exchanged by his disciple for a poem. Suju spoke truthfully. Is it a poem? It is rumored that the Grand Princess delights in the art of literature, which does lend some credence to this notion. Bai Rushue, in a moment of realization, added, however, this treasure, while deemed precious, could also be considered inconsequential. Without the subsequent scroll, it is akin to a mere scrap of paper. So it is. Suju couldn't help but wonder where the second volume was located. However, recalling that the Jingguan dynasty had searched in vain for decades, he suddenly felt a sense of hopelessness. Bai Ruxue, puzzled, inquired, "When did you learn to compose poetry?" "I've been able to for quite some time. Probably since I was around 7 years old," he replied. Suju contemplated for a moment. The first poem he had ever written, or rather transcribed, emerged from the boredom of his 7th year. In a world that prioritizes martial prowess over literary elegance, he felt compelled to infuse the quintessence of 5 millennia of Chinese history into the fabric of his existence. How could he have been oblivious? Bai Ruxue pouted, her expression one of reluctance. It was unexpected that Suju had crafted verses for other women, yet had not bestowed a single poem upon her. Moreover, his master had never inquired about it. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Should his master desire it, the disciple would gladly compose a poem on the spot. Upon seeing the discontent etched on by Ruxue's delicate face, Suju promptly inquired, "Is that truly the case?" Bai Ruxue's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight, and her charming visage was once again adorned with a radiant smile. "Of course, it is no trouble at all." Suju smiled, reflecting on the vast treasury of poetic heritage accumulated over thousands of years in Huaxia, yet none had managed to bring joy to his master. Soon, he recalled a particular poem, one that had been endlessly copied by numerous predecessors of time travel, yet remained unfailingly effective. "Go ahead, I'm listening. If it pleases me, I shall reward you," Bai Ruxue eagerly exclaimed, her delicate face flushing with a hint of shyness, perhaps due to the prospect of that reward. "Clouds resemble garments while flowers embody beauty. The spring breeze caresses the railing, heavy with dew. Were it not for the sight atop Mount Chuanyu, I would seek you under the moonlight at Yaotai." In no time, accompanied by Suju's gentle voice, the entire poem was recited. Bai Ruxue's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Even though she lacked a profound understanding of literary elegance, she recognized the timelessness of the verse. After pondering its meaning, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. "Am I truly so beautiful in your eyes? More splendid than this poem itself? Alas, my writing skills are limited, and I can only hope to do justice to my esteemed master." In Suju's heart, even the renowned Yang Guifei paled in comparison to his master. Such an extraordinary gem of a girl could never be measured against a mere consort. Not at all. "What is the name of this poem?" Bai Ruxue inquired with uncontainable joy, gazing at Suju as though she were the happiest woman in the world. She wished to engrave the poem in her heart forever and share it with others, proclaiming it as a gift from Suju. She would name it Bai Ruxue. Suju smiled gently. Bai Ruxue, blushing with shyness, inquired, "Shall I replace the title of the poem with my name?" "Indeed, for the master is embodied within this poem. Rebellious disciple, I am utterly fond of you." Bai Ruxue's enchanting eyes shimmered with ripples of emotion, her expression becoming both bewildered and resolute. She felt that it took the utmost courage of her life to lift Suju's hand and place it somewhere significant. Words could no longer encapsulate her feelings. "This is a reward." Feeling the astonished gaze of Suju upon her, she delicately pressed her crimson lips together and promptly turned her head away. Suju could vividly discern the blood-red visage of his master, as if it were capable of dripping with water. Even the graceful neck was not spared. Chapter 41. Outwitted by a handmaiden. The following day, in the residence of Suju, Bai Ruxue awakened to find herself once again nestled against Suju's chest. Having spent the night in slumber, her delicate face flushed with a rosy hue, although it was undeniably improper for her master to stay overnight at his disciple's abode. The comfort of sharing a bed with Suju was simply irresistible, making Bai Ruxue reluctant to part from him. Resting against his chest felt akin to discovering a safe haven from the storm, allowing her to sleep soundly and peacefully. In the days following Suju's departure, Bai Ruxue found it impossible to achieve the same tranquility in her slumber as when she shared a bed with him. She lifted her gaze to Suju, and the sunlight cascaded down, illuminating his flawless profile. His visage, which could withstand scrutiny from every angle, was undeniably handsome. This wayward disciple possessed a striking beauty. Bai Ruxue's eyes shimmered with fascination, yet suddenly, her delicate cheeks flushed crimson. She felt as though her once impenetrable walls had been breached by Suju's unexpected advance. Noticing that he remained asleep, she gently withdrew his hand from within her garments. However, with this movement, Suju's eyes fluttered open. "Good morning, master." Suju smiled faintly. In truth, he had awakened long ago, yet he found himself entranced by the exquisite beauty of his sleeping master. Rebellious disciple. By Rushue blushed, gently nudging Suju. It was not she who had suggested the audacious act of staying over last night, but rather it was Suju who proposed it. By Rushue, who had longed to share the same space with him, initially held back her desires. However, unable to resist Suju's pleas, she ultimately acquiesced. They had initially agreed that there would be no inappropriate behavior, yet last night, Suju had left no room for discretion. Only the heart of the palace remained untouched by Suju's machinations. The city gates and walls had long succumbed to his onslaught. Now firmly established, she had to remain vigilant against any sudden incursions into the palace's inner sanctum. By the end of the night, Rushue was utterly exhausted, finally surrendering to a deep slumber in the late hours. Her master was truly enchanting, Suju sincerely praised. Do not think that a few flattering words will earn your forgiveness. Rushue, with her myriad charms, cast a glance at Suju. Master, please do not be angry. If it were not for your unparalleled beauty, I would not be so unable to restrain myself. Suju chuckled softly. Well, you shouldn't act that way. Rushue's cheeks flushed crimson as she recalled the events of the previous night, when Suju's cunning hands had nearly grazed her most vulnerable spot. Ahem. Suju contemplated this matter, realizing that the progress had been rather swift. His master, after all, was a novice in matters of the heart. Acting with undue haste could easily disrupt the natural rhythm that ought to exist between them. However, had it not been for that remarkable moment yesterday when his master gracefully raised his hand, the subsequent events would never have unfolded. Yet, such a sentiment could never be voiced, considering his master's delicate sensibilities, revealing it would jeopardize the reward he so eagerly anticipated. He resolved not to behave in such a manner again, for his master was still unprepared. Rushue, blushing and shy, nestled against Suju's embrace, too timid to meet his gaze. Understood, master, she murmured. Next time, I assure you, I will wait until you are ready. Suju tightly embraced Rushue, burying his nose in her silky hair, the exquisite fragrance that belonged solely to her filling him with a sense of tranquility. Rushue offered a wry smile. It is not my intention to discourage you, but your understanding is still far from my own realm. Should one forcibly attempt to harmonize yin and yang, it can easily lead to. Before she could finish her sentence, Suju, puzzled, interjected. Are you suggesting that my excitement might lead to my demise? What kind of words are these, you wayward disciple? Rushue's delicate form trembled slightly. Although her words were somewhat coarse, she still gently nodded under Suju's astonished gaze. Rest assured, master, your disciple is not one to impose upon you. All must unfold naturally in due course. Suju felt a wave of relief wash over him. Grateful that he had not acted recklessly, had he done so, he might have met with an untimely demise. The thought sent a shiver of fear through him. Rushue, her cheeks flushed, replied, well, once your strength increases a bit more, you need not worry about such matters. Suju inquired, what realm must I reach to return to master? At the very least, you must attain the harmonization realm. Rushue pondered before answering cautiously. Fear not, master. Suju reassured, the harmonization realm is merely within my grasp. Suju, with his lofty aspirations, felt an overwhelming surge of determination. This rebellious disciple, preoccupied with sordid thoughts, left Rushue feeling utterly embarrassed. In hushed tone, she remarked, with your innate talent, it is inevitable that you will achieve harmony with the Tao in due course. However, you must remember not to be overly ambitious. Diligently cultivate your skills, and I shall await your progress. Master, you are truly wonderful. A warmth enveloped Suju's heart as he cradled the delicate, snow-white face in his hands, sincerely proclaiming, with a wife as exquisite as you, what more could a husband desire? If I cannot treat you well, whom else can I bestow my kindness upon? Rushue's eyelashes fluttered gently. Suju smiled faintly, saying, indeed, in this lifetime, my master can only show kindness to me. You are rather domineering. Rushue covered her mouth with a light laugh, her gaze towards Suju shimmering with ripples of emotion. My master is the most sacred part of my being. Whoever dares to offend my master, no matter how long it takes or how far I must go, I shall ensure they pay with their life. Suju's expression was cold and resolute. No one would doubt the authenticity of his words. He never made promises lightly, and if he spoke, he would undoubtedly deliver. I believe in you. Rushue gently leaned against Suju's heart, listening to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, feeling her own heart swell with happiness. Rebellious disciple, I can no longer bear to part with you. Suddenly, She recalled something she had forgotten to mention. Since you have broken through to the Golden Core stage, there is an opportunity available. Will you not compete for it? Bairu Xue remarked, letting out a soft sigh as she realized Suju was about to leave. Though she was reluctant to see him go, she could not hinder his opportunity. Talent is indeed vital, but true prodigies must endure the baptism of blood. Remaining sheltered within the sword sect could easily lead to complacency. What opportunity? As long as it can strengthen me, I must seize it. Right now, I feel an overwhelming surge of determination. Suju recalled the weight of the mission he bore, and spoke with utmost seriousness. How annoying. Be a little more serious. Bairu Xue blushed deeply, playfully striking Suju. Is this not serious enough, master? Suju felt an overwhelming sense of seriousness. He was determined to exert every effort towards that goal. A legacy of immortals was on the verge of being unveiled, and disciples at the Golden Core stage and below were permitted to attend. The event was set to take place in half a month's time, and this was the location. As Bairu Xue finished speaking, she produced a scroll and handed it to Suju. It seemed so familiar. Suju squinted as he took the scroll, and the more he examined it, the more familiar it appeared. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he promptly retrieved the scroll he had given to Shaoqing. Upon comparing the two scrolls, Suju's expression transformed into one of astonishment. Not only were the routes identical, but even the antiquated appearance bore an uncanny resemblance. What on earth had he been deceived? In Suju's heart, a myriad of grass-mud horses galloped past, after living for so long. It was the first time he had encountered such a setback, especially at the hands of a mere maidservant. No wonder she had so readily entrusted him with such a precious item. It seemed this matter had become widely known. Why didn't you mention this to me before, master? Suju's lips twitched in frustration. Bairu Xue casually replied, you hadn't reached the Golden Core stage back then, had you? You were merely at the late foundation establishment stage. I feared you might aim too high. Suju was both amused and exasperated. All right, it's Shaoqing, is it? Very well, if you insist on this. Just wait until I head to the kitchen to fetch you some money. Shaoqing was no ordinary opponent. Her prowess was likely at the early stages of the Golden Core realm, and he found it hard to believe she would not show up. What is the matter? Bairu Xue inquired curiously, observing Suju's disgruntled expression. Suju, feeling helpless, recounted the sequence of events to Bairu Xue. You rebellious disciple. Do you still have the audacity to show your face today? Ha ha, I never anticipated that you would be so easily manipulated. Upon hearing this, Bairu Xue could no longer contain her amusement, and as she gazed at Suju's face, which was as dark as the bottom of a pot, she erupted into a radiant laughter. Suju's lips twitched mischievously as he swiftly flipped over, pinning Bairu Xue beneath him. Rebellious disciple, it is broad daylight, he remarked. The playful smile on his lips faded as Bairu Xue realized his intentions. I don't care. No. Chapter 42, Times have changed, oh no. Just as Suju was savoring the moment, he suddenly raised his head. Bairu Xue was taken aback by his abrupt action. What's wrong? She inquired. I forgot to arrange matters regarding Han Yun and Li Xin. I instructed them to wait for me at the sword sect yesterday, and now it's already this morning. Suju was both amused and exasperated, already envisioning the expressions of those two young girls. Is this all there is to it? Rest assured, my dear apprentice, I have already made arrangements through reliable contacts. Bairu Xue's face flushed with relief. That is indeed good to hear. Suju let out a sigh of relief. Indeed. The realm of tenderness is a hero's grave, and the ancients do not deceive me. Being with my master fills me with such bliss that I momentarily forget all other matters. I must be more mindful in the future. Let us continue. Bairu Xue delicately licked her crimson lips, her jade arms encircling Suju's neck, drawing him closer. As time gradually flowed by, several days passed, and during his stay at the sword sect, Suju experienced a profound tranquility. His days were spent either indulging in affectionate moments with his master or solidifying the newfound heights of his cultivation. On this day, Suju descended from the main sword peak. Since bringing Han Yun and Li Xin to the sword sect, he had not seen them again. Although his master had made suitable arrangements that day, as their guide, it was only fitting that he pay them a visit. Suju journeyed to the sword-holding peak, a sanctuary for the outer disciples and a domain overseen by the 5th and 6th elders. Senior Brother Su, the gatekeeper disciple at the foot of the peak, upon noticing his arrival, was momentarily taken aback with delight. Today was not like any other day. The news of Suju's breakthrough to the Golden Core had long since spread, orchestrated by Bairu Xue. Now, every disciple and elder within the sword sect was engrossed in discussions about Suju. particularly his audacious proclamation at the Talented Individuals Conference that within a millennium, the Sword Sect would witness the emergence of a second emperor, had inspired admiration and reverence among countless disciples who yearned to behold Su Ju's unparalleled charisma. Greetings. Su Ju smiled gently. What brings senior brother Su to the Sword Peak? Inquired the gatekeeper disciple with utmost respect. I am here to seek the fifth elder, came the reply. Su Ju sensed the transformation in his disciple and felt a profound reflection. It seemed that, regardless of circumstances, strength was indeed the essence of this world. Even if he had previously been scorned, once his power ascended, no one would dare to show him disrespect. Brother Su Ju, please. The disciple stepped aside to grant him passage. After Su Ju nodded, he proceeded directly up to the sword-holding peak. The news of Su Ju's arrival at the sword-holding peak swiftly spread, marking his first descent from the mountain since returning from the Jingguan dynasty. He had spent the preceding days atop the main sword peak, making today his inaugural venture down. The main sword peak is accessible solely to the sect leader and the designated successor, which deterred many disciples eager to witness Su Ju's prowess. Upon hearing of his descent, disciples from various peaks hastily abandoned their tasks to converge upon the sword-holding peak. Before Su Ju could reach the residence of the fifth elder, he found himself surrounded by disciples. The majority were female disciples, while the male disciples attempting to squeeze in were pushed out by the throng of women. Are none of you engaged in cultivation? As Su Ju beheld the adoring gazes of his disciples, a sense of bewilderment washed over him. This was the first time he had experienced such intense attention, and he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to it. In days past, while traversing the Sword Sect, the disciples would distance themselves from him by 100 meters. Yet now, these starry-eyed female disciples seemed eager to draw near. Fear not, Brother Su Ju. We have accomplished our tasks for today and merely wish to catch a glimpse of you. Yes, Brother Su Ju, you are truly remarkable. Has anyone ever told you how handsome you are? Achieving the golden core at merely 18, Brother Su Ju, you are my idol. Brother Su Ju, you are absolutely stunning. We believe you will undoubtedly ascend to the throne of an emperor. With each utterance from Su Ju, the disciples erupted in a chorus of admiration, fervently expressing their reverence for him. Among them, many female disciples cast flirtatious glances, their eyes brimming with longing, as if they yearned to embrace him. You are all exceedingly enthusiastic. I can hardly withstand such fervor. Su Ju forced a smile and spoke candidly. This group of disciples surrounded him, not obstructing his path. Yet their incessant proximity was quite unbearable. He finally understood why celebrities often traveled with bodyguards. It was because senior brother Su Ju was simply too handsome. A bold and free-spirited female disciple giggled and remarked, to be honest, you are all so beautiful, you must surely have partners. Is it not a cause for jealousy for your significant others to see you circling around a single man? Su Ju shook his head with a smile. Realizing that the quality of the female disciples from the Sword Sect was indeed quite high, they were all beauties, both great and small. The Sword Sect did not interfere with the romantic relationships of its disciples, and it was entirely natural for the young and vigorous individuals, at the blossoming age of love, to seek companions. Although they might not possess the ethereal beauty of the senior sisters or the master, they were certainly among the best in the crowd. Why should we care? Our senior brother Su Ju is exceptionally talented and remarkably handsome. We simply must admire him more. One exclaimed. What is wrong with just looking? If senior brother Su Ju were willing, I would immediately break up with him to be with you. Indeed, I too am enamored with senior brother Su Ju. Oh, brothers. What a sight to behold. Forget about that. If I were a woman and encountered such an outstanding man as senior brother Su Ju, I would certainly succumb to his charm. The female disciples unabashedly expressed their affections for Su Ju. Seeing him display such humor only intensified the longing in their gazes. Hey, please be cautious with your words. If your partners were to come and confront me, who could I turn to for justice? Su Ju chuckled softly. Master Su Ju is quite amusing. The disciples, witnessing his amiable demeanor, grew increasingly bold. Some of the female disciples even daringly approached and planted a kiss on Su Ju's cheek. Let us converse properly. Refrain from such actions. Su Ju waved his hand in a gesture of trepidation. However, this series of actions only endeared him further to the group of female disciples, each one eager to draw closer to him. On the surface, Su Ju appeared to revel in their affections, yet beneath that facade lay a heart gripped by unease. He feared that his master, stationed far away on the Master Sword Peak, might witness this scene, should that come to pass. He suspected he would be deprived of a peaceful night's rest. Just as he felt himself being overwhelmed by the enthusiastic disciples, a savior emerged. Enough. What are you all doing? The Sword Peak is not your playground. Hurry along now, lest you provoke the elder. The fifth elder stepped out from the residence, observing the throng of giggling maidens, and promptly admonished them. True to the authority of an elder, the moment she appeared, the disciples scattered in haste. Thank you, fifth elder. Suju clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect. You, my dear lad, have been quite the sensation of late, remarked Elder 5. Casting a benevolent smile towards Suju, Elder 5 offered his commendations. Suju diligently wiped the rouge from his face, offering a bitter smile. You came here for those two girls, didn't you? The fifth elder found Suju increasingly agreeable, after all. He had brought considerable prestige to the sword sect in recent days. Particularly, his assertion that the sword sect would produce another emperor within a millennium had truly impressed her old bones. What a promising lad, full of ambition. To possess strength without the ability to articulate is mere pretense. Yet, to have both strength and eloquence is a testament to reality. Suju's extraordinary talent is widely acknowledged. He is indeed the unrivaled prodigy. However, that is of secondary importance. The primary reason for my visit is to inquire about Elder 5's recent health. Suju chuckled. The fifth elder, her visage marked by age and her form slightly hunched, commanded respect. Yet, Suju dared not underestimate her. Those who attained the status of elder within the sword sect were undoubtedly formidable figures. Ah, you certainly possess a way with words. Hanyun, Li Xian. Come and see who has arrived. The fifth elder exclaimed, her spirits evidently high. Soon, two graceful young maidens emerged from the estate. None other than Hanyun and Li Xian. However, the glances they cast towards Suju bore a hint of lingering resentment. Chapter 43. The Empress, Suju. I shall contest with you. You may continue your conversation. The old woman has matters to attend to, the fifth elder remarked with a smile before turning to depart. Ahem. How have you been of late? Suju disregarded the resentful gazes of the two and casually inquired, Brother Su, you truly are one who easily forgets. Causing both me and sisterly Xin to languish aimlessly at the sword sect for half the day. Hanyun clicked her tongue, clearly unimpressed by such excuses. Oh. Hanyun, do refrain from speaking. Perhaps Brother Su was preoccupied with matters of importance. Li Xian gently tugged at Hanyun's sleeve, lacking her boldness. We are in unfamiliar territory, and he left us behind. Not only did he promise to fetch us, but what has transpired instead? Hanyun remained unyielding, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Never had anyone dared to forsake her. Seeing Suju so effortlessly disregard her infuriated her to no end. Despite her rebirth, the Nine Nether Empress still possessed her pride, did she not? When had her presence diminished to such an extent? Suju gazed at the proud Empress, Hanyun, with a gentle smile. Most would not dare to speak with such a sarcastic tone. The newly arrived Li Xian, mindful of his seniority and the gratitude he owed for being recognized, buried his thoughts deep within, allowing them to fade with the passage of time. What is the matter? Have you nothing to say? Hanyun scoffed. Do not be upset. I shall make it up to you in the future. Suju shook his head with a smile and approached Hanyun, gently tousling her hair. For the first time, he caressed the head of the Empress. Finding the experience rather unremarkable, sharing a singular sensation, Hanyun was momentarily taken aback. Her delicate face suddenly flushed with a faint crimson hue as she gazed at Suju, rendered speechless. How many years had it been? The last time the Nine Nether Empress had her head patted was by her mother, which felt inconsequential. Beyond her mother, who would dare to touch her head? Even making eye contact with her required considerable bravery. Moreover, the one doing the patting was a man. Suju disregarded Hanyun and turned his gaze towards Li Xian, gently tousling her hair. You too, little girl, must learn to indulge a bit. Yes, senior brother, Li Xian replied, her lips pressed together lightly, feeling a twinge of shyness. The warmth and tenderness of her senior brother's large hand enveloped her. Though she was merely 13, in the vast expanse of how-to, this was considered a precocious age. And she had already grasped some understandings of the world. Some families even arranged engagements for their daughters and sons at such a tender age. How infuriating. Hanyun cast a glance at Suju, feeling a surge of frustration. Were it not for her lack of strength, she would have certainly swatted his hand away. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Suju can still choose her in front of everyone, so Hanyun can only swallow her grievances. The little girl still has so much drama to unfold. Suju cast a glance at Hanyun and clicked his tongue in amusement. The thought that within this body resided an empress made him want to laugh. To attain the status of an empress, one typically measured age in millennia. Yet here she was, behaving like a petulant young girl, expressing her dissatisfaction in a whimsical manner, which was indeed entertaining. Suju, you have gone too far. Han Yun gritted her silver teeth, silently vowing that once she regained her strength, her first act would be to punish Suju. What? Are you not convinced? Suju gazed at Han Yun with a smile. Despite being the reincarnation of the Empress, she posed no threat to him. With a fresh start, Suju was confident that he could ascend to the throne before Han Yun. Obedient, Han Yun replied softly. Suju chuckled, demonstrating both flexibility and resilience. Indeed, he was a remarkable character. He gently tousled her little head once more. Endure, endure, endure. Han Yun repeated the word thrice to herself. Once her strength was restored, she would exact her retribution. For now, it was prudent to play the subordinate before reclaiming her authority. Everyone traversed this path in their own time. As the Nine Nether Empress, she had carved her way through countless obstacles, and this minor difficulty was inconsequential. With this thought, Han Yun's delicate face radiated confidence. Has anyone dared to bully the two of you? Suju led the two young girls to a serene pavilion. After they settled down, he inquired, Is there anyone here? Han Yun shook her head, reluctantly acknowledging that Suju held considerable prestige within the sect. Initially, many disciples paid little attention to the two newcomers. But upon learning that Suju had personally selected and brought them, their demeanor transformed entirely, overflowing with warmth. The fifth elder has no direct disciples. You two are the sole prodigies. However, she is often preoccupied, making it easy for her to overlook you. Should anyone dare to bully you, invoke my name. In this sword sect, as long as I am here, you shall not suffer any indignities. Suju chuckled. After all, I have brought her here myself. If she were to suffer any indignities, it would be a blow to my own pride. However, I doubt that will happen. Li Xin is a straightforward and earnest young lady. Moreover, Han Yun, as the reincarnation of the Empress, is well aware of the boundaries of propriety. The most crowded peak is undoubtedly the sword-holding peak, given that it is home to the outer disciples, resulting in a myriad of matters to attend to. Elder Wu is manageable, but Elder Lu is often elusive, perpetually busy to the point of being unseen. Rest assured, everything will be fine. Han Yun nodded, feeling no need for formality with Suju. I understand, Brother Su. Sister Han Yun has told others that we too are your beloved younger sisters. Li Xin chimed in with a beaming smile. Before she could finish her sentence, Han Yun swiftly covered her mouth. Casting an awkward glance at Suju, do not believe her. She is merely jesting. How embarrassing it would be for me, the Nine Nether Empress, to claim to be the younger sister of a golden core cultivator for protection. Nevertheless, since others learned of her connection to Suju as his younger sister, both she and Li Xin have experienced a meteoric rise in their treatment, clothes brought to them, and meals served at their behest. My younger sister? Suju was taken aback, feeling an inexplicable mix of amusement and despair within. Could this truly be the reincarnation of the Empress? Such cunning was truly extraordinary. Suju, with a dry cough, remarked. As for Li Xin, let's leave that aside. Next time, refrain from speaking. I do not possess a younger sister as unattractive as you. What? Suju? What did you just say? Repeat that. Am I ugly? You are the one who is ugly. Han Yun immediately began to gesticulate wildly at Suju. To call her ugly? Although her current abilities were indeed lacking, she held a profound confidence in her appearance. In a few years, once she blossomed, even Li Changle or Suju's senior sister, as well as the esteemed Grand Master, would think twice before facing her. Puffed. Li Xin chuckled softly, her gaze toward Suju sparkling with amusement. My dear senior brother is truly entertaining. What has got you so excited? Did I hit the nail on the head? Suju wore a smile at the corners of his lips, effortlessly pinning down Han Yun's head, allowing her to flail her arms in vain. Unable to lay a finger on him, had he known that teasing the Empress would be such an amusement, he would have never allowed her and her companions to come to Sword Peak. He would have sent them directly to the main Sword Peak instead. Just wait. I shall declare to the world that you are my beloved younger sister, and I shall leave you with nothing but your own people. Seeing that she could not reach Suju, Han Yun immediately sat back down, fuming. Who would have thought that at such a tender age, you could be so malicious? With a soft sigh, Suju lamented the fact that he had chosen her in front of so many people, disregarding the opinions of others. Han Yun's chest heaved with tumultuous emotions as she glared at Suju, wishing she could devour him whole. What a tremendous humiliation this was. When had the sovereign of the Nine Nether been subjected to such indignities? How dare he, Suju? I shall not let this slide. Presently, Han Yun chapter 44, embarking on the journey. After amusing themselves for a while and ensuring their needs were met, Suju descended from the Sword Peak. This time, he had learned to be prudent, opting for a less traveled path to avoid encountering that fervent group of disciples again. As Suju savored a moment of tranquility on his journey, he was suddenly halted by a voice as melodious as a nightingale's song calling out to him. Suju? Suju was taken aback. This voice, the only one capable of calling him thus, belonged solely to Enku within the entire sword sect. He immediately turned around. And upon seeing the enchanting figure he had longed for in his heart, a wave of joy washed over him, just as he was about to utter a few words. A fragrant breeze enveloped him, revealing a remarkably beautiful young woman who had appeared in his embrace without him noticing. Senior sister, it is a pleasure to see you again. Suju embraced his beloved, a gentle smile gracing his lips. It had been a full 10 days since their last parting. Why did you not seek me upon your return? Enku, gazing at the image of her heart's desire in her mind, asked with a hint of grievance. The longing she felt for Suju surged forth, overwhelming her senses. Since their separation that fateful day, she had been somewhat distracted, constantly reminiscing about the moments they shared in Chaoga City. In that instant, she realized she could not bear to be apart from him. Recently, upon returning to the sword sect, she had been preoccupied with solidifying her cultivation on the main sword peak, which had delayed her descent until today. Suju gently brushed the delicate nose of the enchanting maiden, offering a smile as he explained. Surely, he could not disclose to his senior sister that he had been confined under the strict orders of their master, merely to keep her company, regardless of propriety. Such a revelation would be far too humiliating. Very well then. Enku's eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing Suju, quickly dissolving any feelings of grievance. Senior sister, this path leads you down the mountain. What is your intention? The winding path taken by Suju skirts the periphery of the sword sect, leading back to the main sword peak, and not far off lies the entrance of the sword sect. There was nothing pressing at hand. I had just received several tasks from the Deacon Hall and was preparing for some practical experience, Enku replied candidly. I see, Suju nodded. He had intended to reminisce with his senior sister, but it seemed it would have to wait for another occasion. Suju, I have missed you, Enku murmured softly, resting her jade-like forehead against Suju's sturdy chest. I have missed you as well, senior sister, he replied. Suju smiled knowingly, embracing the enchanting maiden and inhaling the unique fragrance of Enku. My dear, upon my return to the sword sect, you must seek me out. Do you understand? Enku, reflecting on her irrevocable mission and the impending separation from Suju, replied with a hint of sorrow, I understand. But it saddens me to part ways so soon. Rest assured, senior sister, even if you do not mention it, your junior will undoubtedly come to find you. Suju smiled faintly. In recent days, his master had not permitted him to descend the mountain, leaving him with little means to seek out others. He remarked, Since you are not making a move, I shall take my leave. Enku gently tapped Suju's chest and extricated herself from his embrace. Wait a moment, senior sister. To assure you of my sincerity, I believe it is necessary to seal my promise with a stamp. Suju glanced around, noting the absence of anyone in the vicinity. And with a gentle smile, he inquired, What seal shall we affix? Enku expressed her confusion, asking, Which one, precisely? Certainly this one, he replied after a moment of contemplation. Suju released Enku, the beautiful maiden blushing deeply, her complexion glowing with a stunning crimson hue. You wicked person, are you not afraid of being seen? Fear not, senior sister, for there is hardly anyone around. Suju blinked, believing that fortune often lies in risk. He was skeptical that anyone truly resided nearby. I shall take my leave now, but do remember to think of me. Enku reluctantly extricated herself from Suju's embrace. Of course, senior sister, await my visit. Suju initially intended to express his longing for your return. However, upon realizing that he would soon depart from the sword sect to pursue the inheritance of the immortals, he refrained from doing so, and nodded gently, glancing back thrice before stepping out of the sword sect. As time swiftly passed, the moment for the immortal inheritance to commence drew near, and Suju prepared for his journey. On that early morning, Rushue gazed at Suju with reluctance, repeatedly adjusting his collar as if she were a tender and devoted wife. Be safe on your journey, and return promptly. Do you hear me? She admonished. Rest assured, master, he replied. Suju smiled gently. I trust you, but I harbor concerns for others. You, a rebellious disciple, possess such striking beauty and extraordinary talent. What if women outside ensnare you? Rushue sighed softly, pondering that sometimes having an exceptionally gifted partner can be a burden. A man's self-control is often lacking, and one must remain vigilant. That will not happen, master. Suju felt a twinge of embarrassment, inevitably reminded of senior sister Enku. It was possible that the one who might steal him away was not necessarily a woman from outside. Such thoughts were merely whispered in the confines of his mind. To voice them aloud would be tantamount to courting disaster. Humph, what nonsense. He had heard that men are often fickle. Bairushiwe had no faith that Suju would remain steadfast. She understood him all too well. Suju merely smiled, offering no further response. Once Bairushiwe had neatly arranged his attire, she gently leaned against his chest and said, "Return early. I shall miss you. So shall your disciple." Suju embraced the beauty tenderly and whispered softly. Bairushiwe's heart fluttered. She lifted her gaze, closed her eyes, and her intentions were unmistakably conveyed. Suju smiled faintly and leaned down. After a brief moment of intimacy with Bairushiwe, Suju finally emerged from the tender embrace. As he stepped out of the residence, he caught sight of Lin Qingchen. "Elder brother?" Lin Qingchen exclaimed, her eyes sparkling upon seeing Suju, and she hurried over. "How has your training been of late?" Suju discerned that the young girl harbored no ill intentions and smiled as he inquired. "Thanks to your assistance at that time. Qingchen has successfully advanced to the mid-stage of foundation establishment." Recently, Lin Qingchen had heard various accounts of Suju's remarkable feats. And upon witnessing the glimmer of admiration in Suju's beautiful eyes, she thought to herself, impressive. Advancing from the initial stage to the mid-stage in just a month is no small achievement. Suju marveled, noting that it was no surprise he was the protagonist. Given his remarkable cultivation speed, having failed to express her gratitude to her senior brother on that day, she seized the opportunity upon seeing him today. "Do you have a moment, senior brother?" Lin Qingchen inquired, gazing at the handsome youth before her. "What is it?" Suju asked with curiosity. "I would like to invite you to a meal, as a token of my appreciation for your tremendous assistance the other day." Lin Qingchen recalled the incident when Suju had playfully kicked her, causing a faint blush to rise to her ears. While there are meridians throughout the body, she pondered how that particular area could possibly possess them. Being an exceptionally intelligent woman, Lin Qingchen quickly deduced Suju's mischievous nature. However, instead of feeling repulsed upon discovering this, she found herself somewhat flustered. "There's no need for a meal. I must step out for a while. We can discuss this upon my return." Suju smiled and declined. "Very well, I shall await your return, senior brother." Lin Qingchen's cheeks flushed. She had never noticed before how remarkably handsome her senior brother was. When he smiled, he resembled a graceful gentleman, stirring a flutter of emotions within her. After bidding farewell to Lin Qingchen, Suju ascended the main sword peak and embarked upon his journey. His destination lay in the far northern reaches of the vast expanse, a considerable distance from the Zhongguan dynasty. The latter resided in the southern part of the north, while the former occupied the northernmost territory. It is said that the temperatures there plummet to several degrees below zero, a realm of true frigid desolation. Suju could not help but wonder which fool would place the inheritance there, were it not for the allure of the celestial beings. Suju would certainly not have ventured forth. Chapter 45. As a mentor, I have no qualms about sharing a husband with you. Suju sat upon the cloud crane, his mind wandering back to the sage's admonitions. The news of the celestial inheritance had not spread widely. Only a few major sects were aware, including the Zhongguan dynasty. It seems that Suju would soon engage with several prodigies he had encountered during the Prodigy Conference. However, this time, there would be no presence of Yuqinglian. To enter the secret realm, one must possess a cultivation level above the golden core and below the nascent soul, and Yuqinglian, having only reached the consummation of foundation establishment, lacked the qualifications. Moreover, as his master had mentioned, after that day, Yuqinglian had retreated into seclusion, vowing not to emerge until he broke through to the golden core stage. Upon hearing this, Suju merely smiled faintly. He did not concern himself with the fact that Yuqinglian would absolutely fail to break through to the golden core stage after a few months of seclusion. In a few months, the new year would arrive, and by then, Yuqinglian would be 19. Even if she were to achieve a breakthrough, she would still be inferior to him. Nevertheless, he anticipated a reunion with Kai Tian, Shan Yun, and Yun Qianling. Yet, at that moment, Suju found himself puzzled. How could Shao Qing possess information that the Zhongguan dynasty was privy to? He certainly did not believe that Shao Qing held such a prominent position with the princess of the Long family. Suju pondered deeply. Yet he could not discern the reason behind it. Perhaps it was the doing of Shao Qing, or could it genuinely be a gift from the princess? Ultimately, these speculations held little significance. Once he arrived at the frigid realm and encountered Shao Qing, all would be revealed. However, prior to that moment, Suju was resolute in his intention to teach this woman a lesson, for he would not forget the considerable loss he had endured. With a myriad of uncertainties clouding his thoughts, Suju felt a keen anticipation for the forthcoming contest of legacies. Suju had lost count of the days since he had truly engaged in combat. The recent incident could only be described as a mere sprinkling of water. His genuine adversaries would always be those exceptional individuals. At the entrance of the Kaitian sect, he addressed the formidable figure behind him with a respectful clasp of his hands, declaring, "Father, rest assured, I shall not disappoint your expectations." The one whom Kaitian referred to as father was none other than the esteemed sect leader, Kai-he, the sole emperor of the Kaitian sect. Indeed, Suju's talent was extraordinary, yet there was no need for undue concern. On the path of cultivation, innate talent is merely one aspect. Perseverance and character carry far greater weight. Many who surpassed his father in talent perished in their pursuit. Furthermore, despite his remarkable gifts, he was still only at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. There was no need to dwell on it. Kai's eyes resembled thunderclaps, commanding the heavens with an intimidating presence, rendering all else insignificant. The vitality within him surged like a roaring river, overwhelming and ceaseless. Even standing quietly before him, one could feel an undeniable sense of oppression. "Yes, father," Suju replied loudly, half kneeling on the ground. "Go forth, and do not bring me shame." Kai waved his hand, speaking with a casual air. "Rest assured, father." After a firm nod, Suju stomped the ground. Suddenly, a massive beast with 4 elongated horns charged forth, its eyes crimson, muscles robust, and nostrils exhaling wisps of vapor. Suju leaped onto the beast, which galloped away at astonishing speed, gradually disappearing from view. At the entrance of the Yunlan sect, a young man clad in azure stood before Shan Yun. Addressing him with calm assurance, "You, as the holy son of our Lan sect, have surpassed 99% of the gifted in this world. Above you, there is only Suju, yet he is still in the early stages of his development and cannot be deemed your rival. You must not retreat without a fight. Your cautious and meticulous nature often considers future implications. If you cannot seize the opportunities before you, how can you hope for what lies ahead?" This handsome youth, holding a folding fan, emanated an air of tranquility, appearing as an utterly ordinary individual. Yet, all who encountered him would show him due respect. He was Chen Wangtian, the sect leader of the Yunlan sect, one of the few emperors remaining in the vast realm. "I understand, master." Shan Yun recalled the sight of Suju with his golden core, descending like a celestial being, and he felt reluctant to oppose him. However, his master, fully aware of his apprehensions, saw through his heart and offered his counsel. "If you retreat without a fight and allow fear to take root, it will not only be Suju who surpasses you, others will also leave you behind," Chen Watian admonished. As Shan Yun's direct disciple, he could not bear to see him fall into decline, thus he repeatedly reminded him. Yet, Chen Watian understood that such matters could not be forced. It would ultimately depend on his disciple's own fate. Indeed, the gaze of Shan Yun became resolutely steadfast. He had been excessively cautious, resulting in the forfeiture of numerous opportunities. Suju, though a prodigy, is merely at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. He poses no significant threat. It is entirely possible that, having acquired the celestial inheritance, his innate talent may surpass that of Suju. "Go forth." Chen Watian, having offered sufficient guidance, spoke. "Rest assured, master, your disciple shall not disappoint you." After a deep bow, Shan Yun mounted the celestial bird and soared away from Yulan's sect. "In the sacred sect of harmony, Qianling, if you can entice Suju to join our sect, then master shall grant you any wish." The woman who spoke was clad in a flowing red garment, her elongated neck adorned with a delicate bosom, resembling jade of the finest quality, partially concealed yet enticingly revealed. Her slender waist was scarcely graspable, and her long, supple legs presented an alluring invitation. Her bare feet were painted with vibrant red polish, every inch perfectly accentuated. Even her exquisitely shaped lotus feet exuded silent charm. The attire of this woman was undeniably alluring, yet it paled in comparison to the enchanting demeanor she possessed. Her eyes, glistening with mischief and allure, captivated the soul with every smile and frown. Her ruby lips slightly curled, beckoning a kiss of indulgence. She was a woman who exuded seduction from her very core, rivaling her companion, Yun Qianling, and perhaps even surpassing her. This was Yun Mei Fei, the leader of the sacred sect of harmony, a name synonymous with allure. "Master, have you lost your senses?" Yun Qianling cast a disdainful glance at her master. "Can you not speak with decorum? Be wary, lest I expel you from the sect." Yun Mei Fei shot a flirtatious glance at Yun Qianling, her subtle roll of the eyes brimming with beguilement. With a mere beckon of her finger, She could effortlessly compel a man to lay down his life. Rest assured, Master, should I succeed in bringing him back, he shall be my husband. Yun Xianling stated unapologetically, fearing that her master might take a liking to Su Ju, the only man she had found appealing over the years. He could easily overshadow Yu Qinglian and possessed remarkable handsomeness. Just as she began to take an interest, what would she do if her master snatched him away? One must learn to share good fortune. I would not mind sharing a husband with you, master. Yun Mei Fei chuckled softly, intrigued by the rare interest her disciple exhibited for a man. I shall take my leave now, until we meet again. Yun Xianling nearly stumbled in her haste to depart, eager to escape the presence of her audacious master. Be cautious on your journey, and do not forget the matters I entrusted to you. Away with you. Su Ju would never be interested in an old hag like you. You haven't even begun. And you're already veering off course? TSK, a woman is not meant to be kept. In the Jingguan dynasty, if you encounter Su Ju, please convey a message on my behalf. I understand, sister, rest assured. How can you be so certain that Su Ju will definitely go? The Sword Sect also possesses a map scroll of celestial inheritance, but there is another reason. That scroll was a gift from me to him. How come I was unaware of this? A him, sister, it is perhaps best that you remain uninformed. Chapter 46, The Land of Extreme Cold. The inheritance shall commence in the northernmost region of the vast land lies the land of extreme cold, the coldest area in all of vast land, where temperatures persistently hover below -100 degrees. Were it not for cultivators, ordinary individuals entering the land of extreme cold would likely be frozen into eternal ice sculptures within mere seconds. You should return now. Before Su Ju ventured into the depths of the frigid realm, he halted Yun Zhanghe at the periphery. Before him lay an expanse of icy desolation, where snowflakes fell like feathers. The occasional gust of biting wind sent shivers down his spine, a precarious step away from paradise or perdition. Although the plumage of Yun Zhanghe provided some warmth, in this true polar abyss, it was not yet a celestial bird, and could not endure the frigid temperatures plummeting below 100 degrees Celsius. With a hint of remorse, Yun Zhanghe lowered its head, nuzzling against Su Ju's palm, seemingly conveying its apologies and guilt for being unable to assist him. It's all right, you may return. I shall traverse the remaining path alone. You have worked hard these past few days. Su Ju smiled gently. Yun Zhanghe was the steed gifted to him by his master since childhood. In comparison to human years, Yun Zhanghe was still in its infancy. Once it reaches maturity, traversing this frigid land will become effortless. Very well, if you are reluctant to depart, then wait for me here. Seeing that Yun Zhanghe was unwilling to leave and insisted on waiting for him to emerge, Su Ju had no choice but to speak. Yun Zhanghe, displaying a remarkably human-like demeanor, nodded slightly, and the guilt in his expression diminished somewhat. Su Ju nodded, leaving some provisions for Yun Zhanghe, before venturing alone into the frigid expanse. The moment he stepped into the icy wilderness, he was enveloped by an intense, biting cold. Instantly, he channeled his spiritual energy, allowing warm currents to flow through his meridians, which provided him with some relief. It is no wonder that there exists a limitation for those at the Golden Core stage. Any cultivator below this level would surely perish from the frost in this desolate place. After more than 7 days of travel, it became evident just how distant this extreme cold was from Zhangzhou. When Su Ju initially journeyed from Zhangzhou to the Jingguan dynasty, it took him only 2 to 3 days to reach the southernmost point of the north. Following the directions of the scroll, Su Ju arrived at the location of the immortal's inheritance. As Su Ju arrived, he discovered that many individuals had already appeared within his line of sight. Gazing intently, he recognized not only the familiar figures from the Tianjiao conference, but also an ascetic monk and a young maiden of exquisite beauty. Counting himself, there were precisely 6 individuals present. Su Ju, a young maiden adorned in a delicate azure gown. Upon the appearance of Su Ju, her previously tranquil gaze rippled with intrigue. Her beauty was exquisite, with phoenix-like eyes reminiscent of serene spring mountains, a finely sculpted nose, and naturally crimson lips. Her skin surpassed the purity of snow, smooth as if it were made of fine jade. Her waist was slender enough to be grasped with a single hand, and her long legs were both lithe and fair, boasting a curvaceous allure. In both form and visage, she epitomized the quintessential beauty, standing tall with grace. Su Ju, I knew you would arrive, Yun Xianling remarked, her captivating eyes shimmering with a new depth upon seeing him. After Su Ju's entrance, Shan Yun and Kai Tian exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a subtle mixture of hostility and wariness. Clearly, these former adversaries now united their focus upon Su Ju. Amitba, I presume this esteemed individual is the renowned prodigy, Su Shizhu? The monk inquired, smiling at Suju. Clad in a robe, holding a staff, and adorned with a halo of radiant light above his head, he wore a necklace of prayer beads around his neck, an unmistakable monk indeed. Who might you be? Suju was not acquainted with this monk. I am Wulong from Xingyun Temple. It is quite normal that you do not recognize me, said benefactor. Wulong clasped his hands together. Oh. Suju held no interest in the bald monk. However, he had indeed heard of the sacred Cloud Monastery, whose abbot was also an emperor. Yet, the monastery was known for its reclusive nature, adhering strictly to the principle of fate, and had not even made an appearance at the renowned Tianjiao Conference. Today, however, it sought to contend for the immortal inheritance, which indicated that this legacy was certainly not trivial. Nevertheless, this had no bearing on him. He would never relinquish the inheritance without a fight. His journey of countless miles to this place was certainly not to play a supporting role. Observing Suju's aloof demeanor, Wulong could only awkwardly recite Ba before closing his eyes to meditate. Suju's gaze began to sweep across the gathering, and after passing a few individuals, he realized he had not encountered the person he sought. Where is Shaoqing? A sense of perplexity washed over him. The inheritance that bore the title of immortal represented an immense opportunity for prodigies like them. Suju harbored doubts that a mere maid could withstand temptation without a test. Upon meeting his scrutinizing gaze, the graceful maiden's eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement. She had already deduced what Suju was seeking. Yet, standing directly before him, she felt assured that he would not recognize her. The maiden, known as Li Chang'e, was the younger sister of Li Chang'e. After Suju uncovered the identity of Shaoqing, Li Chang'e had instructed her to withdraw. Li Chang'e's decision to assume Shaoqing's guise and follow Suju was spontaneous. She found herself intrigued by this man who could effortlessly unravel her sister's schemes. To her surprise, the very first glance captivated her with his strategic confidence and strikingly handsome visage. However, his propensity for excessive chatter irked her. In a moment of impulsive fervor, she kissed him without a second thought. Only after the kiss did she realize that she had relinquished her first kiss so carelessly. Once she regained her composure, she felt a twinge of regret for her lack of restraint. Nonetheless, the following day at the talent conference, Suju bestowed upon her a delightful surprise, further solidifying her belief in the correctness of her choice. Suju keenly sensed that someone was observing him, and he turned his gaze in that direction. To his surprise, it was the graceful maiden he had encountered before. Upon first meeting Li Chang'e, he had felt a sense of familiarity. After scrutinizing her features, a sudden realization dawned upon him. This young lady bore a resemblance to Li Chang'e, both embodying extraordinary beauty. His thoughts drifted to the map scrolls of the celestial inheritance from the Jingguan dynasty, and he began to piece together her possible identity. However, he remained uncertain which princess of the Jingguan dynasty she might be. As the number of participants reached the required threshold, a voice, ethereal and indistinct, resonated. The inheritance shall commence. The snow beneath their feet trembled violently. A colossal stone door emerged from the ground, revealing a void of darkness that appeared as profound and enigmatic as a black hole. The first trial, the test of heart and will. Note, what you perceive may not be reality. Only by shattering illusions shall the truth be revealed. The voice echoed once more, imbued with an essence of profound power. Though the sound was not loud, it reverberated through their very souls, awakening them. Clearly, the first challenge was to step into the abyss-like stone door, which promised to unveil hidden realms. After casting a lingering glance at Suju, Kai Tian plunged headlong into the stone portal, followed closely by Shan Yun and Wu Wang. Suju simply closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the ground, resembling an elderly monk in meditation. Upon witnessing Suju's demeanor, Yun Qianling and Li Chang'e felt no urgency, choosing instead to quietly observe him. Why do you not enter? Suju did not even open his eyes. Yet he could sense the gazes of Yun Qianling and Li Chang'e upon him. Young Master Su remained unperturbed, and so did Yunling. Yun Qianling covered her mouth and chuckled softly, confident that Suju was no fool. There must be a reason for his hesitation, and she was willing to wait. Since the holy maiden Yun was not in a hurry, neither was I, Li Chang'e remarked, casting a fleeting glance at Yun Qianling. Upon hearing the words, Suju disregarded the two individuals and quietly settled into a meditative posture as time gradually slipped away. After a few minutes, the ground trembled, and another stone gate abruptly ascended. This stone gate was even more magnificent and colossal. In comparison, the first gate appeared as diminutive as an infant. When Yun Qianling and Li Chang'e beheld this new gate, they could not help but be momentarily startled. Simultaneously, the voice echoed in their minds, stating that only by shattering illusions could one perceive the truth. They realized that the true trial had commenced the very moment those words were uttered. How did Suju know that there would be a second stone door? The two individuals simultaneously gazed at Suju in astonishment. It has arrived. As Suju's gaze sparkled with brilliant light, a subtle smile graced his lips, and in an instant, he vanished into the stone door. Yun Qianling and Li Chang'e exchanged a glance before following Suju into the portal. Chapter 47. A cascade of techniques ascending the heavenly ladder. Upon entering the stone door, the trio discovered a realm of vibrant blossoms and lush greenery, a stark contrast to the icy desolation outside, akin to heaven and hell. The spiritual energy here was extraordinarily rich, making cultivation remarkably efficient. Congratulations, fortunate trialists, the first challenge has concluded. You possess discerning eyes and a righteous heart. A hazy and melodious voice echoed once more, this time imbued with a hint of admiration. How did you uncover this, young Master Su? Yun Qianling inquired, her curiosity piqued. Had it not been for Suju, she too would have unwittingly walked through the first stone door like the others. Beside her, Li Chang'e listened intently, as Yun Qianling's question mirrored her own lingering doubts. Surely, 99.99% of people would have chosen the first stone door, wouldn't they? It must be sheer luck. Suju replied indifferently, expressing his reluctance to engage with the saneness of the Hehuan sacred sect. It is widely recognized that the Hehuan sect, which practices the dark art of utilizing yin to supplement yang, is an evil cult upon the vast earth. Observing Suju's unwillingness to elaborate, Yun Qianling wisely refrained from further inquiries. Yet, a flicker of understanding ignited within her. It seemed prudent to stay close to Suju. Initially, when the first stone door ascended, Suju's keen perception allowed him to sense a familiar aura, one of deathly silence, profound solitude, and extreme peril. Suju felt that this trial was far from simple. Reflecting on the hint from the first gate, he surmised it was likely a dead end. With patience, he awaited the unfolding of events, and indeed, within a few minutes, the second stone gate rose. Within lay a vibrant scene, suggesting that the trial had commenced the moment the declaration of the inheritance began. Soon, a fissure appeared in the sky, from which several figures tumbled forth. These individuals were covered in blood, their garments in tatters, and their breath shallow, indicating that their lives hung by a thread. Suju focused his gaze, and as expected, it was the trio from the first stone gate, Kaidian and his companions. However, unlike their earlier composed demeanor, they now appeared utterly disheveled, struggling to rise from the ground. Kaidian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and hastily consumed a healing elixir. Although personal disputes among disciples were typically forbidden, they were now completely severed from the outside world. Human intentions are difficult to decipher, should one strike when least expected. It is likely that he would meet his demise here. Following suit, Shanyun and Wuwang quickly took their own healing elixirs, fearing that Suju and his companions might act against them for the sake of their inheritance. Yet, the trio was entirely mistaken. The intentions of Yun Qianling and Li Chang'e remained unknown, but Suju would undoubtedly not harm them. Firstly, Suju possessed exceptional confidence. Secondly, the adage even a dead camel is bigger than a horse held true. He was uncertain of the potential backlash, and delaying his own progress would be a grave mistake. Most importantly, since the three had made the wrong choice yet still managed to enter this realm, it seemed essential to retain their presence. It was likely that a trial concerning numbers awaited them. The inheritance of immortals is particularly ruthless. A single misstep leads to a cascade of errors. If a chance for redemption were to be granted, there must be a reason behind it. For now, he would keep them around to see if they would prove useful later. If not, he could always act against them then. Those foolish trial takers who disregard the hints will inevitably pay the price. A cold, unfeeling voice echoed after the trio's descent, piercingly jarring to the ears of Kaidian and his companions. Umaba, how careless I have been, Wuwang thought, recalling the scene at the first stone gate, shivering involuntarily. It was akin to a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with soulless wraiths wandering like mindless specters. Had it not been for their unreserved cooperation, they would have perished on the spot. However, even with their combined efforts, they were gravely injured and had suffered immense exhaustion. The second trial, the trial of will. Hint: without destruction, there can be no creation. In the face of formidable challenges, one must confront them head-on. The aspirant must possess the power to break through. Preparation time, 1 hour. Upon hearing that they had an hour for preparation, the three let out a collective sigh of relief. As disciples of major sects, each possessed at least heavenly-grade healing elixirs, and likely even some of a celestial grade. Fortunately, their injuries were not too severe. They bore no internal damage, only superficial wounds. The most pressing issue was their excessive depletion of spiritual energy, but an hour would suffice for them to recover to about 70 or 80%. This time, they would etch the hint firmly in their minds. Su Ju wasted no time. For an entire hour, he sat cross-legged on the ground, delving into his cultivation. Observing Su Ju's focused practice, Yin Qianling and Li Chang'e followed suit, mimicking his actions. For a brief moment, the atmosphere among the six was serene. Before long, the hour slipped away in the blink of an eye. The three from Kaitian had regained approximately 80% of their strength, while Su Ju had made strides in his cultivation. Suddenly, the six felt a darkness enveloping them, and upon reopening their eyes, they found their surroundings transformed. The verdant grass beneath their feet had morphed into a heavenly staircase, and apart from the steps beneath them, the rest was a boundless void of chaos. It felt as though a fall would lead to an abyss of unfathomable depth, with no hope of return. This staircase consisted of 100 steps. It was evident that in order to complete the trial, they would need to ascend the staircase and reach its summit. This time, the three from Kaitian were wiser. They refrained from rushing and patiently awaited Su Ju's next move. Having learned from the lessons of bloodshed, they were determined not to act as the vanguard again. Su Ju cast a glance at the multitude whose gaze was firmly fixed upon him, and he offered a faint smile. He set foot upon the first step of the celestial ladder. With each step he took, a subtle pressure began to manifest. As Su Ju advanced, the weight above him intensified with every stride. Su Ju maintained a composed demeanor, his hands clasped behind his back as he ascended. Upon witnessing Su Ju's actions, the others promptly followed suit. With each elevation of the heavenly ladder, the pressure intensified. Su Ju, unperturbed, ambled leisurely, while Kai Tian and Shan Yin seemed intent on surpassing him. They left Su Ju behind from the very beginning, yet he remained indifferent, his gaze serene as he ascended. Meanwhile, Yun Qianling and Li Chang'e were in no rush, following closely behind Su Ju. As time passed, the initial ease felt by the group began to wane. Upon reaching the 80th level, they discovered that each step forward became increasingly arduous. At this juncture, their capabilities were put to the ultimate test. Leading the way was Kai Tian, his blood energy surging, his garments torn asunder, revealing his rugged, sinewy physique as he struggled upward. Shan Yun, wielding a folding fan, had transformed it into a colossal parasol, shielding him from much of the oppressive force above, thus alleviating his burden significantly. However, the beads of sweat, glistening like pearls upon his forehead, indicated his considerable exertion. Wu Wang, the bald monk, displayed remarkable wisdom. Enveloped in a halo of divine light, he opted to crawl forward, dispersing the pressure. He moved like a sluggish worm, his motion seemingly ungainly, yet his expression conveyed an air of ease. Despite the somewhat embarrassing posture, it proved to be quite practical. Yun Qianling and Li Chang'e, not to be outdone, showcased their own techniques, climbing with determined fervor. Su Ju glanced at the writhing figure beneath him, reminiscent of a worm, and nearly retched from the remnants of yesterday's wild feast. Can you envision a monk, radiant with golden light and exuding an aura of enlightenment, squirming on the ground like an earthworm? Ah, my apologies, esteemed Su. The figure ignored the disdain reflected in Su Ju's eyes and managed a smile, albeit strained, on his otherwise fair visage. S. Mysterious Code. Uncover Lu Wu Lu Yao Wu Temple Chapter 48. If you continue to chatter, do you believe I shall cast you down? Su Ju traversed the realm of uncertainty and approached Shan Yun from behind, gently patting his shoulder. Shall we move? This light touch nearly brought Shan Yun to his knees. Already straining against the pressures he faced, he was startled by Su Ju's sudden gesture. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses at the offender, he caught sight of Su Ju's charming face adorned with a subtle smile, prompting him to step aside without a word. Brother Su, after you. Though a lingering animosity towards Su Ju simmered within him, he dared not reveal it at this moment. Now was not the time to engage in conflict with Su Ju. It was necessary to retreat from the spotlight. You too, please make way. Su Ju glanced at the figure standing before him, Kai Tian, and remarked coolly, this foolish individual, striving to surpass me, has taken 3 steps forward in a single bound. If he isn't exhausted, who would be? Kai Tian gritted his teeth, hesitating momentarily before reluctantly shifting to the side. There was no alternative. He feared that Su Ju, in this very moment, might take advantage of his vulnerability and send him tumbling down. Observing Su Ju's demeanor, which radiated ease, even with the advantage of one realm above, Kai Tian lacked confidence in his own abilities. Moreover, the inheritance was still ongoing, and he did not wish to incite a mutually destructive conflict with Su Ju. Thus, he had no choice but to concede. As Suju passed by him with an air of indifference, a sense of helplessness welled up within Kai Tian. What kind of prodigy is this, after all? Suju walked at the forefront, his posture upright, with his inky hair flowing as if stirred by an unseen breeze. His hands clasped behind him. His expression was calm and composed, betraying not the slightest hint of strain. What an enigma! Shanyun observed Suju's demeanor. Seemingly unburdened by any pressure, and he couldn't help but inwardly chuckle bitterly. Despite exhausting every means at his disposal, he was drenched in sweat, while Suju, having yet to exert himself, continued to advance effortlessly ahead of him. They were both prodigies. Why was there such a vast chasm between them? Upon reaching the 91st level, Kai Tian was panting heavily, his entire body flushed crimson, with veins bulging ominously on his forehead. The pressure had caused his blood vessels to swell, particularly noticeable on his muscles, rendering him quite a fearsome sight. At that moment, Kai Tian resembled a bodybuilder on the brink of exploding from exertion. With a furious roar, Kai Tian stepped forward with great difficulty, finally standing upon the 91st level. Could you lower your voice? Suju, having just set foot on the 93rd level, turned back and asked nonchalantly, Are you threatening me? Kai Tian hesitated, his words punctuated by labored breaths. If you keep this up, do you believe I will kick you down? Suju's gaze turned icy as he ascended to the 93rd level. Even he found the journey less than effortless. The thunderous shout that had left Shinshin breathless nearly shattered his composure. Were he to call out again, he would not hesitate to send this brash individual tumbling down. You! Kai Tian glared at Suju, his temper flaring. Such resentment was intolerable to him. Just as he was about to chastise Suju, he was intercepted by Shanyun, who had also reached the 91st level. Do not act impulsively. Shanyun had a strong urge to slap this fool. Had he not been contemplating their joint effort against Suju, he might have kicked Kai Tian down the stairs. That shout had startled him as well, causing him to step back, and the enormous fan overhead was precariously swaying. Humph! Upon seeing Shanyun's intervention, Kai Tian regained his composure. This was not the time to confront Suju. The monk, Wang, still wriggled like a maggot, and as everyone's pace slowed, he caught up from behind. Clearly, the journey had drained him significantly, as the once brilliant light of the Buddha around him had dimmed considerably. However, the advantage of his position allowed him to retain a modicum of strength. Thus, upon reaching the 91st level, he did not linger, but rather slithered forward to the 92nd level. Suju took a deep breath, gathering his strength, and lifted his leg, taking 4 swift steps. From the 93rd floor, he ascended to the 97th. The moment he set foot on the 97th floor, an overwhelming pressure surged upon him. Akin to a heavy hammer striking his very soul, darkness enveloped his vision, and he staggered, if not for his quick reflexes regaining his balance. He might have collapsed to the ground. Lichanga held the jade seal, which was lustrous and translucent, crafted from exquisite jade. Adorning it was a golden dragon with 4 claws, unmistakably the secondary seal of the Jinduan dynasty. Despite the seal's value, no one was foolish enough to risk their life to seize it. Who would dare to jeopardize their existence for a mere piece of jade? What purpose would it serve? Who would buy it? The jade seal merely represented the facade of a dynasty. Should anyone harbor ill intentions towards it, the dynasty would undoubtedly mobilize all its forces to eradicate the miscreant. However, it was evident that the seal emanated a dragon's aura, a faint golden light enveloping Lichanga, aiding her in ascending to the 95th step. Yet, upon reaching this step, a crack suddenly appeared in the seal with a sharp sound. Though the crack itself was inconsequential, easily reparable by a craftsman, it signified the dissipating dragon's aura. Lichanga sighed softly, retracting the jade seal into her storage ring. She understood that the dragon's aura her father had imbued could only support her this far. Yun Qianling closely followed behind Lichanga. As Lichanga set foot on the 95th step, Yun Qianling brushed past her, reaching the 96th step. At this level, darkness suddenly engulfed Yun Qianling. Oh no! Feeling her legs weaken, she was on the verge of plummeting into the abyss when a large hand grasped her. Su Gongzi? As Yun Qianling regained her composure, she quickly steadied herself, astonished as she gazed at the figure before her, a youth who had not even turned to look back yet had pulled her back just in time. She was profoundly surprised, never expecting that Suju would extend a helping hand in such a perilous moment. They had no prior acquaintance. Even if Suju had chosen not to assist her, it would have been of no consequence. Remember, you owe me a favor, she thought. Suju withdrew his hand and said softly, I understand. Yun Qianling gently pressed her crimson lips together, gazing at her delicate, fair wrist. Her ears tinged with a rosy hue. The strength of young Master Su's palm was immense and exuded warmth. Demonis, why are your ears flushed? Lichanga remarked with disdain. Oh, is Princess Chang'e feeling envious? Yun Qianling chuckled playfully. Humph. Li Chang'e, disinterested in her antics, focused intently on cultivating her energy, preparing to ascend to the 97th level. Soon, the companions of Kai Tian Mountain, including Yun Wuwang, followed closely behind. Even if Su Ju were to be disregarded, how could they tolerate the presence of a woman before them? With all his strength, he ascended to the 95th level. Upon reaching the 95th level, the celestial fan above Shan Yun's head cracked with a resounding snap, shattering unexpectedly. With the celestial fan broken, Shan Yun's complexion turned ashen. He realized that he could ascend no further. Without the celestial fan, a tsunami of pressure surged toward him. Shan Yun fell to his knees with a thud, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. His spiritual energy had been exhausted, his internal organs shifting painfully. He was forcefully halted at the 95th level. Chapter 49. A proclaimer of the path must possess the power to break through. Meanwhile, the blood vessels within Kai Tian began to rupture, blood oozing relentlessly from his skin. He too had reached his limit. The Buddhist light emanating from Wu Wang had nearly been depleted, lying on the ground like a lifeless dog, his tongue lolling out. He was utterly spent, and even the typically unconcerned Wu Wang felt a profound sense of embarrassment at this outing. Damn it! Kai Tian longed to shout out a rallying cry for himself, but recalling Su Ju's earlier words, he stifled the impulse. After the arduous journey to this point, should he truly be kicked down, he would have nowhere to weep. Kai Tian's heart raged with indignation, yet he sensed he was still lacking something. Nonetheless, even under such circumstances, he took a step forward. The 96th level. The instant Kai Tian set foot on the 96th level, darkness enveloped his vision, and he collapsed onto the steps, losing consciousness. His blood vessels burst within him, blood gushing forth, rendering him akin to a corpse, his life force waning. Shan Yun mustered a breath, managing to expel a medicinal pill into Kai Tian's mouth. Only then could his own injuries be momentarily stemmed. Kai Tian could not perish. His demise would leave him vulnerable against Su Ju. The bald monk Wu Wang beside him was nothing more than a fair-weather friend, utterly useless in times of crisis. Su Ju took a deep breath, adjusting his state to its optimal condition, and stepped forward once more. The 98th level. Engaging. As Su Ju's vision faded to black and a cacophony filled his ears, just as he was on the verge of collapsing, a flicker of anxiety simultaneously crossed the eyes of Yun Qianling and Li Chang'e. Su Ju had once aided the former, and now the former wished to extend her assistance to Su Ju. However, she resided on the 96th floor, while Su Ju occupied the 98th, merely one level above her, rendering her unable to provide any meaningful help. Not to mention Li Chang'e, who was on the 95th floor, helplessly watching as Su Ju faltered. In this moment of dire urgency, with a flicker of consciousness remaining, Su Ju bit down on the tip of his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him back to awareness. Suddenly, the celestial extermination sword materialized in his hand. Gripping the seemingly unremarkable wooden sword, he plunged it into the ground, forcing himself to stabilize his body. Phew. That was close. Su Ju gasped for breath, his body drenched in sweat. At this level, even he could no longer maintain composure. Upon seeing Su Ju stabilize his stance, Li Chang'e let out a sigh of relief. Her pearly teeth clenched as she took a step forward. With that step, Li Chang'e sank to one knee on the 96th level. Her spiritual power was surging forth, the weight upon her shoulders rendering her unable to lift her head. She too had reached her limit. Yun Qianling observed that Su Ju had ascended to the 98th level. She yearned to advance further, yet no matter how hard she tried, she could not take that step. Channeling her nearly exhausted spiritual energy, she was like a spent arrow. Yun Qianling halted at the 96th level. Su Ju stood on the 98th floor, closing his eyes as he reached his limits. His internal spiritual energy was depleted, and he was utterly exhausted. To stand tall on the 98th floor was the pinnacle of his physical capabilities. However, Su Ju was unwilling to halt his progress here. This was merely the limitation of his body, not the threshold of Su Ju himself. As a transmigrator endowed with a system, how could he possibly falter before conquering this 100-tiered celestial ladder? With unwavering resolve, Su Ju took another step forward. 99th floor. The word monster resonated simultaneously in the hearts of all present. An overwhelming sense of helplessness enveloped the mountain and clouds as they gazed at Su Ju. Standing tall on the 99th tier, their bitter smiles betraying their despair. How were they to confront such a prodigy? To share an era with Su Ju was their lament. Monastics do not speak in vain. It is evident that Su Ju's future is unstoppable. Awe flashed in Wu Wang's eyes as he lay on the ground. Exhaling a long sigh, After such a long time away from the monastery, he never anticipated the emergence of such a remarkable talent. Blood began to flow from Su Ju's 7 orifices, his veins bulging, and his entire body flushed with an intense crimson hue, reminiscent of the state he once experienced during the opening of the heavens. As he felt his life force gradually ebbing away, Su Ju's expression remained devoid of any discernible reaction. He had long since become numb to the pain that coursed through his body. A man who feared not even death itself would hardly be daunted by a mere celestial ladder. Task activated. To attain enlightenment, ascend the final tier of the celestial ladder. Reward: celestial grade magical artifact, map of majestic mountains and rivers. The system's notification chimed in, yet Su Ju's mind was far too consumed to pay heed to it. Whether he even registered the notification was a matter shrouded in uncertainty. To be capable of extinguishing his own life, Su Ju's courage and fortitude had transcended that of ordinary mortals. This celestial ladder, you would ascend it, even if it meant his demise. Just as the prompt suggested, one must break to establish. In the face of daunting challenges and perilous obstacles, one must resolutely confront them. A seeker of the Tao must possess the strength to break through the impasse. Su Ju firmly believes that the legacy will undoubtedly show kindness to those who reach the 100th level. He is certain that he will not perish. This is a gamble. Su Ju made a bold decision to gamble. With a single step forward, Su Ju stood tall upon the 100th floor. The magnificent map of mountains and rivers has been placed in the system as space. Please check it. Post. Boom. The great Tao roared, and the laws trembled. Everyone felt an instantaneous lightness wash over them, as the oppressive weight vanished without a trace. Yun Qianling and Li Changge wasted no time and rushed to Su Ju's side. At this moment, standing at the 100th level, Su Ju smiled. He had wagered correctly. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. Li Changge and Yun Qianling simultaneously caught Su Ju, and in that instant, a dazzling golden light surged from the horizon, infusing itself into Su Ju's body. The second trial had concluded. Congratulations, young one, for you shall be the first in 10,000 years to ascend to the 100th floor. The once weak Su Ju felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy akin to a life-altering revelation. The stains on his body and the blood on his face were purified, and his depleted spiritual energy became abundantly replenished. Moreover, and most importantly, Su Ju has made a breakthrough. This formidable spiritual power has propelled him from the initial stage of the Golden Core to the mid-stage of the Golden Core. In less than a few seconds, Su Ju opened his eyes anew and glanced at the two stunning individuals beside him. Indeed, you both have reached the 100th floor? We lack your extraordinary abilities. Li Changge chuckled, realizing that Su Ju still had the energy to jest, indicating that he was unharmed. Thank you. Su Ju smiled, executing a graceful leap to stand upright. Having just advanced to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, he felt invigorated, fully restored to the striking visage of a dashing young man. Thank you, young Master Su. Yun Qianling expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Although she ultimately did not reach the 100th floor, she cherished the memory of Su Ju's formidable assistance. It was but a mere effort. Su Ju shook her head. She held no regard for Yu Qinglian, and coincidentally, she herself harbored a disinclination towards her. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Thus, extending a helping hand seemed only fitting. Furthermore, the goodwill of the holy maiden of the Hahuan sacred sect would undoubtedly prove advantageous in the future. Su Ju, you are being reckless. Have you considered the consequences? Li Changge reproached. I did not contemplate such matters, much like when you first handed me this map scroll. I never anticipated that you would deceive me. Su Ju gazed at Li Changge, a smile lingering on his lips, and remarked, Oh, you are aware, then? Li Changge was taken aback, her fair complexion flushing a deep crimson. Did this mean he had discovered that it was she who had boldly kissed him that day? Surely, she was not foolish. Su Ju cast a sidelong glance at Li Changge. Upon discovering that Li Changge was the sister of Li Changle, he surmised that Xiao Qing was merely a guise she had assumed. A mere maid, even if trusted, would not possess such a map scroll. The fact that Li Changge was present suggested that the map was likely a gift from her. However, he could not be entirely certain, yet. A little subterfuge might reveal the truth. Li Changge's fair face flushed with heat. I did not intend to deceive you. No matter, he replied. Consider that kiss as compensation from you. A princess's kiss is indeed quite sweet. Su Ju smiled radiantly, saying, You scoundrel. Li Changge retorted with playful indignation, seemingly oblivious to the fact that it was she who had initiated the kiss with Su Ju. Yun Qianling's beautiful eyes darted back and forth, pondering whether these two shared some hidden past. Li Changge let out a triumphant huff. confident that this was precisely why she refrained from engaging in banter with you. You could never outmatch this princess. Suju has long been targeted by this princess. Chapter 50. You, as a younger sister, actually kissed your brother-in-law? At this moment, Shanyun approached, carrying Kaitian. Brother Su, I truly admire you. Shanyun sincerely clasped his hands, feeling an overwhelming reluctance to become adversaries with Suju. Such a remarkable talent is someone he could only befriend. No need for such formalities, Suju replied with a gentle nod, embodying the saying that one should not strike a smiling face. By the grace of Amitabha, Su, you are indeed a dragon among men, Wulong exclaimed, bringing his hands together in reverence. You, monk, can even offer compliments? Suju chuckled, for is it not said that monks are devoid of desires and aspirations? How could one resort to flattery? The remarkable demeanor of Su, the benefactor, has thoroughly captivated this humble monk, who holds an immense admiration for him. Wulong remarked. A man of the cloth does not imply a lack of intellect. Wulong is far from foolish. The rise of such prodigies has become an undeniable trend, and one must not dare to oppose them. Should one choose to engage in conflict, it is likely that the entirety of Shenyun Temple would find themselves at a disadvantage. Enough of this pretense. Suju waved his hand, acknowledging that this monk was among the most formidable of the group. While Yun Qianling and the others were at the mid-stage of the Golden Core, this monk had reached the late stage, making his strength formidable. However, having just advanced to the mid-stage of the Golden Core, Suju felt no fear. Li Chang'e had also ascended to the mid-stage of the Golden Core. Only days prior in Chaoga City, he had been at the initial stage, suggesting he had made significant progress since returning to the Sword Sect. Those who advanced beyond the 95th level would earn the privilege of exemption from the next round of trials. The third trial demanded courage. The preparation time was set at 1 hour. A familiar, hazy voice echoed, with all 6 of them having advanced beyond the 95th level. Suju smiled upon hearing of his exemption for the next round. Was this the reward for reaching the 100th level? It seemed rather superfluous. Suju was curious about the challenges posed by this celestial inheritance, yet he had no intention of utilizing the opportunity presented by the exemption from examination. An hour had passed, ample time for several individuals to recuperate. During this period, Kai Tian gradually regained consciousness. Upon learning that Suju had ascended to the 100th level, his expression grew notably complex. Their earlier conflict on the celestial staircase lingered in his mind, and he wondered if Suju had harbored resentment since then. He had indeed narrowed his own path. However, it was too late to harbor fear. As his father once stated, talent is but one facet. The ability to advance triumphantly depends on fate. Many prodigies had risen in his father's time, yet they all fell beneath his father's fists. Why could he not replicate his father's miraculous feats? I, too, am a prodigy. With this thought, Kai Tian brimmed with confidence. What kind of look is that? Young man? I forgot to mention that Suju has already broken through to the mid-stage of the Golden Core. Observing the eager expression on Kai Tian's face, Shanyun smirked, wondering if this lad intended to provoke Suju. What? Kai Tian was taken aback. While he could accept being outmatched by Suju in talent during the initial stage of the Golden Core, he had believed his realm would grant him an advantage over Suju. Now, with Suju advancing to the mid-stage, his last shred of superiority had vanished entirely. In contrast to Kai Tian's unease, Suju appeared remarkably at ease. As Yun Qianling recovered, she gazed at Suju, her eyes glimmering with intrigue, and asked playfully, Young Master Su, do you have a partner? Unintentionally or not, Yun Qianling stood merely centimeters away from Suju. As cultivators, how could we indulge in the entanglements of romantic affairs? Suju coughed lightly. TSK, Li Chang'e cast a disdainful glance at Suju, as if it would be absurd for her to believe such words. What sort of character does Suju possess? She has some understanding, to a certain extent. He must undoubtedly be a fickle heartthrob. Otherwise, why did he not evade when she, in the guise of Shao Qing, boldly kissed him? Su Gongzi's determination is truly admirable. I must say, Yun Qianling covered her mouth and chuckled softly, her smile radiant like a blossom, exuding an enchanting charm. Perhaps it would be wise for Yun Qianlu to maintain some distance from Suju. Your presence makes it difficult for me to find my peace. Suju spoke earnestly, his senses enveloped by the enchanting fragrance that lingered around Yun Qianling. The aroma was captivating, yet not overwhelming. She was inherently an alluring woman, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a mesmerizing glimmer that ensnared the soul. Her scarlet lips were striking, evoking a flutter of emotions, delicate and radiant. Her youthful complexion surpassed the beauty of flowers. Every smile and frown was enchanting, invoking boundless imagination. for someone with a notably weak resolve like Suju. This was quite challenging. Hee, young Master Su is truly amusing. Yun Qianling laughed, her charm in full bloom, and noticing the clarity in Suju's gaze. She grew increasingly bold. Suju's gaze was exceedingly comforting to her, devoid of any lewd implications. Such was Suju, surrounded by an entourage of beautiful women, possessing a resilience that surpassed that of ordinary men. After all, what man could remain unaffected in the presence of such exquisite beings? Yun Qianling's eyes shimmered with allure. And with a hint of shyness, she said, "Young Master Su, if you wouldn't mind, how about I become your companion? A stunning beauty, enchanting and bold. Both bashful and daring, her demeanor was an irresistible allure for any man." Ugh. Li Chang'e, witnessing Yun Qianling's flirtations, could not help but interject, "Sainus Yun, are you truly so eager?" "Of course, I am eager. I have yet to have a companion," she boldly confessed, given young Master Su's exceptional qualities. "If I do not act swiftly, what if someone else claims him?" Yun Qianling spoke candidly. "Do not jest, Sainus. I believe in the gradual blossoming of affection. There is ample time ahead." Suju was taken aback, wondering if the Hehuan sacred sect was truly this audacious. How intriguing. Then I shall cultivate feelings with young Master Su over time. Yun Qianling winked seductively, her voice dripping with charm. "A vixen." Li Chang'e spat in indignation, having never encountered such brazen shamelessness. "I am merely 20 years of age, and have never entertained the notion of a partner, let alone engaged in the seduction of another's spouse. How could I be labeled a vixen?" Initially unwilling to clarify, Yun Qianling found herself glancing at Suju and teasingly inquired, "What are you doing now?" Li Chang'e huffed. Yun Qianling scoffed, "Is young Master Su a married man?" "You." Li Chang'e bristled at Yun Qianling's demeanor. Suddenly struck by inspiration, she blurted out, "Indeed. Oh, then do enlighten me as to who it is. Do not say it is you, or I might truly believe it." Yun Qianling giggled behind her hand. "Certainly not me. It is my elder sister." Li Chang'e's mind raced, and she immediately exclaimed, "What?" Suju was utterly perplexed. How could he be unaware of this matter? Little did he know that Li Chang'e, as the sister of Li Chang'e, possessed an intimate understanding of her elder sister. Upon returning to the court from the Su residence, she had incessantly mentioned Suju each time she spoke his name. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with a brilliant radiance, nearly blinding Li Chang'e. Suju also gifted his sister a poem which delighted her immensely. She insisted on not letting anyone see it. This clearly indicated that his sister had developed feelings for Suju. "And what about your sister? Have you, as her younger sibling, kissed your brother-in-law?" Yun Qianling observed Li Chang'e with a peculiar expression. "You wicked temptress, do not speak such nonsense." Li Chang'e retorted angrily. She could hardly compete with Yun Qianling. In her presence, Li Chang'e appeared rather simple-minded. "It matters not, even if he is married, if it is Master Su. Anything is permissible," Yun Qianling remarked, her gaze towards Suju rippling with intrigue. "Ahem, ladies, let us not jest any further. It is time to regain our strength, as we have less than half an hour until the next challenge." Suju maintained his composure and promptly emerged to re-establish the original atmosphere. He feared the two might utter some vicious words. "Thank you, young Master Su, for your concern. I am aware now," Yun Qianling replied with a dreamy smile, then promptly seated herself beside Suju, focusing intently on her recovery. Li Chang'e had little patience for Yun Qianling's antics. Seeing that the two women had finally settled down, Suju breathed a sigh of relief. Li Chang'e was manageable, but Yun Qianling was no ordinary woman. She was the sacred maiden of the Hehuan holy sect, which added an intriguing layer to her character. Chapter 51. There are few cunning villains in this era soon. The time for the third trial arrived. Just when everyone assumed Suju would utilize his exemption from the trial, he instead rose to his feet. "Are you not going to take a break?" Li Chang'e inquired with concern. Presently, Suju appeared vigorous and majestic. Yet the hardships he endured while ascending the 100 levels of the heavenly ladder were fresh in his memory. He feared that Suju had not fully recuperated and might overexert himself once more. "It is of no consequence." Suju introspected his physical condition. Having advanced to the mid-stage of the golden core, his meridians had become more robust, and spiritual energy continuously swirled around the golden core. His state had reached its zenith, even surpassing his strength prior to entering the inheritance. Confronted with the trial of the third stage, Suju felt confident and was determined not to miss this opportunity. He discerned that this trial was predicated upon qualities indispensable in the path of cultivation, such as temperament, resolve, and courage. Such a rare opportunity for growth was one that Suju could not afford to overlook. Observing Su Ju's determination, Li Chang'e ceased her further words. Subtly drawing closer to him, prepared to assist should any unforeseen circumstances arise. The third trial demanded courage. To their astonishment, there was no prompt for this stage. Soon, the world before them shifted once more. The heavenly staircase beneath their feet transformed into a towering cliff, with nothing but void surrounding them. Below them lay an enormous trench, unfathomably deep, reminiscent of an abyss, from which a chilling wind howled, carrying an eerie silence. Aside from this chasm, the surroundings remained as insubstantial as when they had ascended the heavenly ladder. Jumping off the cliff would prove their courage, yet only one among the 6 could survive. A hazy voice echoed, "Is there no humanity left? 6 individuals, yet only one can randomly survive the leap. You old fool, if you wish to perish, do not drag us down with you. To ensure your own inheritance continues, you leave only one living soul behind. How clever of you." Kaidian was momentarily stunned before erupting in a torrent of curses, spitting words in fury. "Kaidian, calm down." Shan Yun's brow furrowed deeply. The rules seemed utterly ludicrous. They were living beings, and if there were competition, so be it, but to leave their fates to chance? Although he yearned to join Kaidian in denouncing the master of the inheritance, such actions would yield no fruit. They needed to calm down and contemplate a strategy instead. Damn it. Kaidian felt utterly oppressed by Su Ju, and now the inheritance toyed with their mental states. "Su Ju, what shall we do?" Li Chang'e, realizing that Su Ju understood her identity, no longer concealed her intentions, but directly addressed him as the leader. "Do not rush," Su Ju replied, shaking his head. "The inheritance cannot be this trivial. There must be a way to break the deadlock." "Ba, I have a suggestion," suddenly spoke Wu Wang, who had thus far remained inconspicuous. "What idea do you have?" Shan Yun inquired. A glint of mockery and malice flashed in Wu Wang's eyes. "Of course. I propose to eliminate all of you and then jump myself." "What audacity! Who do you think you are?" "A mere late-stage golden core cultivator, capable of contending with all of us." The atmosphere was charged with tension as Kai Tian, in a fit of anger, erupted in a furious tirade. "Late stage of the golden core? Open your eyes and take a good look at my realm." Wu Wang burst into a derisive laugh, the sound both wild and unrestrained, echoing like the breaking of chains. A radiant light emanated from him, his aura surging dramatically until it stabilized at the mid-stage of the nascent soul. The delicate features of Wu Wang's face morphed into that of a stranger, adorned with a sinister grin. Shan Yun, having encountered Wu Wang before, immediately challenged. "You are not Wu Wang. Who are you? Have you heard of Yunsong?" The man replied, hands clasped behind his back. "You are Wu Wang's elder brother, who strayed down the wrong path, practiced the heretical scriptures of Buddhism, and was expelled from the Holy Cloud Temple, RNTU." Shan Yun's eyes narrowed, sensing the gravity of the situation. This individual, due to his practice of the heretical texts, possessed formidable strength, yet was unable to control his emotions, alternating between rage and bloodlust. Expelled from the Holy Cloud Temple, it was astonishing that he had survived all these years. "I thought you were someone of significance. Instead, you are merely a stray dog," Kai Tian sneered, seemingly oblivious to the seriousness of the matter. "Kid, I must admit you possess considerable gall to provoke me at this moment." Wu Song remained unfazed, regarding everyone present as mere lambs awaiting slaughter. There was but one path for them. Escape was impossible, and they would serve as their own last words before demise. "If you dare to lay a finger on me, my father will sense the shattering of my life token, and I assure you, he will crush you with his own hands," Kai Tian threatened boldly. "Ha. The butcher of the Kaishan sect indeed instills fear in me. However, if I kill you here, your father may learn of your death, but with his extraordinary abilities, he will never trace it back to me." Wu Song. Having come this far, Wu Song had no intention of allowing any of them to escape. He had stolen this map scroll from the Holy Cloud Temple, taking away the opportunities meant for Wu Wang. Additionally, he had taken the concealed realm Buddha beads, meticulously preparing for this moment, ensuring their departure was impossible. "Enough with the pleasantries. Let us unite." Shan Yun surveyed the gathered individuals. Each was at least at the mid-stage of the golden core, and while facing the mid-stage of the nascent soul seemed daunting, Shan Yun was unafraid. Although they lagged behind Su Ju and his companions, they were all prodigies capable of battling beyond their ranks. Confronted with a formidable foe, they harbored no thoughts of fear. "Unite? First, let us see if you can even harness your spiritual power," Wu Song remarked with a wicked grin directed at Shan Yun. "What?" Shan Yun suddenly felt a sense of foreboding and hastily attempted to channel his internal spiritual energy, only to discover that his meridians had been sealed at some point, rendering him incapable of mobilizing any energy. Not a single thread of spiritual power could be unleashed. This is dire. When did this happen? The mountain cloud's eyes widened in astonishment. It was not only the mountain cloud. Even Kaitian, Yun Xianling, and Li Changgong found themselves unable to harness their spiritual power. Aware of your extraordinary talents and hidden strengths, I dare not underestimate you. Long before the second trial concluded, I had dispersed the dispersal powder. While it may not claim your lives, it will render you incapable of wielding spiritual energy for a full 2 hours, which is sufficient for my purposes. Yun Song's cold laughter echoed, as if victory were already assured. You despicable wretch, I truly disdain you. Kaitian exclaimed in a furious rage. Are you not afraid that your realm will be exposed so soon, jeopardizing your inheritance? Mountain Cloud retorted, attempting to maintain composure. Not in the least, came the confident reply. Consider this. If you all perish, I shall be the sole survivor, and my ancestral lineage would surely not allow its legacy to dissipate. Yun Song regarded Mountain Cloud with mockery. Even Su Ju, who stood nearby, nodded in agreement, recognizing that there were few cunning antagonists in these times. Indeed. Your talent is truly monstrous. You are the rightful first among the prodigies. The thought of soon vanquishing so many illustrious figures filled him with immense exhilaration. Yun Song's gaze shifted to Su Ju, licking his lips in a state of indulgent ecstasy. How can you be so certain that you can kill me? Su Ju smiled lightly and inquired nonchalantly, do you still believe there is any room for struggle after being affected by my dispersive powder? Yun Song arrogantly retorted. Who said I was affected by your dispersive powder? Su Ju drew his long sword, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy suddenly erupted from within him, sweeping across the surroundings. The mysterious organization, Lu Temple, Chapter 52, refining the sword with the nascent soul. How did you discover it? A look of astonishment flickered in Yun's eyes, his aura dissipated. Colorless and odorless, unnoticed by others, yet Su Ju managed to evade it. This was largely thanks to the Saintess of Cloud. Su Ju cast a glance at the perplexed Yun Qianling. Me? Yun Qianling pointed to herself, bewildered, as she was unaware of the assistance she had rendered to Su Ju. Su Ju nodded slightly. The delicate fragrance emanating from Yun Qianling was indeed pleasant and not overpowering, uplifting his spirits. However, during their journey, an odorless scent suddenly masked this delightful aroma. Logically, it should not have been abruptly obscured or dissipated, suggesting the presence of an invisible, tasteless powder. This subtle shift prompted Su Ju to instinctively hold his breath. As a cultivator in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm could substitute breathing with the internal regulation of qi. Consequently, he remained unaffected by this dispersive powder. Though he was unaware of how this young man managed to evade it, he could not fathom how a mere mid-stage Golden Core practitioner could contend with him. Yunzong had to concede that Su Ju was indeed remarkably astute, with such extraordinary talent and exceptional character. It was inevitable that he would ascend to become a formidable powerhouse in due time. The mere thought of soon extinguishing a youthful emperor filled him with exhilaration, causing uncontrollable laughter to escape his lips. It seemed he was not the only one who had managed to evade the danger. Su Ju glanced at Yun Qianling and Li Changge, both radiating spiritual energy, causing his expression to shift slightly. Apologies, young Master Su instructed me to stifle my breath. And so I did, Yun Qianling playfully remarked, sticking out her tongue. I too, Li Changge chimed in, gazing at the surroundings with a cheerful smile. They mused. Are we the only two unaware of this? The mountain clouds seemed to weep in silence. There was no alternative. At that moment, you two were quite distant from me. To avoid alarming the enemy, I had no choice but to sacrifice your awareness. Su Ju raised his hands in a gesture of uncertainty. Li Changge and Yun Qianling, positioned closest to him, were clearly engaged in some subtle antics. Thus, it must be one of the three from the Kaitian group. If he were to divulge this information to one of them, and it happened to reach the ears of Yun Song, that would indeed be intriguing. You haven't revealed it yet, young Master Su. How did you discern this? Yun Qianling's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity as she recognized that Su Ju was shrouded in enigma. When Su Ju had communicated with her telepathically, she had been momentarily taken aback but ultimately chose to trust him, thereby evading the dispersing powder. I am equally eager to know. Li Changge nodded in agreement, echoing her inquiry. Su Ju briefly explained the situation to the two individuals. Upon hearing it, Yun Qianling erupted into a fit of giggles, while Yun Song wore a bewildered expression. It dawned on him that his dispersal powder had been rendered ineffective by the enchanting fragrance emanating from Yun Qianling. Shan Yun gazed at Su Ju in astonishment. His vigilance seemed excessively heightened. The slightest change had been perceived by Su Ju, and he pondered that had it been himself in that situation, he likely would not have been able to preempt it. This man possessed not only a despairingly formidable talent and a strong will, but also an exceptional intellect. Shan Yun resolved that, for the rest of his life, he would never consider becoming an enemy of Suju. Look, young Master Su, I still have my uses. Perhaps you might consider taking me as your companion, Yin Qianling suggested, her eyes sparkling with charm and allure. Suju smiled and said, I firmly believe that love blossoms over time. It matters not. We shall take our time together. Yun Qianling beamed like a blooming flower. Dear Saint Yun, that is not quite what I meant. Suju chuckled softly. This day is not like any other. What does that mean? I am but a simpleton, I beseech you. Young Master Su, to speak plainly. Even Yun Qianling finds it somewhat difficult to fathom the meaning behind Suju's words. It is something that can only be understood intuitively, not expressed in words. In the realm of the mysterious Suju, a dark cloud of fury enveloped him as he bellowed, Have some respect for me, will you? With a countenance marked by thunderous rage, he unleashed a palm strike, exclaiming, Dare to disregard me? Prepare to meet your demise. A surge of black mist erupted forth, taking the form of a hand that charged menacingly towards Suju. The others immediately shifted into a state of alertness, their smiles vanishing in the presence of an ancient Yuan Ing, a formidable opponent not to be underestimated. Suju, be cautious. Li Chang'e interposed himself before Suju, his jade-like hands dancing gracefully to conjure a massive yin-yang taiji diagram before them. The black hand smashed through the taiji diagram, and Li Chang'e's heart sank as he realized the impending danger. In a moment of quick reflex, Yin Qianling, with remarkable speed, unfurled a vibrant crimson silk, drawing Li Chang'e to safety. The black hand struck the ground, creating a colossal pit that reverberated through the very cliffs. Li Chang'e swiftly consumed an amplification pill and resumed his gestures. The yin-yang taiji diagram seemed to come alive, descending ominously upon the head of the furious adversary. Embrace your end, fiend, he declared, driving the diagram downward with tremendous force. Yunsong glanced at the diagram above him and scoffed, a mere parlor trick. He raised his hands, summoning forth the black mist once more, which shattered the taiji diagram into fragments. Seizing the moment, Yun Qianling expanded her crimson silk, which surged like a tsunami towards Yunsong. Her graceful form danced beneath the moonlight, a vision of ethereal beauty, yet her strikes were fiercely lethal, each movement imbued with formidable strength. Are you attempting to tickle me? Yunsong roared, as the black mist encircled him, forcefully casting the silk aside. Yun Qianling furrowed her brows, feeling a sharp ache in her delicate wrist. Just as she reached to retrieve the silk, she realized that Yunsong had already closed in. Enveloped in a thick shroud of black mist, a sinister grin plastered across his face as he raised his hand, poised to strike down. Is it you who dares to provoke me? She thought, panic surging within her. There was no time to evade. She squeezed her eyes shut. Suddenly, even with her eyes closed, she sensed a dazzling sword light streaking past her, cutting through the air with ferocity. An ant dares to address me as master. The voice of Suju resonated, and with a flash of sword light, the dark hand was instantly cleaved in two. In an instant, his figure appeared beside Yun Qianling, wrapping his arm around her delicate waist. Su Gongzi. A faint blush fleetingly graced Yun Qianling's fair face, and she found herself captivated by the solid warmth of his chest. This was her first experience of physical contact with a man, and she hadn't anticipated it to be so abrupt. However, Suju's embrace felt exceptionally comforting. With a beauty nestled in his arms, a fragrant breeze enveloped him, and her delicate form, so fragile and enticing, made him reluctant to release her. Yet Suju had no time to relish this enchanting moment. He gently pushed Yun Qianling aside with a firm hand. You two need not intervene. Suju stood resolutely with his sword, speaking calmly. Young Master Su, can you manage alone? Yun Qianling inquired with concern, feeling a tinge of emptiness upon leaving the embrace. Suju, do not be reckless. Li Chang'e urged, her teeth clenched. Trust me, you two just need to look after yourselves. This person, leave to me. Suju shook his head gently, the moonlight illuminating his pristine white attire, while his inky hair danced in the breeze, presenting him as a remarkably ethereal being. At that moment, Li Chang gazed into Suju's captivating eyes, which shimmered with vibrant hues. The individual before her, harboring significant power at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, appeared somewhat feeble. Otherwise, Suju would not have effortlessly disrupted his cultivation with a single stroke of his sword. Having integrated the essence of the sword heart and transcended the mid-stage of the golden core realm, Suju was uncertain of the last time he had unleashed his full potential. This practitioner at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm would serve as a fine target for him to hone his swordsmanship. Subsequently, Li Chang exchanged a glance with Yun Qianling. They resolved to remain in place, prepared to intervene should any unforeseen circumstances arise for Su Ju. The vast expanse of the ocean. Su Ju concentrated, holding his breath, and then swept his long sword forward. In an instant, the silent night transformed into a radiant daylight. A dazzling light surged from the horizon, revealing a sword aura that erupted from the heavens. The sword aura seemed to tear apart the firmament. Like a bright moon plummeting from the sky, aiming to strike down upon Yun Song with tremendous force. He did not conceal his prowess. Before him stood a nascent soul, and he could not afford to be negligent, unleashing his most formidable move right away. Could this be a celestial-level sword technique? It was inconceivable. Yun Song felt a surge of alarm. This attack made him acutely aware of the looming peril. How could a golden core cultivate a celestial-level sword technique? Who exactly was this young man? At that moment, fear began to creep into his heart. No, this was absurd. He was in the mid-nascent soul stage. Having forcibly ascended from the perfected golden core stage through the aid of medicinal elixirs, how could he possibly fear a mere mid-golden core youth? Die. Enraged, Yun Song clapped his hands towards the sky, summoning a colossal hand formed of black mist, vastly larger than before. The black mist howled, imbued with countless restless spirits. It carried boundless resentment and potent spiritual energy, charging straight toward the crescent-shaped sword aura. Chapter 53, Fierce Battle. In an instant, the heavens and earth erupted in a splendid display of light, with the shockwave sweeping outward, washing over everything in its vicinity. Locked in spiritual energy, Kai Tian and Shan Yun hurriedly took refuge behind a massive boulder. The explosive aftermath could very well send them flying. Young Master Su, truly formidable, exclaimed Yun Qianling, her delicate face adorned with astonishment. Just this one move made her realize she was no match for Su Ju. No wonder he possessed the confidence to confront Yun Song. His strength was not merely bluster. Su Ju. Li Chang's beautiful eyes shimmered with ripples of delight as she beheld Su Ju, resembling a sword deity. Boy, prepare to meet your end. Yun Song. Just with you? Su Ju scoffed coldly, the Zhutian sword in his hand radiating a resplendent glow. A formidable wave of sword energy surged forth. A mere wooden sword dared to obstruct me. What a futile dream. With a deft motion, I unleashed a palm strike that sent the sword energy soaring, which then crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater. Let us see who truly resides in the realm of dreams. In Su Ju's hand, the sword of heaven swung incessantly, unleashing an unrestrained torrent of sword energy that rendered any attempt to approach him futile. That insufferable lad, daring to confront me directly, consumed by wrath. Although this sword energy would not inflict fatal harm upon him, he was compelled to divert a portion of his strength to contend with it. Otherwise, should this blade's aura strike him, he would not perish, yet he would surely lose a chunk of flesh. First, I must close the distance. Su Ju would never be foolish enough to confront the Yuanying head-on. Instead, he relied on the sword chi to gradually erode the patience that lay within. You bothersome insect. The Yuanying bellowed, as a torrent of black mist erupted from his body, coalescing into a thick shield that encircled him completely. The sword chi struck the shield, only to be repelled with surprising force. Has he finally decided to get serious? Su Ju smirked disdainfully. Die. The Yuanying, enveloped in black mist, surged forward like a dark meteor, hurtling towards Su Ju with great ferocity. As Su Ju's pupils constricted, he was acutely aware of the formidable prowess of the Yuanying elder, whose speed was astonishingly peculiar. He scarcely had time to react. Swiftly, he turned sideways, and although his reflexes were remarkably quick, he was still struck by the concealed palm strike. In an instant, he was sent flying several meters before barely managing to stabilize his form. The intense pain radiating from his chest caused Su Ju to involuntarily furrow his brow. Su Ju. The two women cast worried glances at him, ever ready to intervene at a moment's notice. Child, confront the disparity between us, boomed Yun Song, his laughter resounding with arrogance. He relished the sensation of wielding dominion over the lives of the weaker. A mid-stage Yuanying monster, and yet I, a mid-stage gene and cultivator, have compelled you to exert your full strength. What difference could there possibly be between us? Were we of equal realms, you would scarcely survive a breath in my grasp. Su Ju let out a cold laugh, rising to his feet as the Zhutian sword pointed ominously towards Yun Song. The youth, undaunted, maintained a serene composure in his gaze. Unfortunately, you shall not have that opportunity. Yun Song sneered, continuing to advance. Su Ju did not evade, charging forward like a cannonball towards the hidden depths. As the sword of heavenly extermination danced incessantly in his grasp, The luminous sword rays intertwined with the encroaching black mist, illuminating the dark surroundings as if it were broad daylight. What manner of wooden sword is this? Yunsong furrowed his brow. This seemingly unremarkable wooden sword wielded a deadly precision with each strike. Just moments ago, he had let his guard down and nearly allowed the wooden sword to breach his defenses. Moreover, despite his intention to shatter the sword, he discovered that it possessed a resilience surpassing even that of black iron, proving utterly indestructible. This is a sword meant to slay you. As Suju unleashed the celestial sword's frenzied dance, the sword energy grew increasingly agile. Seizing the opportunity presented by a defensive gap, Suju pointed the celestial sword skyward, invoking the convergence of myriad swords. In an instant, a torrent of sword energy erupted from within him, enveloping him in a dense array of sword chi. The supreme sword intent surged forth uncontrollably, the sword energy swirling around, as if the very heavens and earth were being baptized in this formidable force. The sword light flickered wildly. The celestial sword stood as the sovereign of countless sword energies, piercing through the atmosphere and radiating across the cosmos. Ultimately, all energies coalesced above Suju's head, forming a colossal sword that seemed poised to pierce the heavens. The sword energy, like a tempest, filled this massive blade with an overwhelming spiritual force and thousands of sharp sword energies. The gargantuan sword descended upon the concealed opponent with an unstoppable force, shattering the air with its might. This strike transcended the power of the golden core. Would you be able to withstand such a blow, Brother Kai? Asked the trembling Shan Yun, hiding behind a rock, glancing at the stunned Kai Tian beside him. If I were at my peak and defended with all my might, the lightest consequence would be severe injury, Kai Tian replied, swallowing hard, his earlier desire to confront Suju completely vanquished. Suju, formidable enough to make them question their own qualifications as his rivals. And you? Kai Tian inquired. Me? Perhaps akin to you. Shan Yun responded with a bitter smile. If it were him, given his already low defensive capabilities, he might fare even worse than Kai Tian. Enough. Yunsong's expression twisted in ferocity as a pitch-black long knife materialized in his hand, engulfed by terrifying black flames. He amassed a vast reservoir of spiritual energy and unleashed a devastating slash towards the heavens, the domineering intent of the blade rending the air as it surged forth. The searing black flames caused the colossal shadow to dissipate in an instant, transforming into shimmering starlight scattered throughout the cosmos. The celestial greatsword technique proved excessively ambitious when confronted with a nascent soul. Suju shook his head. This sword technique was the celestial-level swordsmanship imparted to him by his master. With his current strength, aside from the system-enhanced immortal-level Kanglan sword technique, he could only employ the celestial-level swordsmanship. However, failure was not an option. He had no path of retreat. Thunderbolt sword technique, stifled thunder. The sword of heaven's punishment sword from Suju's hand, standing majestically in the air before him. His robes fluttered wildly, and his dark hair danced as if he were a celestial sword immortal descending to the mortal realm. A deafening roar of thunder erupted as ominous storm clouds gathered above. Dark and heavy. At that moment, the sword of heaven's punishment emitted a crackling sound, as if lightning encircled its blade. A tempestuous aura of sword energy surged forth. Once again, he unleashed a formidable move from the celestial sword technique. Boom. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion occurred, and a violet lightning bolt, imbued with terrifying might, suddenly struck down from the heavens towards Yunsong, who was unprepared. Oh no! Yunsong had not anticipated that Suju could still wield the power of lightning, whose speed was astonishingly swift. Even in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, he found himself unable to evade in time. Struck by the lightning, Yunsong let out a pained roar. His entire body was charred, and blackened smoke emanated from him. His once resplendent robe was reduced to cinders. Only a tattered piece of cloth remained, awkwardly clinging in front of his loins, rendering the scene rather comical. Kaidian nearly burst into laughter, yet he refrained, knowing he could not use his spiritual power at that moment. It would be as simple for Yunsong to crush him as it would be to squash an ant. Chapter 54, Decapitation, Nascent Soul. Damn it, I will feast upon your flesh and drink your blood. Yunsong roared skyward, never having felt so humiliated, especially at the hands of a mere golden core cultivator. The Thunder Sword technique, Summon Dragon. Suju offered no respite to Yunsong, his thoughts igniting a tempest in the sky. Thunder rumbled ominously, and a fierce lightning storm erupted. Several bolts of terrifying power converged in the heavens, transforming into a ferocious thunder dragon. The wind howled, and dark clouds obscured the sun. With a mighty roar, the thunder dragon soared beneath the storm clouds, unleashing a deafening dragon's cry. It charged downward towards the grounded Yun Song with relentless speed. Beneath the thunderclouds, Su Ju stood resolute, his gaze sharp as lightning, embodying the wrath of a thunder god. This time, prepared, Yun Song dared not underestimate him. A shroud of dark mist enveloped him instantaneously. An ominous force surged forth, emanating a chilling, sanguine aura that permeated the surroundings, multiplying with each heartbeat. The thunder dragon collided with the dark mist, its once formidable presence visibly dimming. In less than 10 breaths, it was repelled by the very shadows. If you will not descend to face me, then I shall compel you to do so. Yun Song's gaze darted between Yun Qianling and Li Changge, ultimately fixing upon Yun Qianling. If memory served him correctly, she was destined to be Su Ju's partner. How could such a beautiful woman escape Su Ju's concern? With this thought, a murderous intent gleamed in Yun Song's eyes as he instantaneously appeared before Yun Qianling. Raising his long blade wreathed in black flames high, Yun Song unleashed his full power, granting Yun Qianling no chance to react. Stunned, she could hardly believe the ferocity unleashed by Yun Song. She had no opportunity to defend herself. The blade, ablaze with dark flames, came crashing down. But in that very instant, Su Ju materialized before her. He shielded Yun Qianling beneath him and swiftly retreated. Yet, regardless of Su Ju's speed, the blade still grazed his back. A searing pain shot through him, forcing Su Ju to grit his teeth, his once brilliant eyes now devoid of starlight, replaced instead by an icy resolve for vengeance. Su Gongzi. Yun Qianling's beautiful eyes trembled, sensing the intense pain Su Ju endured. Do not worry, find a place to hide. Su Ju placed Yun Qianling beside Li Changge, and as soon as he spoke, he immediately turned to face the enemy. In that fleeting moment of Su Ju's turn, both Yun Qianling and Li Changge's pupils constricted sharply. They beheld Su Ju's back, blood streaming forth, flesh torn and raw, staining his pristine white garments. Merely witnessing it was painful, yet Su Ju astonishingly endured, emitting neither sound nor reaction. Today, you shall surely meet your demise. The sword of Su Ju, aimed at the hidden depths, could not suppress the burgeoning murderous intent that manifested upon his visage. Kanglin. In an instant, the tranquil night transformed as if it were day. With a blinding radiance once again surging from the horizon, a beam of sword energy, akin to a tearing sky, erupted forth from the heavens above. It descended like a resplendent moon plummeting from the firmament, striking fiercely towards the hidden depths. This move holds no power over me. The depths, shrouded in black mist, slowly devoured the oncoming sword energy. Su Ju was well aware that this tactic was futile, yet it was not devised with the intent to inflict harm upon Yun Song. He was not the only one familiar with the art of misdirection, just as Yun Song's focus was entirely captivated by the azure wave sword chi. Su Ju's figure had unexpectedly materialized beside him. You? Yun Song exclaimed in astonishment. Su Ju's speed had already transcended that of a golden core. The clamor was overwhelming. Su Ju's countenance was as frigid as ice as he aimed for the concealed heart and thrust his sword forward. Yun Song realized evasion was futile and shifted his body slightly to the right. The longsword pierced through his arm with precision. Ah, my arm. A severed limb, accompanied by a cascade of crimson blood, flew forth. Su Ju furrowed his brows. Had it been a cultivator in the early stages of the nascent soul, that sword strike would have undoubtedly found its mark. However, Su Ju did not linger in hesitation nor indulge in complaints. He prepared to press his advantage, and, just as he was about to unleash his second strike, an immense surge of spiritual power erupted from the depths of the hidden force, sending Su Ju hurtling away. Enough. You insignificant insects, perish. The hidden force's eyes glowed a fierce crimson, its body charred and blackened, as dark mist surged forth, enveloping the entire cliff and obscuring the sky. The black mist shrouded the precipice, trapping everyone within its depths, leaving them utterly unable to escape. At this moment, Su Ju found himself at the end of his strength. Yet, he still possessed one final move. Su Ju took a deep breath, a frenzied glint flashing across his starry eyes, whether it would succeed or not. One could only find out through trial. Just as the dark mist was about to envelop the entire cliff, a blinding golden light erupted forth. Boom! The heavens trembled, and the laws of nature roared. With a resounding crash, the dark mist dissipated in an instant. A towering golden giant, standing like a colossus, shattered the void with a single punch and stepped into the air. The golden giant, brimming with vitality like a dragon, soared to a height of 100 feet. His robust torso bare, his eyes hollow and devoid of spirit, an embodiment of emptiness and darkness. With but a single hand, he effortlessly shattered the dark mist. Su Ju was engulfed within the brow of the golden giant, his gaze indifferent, as if the vastness of the cosmos swirled within him. looking down upon Yunzong. At this moment, who truly resembled an ant. His voice thundered, resonating like a tempest in Yunzang's ears. Is this the manifestation of the Dharma? Yunzong gazed up at the golden giant, feeling diminutive beneath its towering presence, akin to a mere insect. It was inconceivable. Wasn't the manifestation of the Dharma something that could only be summoned during the transformation stage? How could a mere golden core practitioner possess such a power? Prepare to meet your demise. The golden giant, summoned by Suju, offered no respite for Yunzong as it descended with a mighty hand. In a desperate attempt, Yunzong sought to raise a veil of black mist for protection, only to find it utterly insufficient against the giant's overwhelming force, which shattered it effortlessly. No. With a cry of despair, Yunzong was mercilessly reduced to a mere pulp beneath the giant's colossal palm. Before long, the golden giant dissipated into the ether, and Suju plummeted from the sky. Having summoned such a formidable entity, he felt as though his very essence had been drained. Even the ethereal energy he relied upon to cushion his fall had vanished. His body descended rapidly, consciousness fading as darkness engulfed him, leading him into unconsciousness. Just as Suju was about to meet the ground, a broad expanse of silken fabric enveloped him, gently laying him down upon the earth. Lichanga hurried forward to assess Suju's condition, relieved to discover that he had merely exhausted his spiritual energy and was otherwise unharmed. He quickly administered a healing elixir, knowing that with its aid, Suju would awaken in less than half an hour. Young Master Su. Yin Qianling gazed intently at Suju's handsome visage, her beautiful eyes reflecting nothing but the youth before her, oblivious to all else. At this moment, Suju's complexion was exceedingly pale, however, with his eyes closed. He still appeared as an exquisite young man. His graceful and scholarly demeanor, coupled with the gentle smile that perpetually graced his lips, belied the fact that he was a prodigy capable of transcending an entire realm, wielding his golden core to slay an essence infant. The image of Suju, exuding the majestic aura of a sword immortal, would forever be etched in her mind. Quick, look at his back, Yin Qianling exclaimed anxiously, her heart laden with guilt and concern. Lichanga, realizing the gravity of the situation, promptly turned Suju over. The scar on his back stretched ominously from his neck down to his lumbar spine. The flesh was torn, blood seeping profusely, revealing the stark whiteness of bone beneath. It was unimaginable what torment Suju must have endured moments before. Yin Qianling immediately covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes reddening, tears welling within them. I have medicine specifically for treating flesh wounds. At that moment, Kaitian approached, his expression one of admiration as he gazed at Suju, producing a crystal-clear pill. Its quality was evidently high. As a disciple of the Kaishan sect, known for its physical cultivation, he was accustomed to injuries. And each disciple carried remedies for external wounds. Being the son of Kaitian naturally possessed the finest elixirs. The recent battle had thoroughly impressed Kaitian with Suju's prowess. As a true man, he had nothing to lose. Let me see, Lichanga said, hesitating for a moment before accepting the pill. Well versed in medicinal properties, she quickly assessed the elixir and, finding no fault, wasted no time in administering it to Suju. As soon as Suju ingested the pill, a miracle unfolded. The grotesque scar on Suju's back was visibly healing at a remarkable pace. Upon witnessing this, Yin Qianling let out a sigh of relief. However, the guilt that resided in her heart remained unabated. Chapter 55. If you cannot change it, join it after a while. Suju gradually regained consciousness. How long have I been in a coma? Suju glanced around, recognizing the familiar environment of the third trial, and realized he had not been unconscious for long. Upon seeing Suju awaken, Yin Qianling and Lichanga hurried over. After about half an hour, the two assisted Suju to his feet. Is my injury healed? Suju touched his back and discovered that, apart from the tattered fabric, the ghastly wounds had vanished without a trace. It was the elixir he had given you. Lichanga cast a glance towards the distant horizon and remarked, "Oh." Suju raised his eyebrows in mild surprise. If his memory served him correctly, Kaitian had harbored considerable animosity towards him, yet he had unexpectedly offered assistance. Given the severity of the injury, his swift recovery undoubtedly indicated the high quality of the medicinal elixirs involved. You have saved my life. This is no trivial matter. I, Kaitian, owe you a favor, he proclaimed. Brother Su, should you ever require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to command me. Shanyan stepped forward, respectfully cupping his hands in salute towards Suju. Suju completely convinced them with his strength and actions. His words carried weight. Suju gently shook his head, Since the two had no intention of opposing him, he would not dwell on trivial matters. As for my spiritual energy? Suju sensed that the spiritual power within him was rapidly replenishing at an astonishing pace. Clearly, he had consumed some form of elixir. The Princess Changgu has offered you her assistance. Alas, I possess little that could aid you, so I shall dedicate myself to you, Yun Qianling said, her eyes shimmering with allure. Suju was taken aback. Yun Saintus, how could you repay kindness with enmity? You, even Yun Qianling, with her exquisite lips, could not help but twitch slightly as she chuckled softly. Young Master Su truly has a knack for humor. Haha. Kaidian and Shanyan were amused by Suju's jest, fully aware that it was merely a playful remark. Thank you. Suju gazed at Lichanga and smiled. Why be so formal with me? Lichanga pursed her lips. Indeed, we are bound to become family sooner or later. Suju winked playfully. Wretched person, who considers you family? Lichanga's face flushed crimson as she spat defiantly. Could you two please step aside? Suju cast a glance at Lichanga and Yun Qianling, hesitating for a moment before speaking. What is the matter? Are you a grown man, afraid to look? Lichanga shot a flirtatious glance back at Suju. I must change my clothes. It doesn't bother me. Just don't accuse me of being lewd later. At present, Suju feels a chilling breeze wafting across his back, rendering him quite uncomfortable. Simultaneously, this is a torment for someone as fastidious and meticulous as he. TCH. Lichanga turns his head away, while Yun Qianling gazes at Suju with a subtle smile. Remaining still, Suju felt a shiver under the gaze of the enchanting creature before him and said, Turn around. I shan't. Rest assured, young Master Su. I shall not utter a word, Yun Qianling replied with a playful smile, recalling the moment she had nestled in Suju's embrace. She could distinctly feel the firmness of his well-defined muscles. She was convinced that Suju possessed an undeniably impressive physique. You shameless vixen. Lichanga said disdainfully as he glanced at Yun Qianling. I merely wish to appreciate beauty. What is so wrong with that? Yun Qianling replied languidly. You vixen. Observing Yun Qianling's unwavering gaze fixed on Suju, Lichanga decided to abandon any attempt at avoidance. If he was to look, he might as well enjoy the view. Although he could not control Yun Qianling's actions, he chose to join her rather than resist. In that moment, the solitary observer transformed into a duo. Suju shrugged his shoulders. Could a grown man truly be intimidated by a woman? He retrieved a pristine set of robes from his spatial ring and removed his tattered outer garment, revealing a robust physique. The contours of his muscles were strikingly defined, exhibiting a perfect blend of strength. Unlike the coarse musculature often associated with brute force, Suju's physique was both powerful and refined. Clad in his garments, he appeared as a cultured and graceful young gentleman, yet beneath the fabric lay an astonishing form. Lichanga felt a flush rise to her cheeks. Suju's physique was undeniably impressive, and she found herself yearning to touch his chiseled abs. Yun Qianling, unabashed, reached out with her delicate hand to caress his firm abdomen, her eyes glimmering with admiration. Su Xingzi, you are remarkably strong. Suju coughed lightly and hastily donned his attire, transforming into a strikingly handsome young man. This enchantress exuded temptation at every moment. Her cool, delicate hand gently caressed his abdominal muscles, and with that expression and tone, any ordinary man would have succumbed long ago. This fairy, Lichanga bit her pearly teeth. Overwhelmed with envy, jealousy, and resentment, she longed to touch him too, but with so many people around, she hesitated. Witnessing Yun Qianling's caress of Suju's abdomen evoked a sensation akin to her husband being fondled by another. A mere touch wound tea cost him flesh. How petty. Yun Qianling pouted. Su brother is truly fortunate in love, Shan Yun remarked, gazing enviously at Suju. Surrounded by these two stunning beauties, such a blessing that most could only dream of. Why is it that I have abs too, yet no one wishes to touch them? Kai Tian inquired, puzzled. Best you refrain, Shan Yun quipped, casting a glance at Kai Tian's unremarkable visage, her lips twitching. You are hardly more handsome than your brother. Don't seek validation from Suju. Soon, Suju rose to his feet. The third trial had yet to conclude, and the pressing matter was to overcome this challenge. He stood at the edge of the cliff, repeatedly contemplating the intricate details of the situation, searching for a breakthrough. Suju, do we truly have to leap together and gamble on fate? Lichanga asked, her ruby lips pursed. Certainly not. Suju shook his head, lost in contemplation. Lichanga chose not to disturb his thoughts. Do you believe me? Sudden, Suju asked. What do you mean? Lichanga hesitated, seemingly struck by a realization. Her beautiful eyes widening slightly. Indeed, I believe that even if we leap, we shall not perish. The absence of a hint does not signify the lack of one. Rather, The answer lies within this very void. As long as we jump together, no one shall meet their demise. Should even one person falter, both those who leap and those who do not shall face death. Suju's piercing gaze penetrated all. Reflecting on the first trial, it was evident that since no one had been eliminated thus far, they were likely being prepared for this particular challenge. Connecting this to the title of the third trial, Courage, the answer became increasingly clear. Brother Su, I have faith in you. Shanyun stepped forward, asserting that without Suju, they would have perished. There was no reason for Suju to deceive him. We have no other choice. We must give it a try, Kai Tian added as he approached, scratching his head. What about you all? Suju gazed at Yun Qianling and Li Changge. If the two were to dissent, they would inevitably perish in this place. Should they show reluctance, he would not hesitate to facilitate their descent. If I declare that I am yours, of course, I place my trust in you, remarked Yun Qianling with a dreamy smile. Li Changge shot a sidelong glance at Suju, retorting, do not feign ignorance. Very well, esteemed companions, let us take a gamble together. With a hearty laugh, Suju leaped into the abyss, followed closely by several companions who exchanged glances before plunging into the endless void together. Chapter 56, The Celestial Being of the Bright Moon? In a fleeting moment, the group opened their eyes to find themselves in a realm reminiscent of an ethereal paradise. Surrounding them was a dreamy landscape akin to the immortal abode of Palai, as if they were gliding through the heavenly palaces of the Jade Emperor. Wisps of white clouds floated gently, shrouded in a mist of celestial energy, while laws of the universe ebbed and flowed in an almost imperceptible dance through the air. Golden rays shimmered like a cascade of crimson rainbows, while auspicious vapors erupted in shades of purple. The azure depths were adorned with crystalline beauty, and the brilliance of precious jade illuminated the surroundings. The spiritual energy here was extraordinarily dense, far surpassing that of the outside world, promising an unparalleled speed of cultivation. As they gazed around, a magnificent palace loomed before them, grand and resplendent. Its gilded exterior radiated opulence, submerged in a sea of swirling clouds and reflecting the golden canopy above, creating a breathtaking spectacle that stirred the soul. At the forefront of this palace stood a figure with cascading black hair and robes as white as snow, swaying gently in the breeze. Upon their arrival, the man turned, revealing a youthful visage, yet his dark eyes held the weight of infinite wisdom and profound experience. The celestial being of the bright moon. Shan Yun was momentarily stunned, astonishment filling his eyes. After tens of thousands of years, to still encounter a strand of divine awareness within this secret realm, was this what it meant to be a celestial being? Such terror was unfathomable. Could he be the master of this legacy? Kaidian regarded the man in white with awe, recognizing him as a celestial figure, a formidable force from millennia past. To claim one felt no thrill would be disingenuous. Indeed, Shan Yun nodded emphatically. Congratulations on passing the legacy. I, the celestial being, shall impart my lifelong teachings to you through a strand of divine consciousness. The man in white spoke with a gentle demeanor, exuding an air of elegance. Lifelong teachings. Kaidian's eyes gleamed with fervor. This was a celestial inheritance. If attained, surpassing Suju would merely be a matter of time. In that moment, Kaidian instinctively cast a glance at Suju. This simple action sent a wave of unease through Shan Yun, who knew Kaidian all too well. Could it be? Kaidian stepped forward, brimming with excitement. Of course, this celestial being never speaks falsely. The man's gaze swept over Suju and his companions, ultimately settling on Suju himself. Supreme sword body, sword heart. Such a perfect combination of two extraordinary physiques could not possibly reside in a single individual. Remarkable. A prodigious talent indeed. The man in white fixated on Suju, his expression radiant with enthusiasm. This divine talent had last graced the world millions of years ago. That supreme being had ascended to become an immortal emperor, eternal and unyielding. Once such a gift emerges, it casts a radiant shadow over the generations to come. Beneath divine talent, all else is but the lowly flicker of fireflies, a stark contrast to the brilliance of the bright moon. Suju furrowed his brows, pondering the meaning of divine talent. What could it possibly be? Could there truly exist a level of talent beyond the sacred? You, young man, are the most deserving of my rewards, exclaimed the man in white, his gaze aflame with intensity as he addressed Suju. I appreciate your kind intentions, esteemed immortal. Suju replied, but I already have a master and thus have no need for your offerings. Suju shook his head in refusal. What? Kai Tian and Shan Yun stared in astonishment at Suju. Can anyone truly reject the legacy of an immortal? An immortal, who does not wish for me? Kai Tian immediately exclaimed, Young man, what is the prowess of your master? and how do I compare? I can bestow upon you the legacy of an immortal. With my lifelong teachings combined with your extraordinary talent, who in this world could rival you? The man in white completely disregarded Kai Tian and continued speaking, as if he had already determined that Su Ju was to be his successor. Even without this inheritance, I would still be unrivaled in the world. My apologies. Su Ju once again declined. Immortal, I implore you, esteemed immortal, grant me this opportunity, and I vow to uphold and exalt your legacy, never to tarnish your heritage. Kai Tian exclaimed with fervor. Kai Tian, remain composed, Shanyan interjected, sensing the tension. He attempted to communicate telepathically with Kai Tian, but it was as if his words fell on deaf ears. Young man, should I bestow this upon another, do not harbor regrets. The man in white narrowed his eyes, glancing at Kai Tian, and noted that while he may not rival Su Ju, he possessed commendable talent. Acceptable enough, indeed. Su Ju, something is amiss, Shanyan remarked. As Yun Qianling approached Su Ju and gently tugged at the hem of his garment. Su Ju nodded imperceptibly, having made a discovery. He cast another glance at Kai Tian, whose expression was fervent and filled with uncontainable excitement. Such a person was destined to be foolishly self-destructive, their intellect confined to this level. Kai Tian, exercise caution. Su Ju reminded him, not everyone possesses the extraordinary talent that you do. The mundane individual reflected, if I do not seize the opportunity before me, how can I ever hope to keep pace with you? At that moment, Kai Tian had lost his reason. He was aware of the risks involved. Yet the potential rewards were immense, compelling him to take a gamble. It was akin to Su Ju ascending the heavenly ladder and leaping into the abyss with them. Fear not, young one, the man in white proclaimed with utmost confidence, for with the integration of this celestial legacy, even if that lad possesses divine talent, he shall not surpass you, even if it costs me my life. Su Ju directly ignored the man in white and turned his gaze towards Kai Tian. Indeed, fortune and peril coexist. Kai Tian was unwavering in his resolve, having staked his bet. Unable to dissuade Kai Tian, Su Ju fell silent, hoping for a favorable outcome for him. Very well, then, it is you. The man in white cast a cold glance at Su Ju before transforming into a wisp of divine consciousness, which directly penetrated Kai Tian's forehead. No, this is not your inheritance. You seek to usurp my body. Kai Tian's expression shifted to one of alarm, panic surging within him. He could feel the man in white's consciousness devouring his soul with the ferocity of a tsunami, intent on claiming him as its own. Save me, Su Ju, Shanyan. Please save me. Kai Tian's terrified gaze turned to Su Ju and Shanyan, but it was too late. Kid, only now do you realize? It is too late. The voice that emerged from Kai Tian's lips was that of the man in white. Haha. Do you think that the soul I have cultivated for centuries can be resisted by a mere child like you? Kai Tian's eyes suddenly turned a deep crimson, and he erupted into laughter. An aura of malevolence enveloped him, radiating an unsettling wickedness. Su Ju shook his head, clearly indicating that this was not a corpse. It was merely a wisp of divine consciousness, having cultivated here for centuries. Once it entered the sea of consciousness, salvation would be impossible. The path one chooses must be traversed, even on one's knees. What Kai Tian did not realize was that he was not the protagonist, lacking the stakes for such a gamble. The heavenly law is merciless and unyielding. It will not grant equal rewards simply because one is willing to sacrifice their life. Once the gamble is lost, there is no opportunity for redemption, and what awaits him is an abyss of despair. Alas, he was but a step away from possessing a body of divine talent that could render the immortal unparalleled in the world. Kai Tian cast a resentful glance at Su Ju. Yet, a mere phantom dares to call itself an immortal. Does it not fear being ridiculed? Su Ju scoffed disdainfully. With a fierce smile, Kai Tian remarked, even if this immortal truly possesses a legacy, would you not be willing to open your consciousness and embrace it? Indeed. Su Ju nodded thoughtfully. Who among the immortals would openly proclaim themselves as such? Moreover, this individual seemed almost eager to bestow their inheritance upon others, lacking any semblance of the dignity typically associated with the immortal class. Even if it were offered freely, Su Ju would refuse it outright. What perplexed him most was the utter lack of any discernible criteria for such bestowals, as if the transmission of power were entirely capricious. The preceding trials felt akin to mere formalities. Armed with a system, what inheritance could elude him? Why should he take reckless chances? If Kai Tian truly succeeded against the odds, he would feel neither envy nor regret. Truly, with such divine talent, destined to be invincible in this world. This level of arrogance was unattainable for mere mortals. Kai Tian's expression turned icy, his murderous intent palpable as he fixed his gaze upon Su Ju. If I do not eliminate you, you shall become my greatest adversary on the path to immortality. Is it merely on your merit? Suju smiled. After all, what fear could he possibly harbor towards a creature of the shadows, one that could not withstand the light? Chapter 57. What persona can I claim? I am simply yours. You may practice to your heart's content while I take a moment to rest. Suju sat leisurely on the ground, casting a glance at Yin and Li Chang'e. Their strengths were comparable. And even though they housed the spirit of a ghostly entity within, there was little concern that it could surpass them in power. It claimed to have cultivated here for centuries, likely a manifestation of the spiritual consciousness born from this realm, where the spiritual energy was remarkably dense, making such a possibility plausible. Upon attaining sentience, it grew dissatisfied with its current state, adopting the guise of an immortal. Yet, what combat experience could it possess? Now that I know, young Master Su, I shall fight for you. Yun Qianling exclaimed, her hands gripping a crimson silk. Her graceful form swaying as she blew a kiss towards Suju. Focus, you enchantress. Li Chang'e shot Yun Qianling an exasperated glare. Previously, it was said that while Yun Qianling was alluring and captivating, no man had ever had the privilege of sharing her affections. One might have assumed that her exterior was merely a faade, concealing a formidable woman within. However, upon closer inspection, she was evidently a siren, revealing her true self upon encountering Suju. Thank you for your concern, Princess Chang'e. But it is only when I am on the brink of injury that I can truly experience the warmth of young Master Su's embrace, Yin Qianling purred, her eyes glinting with mischief. Suju simply closed his eyes, choosing to disregard the enchantress. This enchantress was formidable only in words. After all, it was under the blade of Yunzong that he saved her. He could distinctly feel the beauty in his embrace trembling. Given her character, it was undoubtedly not fear but rather embarrassment. Coupled with her claim of never having a companion, she was most likely a master of verbal prowess. After all, she was the saintess of the Harmony Holy Sect, and she could easily use her facade to shield herself. Enchantress, Li Chang'e scoffed, tightening his grip on the long sword, and charged at Kaitian. As a body cultivator, Kaitian engaged him in an instant, grappling fiercely. Li Chang'e, undaunted and embodying the spirit of a heroine, showed no fear in the face of Kaitian, each strike imbued with potent lethal intent. Suju, witnessing this scene, was suddenly reminded of a phrase from the Tang dynasty. In literature, there is eternal joy. In martial prowess, there is everlasting song. This indeed reflects the dual brilliance of the Jingguan era. And it seems that Li Chang'e's talent is of the highest caliber. As Li Chang'e engaged in fierce combat with Kaitian, Yin Qianling no longer hesitated, brandishing the silken ribbon in her hand and charging into the fray. Utilizing her advantage from a distance, the now broadened crimson silk continuously lashed out at Kaitian. Brother Su, is there still a chance to save Kaitian? Shan Yun asked with a grave expression. It seems unlikely. Once the consciousness is devoured, the current host of this body will be nothing but this malevolent entity. Suju spoke candidly. Sighing, Shan Yun exhaled deeply. His connection with Kaitian was not particularly profound. The mere appearance of Suju compelled him to train against Kaitian, offering advice along the way, all aimed at uniting their efforts against Suju in this critical moment. Little did he anticipate that Suju would utterly conquer him with his innate talent and formidable strength, regardless of the circumstances. He could not bring himself to stand against him. However, witnessing Kai Tian's disgraceful downfall here stirred a sense of melancholy within him. Each individual possesses their own fate. As he had just remarked, danger and opportunity coexist. Suju said softly, "How perplexing." Shan Yun shook his head and, after a moment of hesitation, inquired, "Brother Su, should I intervene?" Glancing at the two women engaged in a lively exchange with the figure of Kai Shan, he considered offering his assistance. For the toxins from the dispersing powder within him had already dissipated. However, recalling Suju's intention to allow the two women to hone their skills, he posed the question. There is no need. This malevolent entity is merely a fragmented consciousness birthed from this realm. It has gained a semblance of intelligence due to the exceptional environment and abundant spiritual energy of this miniature world, yet it lacks any combat experience. So there is no cause for concern. Although Suju appeared rather casual, his attention remained fixed on the two women, ever vigilant for unforeseen circumstances. Very well. Shan Yun nodded, casting a glance at Kai Tian, tinged with a hint of sorrow. A generation's pride, brought low in disgrace. He could scarcely fathom how Kai Tian's father would react upon learning of this predicament. Soon, within a mere quarter of an hour, Kai Tian found himself retreating in disarray. This was partly due to his lack of combat experience, and also because the strength of his opponents was roughly equivalent. Most crucially, Kai Tian belonged to the body cultivation school. The combat techniques ingrained in his mind were beyond the grasp of the uninitiated, leaving him unable to employ them effectively. Damn it! Kaitian realized he was no match for the two women, one skilled in ranged attacks and the other in close combat, leaving him utterly distressed. Prepare to meet your end. As Kaitian gasped for breath, Lichanga, sword in hand, surged toward him from behind, thrusting fiercely toward his heart. You cannot kill me. Kaitian twisted the sword, seizing the blade with his hand, which, enveloped in spiritual energy, miraculously remained unscathed by the sharp edge. Curse be you. With a sinister grin, Kaitian unleashed a ruthless punch aimed squarely at Lichanga's face. This is a killing move, is it? A smirk graced Lichanga's lips, her beautiful eyes reflecting the figure of Yin Qianling positioned behind Kaitian. In an instant, Yin Qianling flicked her silken fabric, sending Kaitian hurtling away. Thud. Kaitian soared several dozen meters before rolling on the ground multiple times, finally halting in a half-kneeling position, blood spilling from his mouth. Lichanga offered him no respite. Appearing before him in the blink of an eye, her sword raised high, glinting ominously as she prepared to strike down. Do not kill me. Do not kill me. I possess many secrets of the Hao Yue immortal. If you spare my life, I shall reveal them all. Kaitian knelt, terror etched across his face as he pleaded for mercy. As a fragment of a broken consciousness, it had fortuitously gained sentience in this realm rich with spiritual energy. Upon realizing its ephemeral nature, it yearned desperately for a corporeal form. Over the years, it had perused the Hao Yue immortal's journals and the tomes stored within this palace, capable of discerning even the most exceptional talents at a glance. Yet, lacking a body, it could not cultivate the immortal techniques. Now, with its dreams on the verge of fruition, it feared death more than anyone else. That is a fallacy. Should we slay you, those secrets will also belong to us. Yun Qianling materialized beside Kaitian, her crimson silk enveloping him instantly. A glint of coldness flashed in her eyes. Anyone daring to harbor murderous intent against Suju would pay the price. No. In a state of utter despair, Kaitian yearned to break free from his predicament. Yet he was as vulnerable as fish on a chopping block, unable to escape. The satin enveloped Kaitian, forming a grand crimson pouch, and with a resounding plop, Yun Qianling mercilessly ended his life. Could this truly be the end? Lichanga's brows furrowed in disbelief, struggling to fathom the gruesome scene concealed within that pouch. How could it not be? As Yun Qianling retracted the satin, Lichanga's expression tightened, and just when he braced himself for revulsion, he discovered it was entirely empty. Where are the bodies? Lichanga inquired in astonishment, noting the absence of even a trace of blood. It devoured them. Yun Qianling nonchalantly waved the vibrant crimson satin in her hand, as alluring as her own scarlet lips. Can it truly consume the dead? This was the first time Lichanga witnessed a weapon capable of absorbing human remains. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but the satin appeared even more vividly red. Strikingly enchanting. Indeed, it is transformed into nourishment for my Huantianling. Yun Qianling stowed away the Huantianling, and, catching sight of Suju, her beautiful eyes sparkled as she skipped towards him. Su Gongzi, do shower me with compliments. Suju shook his head and smiled, saying, just call me Suju. Referring to me as young Master Su is too formal and does not suit your character. I have no character to speak of. I am merely yours. Since you dislike that title, how about calling me brother instead? Yun Qianling's eyes sparkled with mischief, exuding an enchanting allure. This enchanting creature. Suju should not have taken the initiative to engage in conversation with her. If his brother remains silent, it is as though he has tacitly consented. Yun Qianling chuckled softly. Suddenly, Suju turned to Shan Yun and inquired with a smile, Brother Shan, how did Kaitian meet his end? Kaitian was blinded by the allure of the malevolent force, which ultimately consumed him. In a desperate struggle, his consciousness fought against the evil, leading to their mutual demise. Shan Yun pondered for a moment before clearing his throat and responding. What of the body? Suju inquired once more. The corpse remains eternally enshrined within the confines of the inherited miniature realm, bound by restrictions that prevent its extraction. Shan Yun grinned broadly. Indeed. Suju gently patted Shan Yun's shoulder, a faint smile gracing his lips. Engaging in conversation with an intelligent individual is far simpler. Brother, are you concerned for me? Yun Qianling inquired, her bright, expressive eyes blinking with curiosity. Regardless of the circumstances, she was the one who had slain Kaitian. Should this information come to light, even if Kaitian's father wished to overlook it, he could not. As an emperor, maintaining one's dignity is of utmost importance. Though she felt no fear or trepidation, the subtle attentiveness of Suju warmed her heart, filling her with a sweet, comforting sensation. Suju shook his head and earnestly remarked, "You are mistaken. I am merely concerned for the two of you. You greedy brother, might I then be allowed to assume the larger role?" "What larger role? Has this princess consented to anything?" Chapter 58. You indeed possess a measure of self-awareness. A den of snakes and rats. Lichanga gazed at the two, her ire rising as they dared to make such decisions without consulting her. "Who do we think we are? Since you are unwilling, I shall graciously concede the larger role to you." Yun Qianling teased. "That is more like it. But wait, this is absurd. Who said anything about wanting to be his woman?" Lichanga nodded in satisfaction, only to suddenly realize something was amiss. Her delicate face flushed crimson, exuding an enchanting beauty. "Princess, one's heart cannot be deceived. Touch your heart and inquire whether you harbor feelings for Suju." Although Yun Qianling had never experienced love, she was far more perceptive in such matters than Lichanga. The signs of affection that Lichanga displayed were so evident that they nearly spelled her feelings aloud, though she herself remained oblivious. Otherwise, given Lichanga's temperament, she would have already drawn her sword at such words. "Enchantress, refrain from suggesting foolish ideas." Lichanga's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shot a glare at Yun Qianling. "See, even you lack confidence." Yun Qianling chuckled heartily. "All right, enough jesting. Look over there. Do you see who it is?" Suju's sword-like brows furrowed as he gazed intently towards the front of the palace, where a figure clad in white stood with arms crossed. Another one? Could it be yet another monstrosity? Yun Qianling squinted, realizing that this person's features bore an uncanny resemblance to the creature they had encountered moments ago. Lichanga gripped her sword firmly, prepared for any unusual movement from the figure. Should it make a sudden move, she would strike with a single, decisive blow. It did not seem quite right. Suju shook his head. His senses were remarkably acute. He had detected a faint trace of malevolence from the previous creature. Yet this one bore none. Soon, the man in white began to move, slowly approaching Suju, just as Yun Qianling and Lichanga were about to take action. Suju raised his hand, signaling them to refrain from concern. The figure advancing from a distance was clad in a flowing white robe, his ethereal form captivating. His long, inky hair cascaded over his shoulders, glimmering softly. In his pitch-black eyes lay an abyss of profound experiences, each reflecting untold tales. As he reached Suju, the two stood merely a meter apart, gazing intently into each other's eyes. Suju was also scrutinizing the man before him, whose strength resembled an unfathomable deep sea. Boundless and formidable, Yun Qianling and her companions exchanged puzzled glances at the man in white, questioning his intentions. The two seemed to share an unspoken understanding, remaining silent while gazing at one another. Even Shan Yun scratched his head in confusion, pondering if this could truly be the legendary Hao Yue immortal. It was perplexing. How could there exist a man more handsome than himself? The man in white appeared utterly bewildered. What? The attendees were momentarily taken aback, never anticipating that this Hao Yue immortal would utter such a statement. It seemed that this dilemma was not unique to him. All men in the world shared the same plight. Suju gently patted the shoulder of the man in white, speaking with utmost seriousness. "Goodness." Yun Qianling raised her eyebrows in surprise. To pat the shoulder of an immortal simply confirmed her choice of a partner. Truly extraordinary. How self-absorbed. Lichanga's lips twitched as she casually glanced at Shan Yun, only to find him nodding in approval. At this moment, Shan Yun, whether in terms of strength, talent, or appearance, held Suju in high esteem. Indeed, it seemed to be the case. The man in white nodded in acknowledgement, gazing at Suju with growing intrigue. "Supreme sword body, heart of the sword fetus, young man. Do you have any idea how exceptional your talent is? Divine grade?" Suju recalled a new term that the alluring figure had just mentioned. "Indeed. You possess quite a remarkable self-awareness," the man in white chuckled heartily. Suju inquired, "Was that the final trial?" "It can be considered as such," replied the celestial being of the bright moon. "It was a result of unforeseen circumstances. Should one be deceived by that malevolent entity, they would lack the merit to be my disciple." The celestial being nodded, signifying acknowledgement. "You have performed admirably. I have observed your journey with keen interest." The celestial being of the bright moon remarked with an appreciative gaze. "Did you also witness that ancient Yuaning entity?" Suju was perplexed. No wonder he had always felt as though he were being watched. It turned out that this old fellow had been observing them from the very beginning. Indeed, the celestial being of the full moon admitted candidly. "Wait, was that mysterious voice actually you?" Suju suddenly realized. Indeed, the Hao Yue immortal smiled broadly. "Since you're already aware, why did you allow him to enter?" Suju wore a look of utter speechlessness. "For I believe he is powerless against you." The profound gaze of the moonlight immortal pierced through Suju, leaving him with an unsettling sensation of being thoroughly exposed. He stood before the moonlight immortal, completely unguarded. What if we were to perish? Suju inquired. Then he must perish as well. The radiant moon immortal shook his head and replied calmly, he will not take action. For he lacks the strength. At this moment, he is merely a remnant of the consciousness he once possessed, soon to fade away. You truly dare to wager? Unafraid of the possibility that you may have no disciples to inherit your legacy? Suju smacked his lips. I do not dare to gamble, yet in you. I discern the visage of a long-lost acquaintance, thus I place my trust in you. A glimmer of nostalgia shone in the eyes of the celestial immortal. To be your old friend, one must surely be at least an immortal, I presume? Suju spoke. You should be familiar with him. His name is Jianjinzi. The moonlight immortal replied with a gentle smile. Jianjinzi? Suju furrowed his sword-like brows, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with these three characters. Li Chang'e, standing beside him, reminded him, the founding ancestor of the sword sect. Goodness gracious. Suju's lips twitched slightly as he remarked on the familiarity of the voice. A flicker of astonishment crossed his gaze as he looked at the moonlight immortal, realizing that he hailed from an exceedingly ancient era. Young man, if my judgment serves me right, you must belong to the sword sect, and likely of significant standing, perhaps a direct disciple of the sect leader. Under the penetrating gaze of the moonlight immortal, it felt as though he could see through everything. You speak the truth. Suju spoke calmly, suggesting that the sword sect of this era is poised to reign supreme once more. The words of the celestial being, Hao-Yue, appeared casual yet astonished all present. They couldn't help but recall an ancient tale that has been passed down through the ages. In those days, the sword Jinzi, in an invincible stance, swept across the vast lands, establishing the sword sect and overshadowing all other sects. At that time, the sword sect was lauded as the foremost sect of the realm. Li Chang'e fixed her gaze upon Suju. The day Suju proclaimed that within a millennium there would be a second emperor, she never perceived it as mere bravado. Now, even the celestial being Hao-Yue echoed this sentiment. It appears that the tides of the world are indeed destined to shift due to Suju. Li Chang'e marveled internally, feeling as though the man before her was akin to a legend on the verge of ascendance, both near and yet unfathomably distant. My aspirations do not lie within the vast lands. Suju shook his head, aware that he understood certain aspects of the plot. Howda was merely one of the many realms. Young one, you possess considerable knowledge. Should the opportunity arise, we shall meet again. The moonlight immortal initially paused in surprise before responding with a gentle smile. You are still alive? Suju was taken aback. What nonsense, you little brat. I am an immortal. My true form is alive and well. There is no need for concern. The moonlight immortal cast a glare at Suju. You certainly have a down-to-earth demeanor, speaking without any honorifics. Suju felt an increasing fondness for the celestial being of the bright moon before him. He relished engaging with individuals of such carefree disposition. Excessive formality only served to distance him. That was the person I once was. Now, I have transcended superficial concerns. My aspiration lies in the path to immortality. The celestial being of the bright moon shook his head and smiled. Immortality, you say? Suju's gaze inadvertently revealed a sense of longing, for this was his aspiration. The emperor too would not attain immortality. True longevity resides in that ultimate realm. But is my ancestor still alive? Suju contemplated Sword Jinzi, pondering how unimaginably powerful he would have become had he survived. Assuming all goes well. It has been tens of thousands of years since we last met, the immortal of the bright moon remarked uncertainly. Yun Qinling and Li Chang'e exchanged glances, each finding amusement reflected in the other's eyes. What more could be said? Suju conversed with the immortal as if they were old acquaintances, leaving them both in a state of bemusement. Had they been in her position, they certainly would not have exhibited the same composure and tranquility as Suju. After all, they were in the presence of a true immortal. To remain unfazed would be nothing short of disingenuous. We shall meet again. Suju, this reflects both self-confidence and self-affirmation. Never mind, you are simply too handsome. It instills a sense of crisis within me, so it would be wise to keep your distance. However, having such a striking disciple does indeed bring a sense of pride. The immortal of the bright moon smacked his lips. What advantages are there in having you as a disciple? Suju could not help but chuckle as he inquired. This Hao-Yue immortal was undoubtedly a humorous character. The more he exhibited such traits, the more Suju yearned to become acquainted with him and understand him better. This palace belongs entirely to you. The Hao-Yue immortal gestured towards the grandiose celestial palace behind him. Chapter 59, The Curtain Falls. Is this statement truly sincere? Suju cast a fleeting glance at the splendid palace behind him, his eyes shimmering with delight. Indeed, The celestial being of the bright moon smiled radiantly. "Master, allow me to pay my respects." Without uttering a word, Suju simply clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect. "I shall bestow upon him the inheritance." "Do any of you harbor objections?" The Moonlight Immortal remarked with a smile, casting a glance at the others. One by one, they shook their heads. Throughout Suju's journey, he had consistently emerged as the one to break through every trial. Thus, when he received the inheritance, there was no dissent among them. It was rightfully his. Particularly noteworthy was his ascent to the 100th level of the celestial ladder during the second trial, which even elicited admiration from the Moonlight Immortal who observed from the shadows, declaring that this youth was indeed a hidden dragon. "As for the formalities of apprenticeship, let us forego them. I prefer simplicity. Just remember one thing." The Moonlight Immortal's eyes glimmered. "When you ascend to the throne, make a journey to the west." "The west?" Suju inquired with uncertainty. "What lies within the endless sea?" The reply came. "Even if I were to tell you, it would be of no use to you. When you ascend to the throne, you shall inherently comprehend the truth." Thus spoke the celestial being of the full moon. Seeing his reluctance to elaborate, Suju could only nod in acknowledgement, knowing that Emperor Qing would eventually undertake this journey. "Prepare yourself, young one." The celestial master of the bright moon sensed that his time was dwindling. He placed his finger upon Suju's forehead. In the next instant, a torrent of memories surged forth, akin to a tsunami crashing upon the shore. The secret art of celestial extermination. After a prolonged moment, Suju regained his composure, discovering within his mind an exceptionally unique technique. The heavenly Tao is indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder, yet unbeknownst to them, regarding all as such as the ultimate form of impartiality. The secret art of celestial extermination, vanquishing the 9 heavens, annihilating myriad realms, usurping the heavenly Tao to become the epitome of impartiality. He who masters this art shall undoubtedly remain invincible throughout the ages, sweeping through eternity. A passage echoed ceaselessly within Suju's consciousness. How audacious! Suju was astonished. The text exuded a palpable disdain for the heavenly principles, as if the celestial laws were mere ants in the presence of this cultivation method. Yet, he was also perplexed as to why this technique felt so strikingly familiar. "Young one, this is an extraordinary opportunity. With your exceptional talent, as long as you do not falter, surpassing me in the future is merely a matter of time." The celestial master Haoyue remarked with generous praise, a smile gracing his lips. "Thank you, master," he replied. Suju regained his composure and respectfully replied, "There is no need for such formality with you, my master. This technique was obtained by chance, yet my own lack of talent rendered me unworthy to cultivate it. To avoid any unnecessary complications, I have kept this secret art locked within my heart, divulging not a single word. Seeing your unparalleled divine talent, I hope you will not squander the potential held within this technique." The celestial master Haoyue shook his head. "Rest assured, my disciple, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly." Suju felt a sense of astonishment. Even immortals were unable to cultivate this technique? Yet, why did it resonate with him so profoundly? It was as if this cultivation method had been meticulously crafted for his very being. With little time left, his master had nothing else to offer besides this technique. The palace behind him was the celestial abode established by his master in the vast realm of Haotu, and today it was bestowed upon him. With a flick of his finger, the Moonlight Immortal released a soft white glow that seamlessly entered Suju's mind. Suju could sense that the moment the white light penetrated his mind, he established a profound connection with this palace. Within its confines, no matter the corner, he could discern everything with a mere thought. You few possess commendable talents. With diligence, you may eventually break through the barriers that hinder you. This is your destiny. The Immortal of the Bright Moon gestured toward them from afar, and within their minds appeared a celestial-level cultivation technique that resonated deeply with them. "Thank you, Immortal," the group expressed with utmost reverence. "Your strength is far too feeble. Even if I were to bestow upon you other techniques, you would be unable to cultivate them. Thus, make do with this," the Immortal of the Bright Moon remarked, waving his hand dismissively. "Make do with it?" Shan Yun's lips curled in disbelief. A celestial-level technique is hardly something to be taken lightly. Truly, the Immortals' cultivation methods were of a caliber they had never encountered before. The three were nonetheless quite satisfied. Initially, they had thought their journey would be in vain, yet unexpectedly, the Immortal casually gifted them with celestial-level techniques. "Remember my words, my disciples. I hope that when we meet again, you will possess the strength worthy of admiration." After casting a glance at Suju, the Immortal S-form transformed into starlight, scattering throughout this small world. At the very moment of the Immortal S disappearance, the figures of the group flickered and materialized in the frigid expanse of an icy realm. The inheritance concluded, with Suju as its rightful heir. The individuals were then transported from that small world. Suju sensed the connection to the celestial palace within his mind and discovered that not only the celestial palace but also that small world resided within his spiritual realm. This revelation left Suju utterly astonished. With his feeble mental capacity, it was inconceivable for him to accommodate both the small world and the celestial palace. There could be but one explanation. This was the handiwork of the Moonlight Immortal. Such an extraordinary feat would likely elude even a master like Shueishizuan. For the Emperor is not the pinnacle of this realm, but rather the zenith of this world. Among countless dimensions, there exist even higher realms. To attain immortality, one must invest an extraordinary amount of effort, along with exceptional talent and fortuity. Congratulations, Brother Su. Now that the legacy has concluded, I shall take my leave. Should you require assistance in the future, come to Yulan's sect, and I shall exert my utmost efforts. Shan Yun clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. He was a man of clear debts and grievances. Suju had saved his life, and he owed Suju an immense favor. Brother Shan, you are too generous. Suju smiled faintly. Without uttering a word of weighty matters, he suggested, let us seize the opportunity to enjoy a drink at Yulan's sect. Shan Yun chuckled heartily. No problem at all. Suju also found Shan Yun to be quite agreeable. At the very least, he was far superior to the mindless Kai Tian. He was an intelligent individual, worthy of forming a friendship. I shall take my leave first, Brother Su. With that, Shan Yun's figure swiftly vanished from the sight of the group. Suju, will you accompany me back to the Zhongguan dynasty? Upon noticing Shan Yun's departure, Li Changgu turned to Suju, her beautiful eyes glimmering with hope. It was indeed on the way. A visit as a guest would not be out of the question. Suju contemplated for a moment before speaking. Very well. My sister asked me to convey her regards to you. Upon hearing Suju's agreement, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Li Changgu's eyes. How fares Princess Changlu these days? Recalling the enchanting princess, akin to a celestial beauty, Suju smiled and inquired. What troubles my sister the most is the matter of marriage alliances. She has been secluding herself these days to coerce our mother. Li Changgu sighed. Even though Li Changlu enjoys great renown, she cannot escape the destiny of arranged marriages, such as the fate of royalty. Indeed, that is quite distressing, Suju acknowledged. Suju shook his head and chuckled, already envisioning the distressed expression of that little girl. If you could return with me, my sister would certainly be overjoyed. Li Changgu remarked with a smile. Upon seeing Suju, her sister would undoubtedly experience a surge of happiness. These recent days had not been particularly pleasant for Li Changgu. And as her younger sister, she wished to alleviate some of her sister's worries. I wonder, Princess Changgu, would you mind having an additional guest? Yun Xianling approached, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. I would mind, very much, Li Changgu replied earnestly. This enchanting girl might conjure some mischief, as she desired her sister to enjoy a bit of tranquility. Well then, it seems I shall have to forego your company on this journey, dear brother, Yun Xianling pouted, her tone laced with feigned sorrow. Let us save it for another time. Suju smiled lightly. After experiencing all of this, his rigid perception of the Hehuan sacred sect had transformed significantly. The Hehuan sacred sect itself is composed of various branches, and it appears that Yun Xianling's faction does not adhere to the traditional practices of yin and yang supplementation. Will we meet again next time, brother? Yun Xianling inquired, her bright eyes blinking with reluctance. We should, he replied. Suju was uncertain about what the future held. Can I visit my brother at the sword sect? Yun Xianling asked eagerly. Of course, came the reply. Suju nodded. Very well, it is settled. Yun Xianling chuckled playfully, bidding farewell to Suju and Li Changgu. Vanishing from their sight, let us depart, Princess Xiaoqing. Suju cast a sidelong glance at Li Changgu, a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing. How tiresome. Just call me Changgu. A fleeting smile danced across Li Changgu's face as he shot Suju a reproachful look, incredulous that he still clung to that matter. How could Suju possibly forget? That was the first time he had suffered a setback at the hands of a woman. Having recently departed from home, he was to return to Chaoga. However, this time, Suju had no intention of lingering, for he did not plan to stay long. Chapter 60, Reunion with the Beloved. A few days later, during the reign of the Jingguan era, in the city of Chaoga, on the streets, it had only been a short while since his departure, yet he was back once more. Suju and Li Changgu strolled along the bustling street, surrounded by a cacophony of voices, while the imperial city basked in serene prosperity. You may not be aware, but you have become a celebrity in Chaoga City. No, a renowned figure throughout the entire Jingguan dynasty. Li Changgu remarked with a cheerful smile. What does that mean? Suju, filled with confusion, inquired, "Sister, you have disseminated my poetry. And now many esteemed families within the imperial city wish to extend invitations to me, offering substantial rewards for a single composition. Furthermore, I have acquired a new title, the reincarnation of the literary star." Li Chang'e elucidated. Suju chuckled softly, shaking his head. "So that is the case. What a pity. The poetry of this gentleman is priceless. He never anticipated that you possess such literary talent. Even I, a person unversed in poetry, find myself utterly captivated by your brilliance." Li Chang'e sincerely remarked. "How can a man be so remarkably exceptional? Both martial and literary, the title of first talent still lingers in the air. And the star of literature has manifested once more. Well, I suppose, in comparison to my own charm, it can only be considered average." Suju spoke softly. Li Chang'e shot a glance at Suju, her expression teasing. "When we arrive at the palace, I wonder what my sister's reaction will be." If Li Chang'e were to meet Suju, she would surely be overjoyed. Soon, the two reached the palace's exterior, heavily guarded. Upon seeing Li Chang'e, the captain stepped forward respectfully and said, "Princess, you have returned." "Yes, this is my friend. I wish to bring him inside," Li Chang'e replied with a nod. The captain glanced at Suju, feeling a strange familiarity that suddenly clicked. Wasn't this the renowned genius, Suju, who had recently gained the title of a celestial being in the realm of literature? His fame echoed throughout the Jingguan dynasty. "Let them pass." The captain, aware of the boundaries of his inquiry, waved his hand, and the palace gate swung open, allowing the two to enter. Watching Li Chang'e and Suju's receding figures, the captain mused, "How curious it is that the princess knows Suju. I am uncertain. What do you think?" A voice, imbued with authority, came from behind him. The captain was taken aback. The voice sounded eerily familiar. He quickly turned around and, upon recognizing the figure, knelt with a thud. "I pay my respects to your majesty. Long live the empress." The soldiers, too, immediately knelt in reverence upon seeing her. "I am asking you a question," said the woman adorned in a golden phoenix robe. Adorned with a beaded veil, her gaze coldly fixed on the trembling captain. "I deserve death for my offenses. I should not have spoken ill behind your back. I beg for your forgiveness, your majesty." The captain trembled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Standing before him was the illustrious empress, the supreme ruler of the Jingguan dynasty, one of the few great emperors of the vast land. "Next time, it shall be your end," Wu Zhao said, her tone indifferent as she walked past him. "Thank you, your majesty." The captain bowed repeatedly, not daring to lift his head. Only after Wu Zhao had completely entered the palace did he rise with great difficulty from the ground, having narrowly escaped death. "Wana, that youth just now was indeed Suju, correct?" Wu Zhao inquired calmly. "Yes, it was he whom I saw at the Su residence that day," Shangguan Wana replied respectfully. "What do you think of him?" Wu Zhao asked again. "His talent is extraordinary, his disposition steady, with an impressive balance of restraint and expressiveness. He is indeed a remarkable talent." Shangguan Wana pondered before offering her appraisal. "For you to hold him in such high regard, Suju must be truly exceptional." Wu Zhao remarked with a slight smile. "I merely speak the truth," Shangguan Wana responded, shaking her head. "Suju is indeed impressive. It is just a pity." Wu Zhao gazed at the azure sky, falling silent. "May I be so bold as to inquire about your relationship with the sword immortal Empress of Zhongzhou?" With utmost caution, Shangguan Wana inquired. In Wu Zetian's serene phoenix eyes, a fleeting ripple of emotion passed, but it quickly returned to tranquility. "It is an enemy." Shangguan Wana felt as though a tempest had erupted within her. She had long heard of the conflict between the Empress and the Sword Immortal Empress from centuries past. The relationship between the Sword sect and the Jingguan dynasty had always been strained. How could the Sword Immortal Empress dare to send Suju here? Shangguan Wana questioned. Was she not afraid that the Empress would simply execute Suju? "I understand her, just as she understands me. Our enmity shall not extend to anyone else." Wu Zetian replied calmly. Shangguan Wana clasped her hands in respect. "I admire you." "Do you admire me, or her?" Wu Zetian asked. Shangguan Wana hesitated. "Both." A faint smile graced Wu Zetian's face beneath the beaded curtains. "Let us return to the Yangxin Palace. There are many memorials awaiting my review." "Yes." "And what about Suju?" "Do not concern yourself with him. By the way, delay any discussions regarding alliances with other dynasties. Do not adopt them for now." "Understood." "Your Majesty, I am quite curious. If my people were to entice Suju, how would Bai Rushiwei react?" Meanwhile, Li Chang'e had brought Suju to the Palace of Eternal Joy, a chamber solely belonging to her. Inside the vast quarters, aside from a few scattered palace mates, the chamber was devoid of any presence. Being a princess had its drawbacks. Suju sighed. A flicker of surprise crossed Li Changa's eyes. Why do you say that? There is far too much helplessness and solitude. Suju spoke slowly, acknowledging the truth. Li Changa let out a gentle sigh, reflecting on her sister's relentless pressure to marry. What about herself? Sooner or later, she too would find herself ensnared by this reality. Contemplating this, Li Changa cast a glance at the exceptional Suju, whose visage resembled that of a jade crown. If she were to wed, it would undoubtedly be to someone of Suju's extraordinary caliber. Wait for me outside. I shall summon my sister, Li Changa instructed Suju as she stood before the door of her sister's chamber. Of course, came the reply. Suju inclined his head. After Li Changa entered the room, Suju surveyed his surroundings and chose a nearby pavilion to settle down. The pavilion was adorned with artificial hills and a lotus pond, providing a picturesque view. Before long, just as Suju was getting comfortable, the door to Li Changle's chamber creaked open. Suju. Upon seeing him seated in the pavilion, Li Changle's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight as she hurried over with a light, joyful step. It has been quite some time. Princess Changle. Suju rose to his feet, gazing affectionately at the enchanting beauty before him. The lady stood gracefully, a vision of ethereal beauty, clothed in vibrant red. Yet, her delicate visage bore traces of weariness, though it could not overshadow her unparalleled elegance. After such a long separation, have we grown distant? You now refer to me as Princess Changle. Li Changle let out a soft hum, her lips curling upwards and her eyebrows arching in delight, revealing her immense joy at seeing Suju. Was I not also addressed as princess before? Suju chuckled lightly. Li Changle pouted, saying, from now on, call me Changle. No problem. Suju smiled faintly. How could one refuse the request of a beautiful lady? Li Changle's charming face flushed with a hint of crimson. Suju, have you missed me during these days? In these times, aside from cultivating, I have been preoccupied with matters of inheritance, leaving little time for thoughts of you. Suju chuckled. Li Changle expressed her understanding. At least Suju had not deceived her. She then inquired, what about when you were not busy? Do you think of me? Naturally, with such beauty, Suju could not easily forget her. Suju smiled gently. Li Changle felt a sweet sensation in her heart. Shyly asking, are you truly not deceiving me? With sincerity in her gaze, Suju blinked. Very well. Li Changle lightly bit her crimson lip, hesitating for a moment before gently tapping Suju's face. This is a reward for you. Li Changle's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. So vibrant it seemed they could drip with dew, yet she still attempted to maintain her composure. Chapter 61. I have promised someone that I shall traverse the vast lands with an invincible presence. Suju glanced at the captivating beauty with a rosy complexion and teased. Surely, you cannot be genuinely fond of me? Stop being so conceited. This is merely a reward for your longing for me, Li Changle retorted, her cheeks flushed. The princess must bestow a few hundred more kisses. Why is that? Suju said earnestly, because I have thought of the princess countless times. You are truly exquisite. Li Changle stifled a laugh, her heart swelling with delight. If he were to actually kiss her hundreds of times, wouldn't her lips end up swollen? She couldn't discern whether he spoke the truth or spun a tale. If true, it would be far too embarrassing. At that moment, Li Changa emerged from within the room, a look of disdain upon her face. Ah, sister. Li Changle's cheeks flushed crimson. She had initially felt indifferent, but the thought of Li Changa witnessing her kiss Suju made her feel utterly mortified. Li Changa chuckled. I am not here to intrude upon your little TTE. TT, I merely wish to inquire if you, Suju, will be departing tonight. If not, I shall inform the palace servants to prepare for the evening banquet. Hearing this, Li Changle turned her gaze towards Suju and asked, are you truly leaving today? He replied, I intend to depart today, as the sword sect is rather anxious. Suju smiled and nodded. One more night was of little consequence. Li Changa still harbored hopes that Suju would stay, for it was only in Suju's presence that his sister would smile. Suju hesitated for a moment. If it weren't so urgent, perhaps it would be best to depart tomorrow, as traveling at night could be perilous. Li Changle lightly pressed her crimson lips together. Having just reunited with Suju, the thought of parting within mere hours filled her with reluctance. Very well then. Seeing the two sisters express their sentiments, Suju felt that an additional night was of little consequence and consented to stay. What do you fancy to eat? I shall have the palace staff prepare it. Li Changle was elated at the prospect of Suju spending an entire evening with her. Anything simple will suffice. Suju chuckled softly, shaking his head. His eagerness to return to the sword sect stemmed from the myriad of mysteries yet to unravel. Chief among these were the exquisite map of mountains and rivers and the enigmatic heavenly palace alongside the secret technique of slaying heaven. What captivated him most was the latter. The audacious words ignited a fervor within him. The thought of trampling the Tao beneath his feet stirred excitement in any young man harboring lofty dreams. Suju had only scratched the surface of this secret technique, and during his return to Chaoga City over the past few days, he seized the quiet nights to delve deeper. To his astonishment, he discovered that the secret technique was in constant operation, perpetually aiding him in absorbing the natural spiritual energy from the environment. The absorption of this natural spiritual energy signified the process of cultivation and the accumulation of one's realm. Once he gathered a sufficient amount of spiritual energy and reached a critical juncture, he would transcend to a higher state of being. In essence, even without actively cultivating, be it eating, sleeping, or merely breathing, the slaying heaven technique was tirelessly assisting him in harnessing spiritual energy. This was the profound advantage of the slaying heaven technique. It served as a cheat, allowing Suju to cultivate effortlessly while remaining still. However, he understood that the benefits of the slaying heaven technique extended beyond this singular advantage. Thorough research was imperative. It appeared that returning tonight would not be feasible, as he would need to postpone his journey. Moreover, the heavenly palace promised to enhance the efficiency of his cultivation within the microcosm, complemented by the swift circulation of the sword embryo's meridians and the rapid integration of spiritual energy through the slaying heaven technique. Suju believed that his cultivation realm was on the verge of soaring. He was eagerly anticipating the experience of the extraordinary speed that comes from a trifecta of efforts. Within the celestial palace of the small world, which served as the abode of the radiant moon immortal during his time in the vast land, the treasures within were countless. These were the lifelong collections of the radiant moon immortal. Although the items within were of no use to him anymore, they represented a tremendous opportunity for Suju. The picture of splendid mountains and rivers was a celestial-level artifact awarded to him upon reaching the pinnacle of the 100-tiered ladder. Noticing that Suju had no particular preferences, Li Chang'e went down to instruct the palace maids to prepare. Why not stay a few more days? Li Chang'e remarked, observing Suju's haste. There is no choice. If the first prodigy does not exert some effort, how can he claim the title of the foremost prodigy? Suju replied with a smile. Li Chang'e shook her head and said, is this your first day being proud? It's all Suju. Suju was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, yet. Suju is indeed the foremost prodigy. To advance with fervor and courageously forge ahead is my path. I have made a promise to someone, not to bring shame upon them, and to push through the vast expanse with an invincible demeanor. This person, of course, is the celestial master Haoyue. My master would never impose such demands upon him. For my master, the only requirement is that he remains safe and healthy. Yet, there is an unspoken thought. If I do not strive diligently, how can I stand beside my master and proclaim my presence to the world? I possess goals and dreams that compel me to exert effort, and by nature, Suju is a person of resolute determination. If I choose to act, I shall endeavor to achieve the utmost excellence. Li Chang'e remained silent. The path of immortality was fraught with hardship, and Suju would undoubtedly encounter numerous trials and tribulations along the way. She wished for him to avoid these, yet they were challenges he must confront. Much like he had stated, this was his path. After a moment, Li Chang'e spoke, regardless of what the future holds, you may always call me Chang'e. This statement was intriguing, resembling an affirmation of a relationship, yet also solidifying its essence. Was the princess confessing her feelings to me? Suju smiled gracefully, lacking any seriousness. Li Chang'e's lovely face flushed slightly. Suju asked with a gentle smile, so what do you think? Are you pleased with that poem? Are you referring to the one you gifted me? I am exceedingly satisfied. I truly adore it and have already cherished it in my collection. I do not intend to share this poem with anyone, as it was bestowed upon me by you, a treasure that belongs solely to me, and I wish to keep it close. Li Chang'e's eyes sparkled with delight as she recalled Suju's verses, feeling a surge of joy within her heart. In the north resides a beauty, unparalleled and solitary. A single glance can captivate a city, a second glance can enthrall a nation. Do you not realize the power of a city and a nation swayed? Such a beauty is rare to find. These lines of poetry are nothing short of the highest praise, unabashedly extolling her exquisite beauty. The thought that she holds such a stunning place in Suju's heart filled her with a mix of shyness and elation. This poem belongs to you, and thus, it is only fitting that you decide its fate. Suju smiled. When he composed this poem, he felt it resonated deeply with Li Chang'e. This is for you. After a moment of contemplation, Li Chang'e produced an exquisite piece of glass gemstone. The gemstone was translucent and clear, with two diminutive figures nestled within. Upon closer inspection, Suju discerned that one figure represented himself, while the other depicted Li Changel. The two were seated beside a table, engaged in lively and cheerful conversation. This scene felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of the moment during Li Changel's visit to the Su residence when they conversed. This fleeting instant had been transformed into a work of art by Li Changel, preserved within a gem of exquisite glass. "Did you create this?" Suju received it with both hands, examining it earnestly, his face adorned with admiration. To create such a piece would demand an abundance of time and exquisite craftsmanship. "Well, I had intended to give it to you when I departed, but since you have mentioned this poem, I shall present it to you now. Consider it my token of gratitude." Li Changel's cheeks flushed slightly. Crafting this had consumed her considerable time and effort. She had only completed it yesterday, and to her surprise, Suju arrived today. Everything was rather unexpected. "I find it delightful." Suju smiled faintly as he tucked the exquisite glass gem away. As night fell, the palace of Li Changel was aglow with light. Li Changel instructed the maidens to prepare a lavish feast. A myriad of delectable dishes adorned the table, complemented by aged fine wine. The two princesses seemed to imply that they wished to engage in a contest with him. Suju glanced at a jar of wine and, with a smile, inquired, "Surely, you are not worried about being unable to keep up with us sisters, are you?" Li Changel raised her elegantly arched eyebrows. Suju shook his head, expressing discontent. "Too little." "What is too little?" Li Changel inquired. "What I mean is that the wine is insufficient. How many bowls can this barrel provide? It somewhat implies a lack of respect for my status." Suju smacked his lips. He could easily finish off this entire jar of wine by himself. How much would remain if divided among three? "Humph. Let us drink first. There is no rush." "For wine is plentiful," Li Changel remarked. Li Changel glanced at her brother and said, "Sister, do not indulge too much. Suju must embark on his journey tomorrow." "Worry not, dear sister," Li Changel laughed. "Master Su himself has declared that this wine is insufficient. Its potency will undoubtedly be remarkable. Rest assured, Changel. Since Miss Changel wishes to engage in a friendly contest with me, I shall oblige. I cannot allow my family to look down upon me." Suju winked at Li Changel. Upon hearing the term maternal family, Li Changel's fair cheeks flushed a rosy hue. "You, my dear, have not even had a sip of wine yet you begin to speak nonsensically," she chided. The way she addressed me as Changel was indeed quite endearing. When I am referred to as princess, it seems fitting to call her Changel as well. After all, we have shared both joys and hardships together. "What do you mean by not considering this princess a friend, Suju?" Li Changel remarked with a hint of displeasure on her charming face. "It appears the fault lies with me," I conceded. Suju was taken aback, not expecting that a mere title such as Princess Changgu would hold such significance for Li Changgu. "Humph." He poured himself a cup in self-punishment. Li Changgu was genuinely a bit displeased. During their time in the secret realm, he had confronted the formidable Yuaning elder head-on to protect Suju. Yet, upon returning, he found himself reduced to nothing more than a Princess Changgu in Suju's eyes. If she had not called him sister, then perhaps it could be overlooked, but it was evident that there was a disparity in treatment. "No problem." Suju chuckled, filled his cup to the brim, and drained it in one swift motion. The thick liquor slid down his throat, a blend of spiciness and sweetness. Soon, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Suju's eyes. This wine remarkably aided in cultivation. As he consumed it, he could distinctly feel the rapid flow of spiritual energy within him, hastening the operation of his heavenly extermination secret technique. It compelled the golden core within him to swiftly absorb the natural spiritual essence. This was undoubtedly a medicinal wine, possessing the robust flavor of coarse liquor while significantly benefiting his practice. Consuming it promised nothing but advantages. Li Changel observed the surprise in Suju's eyes, and a knowing smile graced his lips. Seeing Suju drink an entire bowl without a hint of color change in his face brought Li Changel great relief. As long as it did not hinder Suju's plans for the following morning, all was well. With delicate fingers, she poured half a cup for Suju and filled another for her younger sister. It was indeed quite potent. Suju savored the aroma of the wine. In this world where the art of winemaking was far from perfected, this particular vintage was the finest he had ever tasted. It was both refreshing and conducive to his cultivation. "Sister, won't you partake?" Li Changel inquired, noticing Li Changel's empty glass. "I shall abstain. I do not wish for two of you to indulge and leave me without assistance," Li Changel replied, shaking her head, for she had never been fond of alcohol. "Those matters can be managed by the maidservants." Suddenly, a thought struck Li Changel, and with a teasing smile, she gazed at Li Changel. Sister, are you reluctant for the maidservants to attend to Suju? Do not speak nonsense, dear sister. Suju is new here. I must extend the courtesy of hospitality. Li Changel retorted, her cheeks flushing at being so easily read. This has nothing to do with hospitality. It would be far more enjoyable if you joined us in drinking. Li Changel asserted, pouring a glass for Li Changel. After a moment's hesitation, Li Changel relented. Very well, on Suju's account, I shall indulge a little. Typically, Li Changel frequently invited Li Changel to drink, but with one sister reveling in libations and the other decidedly averse, they had never shared a drink together. Seizing this opportunity, Li Changel was determined to witness her sister inebriated. In order to spare herself the embarrassment of recounting her own drunken escapades while being teased by her sister upon regaining sobriety, let us raise a toast. To celebrate our first meal together, Li Changel declared, lifting her glass high. Suju and Li Changel exchanged a knowing smile, raising their glasses to clink them together. After several rounds of drinks, Li Changel, with a charming blush adorning her cheeks and a dreamy gaze, pointed at Suju and slurred, "Are you trying to escape? Conjuring up two versions of yourself to deceive me? You have lost, Changel." Suju shook his head, initially believing that Li Changel possessed formidable combat prowess, only to discover that she was merely a master of words. In comparison to that day at the Su residence, when he had engaged in a drinking contest with his father and succumbed before reaching the halfway mark, it was quite commendable for a young lady. You have already lost. I have only just begun, and I have not overindulged. Li Changel pouted defiantly. Yet, before her words could fully escape her lips, darkness enveloped her vision, and she collapsed face first onto the dining table. Suju, with swift reflexes, gently supported Li Changel's delicate face, carefully guiding her to rest upon the pristine table. Such tender skin, upon the slightest accidental contact, would undoubtedly turn crimson for a considerable time, even if it did not bleed. In contrast to Li Changel, her sister Li Changel, who had little fondness for alcohol, remained relatively lucid. Are you truly not going to linger in the imperial city for a few more days? Li Changel inquired, her cheeks also adorned with a rosy hue from the wine. She had consumed her share as well. However, compared to Li Changel, her condition was significantly better. Alas, I have numerous matters to attend to, and I shall depart on the morrow. Suju shook his head. While the imperial city was indeed bustling with prosperity, his aspirations extended far beyond its borders. Very well, Li Changel said, reluctant to part with Suju. Her voice tinged with melancholy. Rest assured, we shall meet again soon. In less than 4 or 5 months, the new year will arrive, and I shall return to Changel for a while. Suju discerned the reluctance in Li Changel's eyes and chuckled softly. But what if, after all this time, you have forgotten me? Li Changel suddenly leaned closer to Suju, her ruby lips pursed, and gently inquired. The unique fragrance of the enchanting beauty enveloped him, and under the glow of the lights, Li Changel appeared as radiant as a peach blossom, captivating and alluring. That will not happen. Suju smiled faintly. A few months merely pass in the blink of an eye, incapable of instigating any profound change. I remain skeptical, unless you can substantiate it. The effects of alcohol began to take hold, emboldening Li Changel, who is typically reserved and discreet, to exhibit a newfound audacity. Suju retorted, "Will you forget me?" "Of course not. I shall remember you for eternity," Li Changel replied without a moment's hesitation. Thus, Suju felt the same way. Suju chuckled softly. Li Changel's lips curled into a faint smile as she snorted lightly. "Others say that men are the most deceitful of spirits. What will you do if you deceive me?" "There is nothing to be done, for I shall never deceive you." Suju replied, "What shall I do if the next time we meet, I am to be wed?" Li Changel gazed intently into Suju's eyes, softly inquiring. Suju said softly, "That depends on whether you like me." Li Changel, with unwavering eyes and a bashful expression, replied, "What if I do like you? Then I shall whisk you away to a distant place, back to the sword sect, where none shall lay a finger on you. But what if I have affections for another? Then I shall eliminate him and take you away. You rogue, must I accompany you regardless? There exists a method. Would you care to hear it?" Suju's eyes widened as he gazed at the clumsy yet fervent beauty before him. After a long pause, Li Changel's gaze was both bashful and audacious. "No need to say more. I have no desire to listen, nor is it a possibility." Suju chuckled softly. He initially intended to express that there was but one way to navigate the situation, by refraining from revealing one's true feelings. Yet, how had he found himself subjected to an unexpected kiss? Was it truly a transgression to possess such striking good looks? Suju shook his head. He had to regain his dignity. His gaze fixed on Li Changle as he pulled her into his embrace, a smile playing on his lips as he looked at her. Li Changle seemed to anticipate what was to come, a blush spreading across her delicate neck. She closed her eyes, her trembling eyelids betraying her nervousness. Suju leaned down, and the two of them forgot everything around them. Under the influence of alcohol, their hearts were solely focused on each other. To the left, Li Changle, to the right. Li Changa. Chapter 63. Farewell, should I inform His Majesty? In the shadows, Wanner observed the two lost in each other's embrace, her lips twitching uncontrollably. She was aware of their connection, yet she never anticipated it would escalate to this extent. Wu Xiao had instructed her to secretly monitor the group, fearing that the flames of passion might incite an impulsive and excessive act. However, the situation had already surpassed what was deemed excessive, leaving Wanner in a predicament. On ordinary days, both princesses treated her well, regarding her as a beloved sister. The Empress, too, regarded her as a goddaughter. At that moment, she was torn between whether to conceal or report this development. Most importantly, if Suju was merely deceiving her, it would suffice. Yet, it was evident to any discerning eye that the princesses were the ones taking the initiative. Your Highness, you truly put me in a difficult position. Wanner rubbed her temples, preparing to continue her observation. Should any further inappropriate actions occur, she would feel compelled to intervene, even if she chose not to report it to His Majesty. After a considerable time, their lips parted. Rascal, what is our relationship now? Li Changle's eyes sparkled, a blend of shyness and profound happiness illuminating her expression. Suju chuckled. Will today's indulgence in wine be disregarded? How dare you? Li Changle retorted, her agitation palpable. While she acknowledged the revelry of the moment, her consciousness remained intact. Fully aware of her actions, the alcohol merely served as a catalyst for her emotional release. Had her inner sentiments differed, no amount of drink could sway her self-control. If you choose to disregard this, then once you depart, I shall ignore you completely, never to speak to you again. I will live out my days in solitude, mired in melancholy, and it will be the bane of your existence. Li Changle pouted, her frustration evident. Suju was taken aback and exclaimed, that won't do. Let's stick to the rules. Li Changle chuckled, it's good that you understand. You scoundrel, having just bullied someone, now you provoke them. It was merely a jest. Suju chuckled, observing the beauty's delicate pout. Is life not meant to be filled with such blissful moments? To exist, is it not simply to savor a few fleeting instants? Let us refrain from such jest in the future. Li Changle shot Suju a sidelong glance. Understood, Commander. Suju offered a courteous bow. Li Changle chuckled softly, her smile radiant as a blossom. What a dreadful title. It sounds so unpleasant. Suju shrugged nonchalantly, expressing that it was rather acceptable and not unpleasant to the ears. Suju, do you have a partner? Li Changle suddenly inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Suju stated, indeed. Such matters cannot be concealed. They must be addressed openly to avoid unnecessary complications. Who is it? A fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossed Li Changle's eyes. Yet her reaction was subdued, as if she had anticipated this outcome, given Suju's character and his remarkable blend of inner and outer qualities. It was only natural that numerous young women would be enamored by him. Those admirable traits are a potent allure for girls, one that even Princess Changle could not evade. You, indeed. Suju smiled gently. Li Changle's charming face flushed with embarrassment as she lightly tapped Suju, exclaiming, You're incorrigible. I am speaking earnestly. Two, please. Suju contemplated the two enchanting figures in his heart, one being his revered master and the other, his esteemed senior sister. Although he had yet to formally confess his feelings to her, the bond they shared was peculiar. A delicate veil once separated them, now shattered by a kiss exchanged on the day of their parting. Denying this connection would render Suju no better than a scoundrel. He might be somewhat fickle, yet he was not a man who would abandon his affections. Oh, what a rogue! Li Changle mused in dismay, realizing she had unwittingly become the third party. How uncomfortable it felt to be labeled as such. Suju awkwardly touched his nose. Knowing your disposition, I am certain there are other women around you. I have but one request, to hold a small place in your heart. Just a tiny corner will suffice. Li Changle spoke softly. Born into royalty, she had witnessed too many royal relatives, such as princes, surrounded by numerous wives and concubines, eager to take 100 concubines. Suju is remarkably exceptional, yet he has only 2 partners, which honestly comes as a surprise to Li Changle. It is precisely due to her upbringing in the royal family that Li Changle possesses a more open-minded perspective on such matters, making her quite accepting of it. A stirring sensation enveloped Suju's heart. Such a modest place could hardly suffice, for you hold a significant position within my heart. If I am unable to maintain an equitable balance, then I shall refrain from sharing my affections, as that would be profoundly unjust to Li Changle. Humph. Perhaps this is merely a momentary attempt to placate me, only to forget me in the days to come. It would be impossible to assert that I feel no grievance. After all, Li Changle is deeply concerned for Suju. Naturally, she would not desire to see her love distributed among many. I swear my devotion to you. Suju smiled gently. I trust you. Li Changle softly leaned against Suju's chest, reveling in the most serene and tranquil moment. Suju gently caressed the maiden's flowing hair and remarked, I have heard from Changgu that you have recently been troubled by the burdens of a political marriage. How is it that this girl confides everything to you? Li Changle hesitated for a moment, her gaze nervously fixed on Suju. Rest assured, as long as I am unwilling, my mother cannot compel me, she assured him, fearing that Suju might perceive her as deceptive. That is not my intention. Leave this matter to me. Suju smiled. Since Li Changle was his woman, he would share the burden of these matters with her. How do you plan to handle it? Li Changle inquired, letting out a sigh of relief. Suju wore a smile that was neither entirely genuine nor completely feigned. Since the Empress seeks a matrimonial alliance, I wonder if she might be interested in the Sword Sect? What do you mean? Li Changle felt a surge of joy within. Indeed, could it be that the Sword Sect might capture the Empress's attention? Suju is not an irresponsible individual. He would never permit his beloved to be plagued by such issues on a daily basis. A marriage of alliance is fundamentally predicated upon two principles, either mutual benefit or tranquility. The Sword Sect is capable of providing the latter to the Jingguan dynasty. In the vast realm, the Sword Sect stands as a preeminent force, and there would be no dissenters to contest its authority, which sufficiently attests to its esteemed position. Will you marry me? Li Changle suddenly found herself overwhelmed by an unexpected wave of happiness. What, do you still wish to retract your words at this juncture? Suju chuckled lightly. Of course not. Li Changle's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she softly replied, no matter what happens in the future, with your words, I am content. Suju gently caressed the maiden's silken tresses, remaining silent, yet his gaze was imbued with unwavering resolve. The following day, outside the imperial palace, Suju stayed overnight in the palace, residing in the guest room arranged by Li Changle. After indulging in some intimate moments with Li Changle last night, he returned to rest. Greetings, Lady Shangguan. Upon encountering the strikingly elegant Shangguan Wanner, Suju smiled. He had anticipated the presence of merely two princesses to bid him farewell, yet to his surprise, Shangguan Wanner had graced him with her presence. Although he knew little about this female official, having only met her once, he was aware that she was a favored confidant of the Empress. Su Gongzi. Shangguan Wanner acknowledged with a gentle nod, genuinely impressed by him. As you embark on your journey, do remember to think of me often. I shall await your return at court. Li Changle pursed her crimson lips. Finding it particularly arduous to part ways with Suju so soon after solidifying their relationship the previous day. Chapter 64. The 5-year pact. We shall meet again soon. When you think of me, do take the time to peruse my poetry. Suju smiled faintly. Suju. Next time we meet, I shall certainly not be outdone in our drinking. Li Changle looked at Suju with a sense of dissatisfaction. As she had underestimated him the previous day, not anticipating the formidable strength of his drinking capacity. Suju smacked his lips. You should practice more. Without a decade or 8 years of effort, you are no match for me. How infuriating. Next time you come, I shall show you what true strength is. Li Changle, feeling indignant, waved his delicate fist. I will accompany you to the end. I only hope that when you return, you will not find yourself incapacitated again. Suju gazed at her with a beaming smile. Li Changle stamped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, You are infuriating. Suju, do not leave. Let us engage in a duel of 300 rounds. I have no time to amuse a child. Your drinking capacity would place you at the table with youngsters in our realm. Suju chuckled softly. Li Changle's chest heaved as he cast a glance at Li Changle. Sister, look, he is bullying me. Do not cause a ruckus, little sister. Li Changle, witnessing her typically unyielding sister being repeatedly bested by Suju, could not help but burst into laughter. Oh, sister, so now you are turning your elbow outward, are you? Li Changle, clutching a teddy bear, huffed in protest. What are you talking about? Li Changle's cheeks flushed as memories of the previous night's intimacy flooded her mind, prompting a wave of shyness to wash over her. Is that what you call turning your elbow outward? I am already someone else's. Meanwhile, Shangguan Wanner, standing gracefully to the side, silently scoffed. Look, Wanner, did you see? My sister is ignoring my plight while I am being bullied by Su Ju. Li Chang'e gazed at Shangguan with a look of grievance, her lips pouting adorably. I am helpless, princess. Perhaps you should seek the empress? Shangguan smiled gently, regarding the princess as if she were her own sister. For both were kind-hearted and pure of spirit. Reflecting on the other imperial princes and princesses who engaged in ruthless power struggles, causing incessant trouble for the empress. Shangguan sighed deeply. It was rare indeed to find siblings like Li Chang'e and Li Chang'e who remembered the bonds of family, untainted by selfishness, within the imperial household. Perhaps it is best to let it go, Li Chang'e thought, shivering at the mere thought of her stern mother. The fearless Li Chang'e, who feared nothing under the heavens, held only her mother in trepidation. Am I truly bullying you? To forge iron, one must first hone oneself. In this lifetime, you shall never have the chance to turn the tide. Su Ju chuckled softly. I don't believe it. Su Ju, just wait. Sooner or later, I shall defeat you. Li Chang'e declared stubbornly. Very well. I only hope you won't keep me waiting for a lifetime. Su Ju laughed heartily. You infuriate me, Li Chang'e retorted, turning her head away and refusing to glance at Su Ju. Su Ju glanced at the late hour and chuckled softly. I must take my leave now, esteemed princesses. Until we meet again, please travel safely. Li Chang'e's eyes were filled with reluctance as she gently replied. Li Chang'e, with a hint of annoyance, added, be careful. Do not falter along the way. Come now, Master Su. Allow me to escort you out of the imperial city, suggested Shangguan, noticing the time was getting late. In that case, I appreciate your kindness, Lady Shangguan. Su Ju was somewhat taken aback, as he had not anticipated that the seemingly unacquainted Shangguan would offer to escort him out of the city. It was evident that she had something to convey to him, and coincidentally, he too had words to share with her. Until we meet again. After bidding farewell to the two ladies, Su Ju gradually faded from the palace alongside Shangguan. Li Chang'e gazed at Su Ju's departing figure, an overwhelming sense of emptiness surging within her heart. Lady Shangguan, if you have anything to say, please do so. It is rather unfamiliar for such a high-ranking official to escort me out of the city, Su Ju remarked with a faint smile once they were out of the lady's sight. Young Master Su is indeed a perceptive individual. I only wish for you to treat the two princesses with the utmost care, Shangguan stated candidly. That is a certainty. Su Ju nodded, neither affirming nor denying. Is this the Empress's intent, or your own? It is my own opinion. Shangguan's eyes flickered momentarily. She ultimately refrained from disclosing this matter to His Majesty. Rest assured, I shall not let you down. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Ju's face as he chuckled softly. I have faith in you, he declared. Shangguan gazed into Su Ju's brilliant, clear eyes, unmarred by any impurities, which effortlessly endeared him to others. It was no wonder that the princess was so captivated. A young man who excelled in both literary and martial pursuits, coupled with such striking good looks, would surely make any young woman's heart flutter, even in the bloom of youth. Su Ju had a request. Please convey my message to the Empress. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ju spoke. What words are those? Shangguan seemed to anticipate what Su Ju was about to declare. Su Ju, deeply enamored with Princess Li Chang'e, believed their union to be a match made in heaven. Boldly, Su Ju vowed, in his own name, to propose within 5 years. He promised a grand procession with a lavish sedan chair, all the customary gifts and ceremonies, and an extravagant bridal dowry, ensuring that nothing would be overlooked. He humbly requested the Empress's approval for his heartfelt intentions. Su Ju's gaze sparkled with brilliance, his tone calm and composed, as if he were merely stating a fact. I shall convey these words. Shangguan was momentarily taken aback. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she suddenly felt a twinge of envy towards Princess Changlu. This remarkable man, so deeply loyal and principled, truly honored his word. When she had overheard Su Ju discussing this matter the previous night, she had assumed he was merely attempting to placate Princess Changlu. Never did she anticipate that Su Ju possessed such courage. It is important to note that the message she was to relay was not merely for a mother, but for the formidable empress, sovereign over countless lives in the glorious Jingguan dynasty. Once she conveyed this message to the empress, Su Ju would be compelled to act. Then I must extend my gratitude to you, Lady Shangguan. Su Ju smiled faintly. 5 years, neither long nor short, cannot alter the course of events. For cultivators, 5 years pass in the blink of an eye. Su Ju needs this time to enhance his strength as much as possible. The golden core is still too feeble, leaving him with no voice in the presence of the empress. There is no need for young Master Su to worry about this matter any longer. The Empress has ceased to entertain any proposals regarding the marriage of the eldest princess. Shangguan Wan'er hesitated for a moment before speaking, feeling it necessary to inform Su Ju. This is for the best. Su Ju momentarily found himself engulfed in confusion, yet soon attained a profound clarity. It appeared that the Empress was fully aware of everything. It is only natural, for as a stranger appearing within the imperial palace, particularly in the quarters of two princesses, how could he possibly escape scrutiny? However, what did this retraction of her decree signify? Did it imply a tacit approval of their bond, or had Li Changle's unwavering resolve swayed the Empress, prompting her to rescind her earlier command? Su Ju was uncertain. He had never encountered the Empress, and thus could not fathom the disposition of such a formidable sovereign. Lady Official Shangguan, please see me off here. Su Ju bid farewell. Su Ju offered a faint smile and bowed slightly to the official, Shangguan. Farewell. Shangguan Wan'er returned the gesture, watching as Su Ju's figure gradually faded from the imperial city, a gentle sigh escaping her lips. Heroes emerge in their youth. A few days later, Su Ju descended gracefully from the cloud crane, gazing upon the familiar mountain gate. His journey to the northern domain had spanned nearly a month, even longer than his previous attendance at the Tianjiao conference. Juer hastened to the council hall. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. The only person capable of transmitting thoughts across such distance within the sword sect was none other than Bairushue. Anticipating the gravity of the matter, Su Ju hurriedly made his way to the main sword peak. Though the main sword peak was designated as Bairushue's residence, and entry was typically forbidden without permission, significant discussions invariably took place there. In no time, within a quarter of an hour, Su Ju arrived at the door of the meeting room. Upon entering, he was struck by the especially somber atmosphere. Seated in the principal position was Bairushue, followed by 6 elders. However, the seat of the Grand Elder remained conspicuously vacant. He had last heard that she had entered the sword sect's perilous grounds and had not returned since. Unless unexpected circumstances had arisen, she was likely to have perished. Jua. As Su Ju made his entrance, Bairushue's eyes sparkled with delight, and her long-suppressed feelings surged forth uncontrollably. After a month of separation, it seemed that Ju had become even more handsome. Master. Su Ju performed a courteous bow and approached Bairushue's side. Please, take a seat. Upon seeing Su Ju's arrival, Bairushue felt an overwhelming urge to leap into his embrace, were it not for the presence of so many elders around. Su Ju, unreserved, seated himself in the position that rightfully belonged to the Grand Elder. This spot was the closest to Bairushue and was the only vacant seat in the conference room. The remaining 5 Grand Elders were present, and upon seeing Su Ju, they could not help but express their admiration. Indeed, true heroes emerge in their youth, exclaimed the second elder. The fourth elder's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Such extraordinary roots, how terrifyingly high must his talent be? Wait, his cultivation level? Mid-Golden Core? At this revelation from the third elder, everyone present was taken aback. The news of Su Ju attaining the Golden Core at the tender age of 18 has already spread across the vast expanse of How-To, solidifying his prestigious reputation as a prodigy. Juer, have you truly reached the mid-stage of the Golden Core? Bairushue exclaimed in astonishment as she sensed the aura emanating from Su Ju's body. His vital energy surged like a dragon, and his spiritual power flowed abundantly like an ocean, seemingly harboring immense strength. Indeed, he had remarkably achieved the mid-stage of the Golden Core. It appears that Juer has encountered extraordinary fortune through the inheritance of an immortal. Undoubtedly, it was a fortuitous breakthrough. Su Ju offered a faint smile. Was it mere luck that led to his breakthrough? The elders exchanged glances, each reflecting a bittersweet understanding in the other's eyes. There is no notion of luck when it comes to breakthroughs. Each realm is traversed with the arduousness of crossing mountains and valleys, the struggles known only to Su Ju himself. Contemplating this, admiration subtly glimmered in the elders' eyes. They had not anticipated such high talent in Su Ju, who not only persevered but also diligently honed his skills, a quality that other prodigies lacked. With such a paragon in their sword sect, how could they not flourish? Truly, he is worthy of being my disciple, Bairushue thought, nearly uttering her thoughts aloud before quickly restraining herself, startled by her own impulse. With Su Ju in our sword sect, we are destined to rise. The second elder, with a gaze that bore the weight of years, sighed earnestly. The second elder's words resonated. Our sword sect has never truly faltered, the third elder remarked with a gentle smile. The second elder shook her head slightly. Being the most senior among them, she knew of those who had entered the sword sect's forbidden grounds, their fates uncertain. She was aware of ancient secrets, the legendary founder of the sword sect, Jianzhenzi, had once elevated their sect to unparalleled heights. They were truly invincible in the world, the foremost sect in the vast lands. Now, with their young leader Bai Ruxue poised to become an emperor, it was certain that in less than a millennium, Su Ju would ascend to the same status, undoubtedly resurrecting the former glory of the sword sect. It was no coincidence that Su Ju was indeed an extraordinary individual. And the second elder's gaze returned to him, sensing a bright future for the sword sect. We were just discussing you, and lo and behold, you have returned. Bai Ruxue's eyes glimmered with pride. How fortuitous! Su Ju smiled as he stepped into the sect, only to hear his master's voice resonating within his mind. There are two matters that require your attention, Bai Ruxue stated. Su Ju's gaze was resolute. Master, please speak. Your disciple is willing to brave the mountain of blades and plunge into the sea of fire for your sake, without hesitation. Bai Ruxue's eyes shimmered with a gentle warmth. Recently, the southern regions of Zhongzhou have been besieged by demonic creatures, leaving the common folk in dire straits, living amidst turmoil and despair. The prominent factions have established strongholds in the south, including our sword sect, and have thus resolved to unite. Each sect will dispatch a number of disciples to address this crisis. The demons have lingered in the southern domain for millennia. Their sudden unrest likely heralds the emergence of a treasured artifact. Regardless of whether it is a divine relic or another cause, Zhongzhou is the land of our human race. Given the demons' upheaval, irrespective of personal gain or other motives, we must extend our hands in aid for the sake of humanity and the welfare of the people. Su Ju took over the conversation. Does Master mean for me to lead the team? Indeed, you are my personal disciple and the foremost prodigy of this realm. What are your thoughts on the matter? Bai Ruxue's gaze fell upon Su Ju, who was both her disciple and her cherished companion. Hence, regardless of how Su Ju chose to proceed, whether he was willing to brave the perils, it mattered little. It was entirely up to his own discretion. Although she wished to shield him from danger, she wholeheartedly supported any decision he made. As your disciple, I am willing to alleviate any concerns you may have. Su Ju maintained a composed demeanor, clasping his hands in acknowledgement. In the face of the profound righteousness of humanity, he stepped forward, a courage and character not possessed by all. Especially given that Su Ju stood at the pinnacle of scrutiny. Wherever he went, he would inevitably become the center of attention. Bai Ruxue nodded and said, very well. But remember, your safety must come first. Should a true treasure materialize, seize the opportunity. Su Ju nodded gently and proclaimed, having been immersed for far too long. I have become a figure overlooked by the world. The grand tournament of the talented is insufficient to elevate my name across the vast expanse of this realm. Let this occasion serve as a declaration to all that my era has commenced. Such grandiloquent assertions, if uttered by another, would surely be met with scorn by the elders present. Yet, when spoken by Su Ju, it resonated as a mere statement of fact. The elders exchanged glances, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves of astonishment. With his extraordinary talent, composed demeanor, and the heart of a fierce tiger, the rise of the sword sect under such a disciple is assured. For the subsequent centuries, Su Ju ascended like a sun, unstoppable, standing atop the realm. You possess such ambition. It is indeed a commendable trait, and I shall wholeheartedly support you, Bai Ruxue said with satisfaction. She felt immense happiness to have such a disciple. Her own cherished young man. Given sufficient time, he would truly stand by her side to protect her. Rest assured, Master, Su Ju winked playfully at Bai Ruxue. Noticing his subtle gesture, a faint blush crept across Bai Ruxue's fair face. This audacious disciple could hardly maintain seriousness for 3 seconds. Clearing her throat, she continued. Aside from this matter, there is one more thing. Please, Master, speak. Before our journey to the southern wilderness, I have decided to appoint you as the sword heir. Do you have any objections? Chapter 66, The True Sword of Heavenly Extermination. Sword heir? Su Ju was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Bai Ruxue nodded gently. Once the sword child was established, it would signify to the world that Su Ju was the future heir to the sword sect. The sword child is the true scion of the sword sect's core, the successor to the sect leader nurtured with utmost dedication. Disciples are at the mercy of their master's arrangements. Su Ju, indifferent to the circumstances, decided to forge ahead boldly, having already positioned himself at the pinnacle of attention. He had been immersed in this for quite some time, and this time, he resolved to pursue a singular path to its conclusion. Time was of the essence. The grand ceremony for the conferral of the sword master would commence tomorrow. Once the conferral was completed, he would set off with his disciples. Bai Ruxue nodded and replied, Understood, Master. Su Ju furrowed his brows slightly. The urgency of the situation indicated that the circumstances in the southern wilderness had become quite dire. Upon the conclusion of the meeting, Suju returned to his residence. Time was of the essence, and he needed to immediately delve into the study of the secret method of heavenly extermination. Suju sat cross-legged in the courtyard, relying on the processes etched in his memory to invoke the Forbidden Sky secret art. In the next moment, a remarkable scene unfolded. A series of Sanskrit characters gradually emerged around Suju. The Sanskrit seemed to possess a life of its own, swirling around Suju's entire being. Suju's body radiated a soft golden light. Is this the manifestation of the laws? Suju's gaze was profoundly shaken. The Sanskrit was exceedingly intricate, yet a voice within him whispered that this was the power of the laws. Only by reaching the realm of the great emperor and touching the essence of the laws could one harness their might. The phrase as one speaks, so shall it manifest embodies this truth. It is truly remarkable. With the strength of a mid-stage golden core cultivator, Suju was able to invoke the secret technique of Jutian, astonishingly summoning the true words of the laws. These sacred verses, composed in an ancient script, represented the very essence of the laws, enabling an emperor to unleash devastating attacks with their power. Yet, he found himself unable to wield these words. The mere act of summoning them was already a remarkable feat. This illustrates the profound mysteries inherent in the Jutian secret technique. The sacred script multiplied exponentially, gradually enveloping the entirety of Suju's courtyard as he sat cross-legged at its center, encircled by the luminous glyphs. The golden light radiating from him grew increasingly brilliant. How extraordinary! Suju was perplexed. The Sanskrit seemed to revolve around him as if he were its focal point. He could sense a profound familiarity emanating from the depths of his soul in connection with these sacred texts. As he reached out to touch the Sanskrit, it appeared to shy away, dissipating in an instant. Yet, Suju felt that the Sanskrit was as if it were crafted solely for him. The power of these laws resonated with his very essence. Suddenly, Suju recalled something. He took out the Jutian sword, which appeared as unremarkable as ever. Was there a connection between the Jutian sword and the Jutian secret technique? With his eyes closed, Suju slowly channeled the secret technique of Jutian, directing the ancient script to gradually approach the Jutian sword. An astonishing scene unfolded. As the script drew nearer to the sword, it was absorbed by the weapon. With each fragment consumed, the surface of the wooden sword shattered a little more, as if shedding its outer shell to reveal the essence within. It was indeed effective. Suju's eyes sparkled with realization as he sensed a profound connection between the Jutian sword and the Jutian secret technique. Swiftly, he began to channel the Jutian secret technique, unleashing a vast and magnificent surge of spiritual energy that enveloped the surroundings, while the golden light emanating from his form shone with unparalleled brilliance. Sanskrit characters continuously emerged, and the fragmentation of the wooden sword intensified at an accelerating pace. Suju could sense that once he completed the Sanskrit inscriptions, the extermination sword would undergo a transformation into a genuine celestial sword. He immediately quickened his pace, his spiritual energy swiftly coursing through his meridians. As long as he possessed sufficient spiritual energy to operate the extermination secret technique, an endless stream of Sanskrit inscriptions would manifest. To put it simply, Sanskrit inscriptions are the true words of the laws. Suju's strength is disappointingly feeble, being merely at the mid-stage of the golden core realm, rendering him incapable of harnessing the profound power of these arcane incantations. He finds himself unable to wield such formidable secret arts. However, through a stroke of serendipity, he has inadvertently begun to unravel the mysteries of the sword of heavenly execution. It is overwhelming. As Suju observed the extent of the shattering of the sword of celestial extermination, he felt an urgency, yet it was evident that his spiritual energy was nearing depletion. The intricate Sanskrit inscriptions were excessively taxing on his vitality. Fortunately, Suju possessed an extraordinary reservoir of spiritual power. Otherwise, he would have been thoroughly drained by the secret arts of the celestial extermination long ago. Simultaneously, while he was crafting these arcane incantations, Suju sensed that he was rapidly absorbing the natural spiritual energy, thereby enhancing his cultivation realm. Thus, he experienced a balance of gain and loss. And he was not swiftly exhausted. He was simultaneously practicing and tempering the sword of celestial extermination, a diminutive golden elixir soared from the crown of Suju's head, expanding instantaneously to envelop him. This golden elixir shone with an extraordinary brilliance, originating from his dantian. This manifestation was significantly larger than the previous one, likely a testament to his advancement into the mid-stage of the golden elixir realm. Suspended above him, the elixir's rate of absorption and circulation of spiritual energy accelerated considerably. In a mere half an hour, the golden elixir descended into Su Ju's dantian, coinciding with the final drop of his spiritual energy that surged forth, culminating the tempering of the sword of celestial extermination. A series of cracking sounds echoed as the sword shed its outer shell like a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. Once the exterior of the sword of celestial extermination was completely shattered, a remarkably exquisite white blade came into view. The sword's body, as white as snow, glimmered with a chilling radiance under the sunlight. At the hilt, intricate Sanskrit inscriptions adorned with a splendid ruby added to its elegance. The overall appearance was both graceful and beautiful, yet retained an air of sharpness and sophistication. I knew it. Filled with immense joy, Su Ju rose to his feet, sweat glistening on his brow, and grasped the heavenly slaying sword. The moment he held the sword, a refreshing sensation enveloped him, and he instantly perceived the profound essence of the blade. Through the refining power of the summoned laws, the heavenly slaying sword had forged an inseparable bond with his very soul. He could now sense the sword's presence, achieving a harmonious unity between man and blade. It was precisely this spiritual connection that allowed Su Ju to recognize the sword as a divine weapon, undeniably superior to any celestial sword by several tiers. For a sword cultivator like Su Ju, this was akin to gaining wings. As he contemplated his journey to the southern wilderness the following day, he understood that the heavenly slaying sword would be an invaluable ally. It seemed that the power of the laws could indeed refine weapons, and once refined, they would become intrinsically his own. Su Ju has come to understand the first function of this celestial punishment secret technique. However, his current strength is insufficient to grasp the remaining abilities. At present, he can only activate the passive aspect of the celestial punishment secret technique, engaging in a form of idle cultivation. Yet, this is more than adequate, as Su Ju has discovered that when he employs the celestial punishment secret technique, his cultivation speed accelerates remarkably. The meridians, already enhanced by the sword Fetus heart, combined with the technique's ability to absorb natural spiritual energy, yield astonishing results. When he does nothing, his cultivation speed is extraordinary, and if he focuses his mind on cultivating, it surpasses idle cultivation by a factor of 2. Furthermore, if he practices within the abundant spiritual realm of his mental world, one can hardly imagine the incredible speed at which Su Ju, fortified by various buffs, would cultivate. Placing the celestial punishment sword into his storage ring, Su Ju consumed several elixirs to heal his injuries, and then took out the scenic rivers and mountains painting. The exquisite artistry of this painting left Su Ju in awe. Every outline and color application resembled a masterpiece. Su Ju focused his mind, probing into the depths of the intricate map. In the next moment, he was utterly astonished. This splendid landscape was, in fact, a spatial treasure. As he delved deeper with his consciousness, he discovered that with a mere thought, he could be transported to any location he had previously visited. However, there was a cooldown period. He could only teleport twice every 10 days, akin to a round trip. This was undoubtedly the most unexpected life-saving artifact for him at this stage. Should he encounter a formidable adversary, if he found himself unable to prevail, he could utilize this to make his escape. His opponents would never anticipate that Su Ju possessed such a spatial treasure. The activation of the teleportation required but an instant, allowing him to appear and return seamlessly. Its true strength lay in the ability to manifest in any desired location in the blink of an eye. One could scarcely fathom the immense assistance this exquisite map would provide him. Su Ju marveled, possessing the Jutian sword and such a spatial treasure. Who could possibly slay him during this journey to the southern wilderness, had he not encountered the emperor? As night fell, just as Su Ju was on the verge of slumber, a stealthy figure unexpectedly appeared at the doorway. Gazing upon the familiar silhouette outside, a smile graced Su Ju's lips. Master? Su Ju stepped forward and flung open the door. Bai Ruxue, who was hesitating outside, was startled. What could the master be doing at such a late hour? Su Ju knowingly asked. Bai Ruxue cleared her throat and said, I came to see if you were awake, fearing that you might lose sleep over the matters concerning the sword master and the southern wilderness. If you can't sleep, will master soothe you to slumber? Su Ju inquired with a gentle smile. Bai Ru, her delicate face flushing crimson, cast a reproachful glance at Su Ju, exclaiming, You rebellious disciple, always lacking seriousness. How dare you entertain such fanciful notions? The thought of Su Ju concluding the meeting today without seeking her out left her feeling quite aggrieved. She could not fathom why Su Ju, whom she held in such regard, failed to consider her presence. Were Su Ju to grasp his master's sentiments, he would undoubtedly cry out in protest against the injustice. Time was of the essence. After meticulously refining the Jutian sword, he found himself utterly fatigued. Thus, he yearned for a moment of respite to prepare for the morrow's swordplay and to ensure he was in optimal condition for his journey to the southern wilderness. Suju sighed. Very well. I initially believed that my master was yearning for me. It appears I was mistaken in my assumptions. A rebellious disciple? I assure you, I have no such inclinations towards you. Bairushiwe turned her head away, unaware of Suju's endeavor to refine the Jutian sword. She mistakenly thought that Suju no longer cherished her, as he had not sought her out or expressed any longing. The master entered and inquired, "What has transpired?" Suju led Bairushiwe inside. Upon noticing her unusual demeanor, he hastily inquired, "Humph." Bairushiwe, filled with indignation, chose to disregard Suju. Suju felt a sense of dread. After all, he had not provoked his master. Could it be that his relationship with his senior sister, or the matters concerning Changlu had come to his master's attention? This seemed implausible. The Jingguan dynasty lay a staggering 8,000 miles from the sword sect, and senior sister Nku was both shy and reserved, making it unlikely for her to divulge anything. "Master, please, enlighten your disciple on what transgressions may have incurred your discontent, so that the disciple may amend his ways." Suju hastily replied. Bairushiwe, feeling aggrieved, said, "I ask you, why did you not come to seek me during the night?" "Ah?" Suju was taken aback, not anticipating this reason, and soon a bitter smile adorned his face. After refining the Jutian sword, he had exhausted his spiritual energy and collapsed into slumber, only just having awakened. "Do you no longer hold any affection for me?" Bairushiwe's eyes glistened with tears. Suju hurriedly embraced the beautiful figure in his arms, gently reassuring, "Master, you have misunderstood. It is not that I do not long for you. Rather, I am simply exhausted from the relentless journey of late." "Is it truly so?" Bairushiwe's eyes were tinged with red, evoking a profound sense of pity. Suju felt an even deeper pang of sorrow. Originally, she was the mightiest of the Haotu, the esteemed leader of the sword sect, revered by outsiders as the sword immortal empress, yet she found herself alone in her grief. "Of course, master. I thought. The more Bairushiwe spoke, the more despondent she became. If Suju were to no longer harbor feelings for her, she truly did not know how she would cope. Even if a disciple were to feel indifferent towards herself, they could never abandon their affection for their master. The master had treated her with such kindness, granting her a second chance at life. How could she not cherish that? The master was undoubtedly one of the most significant figures in her life. Suju gently lifted the stunningly beautiful face of Bairushiwe, exclaiming sincerely, "You have not deceived me, have you?" Bairushiwe felt a warmth in her heart, her cheeks flushed as she inquired, "If there is deceit, I shall die." Suju's expression turned serious, and he had not yet finished speaking. "No more words, you wicked person," Bairushiwe interjected, covering Suju's mouth, her tone playful yet affectionate. "As long as my master is no longer troubled, that is sufficient." Suju smiled knowingly, his heart lightened. "Just now, I was truly frightened to death," Bairushiwe pouted playfully. Suju spoke gently, "Disciple will remember. The first thing I shall do upon returning to the sword sect is to seek out my revered master." "The master," Bairushiwe replied with a hint of playfulness. "Rebellious disciple, do not forget your words. Should you cause me sorrow again, I shall ignore you for an entire day." The punishment was indeed daunting, and the disciple assured, "I promise I shall not forget." With a light laugh, Suju responded, "That is good to hear." Bairushiwe gazed at the man before her, whose visage was as flawless as jade, and softly declared, "If ever you cease to cherish me, I shall take my own life before your eyes." "Master, please do not utter such impossibilities again." Suju shook his head gently, embracing his beloved tightly, and whispered softly in her ear, "When I become the emperor, I shall marry you." What did you just say?" Bairushiwe's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Suju in a daze. "When I become emperor, I shall marry you. At that time, I will proclaim to the world, making all envy you." Suju smiled faintly. Bairushiwe is one of the most formidable beings in the world and the leader of the sword sect. Should it become known that she has taken a disciple as her partner and entered into matrimony, it would be a disgrace to her reputation. Only through strength can Suju truly stand beside Bairushiwe, proclaiming to the world that he will silence all the sinners. It is only the emperor who possesses the qualifications to stand by his mentor's side, shielding her from the storms of life. "What if you deceive me?" A mist of uncertainty clouded Bairushiwe's beautiful eyes. "It cannot be." As Suju was about to make his vow, he was interrupted once more. However, this time it was not by the gentle hand of the fair maiden, but rather by the maiden herself. Her beautiful eyes were tightly shut, clumsy yet fervent. Suju clearly observed the crystalline tear cascading down her cheek. Suju gently caressed the maiden's cheek, tenderly wiping away her tears before closing his eyes to revel in the warmth of the moment. Nestled in Suju's embrace, the maiden, like a puddle of soft clay, chided him playfully, "Rebellious disciple, should you fail, I shall take your life. Rest assured, for the sake of my own survival, I shall dutifully marry my esteemed master. When the time comes, I will ensure that all in the realm of how to know of my illustrious union with Bairushiwa." Suju chuckled softly. "How annoying. Keep your voice down." Bairushiwa's cheeks flushed, her gaze revealing a sense of yearning. With Suju's exceptional talent, that day would not be far off. At that time, marrying Suju would undoubtedly be the most blissful event for her. She would probably be so overwhelmed with emotion that she would be rendered speechless. Chapter 68. My Belief is My Master. The following day, under the request of Bairushiwa, Suju adorned himself splendidly, clad in pristine and magnificent white garments. Embellished with exquisite and elegant patterns, his tall figure stood remarkably upright under the sun's radiant embrace. His ink-black hair was simply bound with a strip of white cloth, cascading like a waterfall, while his face, as flawless as jade, exuded an unparalleled beauty. His striking black and white eyes sparkled brilliantly, reminiscent of a galaxy swirling within, akin to two sharp swords capable of piercing the very soul. His demeanor was tranquil and composed, akin to an ancient well, while the slight smile at the corners of his mouth imbued the youth with an added touch of sunny confidence. His brows were arched with spirited ambition, and he bore an imposing presence, resembling an ethereal being descended from the heavens, transcending the mundane. Anyone who beheld him could not help but exclaim, "What a graceful young man!" Bairushiwa stood before Suju, adjusting his collar, her delicate face slightly flushed, unable to meet the brilliance of his gaze. "Help! This rebellious disciple is incredibly handsome." The sword sect was abuzz with activity, the vast square alive with energy as a colossal sword, towering 100 feet, was embedded in the earth, its hilt reaching towards the clouds. Surrounding this giant sword were countless disciples of the sword sect. On this day, which was usually tranquil, the sect was bustling with life and excitement. Today marked the day of the sword master's appointment, signifying that Suju would henceforth be the unequivocal core of the sword sect, a candidate for the position of sect leader. The 5 esteemed elders settled themselves upon the elevated platform. Before Suju made his appearance, the atmosphere was already charged with excitement. The disciples showed no surprise at Suju's selection as the swordmaster, given Suju's exceptional talent. His ascension to this esteemed position was not only expected but also a long-awaited aspiration of the disciples. Soon thereafter, Suju and Bairushiwa made their grand entrance, descending from the horizon to alight upon the elevated platform. The moment Suju appeared, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of cheers reminiscent of a cataclysmic tide. "Lord Jinzi, Jinzi, how remarkably handsome! Jinzi, you are my idol." The sight of the foremost genius of the era stirred fervent admiration among the disciples. Upon hearing tales of Suju's exploits, both the young men and women expressed profound respect and admiration for him. This affirmed the timeless truth of this world, that strength reigns supreme. "Greetings to you all." Suju gazed down with a beaming smile at the fervent disciples below, waving his hand. "Ah, I have perished. Lord Jinzi, look at me. Jinzi, Jinzi, Jinzi." The moment Suju acknowledged them, the disciples erupted into even greater excitement, particularly the female disciples, some of whom fainted from sheer exhilaration. This spectacle caused Bairushiwa's eyelids to twitch in disbelief. How had she never noticed such a multitude of admirers surrounding Suju? Such charisma. The several elders exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting astonishment at the sight. It seemed that even if they, as a collective, joined forces, they could scarcely match the number of admirers Suju commanded alone. Suju maintained a smile that he considered exceedingly charming, inciting a stir wherever his gaze fell. Bairushiwa could not help but feel a pang of jealousy as she remarked coolly. Once Bairushiwa spoke, the disciples present fell into silence. Today, it is undoubtedly known to all that it is the day of Suju's conferral as sword son. Hence, I shall not delay your time. Behold, our sect disciple Suju, my personally taught apprentice, endowed with exceptional talent and remarkable character, is hereby bestowed the title of Sword Son of the Sword Sect. In the future, he shall become a pivotal figure within the Sword Sect, and all, save for the elders and the sect leader, must bow in respect upon encountering the Sword Son. Bairushiwa's calm voice resonated in the ears of everyone present. "Sword Son! Sword Son! Sword Son!" After a brief moment of silence, cheers erupted once more, soaring towards the heavens, and echoing resoundingly over the grounds of the sword sect. Come, say a few words to everyone. Jua? Just as Bairushiue was about to cast a proud glance at the handsome youth beside her, the upward curve of her lips was suppressed. She discovered that Suju had not heard her at all and was instead winking at a female disciple below, conveying unspoken affection. Upon closer inspection, the female disciple turned out to be none other than the cherished apprentice of the third elder, Enku. A remarkable beauty in her own right. This scoundrel dared to flirt at such a moment. Me? Upon hearing his master's call, Suju turned around and found his master gazing at him with an expression of serene calmness. Goodness, what a countenance! Suju couldn't help but shiver. Oh no. His playful banter with his senior sister had caught the attention of their master. This was troublesome. Are you a ghost, or what? Bairushiue shot him an exasperated glance, having just witnessed him exchanging flirtatious glances with a fellow female disciple. I'll be sure to teach you a lesson when we return. Coughing lightly, Suju hurriedly explained, Master. That was a misunderstanding. Suju felt a pang of guilt. I'll deal with you when I return. Bairushiue conveyed fiercely through her thoughts. If her memory served her right, she recalled that the disciple directly instructed by the third elder had attended the Genius Conference alongside Suju. It seemed their relationship was quite amicable. Master, it is not as you perceive. Suju exclaimed in indignation, yet Bairushiue remained composed and indifferent, entirely disregarding him. Now, let us invite the sword master to share a few insights on cultivation, Bairushiue stated. Excellent. The disciples cheered with excitement. Greetings to all. Suju coughed lightly, momentarily setting aside his thoughts. Greetings, Master Jianzi. My disciples are most cooperative. If you truly wish to listen, I would be glad to share with you. I possess no profound insights into cultivation. My journey has been rather straightforward. Suju spoke in a calm voice, gradually articulating his thoughts. Upon witnessing Suju's earnest demeanor, the disciples began to listen attentively, their expressions turning solemn. After all, he was Jianzi, the foremost prodigy of the present age, renowned far and wide. His insights into cultivation were treasures sought by many. To be frank, I find little inclination to engage in platitudes about diligent practice, enduring hardship, and maintaining perseverance. These are mere trifles. Such truths do not require my instruction. They are fundamental tenets that one must grasp upon embarking on the path of immortality. What I wish to convey is that this world is inherently unjust. Some toil day and night, pouring their hearts and souls into their practice, yet struggle even to establish a foundation. Others find breakthroughs as effortless as eating and drinking. Some individuals spend their entire lives unable to transcend the threshold of the golden core. Yet there are those, filled with ambition, who, through trials and tribulations, aspire to tread the true path of supremacy. The path of immortality is fraught with hardship, and the way is elusive. From the moment you step onto this journey, you must recognize that there is nothing on this road that you can genuinely control. No one knows whether tomorrow or an unexpected twist of fate will come first. The notion that hard work is rewarded is but a jest, for there will always be a disparity between one's efforts and the returns. There is, however, one element that you can truly grasp for yourselves. Suju paused momentarily, his brilliant eyes shimmering like a sky full of stars. The disciples were completely immersed in the atmosphere. As he cast a sweeping glance over everyone present, Suju's voice, warm yet unwavering, resonated in the ears of each individual. This is your faith. With steadfast conviction, you can transcend your limits and forge ahead with courage. Faith is your ultimate trump card and the driving force that sustains you on your journey. When I proclaimed to the world at the Tianjiao conference that within a millennium, the sword sect shall surely see a second emperor, it was neither a mere boast nor a fleeting impulse. It was my unwavering belief. Suju turned to Bairushiue beside him, a smile gracing his lips, and his eyes shimmered with a gentle warmth. Without my master, there would be no present me. Everything I possess now is bestowed upon me by my master. Thus, my belief lies with the sword sect. My conviction rests with my master. This rebellious disciple actually claims that I am his belief. Bairushiue gazed at the boy before the multitude, her heart swelling with both joy and emotion. With so many witnesses, how was this any different from a public declaration of affection? Suju gazed at his disciples, his voice resonating with clarity and conviction. I am willing to sacrifice everything for those dear to me. My belief will propel me forward on the path of immortality, achieving the eternal. You too must cultivate your own beliefs, for only through conviction can you progress and confront challenges head-on. Let us strive together. Chapter 69. The Southern Frontier. As Suju's final words echoed, the assembly fell into a profound silence, devoid of thunderous applause or cheers. The disciples were left in a state of shock and solemnity, each lost in contemplation. What constituted their beliefs? Was it their parents behind them, the loved ones beside them, or perhaps their own aspirations? Beliefs take many forms, differing from one individual to another. Yet, they all serve a singular purpose, the impetus to move forward. The adrenaline that urges one to confront adversity. Only belief can extend a helping hand during difficult times. Transient enthusiasm accomplishes nothing. Succumbing to despair in the face of challenges guarantees a lifetime of failure. Observing the disciples' demeanor, the elders turned their gazes toward the handsome youth on the platform, filled with admiration and reflection. With such a prodigious talent, the ascendance of the sword sect was inevitable. His gifts and character were unparalleled, even surpassing those of the venerable elders who had lived for ages. Had they been told before Su Ju's emergence that a singular genius would embody such talent, character, and conviction, they would have been incredulous, for in all their years, they had never encountered a talent that rivaled that of the Sword Master. "Thank you, Sword Master." The disciples expressed their gratitude palpable as they bowed in unison before Su Ju, creating a scene of profound impact. Tens of thousands of disciples paying homage to a single individual was a privilege reserved for neither the sect leader nor the elders. Yet, this cohort of disciples willingly and harmoniously honored Su Ju, a feat unparalleled in the long history of the sword sect. Su Ju cast a glance at Bairushua, noticing the slight redness in his master's eyes. He shook his head with a smile, recognizing that his master remained as sentimental as ever. These sentiments were the genuine expressions of Su Ju's heart. For the sake of the sword sect and his own convictions, they would strive together. Su Ju turned his head and proclaimed, "For the sword sect, for the sword master, for our convictions." The air was suddenly filled with resounding shouts that echoed to the heavens. Su Ju's reputation and charisma within the sword sect had reached a level that even the elders and Bairushua found difficult to rival. As the ceremony concluded, the conference room of the main sword peak welcomed the 5 elders, along with Bairushua and the sword master. "Juer, time is of the essence. Your disciples are already prepared for the journey, and you must set forth with them," Bairushua said, casting a reluctant glance at Su Ju. "I wish to share the burdens with you, my esteemed master." Su Ju nodded in acknowledgement. Bairushua's gaze shimmered with tenderness as she silently conveyed to Su Ju, "I do not wish for you to sacrifice everything for me. I only desire for you to safely take me as your bride." Su Ju smiled knowingly, offering a reassuring gaze as pure as snow. "Jianzi, the southern borders are fraught with peril. You must exercise utmost caution on this journey," Elder Wu advised, unwilling to witness the untimely demise of such a talented youth. "Thank you for your concern, Elder Wu. I shall be vigilant." Su Ju smiled faintly. "The 5th elder is the master of Han Yun Enli Xin. Disciple, I have selected all the candidates for you. They are waiting for you in the square. Each one a vital part of our sect," the 2nd elder remarked. "Understood, 2nd elder," came the response. Su Ju nodded, rising to his feet as he gazed at his master. "In that case, I shall take my leave," he stated. "Travel safely." Bairushua's eyes brimmed with reluctance as she softly spoke. "If not for the presence of others in the conference room, I would have embraced you wholeheartedly." After a gentle smile, Su Ju stepped out of the conference room. Watching Su Ju depart, Bairushua turned to the 2nd elder and said, "2nd elder, set aside your current tasks and accompany Juer for protection. The demonic creatures in the southern wilderness are rampant, and I fear that hidden dangers may be lurking around Su Ju. Given Su Ju's innate talent and strength, if left to develop unchecked, he would pose a significant threat to the forces of the demonic path in the southern domain." The 2nd elder paused for a moment, refraining from further inquiries, and replied, "Understood, sect master." He followed Su Ju out, though his presence went entirely unnoticed by Su Ju. The 3rd and 4th elders exchanged glances. Typically, such protective duties were assigned to guest elders. It was unexpected for the sect master to personally designate the 2nd elder, one of the sword sect's foremost warriors, to this task, indicating the sect master's intent to devote immense resources to Su Ju's cultivation. The future, it seems, is destined to be Su Ju's realm. Descending from the main sword peak, Su Ju arrived at the sword sect plaza, where over 10 elite disciples had already gathered. The disciples, all possessing strength above the golden core stage but below the nascent soul stage, included 2 who had achieved full mastery of the golden core. Lord Swordchild. Upon seeing Su Ju, the disciples suppressed their excitement and greeted him respectfully. According to the 2nd elder's arrangements, Su Ju was to be their leader for this expedition. Even those disciples who were older or more powerful than Suju dared not voice any objections. Suju embodies a profound significance, one that the disciples of the Sword sect comprehend most acutely. He is the pinnacle of their admiration and aspiration. I shall remember each of you. Let it be known that I harbor no desire for any of you to perish. Do you understand? Suju replied softly, Yes, Master Jianzi. The disciples responded in unison. Let us depart. Suju nodded and led several individuals to the sect's teleportation array. The southern wilderness serves as the nexus between the central plains and the southern domain, where the latter is inhabited by fearsome demonic creatures. In order to thwart these creatures' incursions, the foremost sects of the central plains collaborated to establish their own strongholds. Additionally, the Sword sect, for the sake of convenience and timely support, specifically constructed a teleportation array, which offered immense convenience. As the group stepped into the teleportation array, a flash of white light enveloped them, and their figures vanished within its confines. After a brief interval of a quarter of an hour, they reappeared, having arrived in the southern wilderness. Exiting the teleportation array, Suju beheld the desolate surroundings. The Sword sect stronghold lay in ruins, a scene of utter devastation, with shattered walls and remnants of structures laid waste by the demonic forces. Corpses and severed limbs were strewn about, and the ground was stained with dried blood. While the air was thick with the acrid scent of carnage, it was evident that a tragic battle had transpired here. Although the demonic creatures had suffered losses and retreated, it was not a true withdrawal. They still lurked at the borders of the southern wilderness, poised to strike again. Suju crouched down, turning over a severed head, revealing a demon with a green face and sharp fangs. Having spent considerable time in this realm, it was his first genuine encounter with such a creature, likely akin to the legendary beast of lore. It was said that the southern region was once a wild and untamed land, inhabited by beasts devoid of intelligence. However, over time, these creatures gradually evolved, their ferocity and bloodlust becoming apparent, leading humanity to label them as demons. Demons possess formidable strength and a resilient physique, presenting a significant disadvantage to human cultivators, whose greatest vulnerability lies in their corporeal form. In encounters of equal cultivation levels, human practitioners are at a considerable disadvantage. Historically, demons remained within the confines of the southern region, never venturing beyond its borders, but recently they have grown increasingly rampant. It is evident that this upheaval is either due to the emergence of a spiritual treasure or some external manipulation. Additionally, it was one of his master's directives to uncover the cause of this sudden rebellion among the demons. He surveyed his surroundings, seeking any fellow disciples in need of assistance. Suju instructed, Yes, Master Jinzi. The disciples dispersed, while Suju remained to observe these demonic creatures. Understanding oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in 100 battles. Possessing ample knowledge is undeniably advantageous. Chapter 70. That man before long. The disciples returned, only to discover that those stationed at their base had already departed. Does anyone know which city is nearest? Suju nodded, recalling the instructions given by his master. The disciples had already retreated to the nearby city, which had been designated as a temporary stronghold by various sections. It was not merely the Sword sect that faced devastation, other sects were caught off guard as well. The exact location, however, eluded his memory. The nearest city to Lord Jianzi is Qingyan City. Follow me, I am well acquainted with it. A disciple respectfully interjected. Having previously served at the southern border and possessing a thorough understanding of the surrounding circumstances, let us proceed. Suju nodded, and several individuals set off towards Qingyan City. Qingyan City, a modest town in the southern region, was not particularly prosperous and could be deemed somewhat backward. The more underdeveloped the area, the greater the populace, amounting to a staggering several 100,000. Furthermore, with numerous surrounding villages and towns, the number of common folk was particularly substantial. This was also the principal reason why various major factions from the Central Plains established their residences here. Currently, Qingyan City was bustling with activity. Recently, demonic creatures had been rampant, instilling fear among the townsfolk. However, the continuous arrival of disciples from the Central Plains to provide support offered a powerful sedative to the anxious citizens. At the city gates, representatives and disciples from various sects gathered. Wu Wang, your senior brother nearly caused my demise last time. How do you intend to account for this? Yun Qianling coldly addressed a refined bald monk. Please, do not be too agitated. That individual is not my senior brother, hence he bears no relation to me. Wu Wang replied nonchalantly. Spare me your excuses. You entered with that face, and it is indeed related to you. Yun Qianling shot him a glare. Wu Wang's expression soured. I was robbed of my opportunity. I am the greatest victim here. The allure of celestial inheritance sounded immensely tempting. Even though he was a monk devoid of desires, he did not wish to miss the chance to grow stronger. Opportunity? I fear that even if you were present, no opportunity would arise. Yun Qianling clicked her tongue, her mind involuntarily conjuring the image of Suju standing majestically on the heavenly ladder, captivating her entirely. I wonder if Suju will come? Oh, what do you mean by that? Wu Wang raised an eyebrow. It is because of that man, Shan sighed softly. That man is exceedingly formidable, beyond compare. Are you referring to Suju? Wu Wang pondered. Aside from the recently renowned prodigy Suju, he could scarcely think of anyone else. An 18-year-old golden core cultivator was indeed astonishing, having etched his name in history. However, the path to immortality was not solely reliant on talent. It also required opportunity and effort. Wu Wang did not feel inferior to Suju. Indeed, Shan Yun nodded. Wu Wang and they were merely of the same caliber of prodigies, utterly overshadowed in the presence of Suju. Ba, may I ask if Suju is truly that powerful? Wu Wang inquired upon noticing the admiration on Shan Yun's face. Shan Yun replied calmly. Are you unaware of your senior brother's cultivation level? He was slain by your senior brother. What do you think? This. Wu Wang fell silent. Although his senior brother was not exceptionally strong, he was indeed a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. Otherwise, he would not have been able to seize the map scroll. Suju, capable of slaying a Yuanying with his golden elixir realm, has transcended the boundaries of Wu Wang's comprehension. In our endeavor to thwart the demonic beings, we cannot afford to be leaderless. A captain is imperative. At that moment, a figure approached, broad in stature, muscular, and bare-chested. It was Kai Yuan, the eldest son of the Kai Tian sect, whose prowess eclipsed that of Kai Tian himself, and whose talents were equally formidable. Though he had dedicated himself solely to the path of cultivation, neglecting all else. Following Kai Tian's demise, the title of Saint Son of the Kai Tian sect was rightfully bestowed upon the equally exceptional Kai Yuan. In contrast to his brother, Kai Yuan exuded a semblance of rationality and composure. What does this mean? Yun Qianling cast a dismissive glance in his direction. Ba, you speak wisely, my good sir. I aspire to heal the world, and aside from the esteemed Shengyun Temple, there is no more fitting place than here, Wu Wang concurred. Shanyan scoffed, monk. You would do well to remain humble. This time, the leadership shall not fall to you. Pray do not belittle this humble monk. A glimmer of determination shone in Wu Wang's eyes as he lightly tapped his Buddhist staff, unleashing the aura befitting a late-stage golden elixir practitioner. You, a monk, have actually broken through? Shanyan expressed his astonishment. Wu Wang replied calmly. Now, do you believe I am capable? Alas, I do not. Kai Yuan responded with a nonchalant smile, his own vitality surging, revealing an unmistakable aura of a late-stage golden elixir practitioner. Wu Wang was taken aback. Kai Yuan, who typically concealed his strength, was unexpectedly formidable. Both of you have broken through. If I have not, would I not be a hindrance? Shanyan laughed heartily. Waving his folding fan, his spiritual energy swirling around him like a tangible force, also at the late-stage golden elixir level. Wu Wang was once again astonished. What? Even Shan Yin has broken through? Unbeknownst to him, the celestial level technique bestowed upon him by the Moonlight Immortal had facilitated his own advancement upon diligent study. He felt an immense gratitude towards Suju. Were it not for him, not only would he have failed to break through, but he might have lost his life long ago. I have little interest in cultivation. Yun Qianling scoffed at the group, her gaze drifting towards the city gates. As if anticipating something, Wu Wang, undeterred, stated, Ba, I hail from Xingyun Temple, bearing the weight of the world upon my heart. I shall take on this leadership role. Monk, it is not your turn, Shanyan asserted with newfound firmness. Our sect specializes in physical cultivation. When the time comes for battle, we shall lead the charge. Aside from me, Kai Yuan, no one else is more suitable for this role, Kai Yuan asserted, not yielding his claim. As this was not merely a leadership position but a representation of the remaining members' willingness to concede. All were proud and ambitious prodigies, unwilling to bow to one another. Thus, how could they relinquish the leadership so easily? My Yulan sect boasts profound heritage, with disciples well-versed in both strength and the arts of cultivation. Is there any issue with me taking the lead? Shan Yun's gaze swept across the room, and it was clear that the team leader had made his decision. Such contention seemed futile. A leader is not established through mere words, but through genuine strength. Perhaps it would be wise to inquire with the Saintess Yun about whom she supports. Kai Yuan observed the stalemate in the atmosphere. then glanced at the disinterested Yun Qianling before suggesting, "What if we ask her?" Shan Yun exchanged a look with Wu Wang, both nodding in agreement. "That works for me," Shan Yun affirmed. Kai Yuan displayed a self-assured smile as he turned to Yun Qianling. "Saintess Yun, might I ask whom you support for the leadership position?" Initially, Yun Qianling had no intention of engaging, but her captivating eyes suddenly sparkled with interest. She lifted her delicate finger, reminiscent of a green onion, and pointed towards the young man who was about to lead the sword cultivators into the city, a playful smile gracing her lips. "I choose him." "Him?" Kai Yuan recognized the young man, feeling a sense of familiarity. "I withdraw." Upon seeing the newcomer, Shan Yun hesitated not for a moment, a wry smile escaping his lips. He hadn't anticipated his arrival. After all, how could he possibly miss such an occasion? With his presence, no one else stood a chance. Akin to fireflies in the presence of the full moon, Wu Wang's eyes narrowed slightly, an instinctual warning resonating within him that this youth was extraordinarily perilous. Soon after, upon learning that the sect representatives had gathered at the city gate, the young man approached with the sword sect in tow. A gentle smile graced Suju's face as he recognized the familiar faces. "Everyone is here, I see. Mysterious organization, Qilu Temple. Come join the author for a discussion about the plot." Chapter 71. "I understand, brother. Next time, I will speak privately." "Brother, you've come." Yun Qianling's eyes sparkled with excitement, her joy palpable. Suju chuckled softly. "I must attend. It would be quite disrespectful to the attendees if I did not show up for such a significant meeting." Just then, they were deliberating on who would take up the position of the team leader. Yun Qianling grinned mischievously. "The team leader?" Suju quickly grasped the situation. The strength of this demonic creature was formidable, and the various sects needed to unite as one to successfully combat the menace. Clearly, several individuals were vying for the position of leader, each believing themselves superior to the others, resulting in an awkward atmosphere. "Brother?" Upon hearing this intimate address, Kai Yuan furrowed his brow and glanced at Suju. The newcomer was extraordinarily handsome, yet his cultivation was merely at the mid-stage of the golden core. What warranted Yun Qianling to call him brother? Initially captivated by the ethereal beauty of Yun Qianling, Kai Yuan had already categorized Suju as a rival in love. "I withdraw. I shall no longer contest." Shan Yun, ever the pragmatist, declared with nonchalance. With that man's arrival, he believed there was no longer any need for competition. The disciples of the Kanglan sect were perplexed to see their chief relinquish his claim, with some even voicing their confusion. Shan Yun cast them a glance and succinctly replied with 2 words, "Suju." The disciples of the Yunlan sect instantly erupted in astonishment. So this was Suju? Suddenly, they felt that their chief's decision to withdraw was not as trivial as it seemed. Upon hearing Shan Yun utter the name Suju, Kai Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Suju? Was he truly Suju? Hadn't he been said to be at the initial stage of the Golden Core? How could he be at the mid-stage? An 18-year-old at the mid-stage of the Golden Core, such talent was simply unfathomable. "No, Shan brother, you should compete." "I have no interest in this leadership position," he insisted. Suju chuckled and shook his head, expressing that the role of a team leader was far too exhausting. He preferred to linger in the background, merely clocking in and out of work. He had not taken a moment's rest in recent days, leaving him mentally fatigued and utterly disinterested in the responsibilities of leadership. "Come now, Su, do not jest. With your presence, who would dare take on the mantle of leader?" Shan Yun replied with a wry smile, acknowledging that Suju's extraordinary talent and prowess rendered him superior to any other prodigy present. "No. I shall remain in the company of the Saintess of Cloud, indulging in love and affection. The chaos of battle is simply not suited for me." Suju waved his hand and winked at Yun Qianling, who blushed furiously, her charming face aglow with warmth, yet boldly responded with a kiss blown in his direction. Observing their intimate exchange, Tian Yuan's brow knitted tighter, growing increasingly discontented with Suju. What merits did Suju possess beyond his slight edge and talent and looks? After all, the path of cultivation does not solely hinge on innate ability. His own proficiency at the late Golden Core stage surely surpassed Suju's. "I shall withdraw from the competition for the leadership," Wu Wang suddenly declared. Suju was not surprised by Shan Yun's withdrawal, but Wu Wang's departure caught him off guard. Meanwhile, both Shan Yun and Yun Qianling were equally perplexed. Had not this bald monk been fervently vying for the position moments prior? Wu Wang's gaze shifted towards Suju. Perceiving him as a formidable threat, he believed that clashing with such a man would result in dire consequences. Thus, he chose to forego the contest, realizing that the title of leader was merely a nominal distinction. In a true conflict, who would attend to whom? Since all of you show disinterest, I shall assume the role of leader, Kai Yuan proclaimed, not sharing the same sentiment. As he observed the lack of contention among the group, he confidently gestured grandly. Shan Yun remained silent. Wu Wang said nothing. Su Ju offered no comment, and Yun Qianling was equally quiet. The atmosphere grew awkwardly tense. Ahem. Let us consider this an agreement among us, Kai Yuan assumed, believing his charismatic presence had influenced the others, casting a self-assured glance toward Yun Qianling. To his dismay, he found her entirely absorbed in conversation with Su Ju, laughing merrily, a vision of radiant beauty. Brother, are you ready to accept Qianling's affections? Yun Qianling's eyes sparkled with bashfulness, like a bud poised to bloom, enchanting in her allure. I am a serious individual, Su Ju coughed lightly. Yun Qianling paused. Slightly taken aback, what does that mean? It means I do not engage in romantic affairs with enchantresses. Su Ju chuckled. Behind him, the disciples of the sword sect appeared bewildered upon hearing the words of this young swordsman. Is this truly the renowned swordsman? It seems that his formidable strength is well-deserved. Throughout the vast expanse of the land, who does not know of Yun Qianling, the enchanting beauty, a paragon of allure? What man could resist desiring her? Yet, to their astonishment, Su Ju had actually declined her advances. Such unwavering resolve left them feeling inferior. I am not a seductress. But rather, I am your woman, Yun Qianling said with a dreamy smile, seemingly unfazed. Could such words truly be uttered in this setting? Su Ju's lips twitched as he cast a glance around at the disciples who were all gazing in their direction. This enchantress truly possessed an audacious spirit. Her words were strikingly bold. The disciples were indifferent to the veracity of her claims. If this were to spread, it would be of little consequence to Su Ju. But it could tarnish Yun Qianling's reputation. What of it? I, Yun Qianling, harbor affection for you. What is there that they cannot know? Yun Qianling declared with a huff. The female disciples of the Hehuan sacred sect exchanged bewildered glances. Is this truly their saintess? Was it not stated that she maintained strict boundaries with men in private? Is this performance not a tad excessive, almost suggestive of desperation? Moreover, it was well known that the individual across from her was not particularly fond of their saintess. Very well. You are impressive. Su Ju raised a thumb in approval. Brother was quite impressive that day, Yun Qianling remarked with a gentle blink of her eyes. The disciples of the sword sect and those from the Hehuan sacred sect were left in utter bewilderment. What is happening? Is this development too rapid? With a brother, a woman, in such remarkable prowess, their confidence seemed to swell excessively. The disciples' curiosity ignited like a flame. Do not utter such easily misconstrued words. Su Ju was taken aback. Startled by the unexpected turn of events, he quickly covered Yun Qianling's crimson lips, fearing that if this were to reach their master, he would not only face dire consequences but also suffer severe repercussions. Yun Qianling's delicate face flushed with color. Su Ju's powerful hand rendered her speechless. Understood, dear brother. Next time I shall speak to you privately. I thought you had affections for me, she teased, her alluring gaze and voice sending shivers down one's spine. The disciples of the sword sect and the holy sect of joy exchanged glances, each recognizing the undeniable truth. These two were undoubtedly in love. There could be no other explanation. The sword sect disciples admired Su Ju, acknowledging him as the esteemed lord of the sword, who had effortlessly captured this beautiful rose. Their admiration was palpable. Meanwhile, the female disciples of the holy sect of joy looked towards their saintess, astonished that she had silently secured the most coveted talent, who was not only strikingly handsome but also perfectly matched for her. It was indeed a match made in heaven, a pair destined for each other. Isn't it wonderful? Dear brother? Yun Qianling grasped Su Ju's arm, gently swaying it. In this demeanor, if she were not a saintess, one would find it utterly irresistible. Su Ju's lips twitched. It seemed he truly needed to teach this little girl a lesson. In the next moment, he swept Yun Qianling off her feet with a swift embrace. Ah! Yun Qianling's delicate face flushed crimson. Even the pure white of her neck was enveloped in a rosy hue. The familiar warmth of his arms surrounded her, yet this time, it was the quintessential Princess Carrie. Her jade-like arm draped over Su Ju's neck, as her heated face nestled against his chest. This was the sensation she had longed for. The fulfillment she yearned for day and night. In the blink of an eye, Su Ju vanished from the city gate, cradling Yun Qianling in his arms. He feared that if she lingered any longer, she might utter something astonishing. Meanwhile, the bewildered disciples from the two sects exchanged glances, utterly stunned. Goodness! The sword master is remarkably bold. How impressive is the sword master? I truly envy the saintess. The sword master's embrace must be incredibly warm. Keep your voice down. Is that something you can say? Hey, When did the saintess of the Huan sect become involved with our sword master? We are just as clueless. The saintess has concealed her feelings too well. In my opinion, since your saintess and our sword master are so close, why don't we all get together? You foolish man, as if. If you were even a tenth as handsome as the sword master, I might consider it. Are you trying to put me in a difficult position? Chapter 72. Do not be enamored with me, I am merely a legend. Yun Qianling nestled in Su Ju's embrace, utterly disinclined to descend. Come down, Saintess Yun. Su Ju smiled wryly. It seemed that only Yun Qianling could compel him to such a state. She possessed an audacity that was truly remarkable, while he, with his sensitive disposition, found himself unable to endure the scrutiny of others' gazes. What is it, brother? After all, it was you who embraced me. I did not ascend here on my own. Yun Qianling remarked, wrapping her arms around Su Ju's neck with a playful giggle. Is there some enmity between us, holy maiden Yun? Su Ju's lips twitched slightly. Yun Qianling fluttered her alluring eyes and said, Oh, dear brother, are you truly not afraid of failing to find your destined partner? Su Ju admired. Brother is the one I pursue. I fear not the disdain of others, for my heart only cares for you. Yun Qianling, with a delicate blush adorning her fair face, boldly declared, Saint, do not jest. Though I am undeniably handsome beyond comparison and possess unparalleled talent, such attributes do not grant you the license to act with impunity. Su Ju maintained a composed demeanor, her heart steady as she spoke. It is simply the case that I have fallen for you. You are the first man to stir my heart. I have resolved to cling to you for this lifetime. Yun Qianling smiled dreamily, her voice sweetly laced with mischief. I am but a man without even the most basic of financial support. What is it about me that captivates you so? Su Ju let out a gentle sigh. Yun Qianling covered her mouth and chuckled softly, saying, What is a minimum guarantee? I am unaware, but I only know that I cannot do without you. Su Ju gazed into the depths of Yun Qianling's eyes, where emotions sparkled like stars. He chuckled softly. A woman of your caliber could not even deceive me into parting with my undergarments. Humph, I have no desire for your undergarments, she retorted. A hint of mischief in her tone. It seems I have yet to ensnare you, as you are as unyielding as iron. Yun Qianling pouted slightly. Realizing that Su Ju was indeed a formidable conversationalist, perhaps even more so than herself. So why are you still up there? You're as heavy as a rock. Su Ju jested, with a beauty in my embrace. I could hold her for an entire day without complaint. However, Yun Qianling is truly captivating. Her raven locks cascaded down, merely restrained by a delicate pink ribbon. The hue of pink accentuated her skin, which radiated a subtle rosy glow, utterly enchanting. Her porcelain-like face was adorned with a mesmerizing blush. Her phoenix eyes shimmered, bewitching all who gazed upon them, while her crimson lips were striking, stirring the soul. She resembled a peony poised to bloom, exquisite yet not alluringly vulgar, resplendent and enchanting, a vision of unparalleled beauty. Su Ju is not a sage. How could he remain unperturbed? Were it not for his exceptional skill in concealment, he would have long since revealed his true feelings. I am not at all heavy. I will be held when desired and released at will, for I shall not be swayed by your whims. The books state that men are disenchanted by overly obedient women. After a mere 10 minutes of embrace, I shall descend on my own accord. Yun Qianling's eyes sparkled with mirth, her smile as radiant as a blossom. Your calculations are so transparent that even in the sword sect, I have caught wind of your intentions. Su Ju was filled with perplexity. What enchantment lay within his embrace? It was not merely senior sister and Yun Qianling who found solace in his arms. Even their master seemed to take great pleasure in being enveloped by him. It was merely a matter of 10 minutes. Yun Qianling leaned against Su Ju's chest, inhaling the natural fragrance that emanated from him, utterly relishing the moment and feeling a profound sense of security. Upon hearing her words, Su Ju could only embrace Yun Qianling. As he gazed at the closed eyes of the enchanting woman in his arms, a bittersweet smile graced his lips. At times, being exceptionally handsome could be a double-edged sword, leading others to mistakenly perceive him as virtuous, perhaps too trusting of him. Time passed, though he could not discern how long, until Yun Qianling slowly awoke. Sensing the warmth of his embrace in the enveloping darkness of the night, she instantly became more alert. Had she truly fallen asleep? Brother, how long has it been? She inquired, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she noticed Su Ju's speechless expression. Bewilderingly, she realized that she had indeed slumbered, and in the arms of a man no less. In Su Ju's embrace, she felt an unprecedented sense of security and warmth. Coupled with her recent fatigue, she had succumbed to a deep slumber. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered the night had fully descended. Reflecting on the passage of time, she felt a mix of warmth and concern knowing he had held her throughout. Perhaps 2 hours? She mused. As twilight deepened, Suju replied softly, "Not at all. Is your arm numb?" Yun Qianling chuckled as she gently extricated herself from his embrace. "Not in the least," he replied. Suju rolled his eyes, genuinely feeling that he appeared excessively upright. Were they truly so trusting of him? 2 hours was but a fleeting moment. Suju could remain seated in meditation, maintaining a single posture for several days on end. "Allow me to massage you." Yun Qianling gently began to knead his shoulder. "I suppose you possess a semblance of conscience." Suju smacked his lips, remarking that the beauty's technique could only be described as coarse, indeed rather unrefined. However, having such an exquisite enchantress to provide him with a massage rendered the roughness inconsequential. "Why didn't you wake me?" Yun Qianling inquired, her cheeks flushed, gazing at him with a dazed expression. "I saw you were too weary," Suju replied. Yun Qianling's face flushed even more, suddenly realizing how gentle Suju truly was. His words were entirely different from his actions, resembling a typical tsundere. The moonlight illuminated Suju's flawless profile, revealing an extraordinary handsomeness that stirred her heart. As she gently pressed her crimson lips together, just as she was about to make a move, a hand swiftly obstructed her lips. "What? Are you trying to steal a kiss?" Suju gazed at Yun Qianling with a playful smile. Not to mention having been forcefully kissed. Who could fathom how many times he had been stealthily kissed within this very range? He had long since become accustomed to it. Before Yun Qianling even entertained such thoughts, he had already prepared himself to intercept any advances. His brother is truly mischievous. Yun Qianling felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Ultimately, who was truly at fault? Such a habit of stealing kisses is hardly commendable. Suju's lips curled slightly in a playful smirk. "I won't play with you any longer." Yun Qianling, unable to meet Suju's piercing gaze, turned her delicate face away and pouted, "Do not be infatuated with me. I am merely a legend." Suju clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze profound as the myriad stars mirrored within his eyes, just as he was indulging in his moment of grandeur. An unexpected warmth enveloped his cheek. Bewildered, he turned to face Yun Qianling, whose face radiated with a playful smile. "Did you just ambush me?" he inquired. "If my brother forbids me from kissing you, then I must seize the opportunity myself," Yun Qianling replied, her cheeks flushed, exuding an exquisite beauty. "Do you know why I disallow you from stealing kisses?" Suju gently shook his head and approached Yun Qianling, delicately tracing the contours of her exquisite chin. "Why?" Under Suju's penetrating gaze, Yun Qianling felt her eyelids flutter and her breath quicken. "It is because I am a person who believes in completion. If someone steals a kiss from me, I must reciprocate." Suju smiled softly, his other hand caressing the delicate waist of Yun Qianling, drawing her into his embrace. Under Yun Qianling's bashful yet expectant gaze, he gradually leaned down. A soft sigh escaped her lips as her slender form quivered lightly, her jade-like arms encircling Suju's neck, responding with a clumsy and inexperienced touch. The moonlight, like a shy maiden, seemed to retreat behind the clouds. Chapter 73, Young Master Su, Your Place is Mine. Yun Qianling, akin to a patch of spring mud, nestled in Suju's arms, her eyes shimmering, a look of enchantment gracing her features. "Have you had some candy?" Suju could not help but feel puzzled. "No, brother, I do not enjoy such treats," Yun Qianling replied, for she did not possess the habit of snacking. "Then why is it so sweet?" Suju wore a perplexed expression, as the longer he savored, the more he could perceive the sweetness and richness upon Yun Qianling's crimson lips, akin to a meticulously prepared delicacy. Perhaps this was the innate talent of a servant. Yun Qianling gently pressed her ruby lips together, yet she herself felt no overwhelming sweetness. At that moment, her mind was a blank slate, filled only with bashfulness and nothing more. Suju shook his head, expressing disbelief. "Then let my brother have another taste." Yun Qianling's cheeks flushed with delight, thoroughly enjoying the enchanting atmosphere in Suju's embrace. It was precisely this sentiment she wished to convey. Suju smiled broadly. The beauty was as gentle as water, leaving him with endless reminiscences. Shortly after, the two soared back to the city wall. When the disciples of the Sword Sect and the Hehuan Sacred Sect beheld their arrival, their expressions turned somewhat peculiar. Suju remained as ethereal as snow in white garments, his gaze calm and composed, with a captivating smile gracing his lips. Yun Qianling, as beautiful as a celestial being, possessed a delicate blush upon her fair visage, her brows adorned with an alluring charm. Occasionally, her enchanting eyes would glance towards Suju, shimmering with a flicker of light, as if everything around her paled in comparison to the youth before her. The Sword Master. As Suju made his entrance, the disciples of the Sword Sect promptly bowed in greeting. "What is the situation?" Suju inquired softly, returning to Jianzi. The demonic creatures had shown no signs of movement for the time being. However, the leader of the Kaishan sect had announced the convening of a meeting to deliberate on strategies against the demons. The disciple speaking was named Li Cheng, who had attained the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. He had once ventured to the southern wilderness, spending a considerable period in that desolate land. It was he who brought Suju to Qingyan City. Where are they? Suju inquired, expressing his curiosity as to why. Apart from the disciples of the Sword Sect and the Hehuan Sacred Sect, as well as the soldiers standing guard, all others seemed to have vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, within the tavern of the city, allow me to inform you that he shall be awaiting your arrival along with the Saintess of Clouds. Li Cheng replied respectfully. The tavern? Suju furrowed his brows slightly, pondering the purpose of discussing strategies at the tavern. However, he soon dismissed the thought, perhaps believing that the spacious hall of the establishment would suffice for their needs. Shall we go, brother? Yun Qianling inquired, her enchanting eyes glimmering with curiosity. For her, the so-called strategies of the Kaiyuan sect held little significance, as the Hehuan Sacred Sect had never allied itself with other sections. Given her disposition, whether to attend or not depended entirely on her mood. Nevertheless, it would not hurt to take a look, and since it pertained to important matters, we ought not to delay. Suju nodded. When it concerns the lives of hundreds of thousands of citizens within the city, exercising caution is undoubtedly prudent. After all, he is adept at dealing with demonic entities, and perhaps Kaiyuan possesses a genuinely effective strategy. Brother's righteousness. Yun Qianling smiled dreamily, her eyes shimmering with brilliance. Suju rolled his eyes, remarking that this had little to do with righteousness, but rather with conscience. A true man should act when necessary and abstain when required. The Sword Sect, revered by the people of Zhangzhou and benefiting from their offerings, bears the responsibility of safeguarding the region. With a smile, Suju continued, in truth, I consider my actions to embody the greater good. Yun Qianling, sensing the deeper meaning in Suju's words, inquired, What do you mean, brother? He responded, in ancient times, the seductress Daji brought calamity to the nation. By removing you, this enchantress, I believe I am acting in the interest of humanity, preventing you from becoming a source of disaster that could endanger the lives of countless souls. Suju said with utmost seriousness, Would that brother sacrifice everything for Yun Qianling, like King Zhou? Yun Qianling chuckled softly, her laughter blooming like a flower. Suju's ability to liken her to Su Daji is nothing short of a compliment. Suju smiled faintly, yet he remained silent. Come on, brother, urged Yun Qianling. Sensing Suju's reticence, her curiosity about his answer only deepening, Suju remained silent, gazing at Yun Qianling with a gentle smile. Even before their kiss, he had discerned that Yun Qianling was merely a master of words. Thus, it was evident that while she appeared to be an enchanting and captivating temptress, she possessed her own principles and boundaries beneath the surface. Such a woman, who harbored deep affection for him, left Suju, as a man, with two options, to either completely reject her or to embrace her wholeheartedly. He was acutely aware of the adage that beauty can bring disaster. Nevertheless, surrounded by so many alluring figures, he had long been prepared for such calamities. During his time at the Sword Sect, his conviction was that the sect was his mentor, as well as a protector of those dear to him. Only with sufficient strength could he counter the perils of beauty. Oh, I am so curious, Yun Qianling mused, playfully tugging at Suju's arm and pouting adorably. Nearby, the disciples of the Hehuan Sacred Sect were rendered speechless as they witnessed their saintess exhibiting such childlike charm. Was this truly the saintess they had come to know? Despite her outward allure, within the sect, no one dared to approach her lightly. Among the Hehuan Sacred Sect, Yun Qianling stood alone, elevated above all others, indifferent to anyone but her master. Could it be that she was genuinely in love with the sword master? The disciples of the Hehuan Sacred Sect exchanged knowing glances, pondering the rumors that their saintess had never once been swayed by any male cultivator. Yet, upon encountering Suju, how could she find herself so entranced? More will be revealed in due time. Suju gently brushed the delicate nose of Yun Qianling and suggested, Let us first head to the tavern. They are likely waiting for us. Very well then, Yun Qianling replied. Noticing that Suju chose not to elaborate, she resolved to set aside her curiosity for the moment. Once they were preoccupied and had momentarily forgotten about the matter of the demonic creatures in the southern wilderness, she vowed to seek clarity on the issue. Let us be on our way. Suju glanced over the disciples of the Sword Sect, confirming the presence of several, before waving his hand grandly. Following him was Jianzi. Yun Qianling also issued commands, yet with Suju by her side, she found herself rather disinclined to instruct further. Yes, GNZ. Yes, Saintus. At the entrance of the tavern, Yin Qianling curiously inquired, "When did you become GNZ, brother?" Had it not been for those disciples addressing Su Ju as GNZ, she would have remained oblivious. "Just the day before we arrived," Su Ju replied. "Congratulations to your brother." Yun Qianling's eyes sparkled with genuine happiness for Su Ju. The sword master represented the sect's heir in the sword sect, a fact well known to all. "Thank you." Su Ju smiled faintly, his gaze profound as if harboring an infinite galaxy. He held little interest in the leader of the sword sect. Instead, his aspirations lay in ruling the world. The realm, which had long been divided, must inevitably unite. Conversely, after a period of unity, it shall again split. The various factions have long entrenched themselves, persisting for millennia, and it is time for consolidation. "Are you still being polite with me?" Yun Qianling shot Su Ju a glance. "Indeed, that is true." Su Ju chuckled softly, leading Yun Qianling and the disciples of the two sects inside. The restaurant chosen by Kai Yuan was undoubtedly the most opulent establishment in Qingyun City, boasting a spacious interior. Even after the disciples entered, there remained ample room for all. As Yun Qianling and Su Ju made their entrance, conversations in the hall ceased, and all eyes were drawn to the pair, accompanied by Yun Qianling. Su Ju did not hesitate and took his seat at the main table. Two unoccupied chairs adorned the prominent position, clearly reserved for them. However, the figure of Kai Yuan, the leader, was conspicuously absent. Additionally, a group of maidens clad in Taoist robes appeared in the hall. "Oh?" Su Ju noticed a familiar figure among the Taoist priestesses and sensed the aura surrounding her, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Early stage of the Golden Core. What brings her here? Yun Qianling also recognized that figure and, upon discovering her breakthrough to the Golden Core, wore a frosty expression. "Do you hold a grudge against her?" Su Ju inquired with curiosity, recalling the day of the Tianjiao Conference, where he discerned a profound hostility from Yun Qianling towards Yu Qinglian. Merely a false fairy, she thought dismissively, her gaze shifting away from Yu and returning to Su Ju. Her brother was far more pleasing to the eye. Previously, he had deemed her talent inferior and looked down upon her, which had greatly irked Yun Qianling. However, circumstances had changed, with Su Ju by her side. It mattered little if she could not surpass Yu herself, as long as her man excelled. Humph. Upon hearing this, Su Ju refrained from further inquiries. Yet he could sense a significant emotional upheaval within the serene celestial maiden the moment he entered. At that instant, Kai Yuan, who had briefly stepped away, returned to the hall and noticed that his seat was occupied by Su Ju. His expression darkened as he approached, saying, "Young Master Su, that seat belongs to me." Su Ju glanced at the various esteemed disciples of the sects who had already taken their seats, and it was evident that there were no available spots left. Had Yu Qinglian not made an appearance, there would have been sufficient seating. His current position, situated right in the center, was clearly designated for the leader of the Tia Yuan. Yet, why did he yield it? Was the disarray in seating arrangements truly his fault? Shouldn't he have anticipated the arrival of Yu Qinglian and prepared an additional seat? Su Ju keenly observed the glimmer of mockery in Kai Yuan's eyes, a faint smile involuntarily gracing his lips. "It seems you did this on purpose. In that case, this matter can be easily addressed. After all, Kai Yuan, being the son of Kai He, cannot possibly possess such a low intellect. It is likely that he vacated a chair, anticipating that only one seat would remain when he and Yun Qianling returned. Should he take a seat first, it would reflect a selfish nature that disregards women. Conversely, if he were to allow Yun Qianling to sit, it would portray him as submissive in public, rendering him a subject of ridicule. Quite a clever scheme indeed. How can one prove that this is your rightful place? Su Ju smiled gently and inquired, "Is young Master Su truly so lacking in discernment?" "This is evidently the esteemed seat, a position of leadership," Kai Yuan remarked with a hint of intrigue. Su Ju cast a glance around, remarking nonchalantly, "What an admirable position for a leader. However, the question arises, who acknowledges you as the leader?" As the words fell, the atmosphere grew tense, charged with an electric anticipation. Confrontation ensued, with neither side willing to yield. Is there a need for anyone's acknowledgement? Hadn't it been clearly stated atop the city wall earlier? Kai Yuan snorted coldly. Who made that agreement? Su Ju's gaze swept over Shan Yun and Wu Wang in succession. You. Kai Yuan's expression darkened, indeed, at that moment. No one had paid him any heed, but he had entirely attributed it to the overwhelming presence he exuded. He turned his attention back to Shan Yun and Wu Wang, only to find them focusing intently on themselves, seemingly oblivious to his existence. When he glanced at Yun Qianling, he discovered her beaming with radiant smiles directed at Su Ju, completely disregarding him. After all, the leader occupied this position. With a faint smile, Su Ju declared, "I shall take this leader. Who is in favor, and who is against?" The Yunlin sect, represented by Shanyan, expressed their support. Shanyan cast a teasing glance at Qiyuan, fully aware of the latter's cunning intellect. His silence had been a calculated weight for Su Ju's words. Should Qiyuan ascend to the position of leader, Shanyan would certainly not regard him with respect. However, if it were Su Ju at the helm, Shanyan would undoubtedly adhere to his directives. Yun Qianling, with her alluring eyes, chimed in, "Hee. Our Hahuan sacred sect also supports this decision." Amit Ba, the Holy Yun Temple is in agreement, echoed a monk from the temple. Even Wu Wang, who bore no connection to Su Ju, joined the chorus of approval at this moment. "You all." Kai Yuan's eyelids fluttered with agitation as he turned his gaze to the last silent figure, Yu Qinglian. Recognizing her as the heir of the Butianga, he understood her influence was equally significant. The outcome was clear. "Butianga supports this," Yu Qinglian stated coolly, not even glancing at Qiyuan. "Is the sun rising from the west today?" Yun Qianling queried, her expression one of bewilderment directed at Yu Qinglian. Has she perhaps suffered a blow to her intellect? Given her understanding of Yu Qinglian, Yun Qianling was certain that she would remain an aloof observer, embodying a demeanor of high-minded detachment from worldly affairs. Even Su Ju was somewhat taken aback. After having publicly embarrassed Yu Qinglian at the Tianjia conference, her support for him revealed a sense of magnanimity. Kai Yuan glared furiously at the assembly. "You are all utterly devoid of ethics. Dear Kai Yuan, your words are misplaced. I count Su Gongzi as a friend. Thus my support is only natural, and I harbor no animosity towards you." Shanyan replied with a gentle smile, playfully twirling his folding fan. "I merely believe that strength prevails. Only with true power can one command respect." Behind Wu Wang stood a group of monks, who bowed simultaneously towards Kai Yuan at Wu Wang's words. The gleaming bald heads reflected light, nearly blinding Qiyuan. "You bald monk. Who doesn't know I am in the late Golden Core stage while Su Ju is merely in the mid-Golden Core stage?" To speak of strength in such a context seems rather far-fetched. Kai Yuan's frustration boiled over as he exclaimed, "I never expected the Holy Yun Temple to be populated by such blatant liars. Do not be agitated, good sir. If you were to learn that Su Gongzi, at the mid-Golden Core stage, was capable of slaying an opponent in the mid-Yuaning stage, what would your reaction be?" Wu Wang replied, his demeanor unruffled. Upon hearing Shanyan recount that Su Ju single-handedly vanquished his senior brother, Wu Wang had come to regard Su Ju with newfound respect, deciding that in the future, he would avoid confrontation with him. Though his senior brother was notorious for his misdeeds, his strength was undeniable. At present, Wu Wang was not a match for him, which underscored the fact that Su Ju surpassed him by a significant margin. The title of the first prodigy was indeed well-deserved. I, too, can attest to this. The mountain clouds raised their hands and smiled. I can also prove it for my brother. Yun Qianling's smile was enchanting, captivating, and extraordinarily beautiful. What? Qiyuan momentarily froze. For a mid-stage golden core had slain a mid-stage nascent soul. For someone of his caliber, fighting beyond one's level was a form of acknowledgement. However, to leap over an entire realm was utterly beyond his capabilities. He could hardly contemplate even defeating a perfected golden core, let alone a mid-stage nascent soul. Not only Qiyuan, but also the leaders and disciples of various sects within the hall of the tavern heard these words from Wu Wang. Their expressions were filled with shock and disbelief. They were aware that Su Ju was the foremost prodigy, yet they never anticipated his strength to reach such monstrous heights. Wu Wang hailed from the sacred Cloud Temple, and it was inconceivable for him to speak without basis or to incite discord, especially with the presence of Shanyan, the saintly son of the Kanglin sect. It was impossible for Su Ju to manipulate two sects into fabricating an illusion. The only conclusion was that the mid-stage golden core had indeed slain the mid-stage nascent soul. And this was the truth. Particularly with Su Ju's face, as serene as jade, their conviction in Wu Wang's words deepened. Had he truly become this formidable? Yu Qinglian's gaze rippled with waves of emotion, her delicate fist clenched tightly within her sleeve. Before encountering Su Ju, her heart had been akin to a tranquil lake. As Su Ju struck a colossal boulder into the heart of the lake, he shattered its tranquility. Upon learning of Su Ju's breakthrough to the Golden Core stage at the tender age of 18, she returned to the pavilion of heavenly restoration. Entering the realm of life and death, enduring the arduous trials of 81 tribulations, after countless encounters with mortality and through relentless effort, she achieved the initial phase of the Golden Core at merely 18. Little did she anticipate that the first news upon her emergence would be that Su Ju had ascended to the mid-phase of the Golden Core. This revelation doused the rekindled hope and confidence of Yu Qinglian with a bucket of cold water. Now, as the team leader, Brother Qiuan, do you still wish to contend? Shanyan gazed at Qiuan with a smile that was not quite a smile. Had it not been for Su Ju's arrival, he would not have withdrawn. It was evident to discerning eyes that Shan Yun was not competing with Su Ju. Recognizing his own lack of strength, he had willingly conceded. Yet, he had not anticipated Kaiyuan's audacity in seizing the opportunity. He had thought Kaiyuan possessed a sense of self-awareness, but it seemed he was as reckless as his brother, lacking the wisdom to match his bravery. Humph! Kaiyuan let out a cold snort, though his heart seethed with anger. He understood that this was not the moment for impulsive actions. Su Ju possesses formidable strength. Engaging in direct confrontation would undoubtedly result in a disadvantage for him. Surrounded by his own followers, he opted for a more low-profile approach, contemplating his strategy with care. Subsequently, he instructed a disciple of the Kaishan sect to procure a chair, taking his place beside Wu Wang. Unbeknownst to whether it was intentional or not, Wu Wang subtly shifted his chair a bit further away. Chapter 75, The Arrival of a Precious Treasure? To be succinct, this sudden attack by the demonic creatures has caught us off guard. Our understanding of these entities remains insufficient. If anyone possesses knowledge regarding the weaknesses or intelligence pertaining to these monsters, please feel free to share. Let us engage in a dialogue to prepare ourselves adequately. Behind us lies a multitude of homes illuminated by countless lights. I sincerely hope that everyone can be forthright. Should anyone choose to conceal their capabilities or act treacherously, it would be a grave concern. Su Ju paused momentarily, his gaze icy as it swept across all the disciples. In the name of the Sword Master of the Sword Sect, I vow that sect shall forever be the eternal enemy of our sword sect. Su Ju's words were devoid of any semblance of falsehood. Having assumed the role of leader, one must exhibit a resolute demeanor. The crisis in the southern frontier undeniably represents a calamity for the entirety of the central continent, not to mention the millions of citizens in the central continent. There are over 100,000 souls residing within the city of Qingyun. Reports from the Kanglan sect indicate that the demonic creatures are ferocious and brutal, with their only vulnerability lying in their heads. If not dispatched in a single, lethal blow, these creatures will continuously resurrect. Shanyan spoke with gravity. Fully aware of the severity of the situation, complacency was not an option. Wu Wang furrowed his brow, affirming, "Indeed, the regenerative capabilities of these demons are alarming. My fellow disciple witnessed firsthand how a demon could swiftly grow back a severed limb. These entities lack a physical form, primarily manifesting as unique energies. The source of their energy resides within their brains. Failure to eliminate them in one decisive strike allows them to absorb energy and restore themselves." The revelation shared by the two served as a stark warning to the numerous disciples present. Much like Su Ju, most had never encountered these demons directly, having only heard tales of their violent and malevolent nature, yet they had not truly experienced their wrath. I possess information regarding the citizens within the city. On the day the demons attacked the southern frontier, a crimson light erupted from the demon-infested lands outside the southern region. Even within Qingyun City, one could observe an eerie blood-red glow enveloping the sky, far beyond the southern frontier, as though blood had tainted the heavens, said Yu Qinglian, her expression grave. What could that possibly be? Su Ju felt astonished. Bloodlight. Could it be that a treasure of great significance has indeed descended upon the world? However, if it is associated with bloodlight, then this treasure must be of a malevolent nature. Uncertain as he was, the townsfolk explained that there had been instances of bloodlight in the past, yet none bore any consequences. It was only this time, with its vividness and uncanny nature, that it heralded the complete eruption of a demonic incursion, as Moon Qinglian elaborated. The Bu Tiange also maintained a presence in the southern region, situated a bit closer to Qingyun City, and thus their enclave remained relatively unscathed, relying on the information provided by the city's residents. They had access to more intelligence than most. A disciple of our sect had also remarked on this matter, barring unforeseen circumstances. It should indeed be the emergence of a treasure of the demonic realm. Kai Yuan speculated. The phrase "the treasure has descended" holds immense allure for cultivators. On the path of immortality, innate talent is merely one aspect. To soar to great heights and transcend the mundane world, both opportunity and serendipity are indispensable. Should this desolate southern region of demonic land truly witness the arrival of such a treasure, they would not hesitate to brave the dangers it entails. After all, great rewards often beckon courageous souls, and fortune coexists with peril. In an instant, the disciples present were abuzz with excitement, all deeply intrigued by the prospect of this treasure. Suju harbored a profound curiosity regarding the treasured artifacts. However, he was acutely aware that the arrival of such treasures often heralded immense peril. The current crisis in the southern wilderness was evidently a prelude to the emergence of these coveted items. Furthermore, Suju did not believe that the contenders for these treasures were limited to the individuals present. The vast expanse of the southern domain was home to its own intricate systems, likely harboring forces akin to sections. When the time came, it would not merely be the prodigies of the human race vying for the treasures. The malevolent entities and clans of the southern domain would undoubtedly share a keen interest in these artifacts. While the treasures were indeed invaluable, one must possess life to lay claim to them. Suju resolved to proceed with caution, and certainly would not yield easily. However, he was not in haste. I wonder if the Saintess of the Clouds has any intelligence to share. Suju cleared his throat, noticing that Yun Qianling was gazing at him with a mischievous smile, as if she were under the influence of spring fever, which made him feel rather uncomfortable. Yun Qianling, lost in reverie, reminisced about the time Suju had forcefully kissed her with such dominance, causing her heart to flutter and her cheeks to flush with shyness. She was entirely oblivious to everything else, but as soon as Suju spoke, she was promptly jolted back to reality. Suju gazed at Yun Qianling's flushed face with a peculiar expression, sensing that this enchanting woman harbored no benevolent thoughts. Regaining her composure, Yun Qianling coughed lightly and remarked, "Ahem, I can only express my sentiments towards this expedition to the southern wilderness with 2 words: persevere. Truly, as expected of the holy maiden of Yun." Her succinct phrase was profoundly insightful. Suju's lips curled slightly. Indeed, he chuckled softly. Yun Qianling's eyes sparkled with charm. It is true. Shan Yun couldn't help but smile. He had known since the time of the immortal inheritance in the secret realm that Yun Qianling had developed feelings for Suju. He hadn't anticipated the relationship to progress so swiftly. Taking the initiative could prove perilous. I would advise fortifying the defenses of the southern wilderness, with continuous surveillance around the clock, reporting any anomalies at the first instance. What are your thoughts, Su Jianzi? Wu Wang suggested. The southern region is fraught with dangers. Should one step beyond the borders of the southern wilderness, unforeseen calamities may easily arise. They are all extraordinary talents and would certainly not wish to risk their lives here. Very well. Suju nodded. The statement held merit. They possessed scant knowledge of the southern frontier, and advancing recklessly could easily leave them caught off guard. Perhaps those fiendish creatures lay in ambush within the southern domain, eagerly awaiting their proactive assault. Suju remarked, "What about the other sects?" The meaning of Wu Wang aligns perfectly with that of Kai Yuan, and he does not wish to take unnecessary risks. The Kai Shan sect holds no significance. The Song Lan sect concurs, while the He Huanxing sect relies entirely on the arrangements of the Swordmaster. The Butian Pavilion has given its consent. With the straightforward strategy established, after discussing several points of caution, the meeting drew to a close. To fortify their defenses, each sect would assign 5 disciples, totaling over 20 individuals, to take turns guarding the gates of Qingyan City. Situated in close proximity to the southern wilderness, and with many major sect strongholds having been obliterated, Qingyan City had become the only sanctuary. Now, it had transformed into a temporary base for the United Sections. Given their lack of familiarity with the southern region, they resolved to observe the unfolding situation, adopting a strategy of maintaining the status quo in the face of change. When the next wave of attacks commenced, armed with sufficient knowledge, they would then take the initiative to strike. After dispersing the disciples of the Sword Sect, Suju rented a room to rest for a while. Though he referred to it as a brief respite, it was, in truth, a preparation for the impending crisis, a moment to recalibrate his own state of being. Suju is not one to be arrogant. Despite possessing an array of hidden cards and various life-saving treasures, he remains vigilant and does not underestimate his opponents. Such complacency could foster detrimental habits, potentially leading to his demise in the future. Brother, what a coincidence. At that moment, Yun Qianling appeared beside Suju. Suju glanced at the room number of Yun Qianling, discovering it was right next door to his own. Noticing the glimmer of amusement in the enchanting woman's eyes, Suju was convinced that this was no mere coincidence, but rather a deliberate arrangement by the bewitching lady herself. Should he join her? Suju asked with a smile. "Humph, you naughty brother. I have no desire to accompany you." Yun Qianling, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, spat playfully and hurried into the house. Suju chuckled lightly. When faced with such a bewitching enchantress, mere evasion is not a viable strategy. It is only through relentless pursuit that she will come to recognize the futility of her endeavors. Chapter 76, With the Sword as My Backbone. I would rather break than bend. Suju entered the room, which was relatively clean and tidy. After a brief organization of his belongings, he began to sit cross-legged in meditation. Upon reaching the golden core stage, he would be able to abstain from food. And even a month without sleep would not leave him fatigued. Thus, at this critical juncture, sleep was of little consequence to Suju. He commenced the operation of the Jutian secret method, as intricate Sanskrit filled the entire space. The profound mantras swirled around him. While he absorbed the natural spiritual energy at an astonishing pace, he aimed to swiftly break through to the late golden core stage, thus fortifying his position in the impending crisis of the southern wilderness. The exact level of the demonic creatures remained uncertain. Possessing greater strength would undoubtedly provide him with an additional means of self-preservation. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Master, something is amiss." As night deepened, there came a knock at his door. Suju, still in the throes of his cultivation, instantly rose and opened the door to find Li Chang. His face etched with urgency. A blood-red glow has appeared in the sky over the southern domain's demonic lands, and the creatures are becoming increasingly frenzied. They are preparing for an assault. Li Chang hastily exclaimed, "Gather the disciples and head to the city walls." Suju calmly issued his command, gripping the pristine Jutian sword tightly, and burst forth through the door. "Yes." Li Chang promptly descended to make arrangements. Before long, Suju, accompanied by numerous disciples of the sword sect, appeared at the city gate of Qingyan City. All sect disciples had already gathered at the gate, with Yun Qianling, Yu Qinglian, and others standing ready for action. Upon seeing Suju approach, Yun Qianling immediately rushed to his side. Suju's gaze was icy, piercing through layers of mist and darkness. He could discern that outside the southern border, a horde of malevolent creatures was stirring restlessly. Their bodies were pitch black, accentuated by a ghastly crimson glow, rendering their true forms indistinguishable and adding an air of bloodthirsty terror. The sheer number of these fiends evoked a sense of impending doom, akin to a dark cloud looming over a besieged city. However, what captivated Suju's attention was not the swarm of monsters, but rather the resplendent blood-red hue gracing the horizon of the southern realm. The sanguine light was extraordinarily mesmerizing, devouring the inky night, staining the heavens with crimson, transforming the entire expanse into a scene drenched in blood. So many demonic entities. Some disciples felt their resolve wavering. The sinister aura emanating from these creatures instilled a sense of dread within them. Ultimately, they were merely disciples from various sects, unaccustomed to such perilous moments. Akin to delicate blooms nurtured in a greenhouse, and it was only natural for them to feel fear. The stench of blood was overwhelmingly pungent. Suju furrowed his brows slightly, the metallic scent of blood in the air inducing an overwhelming discomfort. Even from such a considerable distance, the odor lingered. And regardless of the reasons behind the appearance of this sanguine aura, it was unmistakably ominous. Before the group could catch their breath, the demonic creatures surged forth. Like a dark tide commanded by unseen forces, they advanced towards Qingyan City in a relentless wave. Their sheer numbers resembled a shadowy deluge, obliterating all in their path, leaving not a blade of grass to survive. "Brother Kiwan, is this not an overwhelming force?" The disciples of the Kaishan sect quivered in trepidation. The demonic entities swept towards them like a tsunami, rendering their numbers utterly insufficient. They had grossly underestimated the peril posed by these creatures, their hubris proving to be a dire miscalculation. "I believe we should retreat for a moment. Sending our numbers into this fray would be tantamount to courting death." Kaiyuan swallowed hard, casting a glance at Suju. At this moment, Suju is the team leader. He cannot escape on his own accord. Retreat? Suju cast a fleeting glance at Kaiyuan, pondering the fate of the over 100,000 souls residing within the city. "If we perish, all shall be lost. We must deliberate wisely and await support from our sect." Kaiyuan's expression was fraught with tension as he surveyed the encroaching horde of demonic entities. Were it not for his apprehension regarding Suju's formidable prowess, he would have already led the retreat. "Are you suggesting that you wish to be a coward?" Suju's gaze was piercing and cold. Kaiyuan replied urgently, "This is not cowardice. We cannot withstand this assault here. It will only lead to our demise." "Demise? Have you resigned yourself to death before the battle has even commenced?" At this moment, Suju's impression of the Kaishan sect plummeted to an all-time low. "These are mere commoners, while I am a paragon. It is not worth my life to save them. On this vast expanse of central continent, countless commoners exist, merely over 100,000, and their demise is inconsequential. When the sect reinforcements arrive, we shall avenge them." The notion of self-preservation, as posited by Kaiyuan, was not entirely erroneous. Upon uttering these words, even Shan Yun, and Wu Wang hesitated. Indeed, sacrificing oneself for commoners seems unjustifiable, and the sheer number of demons is overwhelming. Each bearing their fangs, with bloodshot eyes, resembling fiends risen from the depths of hell. Ultimately, they are but delicate flowers nurtured within the confines of their respective sects. Having never faced the brutal dance of life and death, they tremble at the very threat of mortality. Indeed, Brother Su, let us depart. Shan Yun spoke after a moment of contemplation. You too? Su Ju turned to Shan Yun, disappointment flickering in his gaze. Brother Su, we are powerless. We have overstepped our bounds. Our numbers are insufficient, and we cannot endure for long. Inevitably, we shall perish here. As Kai Yuan suggested, let us retreat and await the arrival of reinforcements to exact our vengeance. This is the wisest course of action. Shan Yun gritted his teeth. He wished to survive, for he was the holy son of Kanglin's sect, with a promising future ahead. Should he fall here, all would be rendered futile. Suju chuckled. Just a few hours prior, he had been devising strategies. Yet now he was ready to abandon over 100,000 souls within the city and flee. Amitba. Even this humble monk concurs with the sentiments expressed by the two benefactors. Wu Wang's eyelids twitched in agreement, for the demonic entities were rapidly advancing. Set to reach Qingyun City within the span of a single incense stick's burning. Suju remained silent. He could not dictate the choices of others. For each individual's freedom to decide was paramount. He turned his gaze towards the common folk below. These mortals, powerless to control their own fates, placed their hopes upon him. Believing that his arrival would usher in a new dawn for Qingyun City, Suju could distinctly perceive the profound respect reflected in the eyes of the populace. Alongside their fervent yearning for survival, even the serene countenance of Yu Qinglian, resembling an ancient well, began to ripple with emotion, her fist clenched tightly. Her heart wavering in uncertainty. Behind her lay the flickering lights of countless homes. If she chose to retreat, what fate awaited the people? Death. The specter of death is indeed terrifying. Do they not also fear it? They stand undaunted, refusing to flee, placing their hopes in the cultivators. While those cultivators contemplate abandoning them, should the common folk discover that the practitioners atop the city walls convene not to safeguard them, but to deliberate on their own escape? How bitterly ironic and heart-wrenching that would be. Time is of the essence. Disciples of the Kai Mountain sect, retreat. As moments slipped away like grains of sand, Kai Yuan, observing Su Ju's prolonged silence, shouted urgently, Shengyun Temple, retreat. Wu Wang cast a sidelong glance at the taciturn Su Ju, shaking his head slightly. Yunlan sect, retreat. Shan Yun gritted his teeth. He could not perish here, for he harbored ambitions and dreams yet unfulfilled. Butian Pavilion. Yu Qinglian's expression was a tumult of conflict, just as she was poised to issue her command. Our sword sect has thrived upon the blessings of the people of Zhongzhou. Such grace cannot be taken for granted. Even if all others withdraw, our sword sect shall remain steadfast. With swords as our backbone, we shall not bend. Sword sect. Suju's gaze was icy, and his heart surged with the spirit of battle. This was Suju, the disciples of the sword sect, brimming with fervor and unyielding courage. Responded in unison, their voices resounding like thunder. Form the array, preserve life. I refuse to witness a single soul perish here. Strike. Suju let out a mighty roar, wielding the sword of heavenly execution as he soared into the sky. His garments billowed and his raven hair danced wildly, resembling a shooting star as he plunged directly into the throngs of demonic creatures. The great battle was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 77. One man stands guard. Thousands cannot pass. Su Ju charged into the horde of demons like a battle god, clad in garments as white as snow, his gaze piercingly cold, and his countenance, resembling that of a jade crown, radiated a fierce, killing intent. The demons, formidable in strength, predominantly resided at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage, with some having even approached the Golden Core realm. Moreover, numerous Yuaniing demons lurked in the shadows behind them. Their ranks were not the most terrifying aspect. Rather, it was their overwhelming numbers that instilled a sense of suffocating despair. Blood stained the heavens, and the crimson light cast a haunting reflection upon the earth. Suju stood tall and striking, clad in garments as white as freshly fallen snow, untouched by any blemish. In his hand, the Zhutian sword gleamed with a brilliance reminiscent of purest ivory. Each swing unleashed a torrent of refined and soaring sword energy, sweeping away numerous demonic creatures in its wake. Roaring like thunder, the dark mass of monsters surged forth like a relentless tsunami, yet Suju single-handedly held the line against their overwhelming tide. One man standing against 1,000. All the disciples gazed in awe at the godlike warrior before them, their minds echoing the words of admiration. Is this the true prowess of the foremost prodigy? Undoubtedly, he transcends all others. The mindless creatures, with their crimson eyes exuding a feral hunger, were driven by a singular command: annihilate all humans. Thus, upon sighting Suju, they charged at him recklessly, undeterred by the specter of death. As the hordes closed in on Suju, Yin felt a pang of anxiety. Instantly, a vivid red silk materialized in her hands. She could disregard the lives of the over 100,000 citizens, but she could not allow any peril to befall Suju. Heavenly Union Sect. Fight alongside the Sword Master. Protect him. With that proclamation, Yin surged into the fray, leading the charge. Indeed, the Holy Maiden. The female disciples of the Heavenly Union Sect, upon receiving the command, displayed not an ounce of fear, but rather their faces shone with resolute battle fervor. The moment they stepped onto the battlefield, their movements and determination eclipsed that of the men, proving that women are no less valiant than their male counterparts. They had long been moved by Suju's noble spirit, unafraid of death, determined to safeguard the citizens of the city. Even as disciples from other sects retreated, he pressed forward with unwavering resolve, a man imbued with charisma. I have ultimately been bested. Yuqinglian sighed in disappointment, shaking her head. She had once believed she could stand alongside Suju, but she realized her error. In terms of cultivation, character, resolve, and enlightenment, he was far beyond her reach. Amidst the chaos of battle, the man fighting valiantly shone with an unmatched brilliance and elegance. Bujin Pavilion, fight alongside the Sword Master, protect the citizens. Yuqinglian radiated a shimmering white light, rising like a full moon as she leaped into the battlefield. Yes, the female cultivators were eager to join the fray. And upon receiving Yuqinglian's command, they charged at the monstrous horde. The Bujin Pavilion and the Heavenly Union Sect were sworn enemies. Seeing the Heavenly Union disciples face the monsters without fear, how could they retreat without dishonor? Brother, I come to aid you. The silk in Yuqingling's delicate hands grew wide and robust, each swing capable of dispatching a group of fiends. Yet, the number of monsters was akin to an unending ocean, ceaselessly surging forth, a relentless war of attrition. The creatures, with their ghastly visages and blood-red eyes, were enveloped in darkness, their forms grotesque. Some stood like men, while others crawled like beasts. Be careful. In an instant, Suju materialized behind Yuqinling, wielding his sword to slay the golden core demon creature that had lunged at her from the shadows. How did you come down here? Are you not afraid of death? Suju wielded his sword with an air of defiance, compelling the mindless demonic creatures to retreat in haste. They were terrified of being slain. The formidable prowess of this human was overwhelming. Each swing of his sword unleashed a comprehensive assault, instilling a profound sense of dread within these creatures. As he channeled the arcane technique of Heaven's execution, the enhancement of the Heaven's sword bestowed upon Suju immense combat strength, amplifying the ferocity of his sword energy manifold compared to before. I fear your demise even more. Yuqinling gazed at the man before her, strikingly handsome, transcendent, and ethereal, clad in immaculate white garments untouched by even a speck of dust, as if he were a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Over the years, Yuqinling had only ever opened her heart to Suju. Should he perish, it would deliver an irrevocable blow to her existence. You are truly a madman. Suju's gaze was transfixed, shaking his head while simultaneously vanquishing a horde of demonic creatures. He harbored no desire for Yuqinling to descend. Even if he could not triumph, he was confident he would survive. However, Yuqinling was different. In this lifetime, she had chosen him, and he was forbidden from perishing. Yuqinling, with her graceful figure and a smile as radiant as a blooming flower, spoke in a voice that resonated with unwavering determination. Take care of yourself. A flicker of emotion stirred within Suju as he handed a piece of jade to Yuqinling, saying, if danger arises, shatter it. And I shall come to you at once. Suju, I yearn for an answer. Yuqinling exclaimed eagerly, accepting the jade. This time, she refrained from addressing him as brother, opting instead to call him by his name directly. I am willing to sacrifice everything for you. Suju smiled faintly. In the presence of a beauty willing to sacrifice her life for him, what would not be worth his utmost devotion? After uttering this thought, Suju observed a disciple of the sword sect on the brink of demise, besieged by demonic creatures, and immediately rushed to offer his aid. Yuqinling gazed at Suju, his valiant figure unyielding against the demons, her heart racing as she turned to unleash a silk ribbon that dispatched dozens of the fiends with a swift flick. On the city wall, the remaining members of Kaiyuan, still reluctant to retreat, watched Suju fearlessly engaging in battle against death itself. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably, and he felt the true terror emanating from Suju. Indeed, Wu Wang had not deceived him. The prowess of Su Ju is truly capable of slaying those in the mid-stage of the nascent soul. Shan Yun chuckled bitterly, unable to forget the fleeting disappointment in Su Ju's eyes. He understood that, given Su Ju's disposition, it would be improbable for him to forge a friendship with him now. Regret began to seep into his thoughts for not participating in the battle, yet the sight of the ferocious and brutal demons swiftly quelled any lingering remorse. The disciples of the Kanglan sect stood ready, awaiting orders. Kai Yuan cast a glance at Shan Yun, and seeing his nonchalance, he too felt no urgency. The Kaishan sect. Remain on standby. The Xingyun temple. Remain on standby. Wu Wang observed Su Ju's invincible demeanor with a sense of mockery. The Buddhist sect was meant to heal the world and protect the lives of the people, yet he was faltering. But what shame is there in striving for survival? This world is not lacking in mortals. If one dies, so be it. Their sacrifice is unnecessary. Within the arena, Su Ju moved like a celestial swordsman, relentlessly engaging in battle on the battlefield. Wherever danger lurked, he was present, as if traversing an untouched realm, unimpeded by the monstrous fiends. The sudden assaults from these creatures were entirely disrupted by Su Ju, halting their advance hundreds of meters from the city gates, unable to progress further. Yu Qinglian, adept in both the mystical arts and martial prowess, radiated a luminous white light that made her exceedingly conspicuous on the battlefield. Her wielded techniques were immensely powerful, far surpassing what one would expect from a cultivator in the early stages of the Golden Core realm, instilling a sense of intimidation. However, she now faced a creature resembling a nascent soul entity. This beast was shrouded in utter darkness, towering in stature, with eyes that appeared to be filled with blood, reminiscent of a formidable bull. Each of its attacks was accompanied by a swirling black mist, which possessed corrosive and devouring properties, diminishing Yu Qinglian's techniques to a mere fraction and causing the white light surrounding her to flicker. Pale-faced and gripped by trepidation, Yu Qinglian felt herself on the verge of collapse. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm her, a figure clad in white appeared before her, brandishing a sword that cleaved through the black mist. The creature lunged at the man, yet he stood unflinching, wielding a sword as pure as snow, unleashing waves of ethereal sword energy that dazzled the eyes. After a fierce exchange of over 10 rounds, he delivered a decisive blow, severing the creature's head. Such prowess could only belong to Su Ju, unmatched by any other. Are you unharmed? Su Ju stood majestically in the air, wielding the sword of heaven as punishment. His white garments billowing and dark hair dancing, resembling a celestial swordsman, creating a striking spectacle upon the battlefield. Thank you. Yu Qinglian gazed at the handsome and composed man, her expression intricately woven with complexity. Deep within her tranquil eyes lay a hint of astonishment and gratitude. If you wish to express your thanks, then slay more demonic creatures. Su Ju shook his head, leaving those words behind as he turned to engage in battle against a female disciple of the Hehuan sacred sect, who was besieged by demonic creatures. Chapter 78. As if in a realm untouched by mortals, Su Ju, amidst the chaos of the battlefield, displayed a graceful and ethereal silhouette, causing Yu Qinglian to clench her delicate fists tightly. Unbeknownst to her, Su Ju had already created such a vast chasm between them. Initially, after her perilous breakthrough to the Golden Core stage, she believed herself to be his equal, both standing as the foremost prodigies. Little did she expect that Su Ju not only advanced to the mid-Golden Core stage, but was also capable of slaying even the demonic entities of the nascent soul realm. Su Ju swiftly appeared beside the female disciple of the Hehuan sacred sect, effortlessly dispatching the demonic creatures that besieged her. Before the grateful words could escape the lips of the Hehuan disciple, Su Ju turned and dashed towards the sword sect disciple who was likewise under attack by the malevolent beings. Su Ju, clad in white like snow, wielded the celestial execution sword as he traversed the battlefield with grace. Wherever a life was threatened, he appeared without delay, embodying the essence of an ethereal specter amidst the chaos of war. In this unpredictable arena of life and death, he moved as though in a realm untouched by others, with no fiend capable of hindering his advance. Yet, despite Su Ju's formidable prowess in vanquishing demonic creatures, the situation on the battlefield remained grim. The sheer multitude of these beasts was overwhelming. For every batch he felled, another emerged, an unending cycle of slaughter. The most formidable challenge lay in the demons' astounding regenerative abilities. Unless struck down in a single, decisive blow, they could recover with alarming swiftness. In contrast, human cultivators faced not only the peril of depleting their spiritual energy, but also the slow healing of their physical wounds. Compared to the demons, humanity bore numerous vulnerabilities. Yet their singular advantage was the lack of independent thought among these malevolent creatures. Their minds were consumed solely by the urge to kill, devoid of any instinct for survival, rendering them relatively easy to dispatch. Nevertheless, with Suju in their midst, the tide of battle did not shift overwhelmingly in favor of the demons, as no casualties had yet befallen the human cultivators. Suddenly, as Suju struck down a golden core demon, a chilling crimson gaze emerged from the shadows, fixated intently upon him. Suju turned his head, and his keen senses instantly detected the presence of a dangerous aura. Late stage of the nascent soul. Suju furrowed his brow slightly, as the malevolent creature was enveloped in an aura of intense wickedness. Its bloodthirsty, savage eyes seemed to possess a glimmer of intelligence. Mockingly gazing at him, he detested being regarded with such a look by others. Suju's gaze was icy, his hand gripping the Jutian's sword. In an instant, he appeared beside the late-stage Yuanying demon, striking with a single slash. The brilliance of the sword was blinding, and the white sword energy surged forth. The late-stage demon merely sidestepped, evading the lethal blow. "Today marks your demise, human," it uttered in a raspy voice, laced with a chilling mirth. "Ah, how amusing. A beast that can speak." A fleeting glimmer of surprise flickered in Suju's eyes. It is quite normal for a nascent soul in its later stage to attain sentience. Humph. The demonic creature let out a cold snort, raising its massive hand as a shroud of black mist surged forth. Suju remained calm and composed, wielding his sword to unleash a brilliant sword aura that pierced through the ominous black mist. However, in the next moment, a malevolent creature materialized behind him. The black mist coalesced into an exceedingly dark long sword, aimed directly at Suju's back, and thrust forward with lethal intent. Suju's pupils constricted. The late-stage nascent soul was astonishingly swift, and he barely had time to discern the movement. With a light tap of his toes, he leaped into the air, narrowly evading the lethal strike of the sword. Suju raised the sword of celestial extermination, and a surge of spiritual energy erupted from within his being, sweeping across the surroundings. Numerous feeble demonic creatures were instantly sent into a state of utter disarray by the overwhelming residual force of Suju's formidable spiritual power. In an instant, countless strands of sword energy emerged, numbering in the tens of thousands. Suju, akin to a sovereign, commanded the sword aura that bowed before him, swirling around his figure. In no time, the sword aura was absorbed by the Jutian sword, coalescing above Suju's head into a colossal sword that obscured the heavens. The convergence of myriad swords into one. This immense sword, capable of rending the firmament, instantaneously became the focal point of the battlefield. With a swift motion, Suju unleashed a strike towards the late-stage Yuanying demon creature. The demon, wielding a black sword, positioned it horizontally, summoning a swirling mass of black mist that coalesced into a formidable giant sword. The pitch-black behemoth clashed with the shimmering brilliance of Suju's sword, sending shockwaves that compelled both humans and demons to stagger back several paces. Soon, the colossal sword above Suju shattered the demon's dark giant sword, forcing it to retreat several steps. The surrounding black mist enveloping the demon thinned noticeably, leading Suju to discern that this mist represented their energy. Thunderclap sword technique. Suju afforded this late-stage demon beast of the nascent soul no opportunity to breathe. Boom. Above the sky, dark clouds churned, and the thunder roared with a tremendous crash. Streaks of purple lightning flickered within the stormy clouds. Thunder Dragon. Suju pointed his longsword towards the demonic creature at the late stage of the nascent soul. A dragon of thunder, formed by the fury of lightning, roiled within the stormy clouds, its gaping maw charged directly at the fiend. The creature's eyes glimmered with disdain as it swatted its hand, sending the thunder dragon hurtling away. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the dragon turned and launched another assault. What? The creature, bewildered, struck out once more. A colossal black hand loomed over the thunder dragon, yet the dragon remained undaunted. With a resounding roar that echoed through the skies, it shattered the dark mist and charged forth to bite. Infuriating, the demonic being was instantly propelled back by the dragon's onslaught, as the lightning seared the black mist enveloping it. The late-stage nascent soul creature collapsed to the ground, stripped of its imposing presence. However, such an assault was insufficient to slay this abomination. Whether it could even feel pain remained a mystery. Suju shook his head, realizing that the heavenly thunder sword technique could no longer be utilized frequently. As his strength advanced and the enemies he encountered grew increasingly formidable, this once invincible swordplay gradually lost its former prestige. Alas, this is the limitation imposed by the rank of martial arts, no matter how powerful Suju became. The sword technique had reached its ceiling, unable to unleash greater potential. nevertheless, being capable of confronting late-stage nascent soul practitioners. The Heavenly Thunder Sword technique could be considered to have been developed to its utmost limits by Suju. Surround him. The demonic creatures bared their fangs at Suju, sensing his formidable presence, abandoning their usual solitary attacks. With a wave of a hand, the mindless monsters nearby received their orders. The sheer number of these creatures was always their advantage. A throng of demons immediately forsook their assaults on other disciples, converging upon Suju like a tsunami, engulfing him entirely. Their expressions were grotesque, with green faces and sharp fangs, emitting a cacophony of growls, their crimson, bloodthirsty eyes striking terror into the hearts of onlookers. Should an ordinary cultivator witness such a scene, they would tremble in fear, suffocated by the overwhelming sense of despair. However, Suju remained unflinching, his posture erect, his countenance as serene as jade, composed and calm, resembling an immovable reef amidst the vast ocean. Arrogant. This is the end. In the distance, Kai Yuan observed everything, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes as he saw Suju ensnared in peril. Brother Su, Shan Yun shook his head slightly, feeling powerless. Could it be that the first prodigy was truly destined to fall here? In such a situation, could a miracle still be wrought to escape? Wang Wu, with hands clasped together, bore an expression devoid of warmth. Amiba, all I can do is assist in your transcendence, Su benefactor. Suju, be careful. Yun Qianling anxiously glanced in Suju's direction, where the demonic creatures had completely encircled him, obscuring the true nature of the situation. Her heart raced with urgency, desperate to aid Suju. Yet, before her stood numerous demonic creatures intent on attacking, leaving her no opportunity to intervene. Seeing Suju in dire straits, Yu Qinglian clenched her silver teeth, her techniques flowing forth ceaselessly as she brought her strength to its zenith. Suju once saved her, so even if she cannot provide substantial assistance, she still wishes to contribute in some way. There is no need for concern. Suju gently shook his head, acknowledging that quantity could indeed alter quality, but only when there is a semblance of balance. The oppressive darkness before him was undeniably formidable. Perhaps a typical cultivator with a fragile mindset would have already succumbed to disarray. However, for Suju, this menace posed no threat to him. In preparation for the impending crisis in the southern wilderness, he had fortified himself extensively. These beasts could not extinguish his life. Gripping the 3-foot azure peak, it trembled ceaselessly in his hand as a dazzling white sword light enveloped the blade, resonating with the clarion call of clashing steel. This was the heavenly execution sword's yearning for battle, mirroring the fervent emotions within Suju's heart. Kanglin, as Suju observed the gathering of those grinning demonic creatures, he let out a resounding shout. Suddenly, a brilliant sword light erupted from the heavens. The pure sword energy surged forth, illuminating the dark, blood-red earth as if it were daylight. It appeared as though the sword energy had torn through the firmament, akin to a radiant moon plummeting from the sky. The demonic beings below, witnessing the cataclysmic sword energy descending from above, were rendered utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 79. This battle is not the end, but the beginning. The impact of the sword energy's descent was beyond the realm of verbal description. As the sword energy struck the ground, an eerie silence enveloped the world. The creatures stood frozen, gazing at the colossal sword energy above, its brilliance blinding. They had not forgotten to resist, they simply found themselves powerless to do so. The immense sword energy obscured the sky, leaving the demonic beings nowhere to hide. All the disciples' attention was fixated upon Suju. In an instant, a force of overwhelming might surged forth, sweeping across the surroundings. A wild wind howled, and dust filled the air, obscuring everyone's vision. Suju. Yun Qianling's heart raced with anticipation. A multitude of demonic creatures wailed as they were consumed by the sword energy, the razor-sharp sword light sweeping across the heavens. Unparalleled in its glory, the sword light blazed for several breaths before gradually dissipating. The figure everyone sought slowly emerged into view. Dressed in white as pure as snow, he stood tall with sword in hand. His stature was regal, and his ink-black hair danced in the wind. His exquisitely handsome visage bore an air of composure, and his cold, indifferent eyes held an unsettling chill. Surrounding him lay countless severed limbs and shattered remnants. The grotesque and terrifying demons had fallen en masse, many of them now devoid of their corpses. The blood that gushed forth was a riot of colors, as most of the demons had taken on a tangible form. All eyes were fixed in disbelief upon Suju, whose invincible presence resembled that of a sword immortal gazing down upon the world. In that fleeting moment, silence enveloped the battlefield. Suju. Yuan was stunned, recalling a remark his brother had made before his demise. Suju is indeed the unrivaled prodigy. Initially, He had doubted it, believing his brother held Suju in too high regard. Yet, after encountering Suju, within this brief span of a single day, he had been met with wave after wave of astonishment and shock. He had grown even stronger. Shan Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. His heart stirred by tumultuous waves of emotion. Ba. The hands of Wu Wang he sure trembled. The figure that commanded the attention of the multitude left him profoundly shaken. With his unwavering resolve, Suju single-handedly altered the course of the battle. What was once an unwinnable fight was transformed through his sheer determination. Suju. Yun Qianling's eyes glistened with tears as she rushed into the man's embrace, holding him tightly. She had feared that losing such a godlike figure would be unbearable. But her apprehensions proved unfounded. Much like the day they first met, Suju continued to astound and delight her, cradling the enchanting woman in his arms. Suju smiled gently. We shall be affectionate when we return. Yun Qianling lifted her gaze to Suju's handsome visage, her tears blurring her sight. Yet her anxious heart finally found solace. Do not cry. Suju gently wiped away the tears from the maiden's eyes, feeling a warmth within. You frightened me to death just now, you scoundrel. Yun Qianling exhaled in relief. Suju smiled faintly. Do you not believe me? That would be rather reckless of you. With so many demonic creatures, merely gazing upon them instills a sense of despair, yet you remain so composed. A flicker of concern crossed Yun Qianling's eyes as the image of Suju's invincible figure, gazing down upon the world, surfaced in her mind. At that time, Suju radiated an unparalleled charisma. Rest assured, calamities may last for a millennium. I shall not perish. Suju gently brushed the exquisite nose of the enchanting woman. Do not speak of yourself in such a manner. You are my hero, not a calamity. Yun Qianling could not suppress her laughter and cast a playful glance at Suju. Very well, we shall reminisce later. This great battle has only just begun. Suju chuckled softly, cradling the beauty in his arms, his gaze directed towards the battlefield. After his relentless onslaught, the number of demons had dwindled to less than half of their original strength. The few remaining fiends trembled at the sight of him, their crimson eyes filled with palpable fear. Even if their minds lacked a will to survive, the overwhelming power of Suju instilled in them a profound sense of despair. They were driven back, unwilling to advance and engage in further combat. The demon of late nascent soul that had evaded Suju's strike found its dark mist growing increasingly dim, becoming almost translucent. This clearly indicated that it had expended a considerable amount of energy to evade his attack. Disciples of the Sword Sect, heed my command. Suju let out a cold laugh and took a step forward, causing the demonic creatures to collectively retreat a step. The disciples of the Sword Sect, filled with fervor, stepped forward in unison. The formidable strength of Suju lies in their unwavering confidence. Like an invincible sword immortal, they inspire their disciples' hearts. Blood surges with fervor. Battle spirit soars high, unyielding in the face of fear, taking pride in being a disciple of Suju. Exterminate them all. Suju wielded a 3-foot sword. Soaring into the air, his robe rustling like whispers in the wind, as he plunged into the throng of demonic creatures. The earth trembled. And he led the charge with unmatched fervor, reminiscent of the very onset of battle. Yu Qinglian's gaze was a tumult of shock and complexity. It seemed that Suju had never known fear. He was perpetually at the forefront, a formidable shield for them in this fierce conflict. A glance around revealed that none of the disciples had perished. Yu Qinglian was filled with admiration. Without Suju, it was likely that not only would they have suffered, but the citizens within the city would have faced utter devastation, their lives extinguished. Indeed, the disciples of the Sword Sect were fervent and impassioned, following in Suju's wake, brandishing their swords and charging forth. Yun Qianling's eyes gleamed with cold intensity, her murderous intent palpable. Heavenly Harmony Sect, unleash your prowess and let them know who the true prey is. Slay, slay. The female disciples of the Heavenly Harmony Sect were captivated by Suju's bravery and strength. His invincible silhouette ahead served as a beacon, guiding them. They had no reason to falter. The repairing Heaven Pavilion fought alongside Suju, determined to exterminate the horde of demonic creatures. Yu Qinglian's robes billowed, reminiscent of a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. Slay. The Taoist nuns were invigorated, and the formidable Suju carved a path to victory that should not have existed. They fervently drew upon the last remnants of their spiritual energy, fighting for the citizens behind them, for humanity. All the disciples shared a singular conviction. They must strive until the final second. The counteroffensive commenced. The demonic creatures were caught off guard by the suddenly emboldened disciples, still reeling from the terror instilled by Suju. Retreat. The late-stage nascent soul demon cast a lingering glance at Suju, then waved its hand, vanishing into the darkness. The mindless horde of demons followed suit, fleeing in disarray from the relentless onslaught of the disciples, scrambling out of the southern lands. What should have been an inevitable battle had surprisingly concluded in victory. The demons had retreated to the demonic soil of the southern domain. Suju's gaze was sharp and resolute. He ultimately refrained from acting impulsively and halted his advance. To pursue recklessly could easily lead to ambush. The presence of that late-stage nascent soul demon, capable of commanding the horde, suggested a structured hierarchy among the demons, one that warranted caution. Were there any casualties? Suju gazed at Li Chang and inquired. No, not at all. Li Chang's eyes were filled with admiration and respect for Suju. Despite the fact that Jianzi was merely at the mid-golden core stage, 2 realms beneath him, he unleashed an astonishing display of power. This battle, which appeared to hold no suspense, not only ended in victory, but also saw all disciples of the Sword Sect emerge unscathed. As the demonic creatures retreated, the crimson light on the horizon gradually faded, and the dawn broke. A sliver of light quietly blossoming from the edge of the sky. The land lay ravaged, a desolate wasteland. The acrid scent of blood permeated the air. Dismembered limbs scattered everywhere, blanketing the desolate terrain outside Qingyan City. In this apocalyptic scene, the victory was remarkably splendid. Not a single disciple from the 3 sects perished, with the worst injuries sustained being severe wounds. The battle had concluded. Yet, Suju's expression remained tense. He cast his gaze towards the unknown lands of the southern region. This conflict was not an end, but rather a beginning. Were it not for the necessity of eliminating future threats, a second ambush might have been inevitable. At this moment, the city gates stood wide open. Kai Yuan led the disciples of the Kaishan sect as they emerged. He had been the first to suggest retreating. Yet now he had the audacity to step forward and share in the glory, leaving everyone astonished. Thank you for your hard work, heroes. Please return to the city and rest. Kai Yuan approached the crowd, a sheepish grin on his face. This battle, marked by a stark disparity, would earn them renown throughout the Central Plains. If he could share in some of the accolades, his father would surely reward him. His reputation would flourish as a result. Thus he decided to set aside his pride and step forward, claiming he had merely provided support from the rear, ensuring logistical assistance. Surely, that was acceptable? Suju's expression remained tranquil as he brushed past without even a glance. Did Suju hear the dog barking? Yun Qianling inquired, walking beside him. Her face etched with confusion. It seems he did, though it is not very clear, Suju replied with a nod. Yun Qianling wholeheartedly agreed, saying, Then let us hasten our pace. I fear that dog may go mad and bite us. No worries, Suju stated, should it go mad. We shall slay it and stew it for the warriors. Suju's bright eyes flickered with a glint of coldness as she lightly remarked, Very well, you are indeed considerate. Brother. Yun Qianling's eyes curved with a smile. Where is your thoughtfulness? Had it not been for your reminder, I would not have even heard the dog barking. Suju chuckled lightly. Does my brother imply that he is not even as good as a dog? I never claimed such a thing. He as the two engaged in their carefree conversation, each word struck like a sharp slap against Kai Yuan's face, leaving his complexion alternating between shades of green and red. Watching the pair depart, he dared not utter a sound, his gaze filled with resentment as he fixated on them. Suju, indeed, has become a formidable figure, and Yun Qianling is no pushover either. In order to avoid inciting collective wrath, he chose to endure in silence. Shortly thereafter, some disciples of the Sword Sect, while passing by Kai Yuan, deliberately spat onto the ground. Kai Yuan's expression darkened further, his inner fury igniting, fists clenched tightly. Were it not for his apprehension of Suju, he would have relished the thought of dispatching this disciple with a single blow. Some individuals truly possess a lack of shame. Li Chang, with hands behind his back, clicked his tongue. Who are you referring to? Kai Yuan's face turned ashen, questioning the identity of this insolent individual. Although Li Chang was considerably drained of spiritual energy at that moment, Kai Yuan discerned with clarity that he was, in fact, a fully realized Golden Core practitioner. Truly, he was at a loss. Whoever replies is the one being spoken of, he mused. And yet he dares to show up here with such audacity. What a thick-skinned individual indeed. Li Chang looked at Kai Yuan with a smirk, his eyes glimmering with mockery and derision. Say that again. Kai Yuan gritted his teeth, casting a glance at the forward-moving Suju. He chose to hold his tongue, unwilling to stoop to the level of this insignificant character. Li Chang refrained from engaging in dialogue with such lowly beings. Suju glanced back at Li Chang, speaking with a calm demeanor. Indeed, Jinzi. Li Chang replied respectfully. sneering at Kaiyuan before following closely behind Suju. In his eyes, this so-called son of the Open Mountain sect's leader was not even a fraction of his father's worth. How could a renowned emperor produce such a laughable offspring? Kaiyuan's expression darkened as he glared at Li Chang, as a prodigy of the Open Mountain sect. He had never been looked down upon by someone of such lowly stature. This filled him with an overwhelming sense of frustration and anger. Just as he contemplated whether to teach these ignorant ants a lesson, his eyes suddenly brightened upon seeing Yu Qinglian approaching. I told you. The sword sect may not give me face, but the Butian Pavilion certainly will. Clearing his throat and regaining his composure, Kaiyuan smiled lightly. Truly worthy of the enchanting Yu Chan, unparalleled in elegance. However, to his astonishment, Yu Qinglian didn't even spare him a glance. Instead, she turned to the group of Taoist nuns behind her and offered them a reminder. Kaiyuan's smile instantly froze, his lips twitching in agitation. Yes, Saintess. The Taoist nuns responded softly, gracefully bypassing Kaiyuan. The Butian Pavilion, being a revered sect of the highest order, emphasized tranquility and detachment from worldly desires. They shunned the unclean aura surrounding Kaiyuan, avoiding even the air he breathed. Damn it! Kaiyuan trembled slightly, seething with rage. The disciples of the Open Mountain sect trailed behind him, wishing they could bury their heads in the ground or vanish into the earth. They glanced at the arrogant disciples of the sword sect, and then back at Kaiyuan, their hearts filled with disdain. Damn, how did we end up following such a master? It would have been better to flee than to humiliate ourselves like this. Cowardly and desperate for glory. They said Kaiyuan was more astute than his brother Kaitian. Yet now he appeared even more foolish. As Suju was approaching the city gate, the citizens surged forth like a tide, their simple faces alight with excitement and heartfelt gratitude. Though they had sheltered behind the city walls, the shouts of battle rang clear outside. The clamor of spells and the echo of Dao techniques resonated, revealing the dire situation within the city. The people of Qingyun City had witnessed the terror of the demonic creatures, their strength beyond doubt. The disciples from the celestial sect before them were their saviors, risking their lives to rescue Qingyun City from peril. Thank you, immortals. We bow to the immortals. With tears brimming in their eyes, the citizens knelt before Suju and his companions, earnestly striking their foreheads against the ground in gratitude. The disciples were deeply moved. Among this group were women, mothers, fathers, sons, and daughters, all adorned with expressions of gratitude and reverence. The innocent gaze of a child, not yet a few years old, glimmered with admiration as it looked upon them. The remaining disciples felt an immense weight upon their shoulders. Fortunately, they did not abandon their posts and flee, thankfully. Their swords were wielded by Suju and not by Kaiyuan. They were fortunate to remain, valiantly fighting for the sake of these common folk. Had they truly departed, these simple citizens would have faced utter devastation, and the very essence of the city would have been reduced to mere sustenance for the beasts. It is difficult to fathom the brutality and bloodshed that would ensue. Gratitude cannot be adequately expressed. Thank you, esteemed immortals. Thank you. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man, the lord of Qingyun City. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he repeatedly bowed his head. His cultivation was but at the foundation level, rendering him incapable of offering substantial assistance. Yet, these disciples of the immortal sect, disregarding their own peril, drove away the lurking monsters that haunted their hearts. Such words are excessive. Let them rise. It is unnecessary. Suju shook his head gently, waving his hand with a soft flicker of spiritual energy that helped the city lord to his feet. Having arrived, Suju harbored no thoughts of retreat. The sword sect, revered by the offerings of the people of Central State, or the sacred duty of safeguarding the realm. These were responsibilities they were meant to uphold. And Suju felt no sense of indebtedness from the populace. This battle would resonate throughout the entirety of Central State and the vast expanse of the land. The name of Suju shall once again resound throughout the world. Who in this realm does not recognize you? Chapter 81. Entering the southern domain, treading on demon soil. As Suju stepped through the city gates, he beheld the grimacing countenance of Shanyun. There was no need for further words. Suju gazed at Shanyun, who seemed poised to speak yet remained silent, and with a gentle gesture, he brushed past him, his expression composed. Each individual possesses the inherent right to make their own choices, and Suju neither intervened nor desired to interfere. However, one must bear the consequences that arise from their decisions. As Shanyun watched Suju recede into the distance, he opened his mouth, yet ultimately found himself unable to voice his thoughts. Reflecting on Suju's unwavering figure contrasted with his own deliberations on life and death, it became evident that they were never destined to walk the same path. In silence, Shan Yun resolved inwardly. Brother Su, may your martial journey flourish. Returning to the inn. After confirming that the disciples of the sword sect were not seriously injured, Suju returned to his room. It was now dawn, with a faint light illuminating the horizon. After taking a bath, he found himself unable to sleep. The sudden onslaught of the demonic creatures had revealed their formidable nature to him, although he had managed to repel them this time. He was acutely aware that he might not be so fortunate in the future. Suju rose to his feet, gazing toward the southern domain. Passivity was not in his nature. It was through taking the initiative that he could forge greater opportunities. Adorned with the map of splendid mountains and rivers, he possessed a series of life-preserving trump cards. As long as he did not court disaster, the malevolent creatures of the southern domain could not impede his progress. He was eager to discover whether this land, rife with peril and darkness, concealed treasures or traps. Without hesitation, he set forth. Without hesitation, Suju consumed a medicinal pill to begin restoring the spiritual energy within him. After half an hour, he had nearly regained his strength and first sought out Li Chang. Sword Master, you called for me? Li Chang inquired as he entered Suju's chamber. Suju nodded and said, I must step out for a while and entrust you with several matters that require your attention during my absence. What matters? Li Chang inquired respectfully, having been thoroughly impressed by Suju's prowess in battle. His bold mockery of Qiyuan revealed his fierce temperament and unwavering integrity, showcasing his intolerance for the treacherous. Thus, Suju's strength and sense of righteousness completely captivated him, compelling Li Chang to follow his commands without question. The recent defeat we inflicted on the demonic creatures signifies that there will undoubtedly be further attacks in the future, and they shall not be as straightforward. The first task is to return to the sword sect to seek reinforcements. Suju did not believe that his current abilities were sufficient to contend with this relentless horde of monsters. As for the sword master, what about the other matters? Li Chang nodded and inquired. Suju did not conceal anything from him, calmly stating, I shall venture to the southern region's demonic land for no more than 5 days. But no less than 3. Sword Master, this is unacceptable. Li Chang's expression tightened, and he was about to say more. My mind is made up. Please make the necessary arrangements for the disciples. Suju raised his hand to interrupt, his gaze towards the window profound and brilliant. Indeed. Rest assured, Jianzi. Li Chang felt an immense admiration. Although Jianzi's stature was not particularly imposing, he stood before them like a mountain, unwavering and steadfast. Suju dismissed Li Chang and, after ensuring that all his cards were in order and his spiritual energy had nearly fully restored, he exited the inn. He had no intention of disclosing this matter to Yun Qianling, as he did not wish for her to be anxious on his behalf. At such a late hour, where could his brother be headed? As Suju stepped out of the inn, a voice, sweet and enchanting, echoed behind her. Turning around, she beheld a captivating beauty, leaning gracefully against the doorway, gazing at her with a charming smile. Ah, merely taking a stroll, she replied. Suju casually remarked, are you trying to fool me? Just taking a stroll. Yun Qianling, with her myriad charms, cast a glance at Suju and stepped forward, asking, are you planning to head to the southern region? Suju shook her head, exclaiming, in such a perilous place, how could that be possible? I refuse to believe it. If you venture into the southern region, I shall accompany you. Yun Qianling huffed. No, you must obediently wait for me in Qingyan City. I shall be back shortly. Suju would not consent to this. If you were to venture forth alone, he possesses numerous means of self-preservation and hidden trump cards. Should you bring Yun Qianling along? It is highly likely that both of you would find yourselves in perilous circumstances. I am uneasy about your undertaking alone. Although Yun Qianling's prowess does not match Suju's, her strength during the mid-stage of the Golden Core is not to be underestimated. If you proceed, our objective becomes excessively conspicuous. However, if I go alone, I can extricate myself at will, as those demonic creatures would be unable to detain me. Suju elucidated, you shall venture forth alone, with no one to watch over you. Yun Qianling's face revealed a profound concern. She understood that Suju would not undertake endeavors devoid of certainty. Yet the South Domain was fraught with peril, a realm where humans were forbidden to tread. Entering it would be akin to a lamb walking into the jaws of a tiger. Even though Suju was exceptionally intelligent and endowed with remarkable talent, he could very well meet his demise amidst the demonic lands of the South Domain. Such matters are trivial, he replied. You must remain here and await my return. This time, the fiends have been left wanting. During the next ambush, it shall not be as simple. It would be prudent for you to return to the sect and dispatch additional assistance. Suju's resolve was unwavering. He would never allow Yun Qianling to accompany him into danger. What if you cannot return? Yun Qianling inquired, her red lips pressed together in concern. I cannot possibly fail to return, he asserted with confidence. Suju smiled faintly, even if the map of splendid mountains and rivers became ineffective. He possessed ample aces up his sleeve. His greatest trump card was not his own prowess, but rather, Suju's gaze drifted to a certain point, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Very well, I shall trust you. 3 days, should you not return within that time, I shall venture forth to seek you. Yun Qianling's eyes sparkled with determination. No problem, Suju nodded in agreement. Yet, a twinge of concern lingered in Yun Qianling's heart for Suju, prompting her to impart a cautionary reminder. In times of adversity, do not act impulsively. If you encounter an insurmountable challenge, return and we shall deliberate further. Rest assured. Suju replied, her confidence unwavering. A warmth enveloped Suju's heart. He had heard tales of the perils that beset the southern region, and this venture was merely to ascertain the situation. Why did the appearance of anomalies in the heavens invariably incite the monstrous beings to revolt against the southern wilderness? It was implausible that these mindless creatures could coordinate such an assault without some form of orchestration. His journey to the south was twofold: to discern whether it was a treasure or a trap, and to investigate the underlying reasons for the assault on the southern wilderness. I do not concern myself with the fate of the world, but I care for you. Who or what may matter little to me. Your life is my own. My heart is tethered to yours, dear brother, and I implore you to consider my feelings. Yun Qianling gently leaned against Suju's chest, finding solace in the rhythmic and powerful beat of his heart. I will not let you falter. Suju cradled the fair maiden's delicate face, leaning down into her bashful, enchanting gaze where unspoken emotions lingered. After a long moment, Suju bid farewell to Yun Qianling and walked out of Qingyan City alone. Clad in white garments as pure as snow, with the Zhutian sword firmly grasped in hand, his slender figure gradually receded into the distance, eventually vanishing into the shadows. When the disciples stationed atop Qingyan City observed Suju entering the southern region solitary, they exchanged glances in surprise. Shortly thereafter, a woman clad in a Taoist robe also began to drift away under their watchful eyes. Chapter 82. The Mysterious Shadow. Task activated. Resolve the crisis in the southern frontier. Reward. To be awarded based on the level of completion. Just as Suju was about to step onto the demonic soil of the southern region, a mechanical voice resonated within his mind. After a prolonged period of silence, the system had finally resumed its task issuance. Suju had almost forgotten that he possessed a system. Suju halted his steps, gazing into the boundless darkness ahead. The demon realm was upon him. The southern wilderness lay in close proximity to the southern domain, yet it was already dawn in the southern wilderness, where the sun gradually ascended from the east, casting golden rays across the horizon. In stark contrast, the demonic soil of the southern domain appeared shrouded in an impenetrable murkiness. An enigmatic black mist, emanating from an unknown source, drifted ominously over the demonic terrain. To an outsider's view, the land seemed utterly devoid of life, as the void consumed all, leaving only darkness in its wake. Suju's gaze was resolute as he gripped the Zhutian sword. In an instant, he vanished into the boundless darkness, appearing as though he had been consumed by it. South region, Demon Land. As Suju set foot upon this land, his initial impression was one of murkiness. The air was permeated with a pungent scent of blood and an indescribable foul odor. Suju had no choice but to hold his breath. With his cultivation level, he could easily refrain from breathing for several days. Beneath his feet lay a stretch of black, fetid mud, the vegetation decayed, and withered trees scattered about, while a bubbling swamp exuded a pungent miasma. Raising his gaze, he beheld a sky devoid of both moon and sun. Only a blood moon hung high, radiating an eerie crimson glow, seemingly drenched in blood. It was evident that the strange phenomenon on the horizon was a manifestation of this very blood moon. However, its current luminosity was faint, and Suju surmised that once it erupted anew, it would coincide with the onslaught of the demonic creatures. Before he could take more than a few steps, several of these creatures abruptly materialized before him. With green faces and sharp fangs, their bodies were pitch black, and their scarlet eyes glowed ominously. In this realm of demons, their presence felt entirely harmonious, rendering Suju himself as the sole anomaly. The demonic beings approached him with a predatory intent, and Suju narrowed his eyes, poised to strike. This was demon territory, and any reckless action could easily attract the attention of other creatures. As the demons drew nearer, just as Suju prepared to unleash a lethal blow, they seemingly passed right by him, as if he were invisible to them. Suju was taken aback, gazing at the monstrous beings that did not even cast a glance in his direction. What was happening? They bore him no animosity whatsoever. Could it be that those who launched an assault upon the southern lands were not these creatures? Perhaps there existed both benevolent and malevolent beings among them? Contemplating this, Suju found himself increasingly intrigued by the treasured artifact. However, he resolved that since some of these monsters could articulate human speech, it would be prudent to seek a guide in this unfamiliar territory. Just as he pondered whom to approach, a shadow suddenly darted past him. A human. A sudden shock coursed through Suju's heart as he instinctively surged towards the shadow. This aura was unmistakable. Only a human would exude such vibrant life force in this desolate place. The previous demonic creatures had emanated a profound stillness of death. Otherwise, Suju would not have only noticed it upon their proximity. Even if it were not a human, it was likely a transformed beast, capable of serving as a reliable guide. The shadow, clearly aware of Suju's pursuit, erupted into an astonishing speed, skillfully maneuvering through the terrain, nearly evading him. However, Suju's speed and heightened senses were formidable. Even though it was his first venture into this demonic land, he could still rely on his acute instincts to discern direction, position, and obstacles. Do not flee. I mean you no harm. Let us converse. Suju called out. The speed of this shadow was indeed formidable, and it was all too easy to lose track if one was not vigilant. However, this only served to heighten Suju's excitement. Given how well acquainted the shadow was with this area, Suju resolved to reluctantly grant him the role of guide. Upon hearing Suju's words, the shadow ahead showed no intention of pausing. On the contrary, it quickened its pace even further. Suju chuckled, for he was most unperturbed by the prospect of a protracted battle. The heart of the sword and the secret technique of slaying heaven continuously aided him in absorbing spiritual energy. He decided to pursue slowly, without haste. As long as he ensured he would not lose track, running alongside for an entire day posed no challenge. As the two traversed the demonic terrain, Suju noticed a peculiar detail. Regardless of how he navigated through the throngs of these demonic creatures in pursuit of the shadow, they exhibited no awareness of his presence, failing to recognize him as an outsider. Most notably, there was an absence of the murderous intent and ferocity typically exhibited by the malevolent beings of the southern wilderness. This revelation left Suju in a state of astonishment. Could it be that these demonic entities were indeed under someone else's control? Thus, the chase persisted, each party relentlessly pursuing the other. After a grueling 5 hours, the shadow ahead finally began to decelerate. Suju's lips curled into a slight smile. Is that all? He had initially hoped to engage in a more prolonged exchange with it. After all, it had yet to unleash its full potential. Were it not for his desire to conceal his true self, he would have transformed into his divine form and incapacitated it with a mere swipe. If this pace were to persist, Suju could maintain it for 3 days and nights. His mount did not imply a lack of stamina, but rather a preference for leisure. As the shadow slowed its speed, Suju instantly accelerated, swiftly closing the distance to match the shadow's pace. I must insist. There is no need to flee. Let us converse, for you cannot outrun me. Suju gazed at the shadow with a gentle smile. As he drew closer, he could clearly discern the figure's disheveled state. Dressed entirely in black, her form appeared remarkably slender and tall. The hood obscured her face, making it difficult to ascertain her features. However, it was evident that she was a woman. This piqued Suju's curiosity even further. What manner of woman could possibly find herself in such a place? I bear no ill will towards you, he asserted. I am human, just like you. Suju discovered that this young girl was quite stubborn, despite knowing that she was on the brink of exhaustion and unable to run any longer. She still insisted on fleeing. Upon hearing the word human, the shadow visibly trembled, a detail that Suju keenly observed. In the next moment, the shadow surged forth with a speed that rivaled its previous burst. Although Suju was uncertain why it reacted so excitedly upon hearing the word human, he still shook his head and kindly cautioned, if you forcibly increase your speed like this, you will inflict irreparable harm upon yourself. Moreover, even if you maintain such rapidity, you will not be able to shake me off. Once I have set my sights on you, escape is no longer an option. It would be wiser to halt and converse with me. Rest assured, assisting me will not go unrewarded. Suju's words ring true. Upon entering the demon land, one can unwittingly find oneself in peril. Thus, a guide is of paramount importance. Moreover, he will not be remiss in his dealings, ensuring a fair exchange. Leave. The shadow spoke, her voice hoarse yet unmistakably feminine. I shall not depart. I am a stranger in this unfamiliar territory, and danger lurks at every turn. You, as my guide, are indispensable. Suju offered a smile, leisurely trailing alongside the shadow. After all, she was utterly depleted, in no rush. She could afford to slowly wear them down. With time, their spirit would be refined, and agreement would follow suit. Chapter 83, Cooperation after a span of 2 hours. The shadow finally came to a halt. Suju beamed with delight, mirroring the shadow's pause as they stood together in serene composure. This time, Suju remained silent, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she gazed at them, akin to a predator eyeing its ensnared prey. "How can you possibly let me go?" the shadow inquired, directing its gaze towards Suju. "I shall not grant you freedom," she replied. Suju shook her head, declaring that the guide had indeed made up her mind today. "You are shameless." Her voice, hoarse with anger, pierced the air as she glared fiercely at Suju. Suju shrugged nonchalantly. "Who lacks shame? We are all human. What harm is there in lending a hand? Your benefits remain unaffected. Humans are utterly shameless." The shadow suddenly exclaimed in wrath. "Lower your voice. You might attract other monsters. In your current state of excessive depletion, trouble could easily ensue, and I shall not be responsible for your fate." Suju dug at his ears, pondering that this stubborn girl must harbor some untold story. The hostility she exhibited towards humanity was stark, suggesting she had suffered significant harm at the hands of her own kind. The most perilous of all is you, in comparison to them. Humanity is truly the most terrifying. The shadow spoke coldly. "I cannot dispute your assertion. The human heart is inscrutable. It is often said that ghosts are fearsome. Yet the most dreadful of all is the human heart." Suju nodded, acknowledging that humanity is an incredibly intricate species. In his previous life, Suju was an author. Much like a fervent critic, he wielded his keyboard with the authority of a supreme being, disregarding all else. Should anyone dare to contradict him, they would unleash a torrent of astonishingly outrageous remarks, judging the entire work through the lens of their own perspectives. If the narrative did not align with their sentiments or expectations, they would resort to hyperbolic denunciations. Little did they realize, every word and every plot twist was meticulously crafted by the author. At times, he chose to remain indifferent, yet his silence often led others to perceive it as capitulation, as if he acquiesced to their opinions. Earning a living is arduous, and facing disdain is even more challenging. This world, where martial prowess reigns supreme, is far preferable, devoid of many foolish minds. Humanity, cease your attempts to sway me." The shadow coldly scoffed. "I am not attempting to influence you. I speak the truth, and today, you are destined to be my guide. Rest assured, I shall not require much of your time. Merely a day will suffice, and I shall offer you ample remuneration." Suju smiled gently and inquired, "What reward do you propose?" The shadowy figure, fully aware of his inability to outpace Suju and recognizing the formidable strength of the man before him, could only choose to momentarily retreat from the confrontation. "How about I offer you 2 celestial-grade elixirs?" Suju pondered for a moment and spoke. The demon land is indeed a barren wasteland, and the existence of elixirs is debatable. Possessing 2 celestial-grade elixirs is merely a distant dream for ordinary human cultivators. The notion of 2 elixirs suggests that countless individuals would be willing to fight tooth and nail for them. I find that hard to believe. Upon hearing this, the shadowy figure displayed a flicker of interest, indicating a degree of skepticism towards Suju. It was evident that she harbored a significant wariness towards humanity. "I could offer you one as well." Suju gently shook his head, producing 2 celestial-grade elixirs, which he had acquired during his previous system missions. At that time, his junior sister's reward had been 50 celestial-grade elixirs, but he had been so absorbed in studying his master's rewards that he had entirely forgotten about them. "Are you not afraid that I might abscond with the elixirs?" the shadowy figure queried, intrigued. She accepted the 2 elixirs, their fragrant aroma enveloping her senses, evoking a refreshing exhilaration. Indeed, they were celestial-grade elixirs, causing her breath to quicken slightly. "If you flee, I shall take your life." Suju's lips curled into a slight smile. "This is quite different from the previous chase. My greatest disdain is for deceit. I will not flee, rest assured, for I am not a malevolent creature of humanity." The shadow shivered, acutely aware of the chilling glint in Suju's eyes. She sensed that if she truly attempted to escape, death would likely be her fate. "Is it truly wise to speak ill of humanity in my presence?" Suju chuckled softly. The shadow replied with a cold sneer, "Do you not agree as well?" Suju let out a sigh and said, "I resonate with a portion of people, yet there remains another segment that holds immense significance for me, even if it demands everything?" The shadow inquired. "Indeed." Suju reminisced about his master, who had granted him a second chance at life, and the valiant Yun Xianling, who had risked her life for him on the battlefield. He also thought of his senior sister, a blank canvas that he had imbued with color, and the Princess Chonglu, with whom he had made a 5-year pact. The burdens of beauty's favor are indeed arduous to bear. I hope your sincerity will not be in vain, the shadow scoffed. Su Ju replied calmly. These matters are not your concern. Ask less and manage less, and focus on your own responsibilities. I am not inclined to inquire, the shadow retorted with a scoff. For now, you belong to me for this day. Having accepted my remuneration, you are bound to obey my commands. Su Ju cast a teasing glance at the shadow. The shadow, feeling uneasy, cleared its throat and said, What do you intend to do? Let me make it clear. I am merely a guide. Su Ju's lips twitched slightly. Rest assured, I harbor no ulterior motives towards you. First, remove your hat. I wish to see your face. Why? The shadowy figure was evidently reluctant. I need to ascertain whether you are my adversary, for I have quite a few enemies in this vicinity. Su Ju was inherently cautious. What if this shadow were truly one of the demonic beings that had attacked him that day? One must take precautions in advance to safely traverse the razor's edge. Humph. Not giving in. The shadow clutched a bear. So, do you then admit to being my foe? Su Ju narrowed his eyes. For this girl harbored an exceedingly poor impression of humanity. Yet, her vitality was distinct from that of a demon, still. Who could ascertain whether it was not a ploy of the fiends? I have no desire to be your foe. The shadow's voice seethed with indignation. Had she been capable of defeating Su Ju, she would have surely struck. The human before her was insufferably bothersome, offering her no opportunity for choice. Alas! In such a perilous situation, if Su Ju did not adopt a ruthless stance, it would be his own detriment. Let me observe you, after all. We have but a day. Soon, we shall part ways, each going our separate paths, as if we were strangers. Su Ju was rendered speechless. After a moment of hesitation, the shadowy figure removed the hat, revealing a visage of unparalleled beauty. Her hair was elegantly styled, framing a face adorned with delicate, spring-like eyes and gracefully arched brows. Her skin was as smooth and radiant as fine jade, glowing softly with a luster akin to silk. Her complexion surpassed the purity of snow, and her features were akin to a masterful painting. Her lips, naturally tinted a rosy hue, appeared luscious and inviting, while 2 wisps of hair danced gently in the breeze, adding an alluring charm to her presence. With a waist that could be encircled by a single hand, she embodied an ethereal beauty, one that seemed untouched by the mundane world. Indeed, she was a breathtakingly exquisite woman. Very well, you may proceed. Su Ju confirmed that he had indeed never seen her before and nodded slightly. A flicker of surprise passed through the woman's eyes. Typically, when humans beheld her beauty, they either exhibited a foolish demeanor or were rendered speechless for an extended period. Yet, the man before her displayed no reaction or intrigue, merely regarding her as an ordinary woman to be appraised. What was amiss? Su Ju observed the confusion in the woman's eyes and inquired, Are you unable to discern what sets me apart? The woman could not restrain herself and replied, Your skin is remarkably well maintained. It is evident that you do not belong to this realm of magic. From where do you hail? Su Ju replied. The woman was speechless. That is not what I asked. Chapter 84. Who told you that I am human? Then what is it that you are inquiring about? After contemplating for a moment, Su Ju's eyes glimmered with a hint of amusement. What, do you wish for me to praise your beauty? The woman, realizing her thoughts had been unveiled, felt a flush of crimson grace her porcelain-like visage. And what of it? Am I not beautiful? What does that have to do with me? Su Ju nearly lost his composure. Every woman in his vicinity was a paragon of beauty, possessing an ethereal charm. Furthermore, he discerned that since this woman had removed her mask, her voice had transformed from a hoarse whisper into a melodious and captivating sound. It was evident that her outer garment was no ordinary attire, but rather an extraordinary artifact of concealment. Otherwise, it would not have passed before Su Ju's eyes unnoticed. The woman clenched her silver teeth and exclaimed, You insufferable straight man! Spare me your prattle and return my elixir. Su Ju was rendered speechless. It was the first time a woman had labeled him as a typical straight man. This was unacceptable. Had they not already reached an agreement? The woman unceremoniously placed the elixir into her storage ring, leaving no room for negotiation. Therefore, he should cease his hesitation and diligently fulfill his responsibilities. Su Ju replied with irritation. The woman inquired, Then tell me, if I were to be your guide, where would you wish to go? Su Ju retorted, First, tell me your name. Fox Ying, she replied, casting a glance at Su Ju, who was rather handsome. And you? Hu Yingying. You may call me Suju. Suju nodded, taking note of Hu Yingying. It is quite rare to encounter surnames derived from beasts in the vast land, as such practices predominantly belong to the Eastern Territories, where the ancestral lands of the demon clan reside. Hu Yingying was momentarily taken aback, and suddenly a thought struck her. You are Suju? How is it that you know me? Upon observing the peculiar reaction of the enchanting Hu Yingying, Suju felt assured that he had never engaged with this young lady in any manner. Are you truly the foremost prodigy of How-To? Hu Yingying fluttered her alluring eyes, incessantly scanning Suju. Indeed, he was strikingly handsome, undeniably distinguished, and exuded an extraordinary charm. Yet, apart from his good looks, she could discern no remarkable qualities. Perhaps that would suffice. Suju, filled with confusion, inquired, "What is the cause of your considerable reaction?" The people of the clan have labeled you as the foremost among humans who commit malevolence, destined to become a terrifying monster that unifies humanity. Without a moment's hesitation, Hu Yingying blurted out her thoughts, only to immediately cover her mouth in realization. Alas, she had let slip a secret. I remarked on the hostility you harbor towards humanity, and it turns out you are indeed one of the demon tribe. Suju was momentarily taken aback, then regarded Hu Yingying with a smile that was neither here nor there. It seems you are not the fox I thought you were. Not at all. I am certainly not of the demon clan. Hu Yingying hurriedly clarified. The man before her was renowned among his kin as the foremost prodigy of the human race, destined to unify humanity in the future. When that time came, he would inevitably extend his grasp towards their demon clan. Therefore, Suju had become a figure at the center of attention within the demon race, and it was prudent to avoid unnecessary entanglements with him. The prospect of unifying humanity was indeed a reality, but what did it truly mean to be a terrifying monster? Suju replied with irritation. How could someone as elegant and dashing as I be associated with terrifying monsters? You are not frightful. Such notions are mere fabrications. Spare them. They have only just come of age. Fox Yingying's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, appearing as though she might weep. No tears allowed. If you cry, I shall devour you. Suju, a figure of malevolence, declared ominously, do not weep, do not weep. Hu Yingying, pouting adorably, endeavored to suppress her emotions, with mist swirling in her sparkling eyes. An utterly delightful sight. Suju chuckled in disbelief. Why are you so anxious? Surely, you do not intend for me to relax only to devour me afterward? Hu Yingying inquired, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Suju's lips twitched slightly. Rest assured, I have no interest in your flesh. That's good to hear. For your meat is reportedly the least palatable, utterly devoid of flavor. Fox Yingying nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. I was merely jesting. In truth, I wish to help you relax before I feast upon you. After all, if you are too tense, your flesh becomes tough and unappetizing. Suju's lips curled into a smile. His originally extraordinary and handsome visage appeared as dangerously enchanting as a devil's grin in Hu Yingying's eyes. Please, no. If it comes to that, I can return the elixir to you and offer my services as a guide for free. I still have much life to live. In an instant, Hu Yingying burst into tears, crystalline droplets cascading down her cheeks, evoking a sense of profound pity. Still crying? If you continue, I shall truly devour you. Suju rolled his eyes in exasperation. No more tears, no more tears. I promise I won't cry again. Hu Yingying sniffled, wiping away her tears. Her eyes red and pitiful as she gazed at Suju. You may keep the elixir for yourself. I am not accustomed to asking for what I have given away. Suju said softly, all right. Hu Yingying let out a sigh of relief. Had the elixir truly been reclaimed, she might have been unable to restrain herself and would have cried out. The thought of crying in front of Suju was truly terrifying. I observe that your black attire is no ordinary treasure. You cannot possibly be the daughter of the Fox clan's chieftain, can you? Suju speculated. How did you come to know? Hu Yingying displayed a look of astonishment, as she had never revealed her identity. If I merely guessed, and you confirmed it, would I not then be aware? Suju felt a sudden sense of astonishment. He had merely spoken casually and had not anticipated the truth of his words. This revelation illuminated the reasons behind her pronounced reaction upon encountering him. As the daughter of the clan leader, she undoubtedly received considerable attention. His father, regarding her reminders about himself, would certainly prioritize them over those of others. It is no wonder she appeared so frightened. It was all a result of her father's indoctrination. Hu Yingying's petite face immediately fell, realizing that it was all due to her own disclosures. It was as if her identity had been inadvertently exposed simply by her own thoughtless remarks. How could she be so foolish? Rest assured, I harbor no interest in your lineage or your undertakings. My presence here serves a specific purpose. Suju shook his head. Upon seeing Suju, Hu Yingying relaxed somewhat and pouted. How can I not be nervous? After all, you are the foremost prodigy of the human race. Does being the foremost prodigy of humanity necessarily imply one is devoid of malevolence? Suju curled his lips slightly. Of course, to us demons, all humans are villains. As the first among them, you must be the foremost scoundrel. Hu Yingying spoke while observing Suju's reaction. Ready to silence herself at once should he express any desire to devour her. How could your father possibly feel at ease allowing you to venture out alone with such foolishness? Suju's expression darkened as he realized that this girl was not merely foolish. I had sneaked out secretly. Hu Yingying playfully stuck out her tongue and remarked. With your level of intelligence, how could you possibly have escaped? Suju's expression was peculiar. The chieftain of the Fox clan is indeed a formidable being. Hu Yingying scoffed. Then mind your own business. The foremost pride of humanity. Enough, you need not say more. As Suju's expression darkened, the mere mention of that title conjured images of the terrifying creature in his mind. Yet, he could not fault her for this association. In the realm of humanity, the demon race was equally despised. The relationship between humans and demons was utterly abysmal, with encounters often resulting in conflict, where one side faced death or injury. Have you come here concerning the sudden aggression of that monstrous being attacking the southern regions of Zhongshu? Hu Yingying inquired after a moment's contemplation. Indeed. Are you aware of some details? Suju nodded in affirmation. Hu Yingying elaborated, not extensively. Otherwise, who would venture into this desolate wasteland for anything other than this matter? So, it follows that your presence here is driven by an interest in something specific? Suju keenly grasped the essence of the matter and inquired. I suppose so. Hu Yingying nodded in affirmation. Are you not concerned that I might harbor ulterior motives? Suju replied with a smile. Hu Yingying was not so naive. She candidly responded, I am not worried, for that object holds no value for your kind. Who told you I am human? I am a terrifying monster. Chapter 85. We have no retreat. So the truth has finally been revealed. Hu Yingying observed Suju with a vigilant gaze. Bang. Suju directly struck Hu Yingying on the head. Ouch, that hurts. Hu Yingying exclaimed, covering her little head. Now, tell me what you know. Suju's expression grew solemn. Since Hu Yingying was aware of certain matters concerning the southern frontier, it was imperative to inquire further. Have you seen the blood moon in the sky? Upon noticing the seriousness in Suju's demeanor, Hu Yingying refrained from elaborating further and obediently responded, Yes, I have seen it. Please get to the point. Suju raised his head, and even those with